Su Ling, a modern medical doctoral advisor, had immersed herself in a popular female-oriented novel for 3 days and nights without rest, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. After her untimely demise, she found herself transmigrated into the very novel she had read, becoming an inconsequential supporting character embroiled in a chaotic scenario. With determination, Su Ling resolved to rise from the ashes, believing that monumental achievements could only be attained through her own efforts. Once dismissed as unskilled by others, she soon garnered recognition as the author of the prestigious Hanlin Academy's textbooks, earning the respect of esteemed scholars and even catching the attention of dignitaries. Desperate to survive, she considered enlisting the aid of a brilliant yet tragically doomed figure. "Lord Gu, I can cure your ailment." "No need. I can grant you an additional 50 years of life. Leave me be." Yet, when her skills ultimately saved his life, Gu Zhao realized the depths of his predicament. She alone held the key to his salvation. "Everyone in the capital claims I bring misfortune to men. I am resilient. Professor Su made immense contributions to our nation. We will forever cherish her memory indeed." Professor Su remained at her post until her last breath. Had she not worked tirelessly for 3 days and nights, such a tragedy might have been averted. Though Professor Su has departed, she left invaluable experimental data behind. She will eternally reside in our hearts. Within the expansive auditorium, individuals clad in white wept openly, mourning the loss of one named Su Ling. At merely 24 years of age, she was the youngest doctoral advisor at the nation's most prestigious tertiary hospital, having published over 20 papers in international scientific journals and contributed to numerous university textbooks. An exceptional talent, she was even dubbed an once-in-a-century medical prodigy by foreign journalists. It was no exaggeration to label her a genius, capable of working tirelessly for 3 consecutive days and nights. Tragically, after completing the final data collection for her project, her overworked heart ceased to beat. Despite 3 hours of frantic resuscitation efforts, the young professor could not be revived. In her final moments, Su Ling gazed upon the pristine white ceiling of the laboratory, her thoughts scattered. In her periphery, she caught sight of a novel she had devoured in those sleepless nights and sighed inwardly. Her extended wakefulness could not be solely attributed to work, as the data collection had taken less than half an hour. Nevertheless, she had remained in the lab, attempting to embody the role of a dedicated professor. She silently vowed to be truthful in her next life, pledging to prioritize rest. After an indeterminate period of chaos, Su Ling suddenly opened her eyes, astonished to find her invaluable mind intact. Her first thought was disbelief that the scientists had not dissected her. Yet, she could not see her own body, only the scenery around her. It appeared as though she existed in a spiritual form. Confused, she pondered the implications of 4-dimensional space theory. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was above a bamboo grove, and the architecture around her felt strikingly familiar. The glazed pavilions, the brick buildings, the azure lake, were these not scenes from the very novel she had read? Her suspicions were confirmed when she observed a young girl in a resplendent rosered gown adorned with golden peonies, standing by the lake and eagerly awaiting someone. The girl, bedecked in jewels, seemed desperate to convey her wealth, her heavily made-up face obscuring her true features, save for her vividly painted lips. It dawned on Su Ling that this girl was none other than the character sharing her name in the book Su Ling, the legitimate daughter of the Su family, who had gone missing in her youth and was only found at the age of 11. Moreover, she was perceived as a simpleton. No, that was not entirely accurate. It would be better to say she was not merely foolish, but rather knave to an extraordinary degree. Raised in the countryside, this young lady had little exposure to the world, and upon entering the noble household, she was swept up in a whirlwind of opulence, developing a tendency toward extravagant spending. Despite her status as the legitimate daughter, she was not favored by the Su matriarch, having been taken in from the countryside. With her father and brother often away at war, only her gentle, kind mother remained, adhering strictly to the matriarch's decrees. Consequently, Su Ling endured a great deal of bullying within the household, where her outward elegance could not shield her from disdain. Such bullying was both overt and covert. One day, she might be reprimanded by the matriarch, only to be granted a reprieve the next, exempting her from the rigors of etiquette. This village girl, unfamiliar with the complexities of courtly protocol, welcomed the latter news with joy, unaware that it was a veiled attempt to undermine her. Her rustic demeanor often made her the target of mockery from the daughters of noble families, leading her to adopt an increasingly arrogant facade out of insecurity. Unsurprisingly, she struggled to form meaningful connections. When others spoke of the Su family's noble daughter, they would often describe her as delicately poised and refined, not out of genuine admiration, but due to a lack of anything else to commend. A girl raised in the countryside could hardly compete with the cunning of those from the capital, and after enduring ridicule, she found solace in the kindness of her half-sister from the second branch of the family, gradually building a deep bond of trust. The second branch's daughter was the protagonist of the story, cleverly orchestrating schemes that eroded the emperor's trust in the main branch, ultimately leading to their downfall. The once glorious Su family fell from grace, while the second branch, having long since separated, escaped unscathed. The former illegitimate daughter, Su Wanrong, married the son of the Grand Minister, ascending to prominence. Thus, in this narrative, Su Ling was relegated to the role of a mere supporting character, her existence only serving to highlight the elegance and intelligence of Su Wanrong. Her initial motivation for reading the book stemmed solely from the coincidence of sharing a name with the character. Having observed the character's follies, she found it amusing amidst her otherwise monotonous life of data collection, dedicating 3 sleepless days to its completion. Little did she know that the plot would soon manifest before her eyes. After death, anything could happen. Transforming into a ghost would leave me feeling quite unsettled, Su Ling muttered inwardly, scrutinizing the extravagantly adorned doppelganger before her. As memories flooded her mind, she finally recognized the chapter in which she now found herself. With a silent sigh for Su Ling, she reflected on the peculiar twists of her fate. Chapter 3. Are you lacking in wit? It should be the vibrant month of March, with a serene lake shimmering under the sunlight, surrounded by greenery swaying gently in the breeze, casting a tapestry of light and shadow. This very scene mirrors the moment in the book when the emperor bestows a marriage upon Su Ling, who harbors an unwavering desire to wed Lu Cheng instead, having come here to confess her feelings. Su Ling, the hapless supporting character, appears rather naive among the book's astute figures. Unbeknownst to her, she has been played like a puppet, yet she perceives this man before her as the finest of gentlemen, one who has captivated time and softened the years. Drawn here by a note left by Lu Cheng, she believed their hearts to be in sync, eager to declare her steadfastness, unaware that on the other side of the bamboo grove, a curious audience led by Su Wanrong awaited her arrival. Today was meant to be the day of her marriage to Lin Mu, son of the Minister of Revenue. Yet she chose to abandon her guests for a clandestine meeting with a man, expressing discontent over the emperor's forceful arrangement, while simultaneously casting aspersions on the ministers of court. After her heartfelt confession, Lu Cheng, far from being moved to tears as she had imagined, firmly rejected her, adopting a morally superior stance and chastising her for disregarding imperial authority, vowing never to be complicit in her folly. Every word he uttered pierced the emperor's heart, laying a solid foundation for the downfall of the Su family. Lu Cheng, on the other hand, emerged with an impeccable reputation for his integrity, respected both for his patriotism and deference to imperial rule, thus garnering the emperor's favor. Su Ling, observing her own foolishness, felt a surge of frustration, wishing to shake her counterpart into clarity. If only she could move as a spirit, she mused, and to her astonishment, she found herself drifting downwards. Circling around the naive girl, she exclaimed, "Stop waiting, it's all one-sided." Yet, the foolish girl remained oblivious, still eagerly anticipating Lu Cheng, who was now approaching, clad in a long blue robe. "Are you truly lacking in intelligence?" Su Ling fumed inwardly, wishing she could slap some sense into her. However, with no physical form to act upon, she could only shout in vain. As the man drew nearer, anxiety welled within her. Was this some form of punishment for deceiving others in life, and now being subjected to a virtual reality replay? Surely this was madness. Su Ling recognized herself as someone driven by purpose, believing that her existence must serve a greater good. Though her previous life was cut short, she had left behind a wealth of medical literature for future generations, a legacy of which she was proud. Now, relegated to the role of spectator, she was discontent to watch her namesake act foolishly. Determined to intervene, she attempted to pass through the girl's form, but before she could, an overwhelming sensation jolted her, as if her very essence was being realigned. Suddenly, she found her hand moving as if under her own volition. The man in blue stood before her, leaving her engulfed in bewilderment. She comprehended the lesson the heavens endeavored to impart. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Chapter 4. Silence. Please, the reality of this world washed over her, conveyed through the gentle clasp of her palm. Su Ling stood momentarily stunned, a mixture of joy and astonishment flooding her. Even as a medical professor of the 21st century, she struggled to grasp the nature of her current existence. Yet, she was undeniably alive. Placing her hand upon her chest, she exhaled, relieved that her ribs remained intact. Despite the daunting challenges ahead, she felt fortunate to have been granted another chance at life. The man before her, perceiving the myriad expressions flitting across her heavily made-up visage, exhibited subtle disdain, but, mindful of the onlookers, maintained a facade of gentlemanly concern. "Miss Su, are you unwell?" he inquired. Still acclimating to this strange world, Su Ling's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by his disingenuous concern, provoking a wave of nausea within her. "Misu? I am not dead. Kindly be silent." She furrowed her brow, impatience etched on her face. Her eyes, adorned with red shadow, lazily regarded the man before her. Her visage, marked by an exaggerated application of makeup, rendered her almost comical, with her eyes appearing elongated and obscured. Yet, when she raised her gaze, Lu Cheng was taken aback. Her eyes, once clouded with infatuation, now shone with clarity and intensity. What had she just said? To tell him to be quiet? Had she lost her senses? As the sole son of a high-ranking official, he had never been spoken to in such a manner, especially not by this foolish girl. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, Lu Cheng's expression faltered, his face tinged with a hint of ire. "Miss Su, you..." Noticing her disinterest, his demeanor shifted to one of coldness. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Miss Su, you are already betrothed. I implore you to conduct yourself with decorum. I have come to clarify our relationship. Let's part as friends." Only then did Su Ling snap back to reality, her mind clearing amidst the chaos. She regarded Lu Cheng for a moment before a sardonic smile crept onto her lips. Accustomed to her previous self's obsequiousness, Lu Cheng found her newfound detachment disconcerting. A flicker of displeasure crossing his features. "Why are you smiling, Miss Su?" he pressed, irritation seeping through his composed facade. Su Ling remained silent, contemplating whether Lu Cheng's appearance as the male protagonist was somewhat beneath par. What had the original Su Ling found appealing about him? Lu Cheng felt as if her gaze was appraising him like a butcher inspecting meat, further fueling his frustration. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, "Miss Su, why have you fallen silent?" With a blank expression, Su Ling turned away, finding his incessant prattling tiresome. "Miss Su, do you not understand propriety?" Chapter 5. By what right do you think you could be my friend? Su Ling pressed her fingers to her temples. What was wrong with this man? Did he derive satisfaction from being scolded? With a deep sigh, she spun around, her demeanor sharp and frigid. "I am already betrothed, yet you, Lu Gongzi, insist on pursuing a friendship with me. The honor of a woman is paramount, yet here you are, in broad daylight, vexed and demanding answers from me. Do you not understand propriety?" Her words struck like thunder, capturing the attention of all who lurked behind the bamboo grove. Lu Cheng stared at her in disbelief, his previously upright demeanor faltering. Had she lost her mind? Realizing the audience behind him, his complexion paled as he stammered, "What nonsense are you speaking? I meant, if you cease your pursuit, we could indeed be friends." Crossing her arms, Su Ling stood silently for a moment, amusement bubbling within her. Making friends with her? It is rather embarrassing to contemplate. After all these years, I have truly had very few friends, mainly due to my constant advancement in studies, which has deprived me of the opportunity to cultivate long-term relationships with classmates. Yet, despite the scarcity of friendships, my standards remain exceptionally high. Su Ling disdainfully scanned the man before her from head to toe, her expression growing colder. "Pray tell, what qualifications do you possess to be my friend?" Lu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in confusion. "Do you possess any extraordinary talents? Is your medical expertise exceptional or your martial prowess unrivaled?" "From what I see, the only notable feature you possess is your long hair," Su Ling remarked, scrutinizing Lu Cheng with utmost sincerity. "Do you truly believe you are worthy of being my friend?" "You." Lu Cheng's complexion turned an ashen hue under her barrage of provocations. "Miss Su, while I can empathize with your current sentiments, I would appreciate a modicum of respect in your discourse. Furthermore, do not distort the truth." Su Ling, looking at the pretentiously upright man before her, felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. She secretly rolled her eyes, recalling the narrative from her book, and quickly assumed her role. Smiling at Lu Cheng, she said, "Young Master Lu, one must speak with evidence. Today is the day I have been bestowed in marriage. What purpose did your letter inviting me to a private meeting serve?" The group hidden behind the bamboo grove displayed a mixture of surprise. Today, it seems, Lu Cheng had indeed invited the young lady from the Su family. Moreover, judging by her tone and demeanor, it appeared to contradict the widely circulated rumors of her infatuation with the young master of the Lu family. Just moments ago, she almost left several times. She hardly seemed to be the one intent on pursuing Lu Cheng. Was there an error in the rumors? Among the crowd, Su Wanrong bit her lip, glancing at Su Ling. What had possessed her today? Wasn't she always trailing after Lu Cheng, calling him brother? Why did she now appear as though she had transformed into an entirely different person? Not only were those behind the bamboo grove astonished, but Lu Cheng, standing before Su Ling, was equally taken aback. He had always received her indifference with apathy. Today, he had thought his letter would leave her flabbergasted. Yet it had become a weapon for her to interrogate him. The realization that so many prominent figures were observing them made his head spin. "I invited you here solely to clarify this matter with Miss Su. I hope you will adhere to your station and refrain from voicing your affections." Lu Cheng's face flushed with anger as he spoke defiantly. The woman opposite him fell silent. Lu Cheng assumed her silence was due to her being rendered speechless by his words, but upon lifting his gaze to discern her expression, he realized he was mistaken. Chapter 6. The one you cannot let go. A ghost of a smile played upon Su Ling's lips as she crossed her arms, gazing at him with a semblance of pity. Her amber eyes were as still as a deep well, casting an unsettling calm upon the atmosphere. Lu Cheng felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. In contrast to her tranquility, he appeared foolish. In the midst of March, the spring breeze carried a hint of lingering chill. The woman facing Lu Cheng, clad in resplendent crimson attire, fluttered gracefully in the wind, reminiscent of a peony blooming under the scorching sun. In the stillness, her voice emerged, cold and unyielding. "Young Master Lu, how do you presume to compare yourself with the young master of the Lin family? Is it your mediocre appearance or your nearly non-existent talents? Or perhaps you believe your vanity surpasses all? If you wish to hear me profess my affection for you, I suggest you return home and gaze into a mirror. Not everyone is blind." A prolonged and awkward silence ensued. Lu Cheng's face reddened gradually, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. You were clearly." Su Ling denied him the opportunity to finish his statement, interrupting him with a smile. Previously, perhaps the former Su Ling regarded the young master of the Lu family as an admirable individual, but it was evident that she had now discovered a better option. Lu Cheng's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Are you truly such a woman who seeks power?" he demanded, his voice heavy with gloom. "Seeking power? Young Master Lu, I believe you're mistaken. This is clearly the Emperor's decree, and I consider it a destined union. From your tone, it seems you are not entirely pleased with the Emperor's arrangements." Su Ling frowned slightly, her tone growing colder. The onlookers behind the bamboo grove displayed varied expressions. Many had taken a sharp breath, casting furtive glances at the Emperor's demeanor. Su Ling was known throughout the capital for her lack of decorum and straightforwardness, so it was unsurprising that she would speak in such a manner. Traditionally, the Su family held significant influence, and the Emperor seldom admonished her for her verbal transgressions, even granting her a commendable marriage proposal. It seemed unlikely he would be angered this time. Yet could it be that Lu Cheng, as she suggested, was genuinely dissatisfied with the arrangement and had orchestrated this spectacle for everyone to witness? Such an affront was unfathomable. Fortunately, the Emperor's expression remained amiable, observing the situation as one would a child's quarrel, seemingly unperturbed. However, a subtle ripple of emotion flickered across his keen eyes. Upon hearing Su Ling's words, Lu Cheng's countenance paled, and he felt the weight of countless gazes bearing down upon him. This woman, he inhaled deeply, aware that he must suppress his anger for the sake of the dignitaries present, and gritted his teeth. "The Emperor's arrangements are, of course, splendid. Since Miss Su has moved on from Lu, I shall rest easy and wish you a joyful marriage in advance." Su Ling chuckled lightly, her tone laden with meaning. "On the day of my betrothal, you leave a letter inviting me to meet. How does one not perceive that the one unable to let go is, in fact, you?" Chapter 7. I advise you to refrain from such thoughts. Lu Cheng's face turned a deep shade of anger at her words, his heart a tempest of rage and frustration. Yet he found himself powerless against her. After all, she continually invoked the emperor's decree, and any misstep could plunge the Lu family into irreparable ruin. Today, his intention was to collaborate with Su Wanrong to coax Su Ling into uttering words that would offend the emperor in front of the gathered crowd, thus inciting the emperor's ire toward the Su family's main branch and paving the way for their downfall. Little did he expect that Su Ling would appear transformed, skillfully striking at his heart while effortlessly reversing the situation, leaving him feeling trapped. Young Master Lu, I can understand your previous desire to forge an alliance with my Su family, but now that I have the emperor's betrothal, I advise you to temper your affections. My Su family is loyal to the emperor and will always heed his words. Even if you summon me today, it will avail you nothing. Regardless of offending the Lu family, I shall still marry Lin Mu, and I hope for your understanding. Su Ling spoke earnestly, internally commending her own acting prowess. Thanks to her past experiences as a revered professor who tested her skills daily, she was able to navigate this situation with such ease. Lu Cheng stared at her in disbelief, seemingly astonished by her ability to distort the truth, and found himself rendered speechless. Oh, by the way, if young Master Lu still desires the influence of my Su family, I have a half-sister named Su Wanrong. Marrying her would also benefit the Lu estate. And you need not be fixated on me. Su Ling's shamelessness was on full display, her eyes brimming with sincerity. The crowd, initially gathered to observe, suddenly found themselves in a state of frozen disbelief. Wasn't Su Ling insinuating that the Lu family sought an alliance due to the power of the Su family? Although such matrimonial alliances among the nobility were typically understood without being overtly stated, Su Ling had undoubtedly mastered the art of vocalizing it. Moreover, the onlookers cast furtive glances at the emperor, who wore a somewhat somber expression, prompting several to inwardly gasp. Do not speak nonsense. Lu Cheng's visage twisted with rage as he shouted, My father is loyal to the emperor, even if you were to ally with me. It would hardly benefit the Lu family. However, my uncle is quite resourceful. I advise you to refrain from harboring such thoughts. Su Ling advised, her expression imbued with a sense of education. Behind the bamboo grove, the onlookers were nearly suffocated by Su Ling's candid remarks. Lu Cheng was so enraged that his vision darkened. What schemes had he entertained? Those who were drawn by Su Wanrong to find Su Ling turned their heads in unison to glance at her, their gazes tinged with intrigue. She was seen kneeling on the ground, her complexion pale, shaking her head fervently as she addressed the emperor, insisting, No, father would never do such a thing. The emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stroking his slightly graying beard, his eyes shrouded in ambiguity. It is getting late. I must return to the banquet. A woman's reputation is paramount. If word were to spread that we were meeting privately, it would not bode well. Farewell. Su Ling made a respectful gesture, intending to leave. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with venom. Miss Su, do take care. Su Ling turned her head. With a meaningful expression, she replied, I hope young Master Lu will be magnanimous and take care of himself. Lu Cheng remained behind, clenching his teeth. His face twisted with hatred as he watched her retreating figure. No, can someone explain to me how things turn out like this? Chapter 8. Arrogance. The crowd behind the bamboo grove witnessed the unfolding scene, and ultimately, it was the emperor who broke the silence with a hearty laugh. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, muttering, Su Ling. How intriguing. The expressions of those behind the emperor varied, but most bore a hint of astonishment. Was it the rumored Su Ling supposed to be a foolish and incompetent girl? How was it that today she spoke with such eloquence and precision? And this Lu family scion was not the gentlemanly figure described in tales. His actions were rather petty. The emperor passed through the contemplative crowd, strolling towards the bamboo grove's exit, remarking leisurely, having been out for so long, it is time to return. The crowd bowed respectfully behind him. Among them, a man clad in a prince's dragon robe watched Su Ling's departure for a long while, before turning to a nearby figure dressed in a deep purple robe. Jean He, what is your take? The man addressed as Jean He stood tall in his flowing purple attire, his countenance sharp and his eyes half-lidded, deep as ink. His features were strikingly handsome, with a slight smile curving his lips, evoking a sense of gentle warmth. Yet, despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, an air of aloofness surrounded him, dissuading anyone from approaching. Upon hearing the prince's question, his dark eyes lifted slightly, following the direction of the pink silhouette, revealing no discernible emotion. Somewhat brazen, he stated lightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His brow seemed to furrow slightly, his tranquil gaze concealing a barely perceptible disdain. Nevertheless, his lips maintained a gentle curve, exuding an air of politeness that left no room for criticism. Is that so? A carefree voice chimed in from the side. Gu Zhao, he turned his head slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. A man in a turquoise robe approached the prince and him, smiling as he cast a sidelong glance towards the departing woman, openly expressing his admiration. I find this lady quite fascinating. The prince replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, stating, if the third brother takes a fancy, it may be of no consequence. The Miss Su has already been betrothed to the son of the Minister of Revenue. Surely you cannot force the issue. So that is how your highness perceives me? The third prince feigned fear, casually plucking a slender branch from a nearby willow. He remarked with a smirk. I merely believe that Miss Su possesses the spirit of a heroine, daring to speak her mind, which I greatly admire. As for her betrothal, the third prince abruptly snapped the branch in his hand, leaning closer to the prince, whispering, if she can marry another, it is not that I do not wish to seize her. Rather, it is because I choose not to. The prince's countenance darkened further. Who did not know that the Minister of Revenue Su Ling family was under his protection? The third prince's words were a blatant slap to his face. Seeing the situation, the third prince smiled disarmingly. Your Highness, I was merely jesting. Surely, you would not take offense at such trivial matters, would you, Jinhee? Gu Zhao, he lowered his gaze, maintaining his usual gentle smile, and nodded. His Highness is indeed magnanimous and would not be angered by such trivialities. The third prince received the answer he sought, nodding with satisfaction as he casually remarked, I take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 9. A lesson not to be repeated. The prince glared at the retreating figure of the third prince, his expression a storm of fury. He is becoming increasingly reckless. He seethed. Your Highness, please calm your anger. The third prince has always been this way. As the elder brother, it is wise to exercise restraint. Gu Zhao, he advised slowly. Restrain him? Why should I? I have no reason to tolerate him. The prince hissed through clenched teeth. Gu Zhao, he lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a moment before speaking with composure. Hasn't His Majesty recently entrusted you with the affairs of the Ministry of Revenue? The prince's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with a hint of calculation. A smirk crept onto his lips, laced with mockery as he observed the third prince's carefree demeanor, silently vowing soon you shall not enjoy such freedom. Perhaps sensing his own lapse in composure, the prince gradually reined in his expression, stating solemnly, let us return to the palace. Yes. Gu Zhao, he replied with a slight nod, his demeanor unchangingly gentle. However, once the prince turned away, a flicker of dark intent danced within Gu Zhao, his deep-set eyes, hinting at an unsettling aura. In the pavilion beside the Imperial Garden, the emperor sat sipping tea, the jade ring on his finger gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Before him knelt a woman. What do you wish to say? The emperor slowly raised his piercing gaze, setting down his teacup and turning the jade ring in his hand. The kneeling woman, intimidated by the sovereign's presence, appeared increasingly pale. Your servant merely wishes to express that my father is not as my elder sister has claimed. My elder sister often speaks thoughtlessly, if she has caused any offense. I hope your majesty will not hold it against her. Su Wanrong spoke earnestly. Wanrong, do not conflate concepts, the emperor replied, his demeanor steady. Though over 50, his eyes still sparkled with vitality. He lightly tapped the table, addressing Su Wanrong's disarray. The eldest daughter of the Su family has not offended me. It is your father who has. I have no interest in the intrigues of your family, but do not use me to further your ambitions. His voice suddenly dropped. This shall not be tolerated again. Su Wanrong's heart sank, her face paling further. The emperor slowly rose, departing with his hands clasped behind his back. Su Wanrong's hands trembled with fear as the chief eunuch, Wang De, softly reassured her, do temper your actions. His Majesty is well aware of everyone's character. Do not play clever games, for next time, fortune may not favor you. Su Wanrong looked down, repeatedly agreeing. Once the emperor and Wang De had walked away, a fierce resentment surged upon her otherwise serene face. After all her meticulous plotting to bring the royal family here, everything had been proceeding as planned until Su Ling displayed such uncharacteristic behavior. It was as if she had become a different person, Perhaps she had fortuitously encountered the Minister of Revenue's son, which caused her to treat her cousin with such indifference. Yet, no matter how much she might have awakened to reality, she remained a fool at heart. Her triumph was but fleeting. It posed no real threat. One day, she vowed to see Su Ling kneeling at her feet, begging for mercy. Su Wanrong brushed the dust from her dress, rising slowly with a glint of determination in her eyes. Chapter 10. Kindness must also have an edge as Su Ling made her way back to the banquet. The gathering had nearly dispersed due to the recent farce she had been embroiled in. She lamented in her heart at the missed opportunity to even catch a glimpse of her fiancé. After all, if today had not provided a chance, it was unlikely that future occasions would offer any either. According to the narrative of the original text, Lin Mu, the son of the Minister of Revenue, was known to be a man of delicate disposition. Upon learning that His Majesty intended to bestow a marriage upon him with a woman deemed a fool, he ended his own life shortly after the wedding banquet, leaving behind a letter that revealed his sentiments. Consequently, Su Ling inherited the notorious title of the most detrimental woman in the capital, and her reputation resonated far and wide, prompting all to avoid her. Having never had a partner in her past life, she found herself trapped in this narrative, destined for solitude once more. As Su Ling pondered her plight, a voice filled with urgency and concern broke through her thoughts. "Linga, where have you been?" Turning her head, she beheld a woman clad in a pale blue palace robe adorned with auspicious patterns, hastening towards her. The woman's fair and unadorned face bore a frown of worry, yet could not conceal her exquisite beauty. Her petite visage was framed perfectly, her skin smooth and tender despite her advancing years. With slightly raised brows, her clear and serene eyes sparkled with depth, complemented by a delicate nose and soft lips, accentuated by a hint of rouge that made her complexion appear even fairer than snow, rendering those around her pale in comparison. Even in her current state of distress, she exuded an undeniable charm. "I was just summoned by Her Majesty for a few inquiries. Upon my return, I found you missing, and I heard that a group was searching for you, which nearly frightened me to death. Thank goodness you are unharmed." Liang Yuyan grasped Su Ling's hand, her fingers cool against Su Ling's skin, grounding her in this reality. This woman was none other than Su Ling's mother in the original text. The matriarch of the Su family, Liang Yuyan, one of the few benevolent characters within the narrative. However, Su Ling perceived her kindness more as a weakness. She seldom sought solutions to problems and often repaid grievances with virtue. Such an approach could diffuse tensions when encountering remorseful individuals of integrity, but would lead to relentless bullying by unscrupulous and malicious people. Thus, in the end, this character met a tragic demise. Su Ling never believed that kindness was inherently wrong. Yet she held the conviction that kindness must possess an edge. After a brief pause, she replied with a smile, "Do not worry, I'm merely engaged in conversation with someone." Given Liang Yuyan's temperament, had she disclosed everything that had transpired, it would only serve to heighten her anxiety. Therefore, Su Ling chose to keep the details to herself. Liang Yuyan regarded Su Ling with mild surprise, recognizing that her daughter seemed more composed and mature than ever before. Initially apprehensive upon hearing that the emperor was present, her heart calmed somewhat upon witnessing Su Ling's demeanor. The tone in her voice reassured Liang Yuyan that no calamity had befallen her. "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. The emperor has issued a decree to conclude the banquet, so let us return home." Chapter 11. The old lady's favor. Su Ling nodded in agreement and climbed into the carriage alongside Liang Yuyan. As they rode, Liang Yuyan carefully broached the subject. "Today marks the day that the second branch's concubine, Lady He, is welcomed back to the household. I have heard that her daughter, Su Qingqing, is quite overbearing. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, it would be wise for you to exercise some restraint." Su Ling raised an eyebrow, and seeing her daughter remain silent, Liang Yuyan gently tugged her hand, elaborating, "Regardless of the circumstances, she did bear a son for the Su family. Since the second branch has no male heirs, the old lady is naturally inclined to favor them more." The era was steeped in patriarchal beliefs, and although the Southern Zhao dynasty had made strides towards enlightenment, women could now participate in examinations. The prevailing sentiment remained that only the birth of a son fulfilled the familial duty of inheritance. This habit, ingrained over millennia, faced no challenge or resistance. Lady He, of humble origins, had no rightful place within the Su family until she bore a son, which became her greatest leverage for acceptance. Su Ling shook her head with a light laugh, raising her gaze to say, "But mother, did you not also give birth to an elder brother for the Su family? Yet we have not seen the old lady favor us more." Liang Yin was taken aback by Su Ling's sharp retort, having always thought her daughter too young to grasp the intricacies of the grand household. However, it seemed she had underestimated her. Liang Yin smiled gently, her expression devoid of discontent or reproach, and softly remarked, "Your brother has spent years leading troops at the frontier alongside your father, returning home only infrequently. Naturally, the old lady maintains a closer bond with the second branch." And Liang Yin's eyes conveyed a hint of admonition as she advised, "You must address her properly in public. She should be called grandmother." Su Ling nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that she had yet to fully acclimatize to her surroundings, leading to such slips of the tongue. However, even if she were to adapt, she would find it difficult to utter the term grandmother. Although her consciousness now dominated this body, she could still sense the original owner's aversion towards this old lady, who had been perceived as an irritable and acerbic matriarch. In Su Ling's eyes, even the scant affection shown by the old lady was merely a guise for affection cloaked in condescension. The old lady looked down upon this adopted child, questioning her legitimacy as a member of the Su family. While the original text did not disclose the circumstances of Su Ling's disappearance or subsequent discovery, her striking resemblance to Liang Yuyin served as sufficient evidence. Indeed, Su Ling was fortunate to have inherited her mother's beauty. Tragically, she seemed unaware of the essence of true beauty. Glancing at her gaudy rose-red gown and heavy gold adornments, and contemplating the visage she knew would be unappealing, she sighed inwardly. Fortunately, her mother did not reject her. Despite her weakness, Liang Yuyin provided Su Ling with all the love she could muster. However, possessing such a gentle disposition amidst the complexities of a grand family left her powerless in many situations. The carriage soon arrived at the Su residence, its grand plaque emblazoned with black characters upon a golden background, exuding an air of dignity. Below the plaque stood a stately vermilion gate, flanked by imposing stone lions, a testament to the family's grandeur. Chapter 12. The Su residence. As Su Ling gazed at the plaque, she mused that the Su residence was indeed a sight to behold. After traveling such a distance, she had yet to encounter any household that rivaled the Su family's opulence. The Su residence, as described in the original text, comprised both the main and secondary branches. The head of the main branch was Su Yunting, married to Liang Yuyin, Su Ling's mother. Besides Su Ling, Liang Yin bore another son, Su Jingyi, who was Su Ling's elder brother. Given Su Yunting's esteemed position as a favored general, he often took Su Jingyi with him to the frontier for training, resulting in the main branch of the Su family being predominantly represented by Liang Yuyin and Su Ling. Before Su Ling's return, Liang Yuyin had been the sole occupant of the main branch, enduring the old lady's disdain and often yielding to her oppression without dispute. She avoided household matters as much as possible and had minimal interaction with the old lady. The second branch of the Su family was led by Su Yunyan. Though both sons of the Su family were legitimate heirs, their statuses differed significantly. Su Yunting was the legitimate son of the loyal and brave Duke Yuan, but after his wife gave birth, she suffered ill health and soon passed away. At present, the matriarch of the Su family is the second wife of the loyal and valiant Marquis, originally a favored concubine within the household. Fortunate to possess a respectable background and a gentle, considerate demeanor, she won the heart of the Marquis. Shortly after the death of his first wife, she ascended to the position of his legitimate spouse. Transitioning from a mere concubine to the main wife indeed required certain abilities. However, it remains uncertain whether her transformation into the principal wife led her to become overly self-satisfied or if other factors contributed to her change. The gentle and accommodating nature she once possessed has vanished, replaced by arrogance and a lack of understanding in dealing with others, rendering her increasingly harsh and bitter, eventually losing the affection of the Marquis. Nevertheless, given the Marquis's advanced age, initiating a divorce at this stage would inevitably invite criticism of his character, portraying him as an inconsiderate elder. Thus, he endured her behavior, often choosing not to address her minor transgressions. Over time, this tolerance only emboldened her, and just as the Marquis reached his breaking point and contemplated divorce, risking the ire of the emperor, he suddenly fell gravely ill and passed away unexpectedly. The Marquis's sudden demise caught the court and the public off guard, and the newly widowed matriarch, Madame Xiao, garnered much sympathy, including from the emperor himself. Consequently, she was granted the prestigious title of first-class lady and bestowed with a life-preserving edict, elevating her status within the Su household. During her years as the Marquis's second wife, she bore him a son, who is now the head of the second branch of the Su family, Su Ling. Being a stepmother, Madame Xiao maintained a facade of civility towards Su Yunting over the years, yet secretly plotted against him. Fortunately, Su Yunting, a man of martial prowess, remained focused on his studies in martial arts, largely indifferent to the subtle challenges posed by the matriarch, managing to avoid open conflict with her. However, following the Marquis's death, the matriarch no longer felt the need to maintain even the pretense of civility. Not only did she create difficulties for Liang Yuyan, but Su Ling also suffered considerably. With the head of the main branch and his legitimate son frequently away, they were unable to advocate for the two women. Thus, life in the Su household proved exceedingly arduous for the mother and daughter from the main branch. Yet, Su Ling is not one to be easily oppressed. Realizing the necessity of repaying grievances, she resolved to take action, understanding that if she did not strategize wisely, her own fate might lead to calamity once more. Having been granted the chance to live again, with her limbs intact and her health robust, she knew she must cherish this opportunity. As Liang Yuyan and Su Ling descended from the carriage and approached the grand entrance of the estate, a servant opened the door for them. Liang Yuyan paused, glancing at Su Ling, and gently advised, "Remember to maintain decorum in front of your grandmother. Be considerate towards your two younger sisters." Su Ling offered no reply, merely lowering her gaze in acknowledgement. Upon entering the Su residence, Su Ling was taken aback. The grandeur of the estate was unlike anything she had witnessed. Even as a modern individual, it was evident that the Su family held considerable esteem, as their estate was among the most distinguished in the capital. In this early spring, the cherry blossoms flanked the pathway leading to the main entrance, their delicate petals glistening with dew, perfuming the air with their fragrance. Within the courtyard stood several octagonal pavilions topped with glazed tiles, and the intricately carved railings were crafted from exquisite jade, adorned with lustrous pearls, creating a scene of elegance and beauty. Beside a pond with crystalline waters, exquisite lotus plants thrived, their leaves glistening with droplets, embodying vitality. Every aspect of the estate exuded an air of antiquity and sophistication, surpassing the lavishness typically found in common households. Unlike the gaudy gold-leaf tiles of the commoners, the Su residence featured understated yet refined red tiles, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding scenery. Su Ling, having recently arrived in this era, marveled at the architectural beauty that seemed to echo royal patronage, far surpassing any modern film set in her memory. As she followed Liang Yuyan towards the residence of the matriarch, Mingsa Garden, named by the loyal and valiant Marquis to symbolize harmony, she prepared herself for the encounter ahead. Upon their arrival, they awaited the servant to announce their presence. Soon, the servant returned, opening the doors to reveal an overwhelming scent of incense that assaulted Su Ling's senses, prompting her to cover her mouth and nose, her brow furrowing in discomfort. Within, an elderly voice tinged with authority commanded, "Ensure you sprinkle enough. Every part must be covered." Upon hearing the old matriarch's orders, several individuals clad in priestly robes rushed forward, showering Su Ling with incense ash. The luxurious fabric of her attire became dusted with the ash, and she furrowed her brow in disbelief, peering through the smoky haze at the elegantly adorned matriarch. This unconventional greeting was entirely unexpected, as her readings had scarcely prepared her for such an ordeal, likely due to her status as a secondary character. The priests continued their ritual, enveloping her in a cloud of irritating ash that made it difficult to breathe. The entrance was firmly shut, leaving her no escape from this discomfort. Liang Yuyan quickly positioned herself in front of Su Ling, concern evident in her voice. "Mother, what is the meaning of this?" The matriarch, seated regally in her chair, offered a fade of warmth, yet beneath it lay a hint of coldness. "Do not take offense. My intention was never to mistreat Linger, but I have just received news that the young man from the Lin family, betrothed to her by the emperor, has committed suicide upon returning home." The matriarch paused, a handkerchief to her lips, feigning sorrow as she continued. "He left a letter, declaring he would rather die than marry Linger, as the matriarch spoke. She scrutinized Su Ling through the haze, her eyes betraying a hint of scorn. It seemed that Linger appeared as foolish as ever, which explained the young man's tragic decision. Understanding the matriarch's disdainful tone, Su Ling maintained her composure, suppressing any anger that may have surfaced, merely coughing a few times before regaining her equanimity. "I cannot believe it," Liang Yuyin gasped, her expressive eyebrows knitting together in shock. "This news is utterly unbelievable, yet it spreads throughout the capital, claiming that the eldest daughter of the Su family is a harbinger of misfortune." The matriarch, with a hint of resignation, replied, "A young woman's reputation is paramount. Hence, I summon the priest to dispel any malevolent spirits." Liang Yuyin's concern deepened. "Mother, the young man's demise is his own fault. Linger was not yet wed to the Lin family. How can it possibly reflect on her?" After a moment's consideration, she could no longer hold her tongue. "I act out of caution, fearing that if there truly are sinister forces at play, they might bring harm to Linger. Do you not see my intentions?" The elderly matron let out a faint sigh and began to counsel, seemingly having pinpointed the frailty of Liang Yuyin's character. Without heeding her words, Lady Su waved her hand decisively, instructing them to proceed. Once the Taoist priests had finished scattering the incense ashes, they retrieved a stack of pre-drawn talismans from their robes, ready to affix them onto Su Ling with glue. Liang Yuyin, unable to intervene in time, watched helplessly as the talisman was about to be pressed against Su Ling suddenly. The little girl, who had been quietly standing still, parted her lips and said, "Wait a moment." Her voice rang out clear and crisp, causing the surrounding actions to pause momentarily. The matron believed she was about to defend herself and earnestly urged, "Ling, with this talisman, no one will accuse you of bringing misfortune to your husband." Chapter 15. The First Lady returns. Su Ling smiled gently and replied, "Grandmother speaks the truth." Yet with 2 fingers, she deftly pinched the talisman in the Taoist's hand and, with a swift motion, tore it in half with a resounding rip. The matron's expression changed abruptly, and Liang Yin gazed at her with a mix of shock and disbelief at such a disrespectful act towards an elder. "Grandmother, this is how talismans work. Merely affixing them is ineffective." Su Ling continued to shred the talisman, tearing it into smaller pieces until it was entirely obliterated, resembling celestial flowers scattered across the room, some even landing on the matron herself. The glue from the talisman stained the matron's opulent skirt, rendering her appearance rather disheveled. The matron's countenance turned cold and rigid as she barked, "Su Ling, what are you doing? In the past, I overlooked your lack of decorum. But today you have gone too far." Yet, before she could finish a reprimand, Su Ling's smile vanished, and she suddenly averted her gaze, her body trembling slightly. Within the fragrant haze of the inner chamber, a chilling cruelty enveloped Su Ling's expression. A frigid atmosphere permeated the room. The matron froze momentarily. "Xiao Shi, it has been long." Su Ling spoke slowly, her eyes downcast, obscuring her expression, yet her voice carried a hoarse chill. This declaration astonished everyone present. The matron's body stiffened upon hearing the name Xiao Shi. It had been a long time since she had heard such a title, one only used by that woman from years past. A terrifying memory surged within her mind, causing her fingers to tremble. She masked her fear with a sharp tone, loudly scolding, "Impudent! What nonsense are you spouting?" Even Liang Yuyin's demeanor shifted, her eyes filled with uncertainty as she questioned, "Ling, how can you be so rude?" Su Ling disregarded both the matron and Liang Yuyin's words, continuing to speak with her gaze lowered. "If it were not for the bowl of calming medicine you handed me back then, how could I have died after giving birth to Yunting?" Due to the depletion of my vitality, the crowd gasped in disbelief at Su Ling's audacity, first addressing the matron as Xiao Shi and then referring to her father as Yunting. Her tone suggested she was assuming the role of an elder. The atmosphere turned tense. Could it be that Su Ling was possessed by the spirit of the deceased First Lady due to this talisman? Every individual present felt a chill creep up their spines, falling silent as if paralyzed. Meanwhile, the matron's complexion had drained of color, her gaze fixated on Su Ling, a cold dread creeping from her heart to her fingertips. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. The mention of calming medicine was alarming. No one should know about it. Su Ling, a mere child from the countryside, had never even met the First Lady. How could she possibly know of the calming medicine? Could it truly be that the First Lady had returned? The The matron clenched her teeth. It had been far too long since the First Lady's passing. She refused to believe she would return at this moment. Perhaps Su Ling had overheard some servants' ramblings and was merely feigning this charade. What nonsense are you uttering? Do you know the punishment for such disrespectful words? Chapter 16. Grandmother, are you well? The matroness' voice was stern, carrying the weight of authority. She stood up, her wrinkled eyes gleaming with sharpness, fixating intently on Su Ling. This was the very demeanor that had once terrified Su Ling, and if she were indeed pretending, she would surely reveal her true self. The matron seethed with anger, determined to make Su Ling pay dearly for any deception. The room fell into a hush as all eyes turned towards Su Ling, slowly lifting her gaze amidst their scrutiny. Su Ling offered the matron a chilling smile. The maid who once served me the calming medicine, Qing, has already met her demise, a fitting retribution. So sure you shall be next. Su Ling spoke softly, her tone calm, yet laced with an unsettling sharpness. The matron suddenly collapsed back in her chair, her hand trembling against her heart. A mixture of shock and fear washing over her, her lips paling. The elderly maids in attendance were also taken aback at the mention of Qing. She had been a long-time servant, having fallen into a dry well over a decade ago, her body retrieved only to reveal a grotesquely swollen and disfigured form. Everyone had believed it to be an unfortunate accident. Could there be more to this tale? As the matron met Su Ling's gaze, a deep-seated fear gripped her. The distant memories flooding her mind, almost suffocating her. An absurd scene unfolded before her, yet it was impossible to dismiss. While some might have speculated about the calming medicine, it was Qing's fate that sealed her lips. Anyone who knew the truth of Qing's death was either dead or had been discreetly sent away. Su Ling, a mere girl from the countryside, had not even been born when Qing died. How could she possibly know such secrets? An unbearable chill crept into the matron's heart, her fear becoming palpable as her hands trembled uncontrollably. The image of the girl before her began to merge with that of the First Lady in her mind, and she quivered, pointing a shaking finger at Su Ling. You are you? Su Ling smiled, neither confirming nor denying. The matron's fear only intensified. It was impossible for anyone else to know. Could it truly be that she had returned? The matron pressed her hands against her head, terror preventing her from meeting Su Ling's gaze, murmuring repeatedly, "It's not me, I didn't." Su Ling smiled gently, stating slowly, "You will certainly reap what you have sown." The matron was overwhelmed with fear, her mind flooded with images of the First Lady's death. Su Ling's words echoed in her ears like a vengeful specter, denying her any peace. Darkness enveloped her vision, and ultimately, she could bear it no longer. Collapsing into her chair, the hall descended into chaos as the maids rushed to support the matron, anxiously calling for a physician. In the midst of the turmoil, Su Ling shivered slightly, as if her soul had been momentarily withdrawn. With a feigned expression of concern, she hurried to the matron's side. "Grandmother, what is the matter? Are you all right?" Chapter 17. Who are you? Su Ling's tone was exaggeratedly tender and worried as she leaned closer to the matron. Having just regained a semblance of consciousness with the maid's assistance, the matron opened her eyes only to be met with the sight of Su Ling's loathsome face. Unable to catch her breath, she was engulfed in darkness once more, fainting again. Su Ling innocently glanced at the crowd beside her, meeting their eyes filled with fear and confusion. With a touch of bewilderment, she inquired, "What has happened?" "I felt a momentary daze and am unaware of the events that transpired." "What is wrong with grandmother?" The surrounding individuals exchanged uncertain glances, and those Taoists who had been performing their incantations hastily fled, shouting "Ghost," as they scurried away from the Su residence, leaving behind a pile of talismans that none dared to touch. The incident had occurred so abruptly and was so bizarre that it left the onlookers pondering the meaning behind Su Ling's words. It had always been said that the late matriarch had died from a deficiency in both qi and blood. Could this matter be related to the old lady? Observing the varied expressions of those around her, Su Ling found it quite strange and asked, "What is the matter with all of you?" No one dared to respond. Eventually, it was Liang Yuyin who stepped forward, staring at Su Ling for a long moment before hesitantly asking, "You, are you Ling?" Su Ling smiled gently. "What is mother saying? If I'm not Linger, who else could I be?" Liang Yuyin's expression grew complex. The Su Ling before her was indeed different from the gloomy figure she had just encountered, though she had never believed in such supernatural occurrences. The sight of Su Ling just now seemed genuine. Furthermore, This was a long-forgotten past, of which even she had little knowledge. How could Su Ling possibly know? Perhaps the talismans truly worked and summoned the spirit of the late matriarch. Liang Yuyan's emotions were tumultuous. After silently reciting a prayer, she took Su Ling's hand and gently reassured her, "It is nothing. Grandmother is merely a bit fatigued." She endeavored to maintain a calm facade, fearing that Su Ling would be frightened if she learned of the recent events. It was no longer appropriate to keep Su Ling in the Mingsa courtyard, so she instructed the maidservants to care for the old lady and led Su Ling out of the courtyard. Outside the Mingsa courtyard, Su Ling leisurely brushed off the incense ash that had settled on her attire. Her amber eyes lowered slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible chill. In this era, which still belonged to a feudal dynasty, although one was not supposed to speak of supernatural matters, those with guilty consciences could never act with openness and ease. Fortunately, her memory had always been excellent, allowing her to recall the plot of the book. During her university years, the only club she had joined for credits was the Drama Society, and the monthly activities had allowed Su Ling to take the stage numerous times. While it could not compare to a formal drama academy, adopting a somber demeanor was something she could easily manage. The book she had entered was originally a popular female-oriented novel, where the protagonist, Su Wanrong, overcame numerous challenges despite her status as a concubine's daughter. Even her grandmother had contributed significantly to the downfall of the main house, involving a multitude of dark schemes, each stained with bloodshed. In this era that revered spirits, such bloody debts became Su Ling's weapons. If she wished to alter the original protagonist's fate and ensure her survival, she must navigate this narrative in reverse. However, it was clear that the old lady's status was formidable, and even in her novice attire, she could not contend with her. Chapter 18, at most, Mother will support you for a lifetime. Liang Yuyan looked at Su Ling with concern, cautiously asking, "Linga, how are you feeling now? Are you dizzy? Do you feel unwell?" Hearing Liang Yuyan's voice brought Su Ling back to reality. She turned to glance at her mother, noticing the genuine concern etched on her face, which left her momentarily stunned. Growing up in an orphanage, she had relied on 9 years of compulsory education to pursue her studies and had even skipped grades to enter university. The loss of her parents had seemingly little impact on her life. Having never experienced familial love, she had never felt sorrow. Yet in this moment, she saw true care reflected in Liang Yuyan's eyes. Despite occupying the original protagonist's body and enjoying the maternal love that came with it, a fact that felt somewhat shameless, she did not wish to reject this caring embrace. A warmth blossomed in her heart, an unprecedented sensation. "I'm fine, Mother. I merely experienced a moment of dizziness, feeling somewhat out of control, but I am well now," Su Ling said softly. Liang Yuyan nodded, feeling somewhat relieved, though her expression still bore a hint of pallor, haunted by a lingering fear. The possession by the late matriarch. Would it have any impact on Linga? It was truly terrifying. The Taoist, a mere amateur, had summoned the spirit of the late matriarch. As Liang Yuyan walked alongside Su Ling, a thought suddenly struck her. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Su Ling and asked, "Linger, how did you know how to use that talisman?" Su Ling's expression remained unchanged as she replied casually, "A few days ago, I had a dream in which a lady informed me that if anyone were to place a talisman on me in the future, this is how it should be done." Liang Yuyan was taken aback, her hand instinctively covering her mouth with a handkerchief. A lady? Could it be the late matriarch? Taking a deep breath, she gently caressed Su Ling's back and said, "Linger, you were startled today. When we return, be sure to rest well. Do not dwell on the matter of the Lin family young master. Even if there are rumors in the capital, there is no need to worry." Even if, Liang Yuyan hesitated, considering Su Ling's emotions, and smiled, saying, "At most, Mother will support you for a lifetime." Su Ling gazed into Liang Yuyan's gentle eyes, her heart stirred. The book had depicted Liang Yuyan as an extraordinarily loving mother, and it was indeed so. This was wonderful. Her intention in entering this story was simply to live well. As for marriage, her betrothed, bestowed by the emperor, had committed suicide, leaving her with a reputation for bringing misfortune to husbands. It seemed there was little hope in that regard. The male lead, Lu Cheng, was a hypocrite, devoted to Su Wanrong. She had no desire to disrupt their fate. Thus, living within the Grand Su residence was already quite satisfactory. The Su family was affluent and influential, ensuring a life free from worries. However, how could she rescue the main house of the Su family from impending doom? After all, Those in the second house who could influence the fate of the main house were merely supplementary factors. The emperor was the decisive condition. Contemplating this, Su Ling felt that her journey was far from over. Deep in thought, she had already arrived at the eastern courtyard of the Su residence. Chapter 19. He Xiaonyang, although the head of the Su family, Su Yunting, received more favor from the emperor and had a higher salary. The layout of his residence was considerably simpler than that of the second house's western courtyard. The courtyard lacked extravagant buildings, featuring only a few elegant pavilions surrounding a pond. Su Ling recalled that when she first arrived at the Su residence, she had greatly admired its opulence and had often expressed dissatisfaction with the simplicity of her own eastern courtyard. She had even argued with Liang Yuyan, insisting that she wanted to live in the western courtyard. Liang Yuyan, exasperated by Su Ling's persistence, had arranged for the eastern courtyard to be decorated lavishly for her. Though the renovations had taken considerable time and some precious furnishings were still being prepared, the courtyard was now ready for occupancy. Linger, mother has instructed someone to clean up Chunha courtyard. You can move in today, Liang Yuyan said with a smile. Su Ling nodded, replying, "Thank you, mother." Liang Yuyan observed Su Ling's expression, feeling a twinge of confusion. Given the child's usual exuberance, she should have been overjoyed. Why was her response so subdued today? Perhaps the events in the Mingsa courtyard had truly frightened her, causing her to forget her excitement. A flicker of sympathy crossed Liang Yuyan's eyes as she affectionately stroked Su Ling's hair. Yet before Su Ling could follow Liang Yuyan to Chunha courtyard, she heard voices coming from within. Liang Yuyan was somewhat taken aback as she turned to the hesitant maid beside her and inquired, "Who is inside?" "Madam, you have returned." The maid hesitated and explained. It was Yi Xiaonyang from the second house who came with her child to enjoy the gardens. She found the elder sister's residence quite beautiful and expressed a desire to take a look inside. I intended to refuse her, but she insisted that I look down on her and was deliberately making things difficult for her, leaving me with no choice. The maid's face was drawn in distress. Liang Yuyan, however, did not exhibit any anger. She merely nodded and patted the maid's hand, saying, "It's all right. She is merely taking a look. Linger has not yet moved in, and there is nothing of great importance inside, so it matters not." Su Ling, observing from aside, felt a twinge of surprise. An outsider dared to act so brazenly within the first house's courtyard, which spoke volumes about Liang Yuyan's standing in the household. It was evident that she was not regarded highly by anyone. Such is the nature of this world. The kind-hearted are often the most susceptible to bullying. Furrowing her brow, Su Ling ascended the steps and boldly pushed open the door. Inside, she saw a woman clad in a rose-red gauzy gown reclining in a grand chair, leisurely sipping tea. She paid little heed to the arrival of guests until her gaze fell upon Su Ling, whereupon she scrutinized her attire intently. Su Ling couldn't help but smirk inwardly. What a coincidence. It appeared that Yi Xiaonyang's taste was strikingly similar to her own, as they had even chosen the same color for their garments. A hint of barely concealed disdain flickered across He's features upon realizing she was dressed similarly to the most foolish woman in the Su household. What a stroke of misfortune. Yet, aware of her own inferior status, she lazily rose and greeted Liang Yuyan with a feigned soft voice, "Sister-in-law." Chapter 20. He Xiaonyang too. Liang Yuyan nodded, offering a gentle smile. No need for such formalities. However, as she stepped further inside, she was taken aback. The main hall was fine, with only he seated in the grand chair, but the inner room was filled with a cacophony of noise. There lay He Xiaonyang's daughter sprawled on Su Ling's bed, indulging in the nuts brought by a maid. Shell fragments littered the floor as the maid bent down, tirelessly gathering them. Yet despite her efforts, the bed was still strewn with debris. Su Qingqing, adorned in a pale yellow embroidered dress, lay there, commanding the maid. "Hurry and clean this up." Liang Yuyan's brow furrowed slightly this. He Yunwei stood up, swaying her waist, and with a soft voice, smiled, "I apologize, sister-in-law. The child is new here and is not yet familiar with the household's rules. Before we leave, I will ensure the maid tidies up." Though Liang Yuyan's delicate brows were slightly knit, there was no anger on her face. It was merely a matter of ruining a bed, which could be easily replaced. There was no need to be upset with them. However, this courtyard was prepared for Linger, and now it was being so disrespected. Surely Linger would be upset. Casting a worried glance at Su Ling, Liang Yuyan was astonished to find that Su Ling did not react as she usually did, charging forth in a rage. The second house of the Su family had always had a strained relationship with the first due to entangled interests. Yet, the newly arrived Liu family was merely an inconsequential concubine, and the second house was managed by Su Erlao's favored concubine, Liu Sixian, who had maintained a relatively amicable relationship with the first house. Thus, they could afford to show a measure of courtesy and not overly trouble He Xiaonyang. As Liang Yuyin pondered how to broach the subject, she noticed Su Ling slightly lift her gaze. Su Ling could intuitively grasp Liang Yuyin's thoughts. She was certainly considering Liu Sixian's feelings and did not wish to quarrel with he. Su Ling felt a headache coming on. Her mother was indeed excessively kind-hearted, often blinded by her benevolence. Even Su Ling, a modern individual, understood that he was merely an outsider, given any audacity. She would not dare to impose her will upon the lady of the first house. This situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by Liu Sixian, subtly inciting discord, only to present herself as the peacemaker when Su Ling inevitably lost her temper. This would not only bolster her standing in the Su residence, but also earn her the trust of the first house, laying a solid foundation for her future endeavors. Liu Sixian appeared amiable and gentle, yet she often schemed behind the scenes, taking delight in Su Ling's fury, for the angrier Su Ling became, the more it would accentuate her daughter Su Wanrong's grace and generosity. The contrast between the two daughters of the Su family would become increasingly pronounced, leading more to believe that the legitimate daughter was inferior to the illegitimate one. Yet, while Su Ling understood this, Liang Yuyin remained oblivious. Moreover, the incarnation of Su Ling was notoriously thoughtless, often struggling with matters of poetry and arithmetic, let alone the complexities of human emotions. Should she and Liang Yuyin elucidate these truths, Liang Yuyin would likely not only disbelieve her, but also summon a physician to check if she had been influenced by the spirit of a late matron. At that moment, Liang Yuyin grasped Su Ling's sleeve, fearing she would erupt as she had in the past. However, Su Ling, her eyes clear, reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. Chapter 21. Teaching sister the rules of the Su household. Liang Yuyin was momentarily taken aback. He Xiaonyang. Su Ling politely nodded to her. An outsider, to put it bluntly, was merely a step above the maids in the household. Everyone was astonished that Su Ling would treat her with such courtesy, revealing expressions of surprise. He Yunwei was also momentarily stunned before forcing a smile. You flatter me. Elder sister, I am indeed delighted that Qingqing has come to the residence. Yet, one must adhere to the customs of a place upon arriving. Do you not agree? Su Ling replied to He Yunwei, then turned to Su Qingqing reclining on the bed with a smile. She regarded Su Qingqing much like the unruly children she once encountered while collecting data in the pediatric ward. Dealing with such mischievous children was familiar territory for Su Ling. Moreover, those children had parents of considerable wealth and power backing them, requiring her to tread carefully. In contrast, this daughter of an outsider had no such support. In this era, where status reigned supreme, the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children were stark. Although Su Wanrong was also illegitimate, her mother Liu Sixian was a favored concubine. Su Erlao's wife had passed away, and for many years, Liu Sixian had managed household affairs, effectively making her a quasi-matriarch. Thus, Su Wanrong's needs were almost on par with those of a legitimate daughter, and it was expected that she would show some deference. However, what capital did this daughter of an outsider possess to act so arrogantly? He Yunwei appeared taken aback that the woman often labeled the most foolish in the whole residence could utter such words. Yet, the logic in her statement was undeniable, leaving He Yunwei with no room to retort, and she could only respond with a stiff smile. Indeed. Su Ling nodded slightly before striding towards the bed in the inner chamber. Linger. Liang Yuyin called her name from behind. He Yunwei followed closely, forcing a laugh. Today is our first day in the residence. If elder sister wishes to be angry, that would not reflect well, would it? Su Ling replied coolly. I do not wish to be angry. As the legitimate daughter of the Su family, I feel it is my responsibility to teach Qingqing the household's customs. He Yunwei's smile froze on her face. What did she just say? She intended to teach others the rules? Who among them did not know that the most ill-mannered of the Su family was this eldest daughter of the first house? What audacity did she possess to make such claims? However, due to Su Ling being the legitimate daughter and the He family being of lesser status, she could not completely disregard the matter. She could only reply, Elder sister, If Qingqing is unaware of the rules, I will naturally teach her. Before she could finish, Su Ling interrupted her with a sharp gaze, her lips curling into a subtle arc as she gestured to the chaos around them. Is this what you taught her, Madam He? It certainly opens my eyes. He Yunwei's expression shifted, her teeth clenched, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Su Ling turned to Su Qingqing, her gaze devoid of warmth. Su Qingqing, feeling a sense of dread, unconsciously took a step back, yet her demeanor remained defiant as she raised her chin. Is this how you welcome your sister? Just because of my small mistake, do you wish to harm me? Chapter 22. Clean it up. Su Ling lowered her gaze, studying Su Qingqing, and smiled faintly. I have no intention to harm you, but... She patted the maid kneeling on the ground, signaling her to leave, and pointed at the disarray and the debris on the bed. Clean it up. Su Qingqing was taken aback. What did she say? Clean up? She was not a maid. Why should she be the one to do this? Elder sister. These tasks should be handled by the servants. Why must it fall to Qingqing? He Yunwei's gaze towards Su Ling had shifted from initial disdain to a hint of fear. Su Ling's piercing eyes instilled an involuntary sense of dread. He Yunwei bit her lip, her tone now laced with a hint of negotiation. Had she known that the eldest daughter of the main house possessed such a temperament, she would never have dared to provoke her. It was all that Lu Xianyang's fault. She had been misled by her courtyard's gossip, believing Su Ling to be a foolish individual, and the matriarch of the main house to be weak, a figure easily manipulated. If Su Ling were to throw a fit, surely someone would intervene, and the embarrassment would ultimately fall on the main house. Yet now, Su Ling appeared composed, using the pretext of educating her sister as a justification. As outsiders, He Yunwei and her companions had no authority to question the decisions of a legitimate daughter. It seemed she had been too trusting of others, who, in this grand residence, was truly simple. He Yunwei gritted her teeth, now only hoping that Su Ling would spare them. Had Su Ling thrown a tantrum earlier, others would merely have said that the eldest daughter of the Su family was overly petty and lacked grace, making a fuss over trifles, an embarrassment to her status. But now, with Su Ling's calm demeanor, Qingqing's compliance would only be seen as a great humiliation, establishing Su Ling's authority. If Qingqing did not comply, onlookers would perceive them as newcomers ignorant of their place. Elder sister, He Yunwei frowned slightly, still wishing to plead. Su Qingqing, not taking the matter to heart, held her chin high, her expression defiant, as if to say, what can you do if I refuse to clean this up? Su Ling cast a dispassionate glance at her before emotionlessly approaching a vase containing bamboo. She plucked a stalk from it, lifted one leg slightly, and, with a swift motion, snapped the bamboo in half. The crisp sound of the break startled everyone in the room, their eyes wide with astonishment. Unfazed, Su Ling compared the two halves and selected the one with fewer leaves. She tapped the palm of her hand with it, nodding in approval at the resounding sound. Before returning to Su Qingqing's side, with a smile in her eyes, she tilted her head to observe Su Qingqing, whose complexion had turned pale. I repeat, clean it up. Lingya. Liang Yin looked at her in surprise, wanting to offer counsel. Su Ling turned back, smiling. Mother, as the legitimate daughter of the Su family, it is my duty to educate my sister. Today, Qingqing's unruliness in my room is a trifling matter, but if she continues such behavior beyond these walls, it would surely bring shame to the Su family. I hope Mother and Madam He can consider the bigger picture and refrain from pleading for my sister. He Yunwei's complexion grew increasingly pale, while Liang Yin appeared astonished, unable to comprehend how Su Ling had undergone such a transformation in a single day, leaving her speechless. Chapter 23. Knowing one's mistakes yet not correcting them. Deserving punishment, He Yunwei understood that she had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet her lowly status left her powerless against Su Ling's claims of acting for the sake of the Su family and the greater good. Even if she bit her silver teeth in frustration, she had no right to intervene. Su Qingqing, still young, clearly did not grasp her mother's deeper considerations. She stubbornly glared at Su Ling, defiantly perched on the bed, refusing to budge. Despite being the daughter of a concubine, she had grown up in the marketplace. And because she was indeed a child of the Su family, the townsfolk respected her mother and daughter duo to some extent. Even her peers regarded her with a modicum of deference due to their family upbringing, leading to her developing a spoiled temperament. While the outside world indulged her on account of the Su family's reputation, Su Ling would not. With the mess around her, if she did not clean it up today, she would not leave this place. Su Ling smiled at Su Qingqing and tilted her head. What a fine temper you have, Mississippi. Outsiders might think the Su family is entirely like this. As her words settled, she raised the bamboo stick high and struck Su Qingqing without mercy. The sound echoed crisply, causing everyone in the residence to hold their breath. Su Qingqing was stunned, never expecting Su Ling to actually strike her, and in front of so many people. She had never endured such humiliation before. Her once proud face flushed crimson as she began to wail uncontrollably. He Yunwei's eyes widened in shock as she watched Su Ling, her heart aching at the sight of Su Qingqing gasping for breath through her tears. Elder sister, Qingqing has realized her mistake. Please do not hold it against her. Yet, too fearful to confront the legitimate daughter, He Yunwei suppressed her anger, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Su Ling cast a cold glance at He Yunwei and replied sternly. Knowing one's mistakes, yet not correcting them, deserves punishment. He Yunwei bit her lip, filled with fury, yet the unwavering gaze of Su Ling instilled an inexplicable fear within her. After a moment of silence, she relented, taking a deep breath. Qingqing, go and pick it up. With her mother having spoken, Su Qingqing could no longer remain obstinate, waiting to be punished. She shot an angry glare at the bamboo stick in Su Ling's hand and reluctantly bent down to gather the scattered fruit shells. Liang Yin had intended to intervene, but, seeing Su Ling's resolute expression, fell silent. The room was filled with quiet eyes watching Su Qingqing pick up the debris. Her face flushed with shame and her eyes filled with rage, wishing to strangle the very person standing beside her holding the bamboo stick. As she wiped her tears and collected the remnants, perhaps out of spite for Su Ling, she moved at a painfully slow pace. Nevertheless, Su Ling remained patient, observing quietly, showing no sign of softening. After a considerable time, the once chaotic scene was nearly restored to order. Su Ling nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "If only it had been done sooner, dear sister Qingqing would not have to endure such punishment." Su Qingqing, both embarrassed and furious, wished she could vanish into the ground. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door, and a figure, supported by a maid, gracefully entered the room. Clad in a light blue garment adorned with water cloud patterns, paired with a white silk skirt, her attire was elegant yet unpretentious, accentuated by a jade belt that highlighted her exquisite figure. Chapter 24. Who Dares? Her makeup was simple and elegant, and the harmonious color palette of her attire was soothing to the eye. Her phoenix-like eyes were clear and gentle, and upon witnessing the scene in the residence, they revealed a hint of surprise as she delicately covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Upon noticing the people standing nearby, she turned slightly and performed a respectful greeting. "Greetings, elder sister-in-law." Liang Yuyin nodded gently. "Lu Xiaonyang has also arrived." Lu Sixian lowered her gaze and smiled gently, saying softly, "I came here to offer some comfort upon hearing about my elder sister, but I did not expect to hear there was a dispute in Chunhe courtyard, so I came to take a look." She glanced in Su Ling's direction, her words imbued with a conciliatory tone. "We are all family. Let us not lose our harmony over trivial matters." Su Ling remained silent. She had never been fond of those who stood on a moral high ground to preach tolerance. And since Lu Sixian's entrance, she had sensed an overwhelming air of pretentiousness that was rather nauseating. Unaware of the effect she had, Lu Sixian continued, glancing at the visibly irritated He Yunwei, who shot her a glare. Lu Sixian's brows subtly furrowed, yet her face maintained a congenial smile as she remarked, "Miss He, this is indeed my elder sister's private chamber. Next time, we must have her permission first." He Yunwei forced a stiff smile and bowed, replying, "Of course." Lu Sixian smiled at the surrounding maids, saying, "Are you all blind? Are you just going to stand by and watch as the elder sister bullies the younger sister? Hurry and persuade her to step down." Su Ling raised an eyebrow. Truly remarkable. Lu Sixian effortlessly twisted right and wrong with just a few words. As the person in charge of the residence, Lu Sixian had the maids and servants accustomed to following her lead. Hearing her speak thus, they naturally moved closer, intending to lead Su Ling away. Su Ling twirled the bamboo stick in her hand, her dark eyes scanning the crowd before she softly uttered, "Who dares?" Though her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. The maids, having witnessed Su Ling wielding that bamboo stick, recoiled in fear, retreating a step and falling silent, no longer daring to intervene. Lu Sixian's self-satisfied smile froze on her face, disbelief etched in her features as she stared at Su Ling, momentarily forgetting to maintain her pleasant facade. Su Ling tilted her head, her gaze clear and unwavering as she met Lu Xixian's eyes. "Elder sister, how about we go downstairs for some tea?" Lu Xixian's smile was stiff as she suggested, "Little sister, I do not wish to drink tea. Qianqian has just cried for a long while. If anyone is thirsty, it should be her, and you should inquire after her." Su Ling blinked and smiled indeed. Elder sister's bamboo stick must have frightened Qianqian. How could it be said to be for her good? Lu Xixian's tone was mild, yet her smile concealed a pointed intent. Su Ling's smile was even sweeter. "Little sister, without rules, there can be no order. Is that not the principle?" Lu Xixian paused for a moment, acknowledging naturally, "Then if Qianqian has erred, as the elder sister, I must correct her to uphold the family's integrity. Is that wrong? After all, if Qianqian behaves like this outside, it would surely bring shame to our second uncle. I am thinking of Su Manor. Am I not being bullied, as you say?" Su Ling tossed the bamboo stick in her hand before grasping it again, looking at Lu Xixian with a hint of helplessness in her gaze, continuing, "If little sister insists on wronging me, then I have no further words." Su Ling's retreat was perfectly timed, prompting Liang Yuyin to remark to Lu Xixian, "Linger merely wishes to teach Qianqian the proper conduct. She does not intend to make things difficult." With the matriarch of the main house speaking, Lu Xixian, as a concubine of the second house, had no reason to interject further. Her smile became stiff, and though she spoke of rules in Su Manor, who did not know that she was the one who understood them least? Yet her words left no room for rebuttal, and Lu Xixian had to pause, smilingly conceding, "It seems I have misunderstood my elder sister. It is my fault. Little sister is the elder. Such words are too flattering," Su Ling replied gently. After all, she was still the favored concubine of Su Yunyin, possessing a better understanding of propriety than he Yunwei. Lu Xixian's expression gave nothing away. After a courteous reply, she beckoned Su Qianqian over, saying, "Qianqian, come here. Let me have a look at you." Su Qianqian appeared dispirited, but upon being called, she approached, behaving far more submissively than when facing Su Ling. "Qianqian, what brings you to your elder sister's chamber? Do you fancy the appearance of Chuanha courtyard?" she inquired gently. Su Qianqian remained silent, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes as she nodded slightly. "This courtyard has many inner chambers, if you like it. Perhaps you should ask your elder sister if she is willing to forgive you and let you reside together," Lu Xixian suggested with a gentle smile. "Your elder sister was disturbed in Mingsa courtyard today, and we are all concerned. If someone can stay with her, we can rest easy." Liang Yuyin also glanced at Su Ling, genuinely worried about today's incident. If Su Ling were willing to live with Su Qianqian, they could look out for each other as sisters, which would be a good solution. Lu Xixian's gentle demeanor was approachable. Su Ling had often enjoyed her words in the past, but now, she replied, "I am sorry, little sister, but I do not wish to live with anyone." Su Ling's smile remained warm as she spoke softly. Su Qianqian's eyes reddened, her face displaying a hint of petulance. She truly adored the courtyard. Lu Xixian tactfully remarked, "Then is it that elder sister has yet to forgive Qianqian?" "Ah, here we go again with the moral coercion." Su Ling sighed, saying, "Little sister, I am doing this for Qianqian's sake. I have been disturbed today and have been exposed to unclean things. I am not yet well, and I fear it might affect Qianqian." Su Qianqian shot Su Ling an incredulous look, thinking, "What do you mean by affecting me? You're simply reluctant to let me stay here." "How petty!" she exclaimed loudly. "I am not afraid." Su Ling raised her gaze, a sardonic smile playing on her lips as she asked, "Are you certain?" "Su Qianqian simply nadiv." Su Ling's eyes drifted beyond Su Qianqian, her voice low and haunting. "There is someone behind you." As the atmosphere turned cold, an icy dread spread through everyone's hearts, coursing through their limbs. All gazes fixed upon her, breath nearly suspended. What did she just say? Someone? Who could it be? Lu Xixian's smile faltered, and Su Qianqian stared at her in shock, momentarily forgetting to act spoiled, her eyes wide with fear. Only Liang Yuyin wore an expression of deep concern, anxiously asking, "Linger, can you truly see?" Su Ling nonchalantly nodded, pointing vangueli, her tone indifferent. "Yes, it is the one who came in with her." The room fell silent as all eyes followed the direction of Su Ling's finger, landing squarely on Lu Xixian. Lu Xixian's expression darkened immediately. She had come today after hearing about the events in Mingsa courtyard, though she held her doubts. The servants there had spoken with conviction, claiming they had witnessed Su Ling being possessed by the late matriarch, their words firm and unwavering. Although everyone held a certain reverence for the supernatural, Lu Sixian had never truly believed, and even now, she remained skeptical. Perhaps Su Ling was merely playing tricks to deceive them. Should she catch her in the act, she would certainly report it to the old matriarch. With that thought, she softened her expression slightly and asked slowly, "Elder sister claims she came in with me. What does she look like?" In her mind, she calculated that if Su Ling were indeed trying to deceive them, she would likely be unaware of the appearance of this supposed figure and would surely reveal a flaw in her story. All eyes were glued to Su Ling. Su Ling maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from an immediate response as she scrutinized the space behind Su Qingqing. The latter felt a chill under her gaze and hastily retreated, avoiding Lu Sixian and moving closer to her mother. The fabric of her clothing was damp, her hair entwined with water plants, and she murmured something under her breath. Su Ling furrowed her brow slightly, leaning in to listen intently. After a moment, she broke into a smile and approached the stunned Lu Sixian, her piercing gaze directed at her, exuding a chilling aura. In a low, grave tone, she stated, "She claims it was you who caused her demise." Lu Sixian's countenance turned ashen, her hands trembling subtly within her voluminous sleeves. The atmosphere within the residence grew ominous. It was Lu Sixian's personal maid who finally lost her composure, exclaiming loudly as she knelt, "She has returned. She has come back for us, young mistress." Despite her shock, Lu Sixian, a woman of considerable experience, scolded her maid, "What nonsense are you shouting? Someone, take her away." Even as the maid was being led away, she continued to chant, "She has returned, Li Xun." Before she could finish, Lu Sixian shot her a fierce glare, prompting those nearby to hastily cover the maid's mouth and drag her off. Lu Sixian forced a smile at the onlookers, apologizing, "My apologies for the disturbance." Many of the elders present grasped the gravity of the secret hinted at by the maid's words, but dared not express their thoughts, merely bowing their heads in feigned ignorance. Within this large estate, it was not unusual for women to bear the weight of lives lost. Yet, the chilling realization lingered in their hearts that the seemingly gentle Lu Xiaonyang had indeed taken a life. The words the maid had been unable to complete likely referred to Li Xiaonyang, a favored concubine who had entered the residence alongside Lu Xiaonyang. Tragically, during a late autumn, while pregnant, she had drowned in a lake. At the time, no one was present. Either the attending maids were shirking their duties or were coincidentally absent. The lake was frigid, and with her 7-month pregnancy, Li Xiaonyang was rendered unable to escape, ultimately succumbing to the icy waters. In the aftermath, Su Erlao, furious, dismissed the maids and servants surrounding Li Xiaonyang, yet with no witnesses to the incident and having been away with Lu Xiaonyang during the tragedy, he could only let the matter slide. He ordered a fence to be built around the lake for safety. The household had long considered this a tragic accident. However, the current atmosphere suggested a more sinister undertone. Yet, speculating further was futile, for Li Xiaonyang was dead, and even if she were to become a restless spirit, she posed little threat to those in the residence. Moreover, Lu Xiaonyang was now in charge, and regardless of the truth, who among them possessed the evidence or authority to challenge her? Silence enveloped the room, but Lu Sixian remained pale. After a moment, she bowed to Liang Yuyin, stating, "Sister-in-law, I am feeling unwell and shall return to my quarters." Liang Yuyin nodded in acknowledgement. He Yunwei followed Lu Sixian's lead, bowing as she prepared to take her leave. Su Qingqing, too, was eager to escape the estate, where the once luxurious decor now appeared sinister, as if it could unleash a terrifying spirit at any moment. She hurriedly trailed behind He Yunwei, not daring to glance at Su Ling, and rushed out of the courtyard. Once the three had departed, a subtle, mischievous smile crept onto Su Ling's lips. However, mindful of Liang Yin's presence, she tempered her expression and, meeting her mother's worried gaze, called out, "Mother." Liang Yin grasped her hand tightly, saying, "The other ladies do not concern themselves," but her eyes reflected a hint of fear as she inquired, "Is there truly such a water ghost?" Su Ling smiled gently, gesturing in the direction Lu Sixian had departed. "She is gone with Lu Xiaonyang. There is no need for concern, mother." Yet Liang Yuyin remained troubled, patting Su Ling's hand and cautiously asking then, "Is there anyone else in this house?" Young and delightful in her worry, Liang Yuyin's expression only deepened Su Ling's amusement, which she stifled. "There is no one," she assured. Still, Liang Yuyin, unconvinced, hesitated. Perhaps we should not stay here. You could come to my quarters instead. Mother, it is all right, Su Ling replied, slightly exasperated. Really? Liang Yuyan pressed, needing reassurance until Su Ling confirmed with a few earnest nods. However, worry still clouded Liang Yuyan's features as she remarked, if your second uncle learns of today's events, he may not take it well. As for Su Erlao, upon returning home after his shift, he encountered two women kneeling in the courtyard. Before he could remove his cap, he was met with a wail, and upon looking closer, he saw Su Qingqing throw herself into his embrace. He suppressed his fatigue and patiently asked, "What has happened?" Su Qingqing turned away, pointing to a bruise on her shoulder, exclaiming, "Father, look, on my very first day here, I have suffered such injustice. Woe is me." Su Erlao's expression darkened instantly, his brows knitting together as he asked coldly, "Who in this household dares to strike you?" "It was the eldest sister," Su Qingqing cried, "just because I accidentally spilled fruit peels in her room. She struck me with such ferocity. Woe is me." Her tears were poignant, resting like dew on her long lashes, evoking sympathy. As he comforted Su Qingqing, Su Erlao's gaze shifted to He Yunwei, frowning as he inquired, "Why did you not intervene when your sister behaved so outrageously?" "I certainly wished to intervene," He Yunwei replied tearfully, "but my voice carries little weight. It was merely the first day. I did not wish to trouble you. Besides, the way your sister acted, even I could not have stopped her. It is as if she is asserting her dominance over us. How pitiful we are, having wandered so long, yet still finding no place in this household, becoming a burden to you. If Su residents cannot accommodate us, we shall leave." He Yunwei began to weep in earnest. Su Yinyan, feeling vexed by the weeping, furrowed his brows and said, "Do not speak of such things. With me here, no one would dare trouble you. However, where is Sixian today? She should be seeking justice for Qingqing." He Yunwei hurriedly replied, "Master, you misunderstand Sister Lu. She indeed went to seek justice for Qingqing, but that Su Ling is quite eloquent and has frightened her. After leaving the Chunhe courtyard, Sister felt unwell, and despite calling for the doctor, her headache persists. She is resting on her bed now." Chapter 29. Just a little girl. Su Yinyan's expression darkened further, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he asked, "Sixian is ill?" "Yes." He Yue covered her mouth with a handkerchief, softly sobbing, her face tinged with fear. "It's not only Sister Lu. Today." He Yue lowered her gaze, as if afraid to continue. Su Yinyan pressed his fingers to his forehead, instructing the maidservants to take Su Qingqing away, then inquired, "What exactly happened?" He Yue lowered her voice, a hint of trepidation in her expression as she whispered, "Today, the eldest sister frightened the old lady. The people from Mingsa Hall say she was possessed by the late matriarch, and the scene startled the old lady so much that she fainted on the spot. She is still in a daze and has forbidden anyone to visit. My heart is heavy with worry." Su Yinyan's previously composed demeanor suddenly turned colder, his gaze sharp and dark, as if covered in ice. He laughed in anger, saying, "Su Ling, she possesses such power. Is she not merely pretending? Let us invite some people to exorcise her." "Master," He Yue hesitated, her words trailing off. "What is it now?" Su Yunyan froneth. "That Su Ling's originally promised marriage has fallen through today, hasn't it? The old lady only learned of this today and sought a Taoist priest to ward off evil for the eldest sister. Yet, not only did the eldest sister refuse her kindness, but she also angered the old lady to the point of illness. The eldest sister is quite formidable now, and I fear for your safety." He Yue looked at Su Yunyan with concern. A surge of anger crossed Su Yunyan's face. "Should I fear such a little girl? She dares to act arrogantly before you all merely because of her sister's status. What a foolish child, no matter her tricks. Today she shall receive her lesson." As he spoke, Su Yunyan's face darkened with fury as he strode toward the eastern courtyard. Behind him, He Yue lowered her gaze, a hint of malice flashing in her reddened eyes. Before Su Yinyan reached the eastern courtyard, he abruptly halted at the willow tree by the lake, his expression grim as he ordered several young servants to gather numerous willow branches. If Su Ling dared to use a bamboo stick to bully Qingqing, could he not use willow branches to punish her? He intended to make her understand that, even as the legitimate daughter of the main house, she could not dominate the second house. Just a little girl. How could he not handle her? The young servants, quick in their movements, found the most resilient branch after several searches. They stripped it of its leaves, revealing a tool that would surely cause pain without leaving scars, a common method of punishment in the Grand Estate. Once prepared, Su Yinyan entered the eastern courtyard with a dark expression. It was Liang Yuyin who first emerged from the room to greet him. Her tone apologetic and polite as she said, "Second brother, today Miss He and Qingqing had some words with Linger at the Chuna courtyard. I have already admonished Linger to be more accommodating to her younger sisters. I sincerely apologize." Su Yinyan smiled faintly. "No matter. I have heard some details. It seems Linger aimed to teach Qingqing the rules of the Su family, which is appropriate." Seeing no anger on his face, Liang Yuyin was slightly taken aback and asked, "Then second brother, today, rest assured, I did not come here to seek retribution." Chapter 30. One hitter? A dream. At that moment, Su Ling also emerged from the Chunha courtyard, her gaze honest as she looked at Su Yunyan and sweetly called out, "Second uncle." Even having heard of Su Ling's unusual demeanor today, Su Yunyan could not help but feel astonished. He frowned slightly, observing the clear-eyed girl, and found himself questioning whether she had been possessed. "Would you care for some tea, second uncle?" Su Ling asked with a warm smile. Su Yunyan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising within him. What tea? How could she be so unperturbed after treating Qingqing so poorly, as if she had done something righteous? What a fool. A glimmer of darkness flashed in his eyes as he slowly replied, "There is no need for tea. I simply came to see how my elder sister is faring after hearing that she has been continuously afflicted by evil spirits. Rest assured, I am fine now." Su Ling assured him with a smile. Su Yunyan chuckled coldly. "Your elder sister just encountered something unclean, and you have recovered so quickly? I must confess, I remain concerned. The newly sprouted willow branches are most effective against evil spirits, and using a willow switch on the body is the best way to deal with them." Liang Yuyan's face paled, but the next moment, she was surrounded by people from the second house and unable to move. "Come here." Su Yunyan's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes flashing with malice. "Hold the eldest sister down on this chair, and use the willow branches to exorcise the evil. Second brother, you mustn't. Linger is frail. How could she withstand your punishment?" Liang Yuyan tried to step forward, but was blocked by the surrounding people. These members of the second house neither attacked nor fought, but merely stood in her way, preventing her from reaching Su Ling. Su Yunyan seemed not to hear, his cold gaze fixed on Su Ling. With only the two of them from the main house, today, even the heavens could not save Su Ling. Even if Su Yunting returned, he would have something to say. Su Ling had already angered the old lady and fainted Sixian. What if she brought unclean things into the Su residence? He was acting for the sake of the Su family, to exorcise Su Ling. After all, could he possibly be angry with himself? "Hold her down." His tone brooked no argument, a cold smirk gracing his lips. As the others approached her, Su Ling raised an eyebrow. "Is this truly happening? I never expected my second uncle to be even more shameless than I thought, actually wanting to hit me." She was, after all, a woman, and the legitimate daughter of the main house. How could Su Yinyan disregard her entirely? Not only did he not consider her status, but he also showed no intention of communication. The people before her were fierce and showed no fear. It was evident what standing she and her mother held in the estate. However, as a contemporary woman, while she found it amusing to bicker in this grand residence, if it came to striking her, what a dream. As the young servants prepared to restrain her, they appeared no different from corpses on an autopsy table in her eyes. Su Ling's gaze flickered, swiftly identifying the carotid arteries of the two men before her. With both hands, she struck outward simultaneously, accurate, clean, and swift. Each man crumpled to the ground, their eyes wide open, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Chapter 31. Run. The willow switch clattered to the ground, lifeless. The courtyard fell into a state of utter bewilderment, perhaps best described as astonished. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene. Su Ling smiled. Very good. Carotid sinus syncope, simple and effective. Su Yinyan's brows nearly knitted together in disbelief. Had he truly witnessed what he thought? Su Ling had just taken down two burly men? How could a girl from the inner quarters possess such martial prowess? My apologies, second uncle. I grew up in the countryside, and my strength is a bit greater than that of the average woman, Su Ling said, her demeanor calm as she dusted off her hands. Su Yinyan was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by her unabashed tone, disregarding the fade expected of a patriarch. With a sweeping gesture, he furiously commanded, "Indeed, she is bewitched. Seize her at once." Su Ling's smile faltered momentarily as she counted the robust young servants before her. There were at least a dozen. With so many of them, even if she could render them unconscious one by one, her hands would surely ache. After weighing her options, Su Ling resolved to employ a strategic retreat. As the ancient military adage suggests, of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Run. As a contemporary woman seasoned in clinical settings, Su Ling prided herself on her exceptional escape skills. After all, with an increasing number of troublesome patients nowadays, who could guarantee that a knife-wielding assailant would not appear at any moment? Thus, she swiftly removed her cumbersome embroidered shoes, inwardly cursing how she had ended up in the attire of a woman who adored gold and jewels. Setting aside the intricately designed footwear, she instantly felt a wave of relief. Without further ado, after incapacitating one of her pursuers, she lifted her skirts and dashed towards the estate's exit. She was determined to reach outside, to let the world witness how the Su family treated the eldest legitimate daughter in her father's absence. Thankfully, the eastern courtyard was in close proximity to the side gate of the Su residence, and Su Ling hardly exerted herself to reach that side. The onlookers were taken aback as a figure clad in vibrant crimson sped past them with an almost impossible swiftness, directly heading for the gate and bursting through it. Su Yunyan felt a throb being hidak. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "What are you waiting for? Chase her. You intend to let her escape?" Only then did the others belatedly grasp the situation, grasping their willow wands as they sought to pursue. Su Ling, infuriated, Su Yunyan, filled with frustration, exclaimed, "Drop the willow rods. If outsiders see the second branch of the Su family chasing the eldest legitimate daughter, the news will spread throughout the capital by tomorrow. That wretched girl." He silently cursed her name, contemplating how she could evade capture momentarily, but not indefinitely. Did she plan to never return home? Just as Su Ling exited the estate, she noticed her pursuers closing in rapidly. The cumbersome attire she wore hindered her agility. As despair crept in, she suddenly spotted a luxurious carriage adorned with a black and gold canopy not far down the official road. It exuded an air of understated elegance, suggesting it belonged to a dignitary of some standing. While it may not have surpassed the Su family in rank, anyone in the capital seeking to align themselves with the Su clan would likely not turn her away. Weighing her options, she realized the pursuers were drawing ever closer. There was no time to lose. Anything was better than being beaten to death. Gritting her teeth, she rushed into the carriage. Chapter 32. You are Gu Zhao. The carriage was already moving at a leisurely pace, and it took Su Ling only a couple of strides to board and lift the ornate curtain. Just as she began to utter a plea for help, she glanced up and froze, captivated by the striking figure seated within. The man wore the official garb of a third-grade dignitary in a deep purple hue, intricately embroidered with bamboo motifs in silver thread. A belt of white jade encircled his waist, while a piece of Qinghai jade dangled gently, swaying with the motion of the carriage. His pallid complexion bore an almost ethereal quality, accentuating his sharply defined jawline and perfectly curved lips. His high, straight nose led to a pair of obsidian eyes that seemed to hold a tempest within, warm yet piercing, capable of ensnaring one's very soul, evoking both awe and trepidation. He was tall and slender, making the carriage seem somewhat cramped, particularly after Su Ling had rushed in. Their proximity was so close that it felt as if only a few inches separated them. "Have you seen enough?" Gu Zhao inquired, his tone gentle, the corners of his lips curling slightly. His voice was melodious, slow, and deliberate, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, as if he were recovering from an illness. Su Ling's heart raced. To be truthful, she had never encountered such an exquisite man before. Thus, she certainly wished to gaze upon him longer. As dusk settled and the moon cast a cool glow, an enigmatic silence enveloped both inside and outside the carriage. Involuntarily, she shook her head, her honesty spilling forth. "No." Gu Zhao furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Su Ling deepening with curiosity. This was the first time he had encountered such an unabashed woman, and it intrigued him. Unbeknownst to him, however, the woman before him, clad in ostentatious attire, was silently pondering his identity and whether he could serve as a potential savior. Dressed in deep purple, strikingly handsome, his voice carries a slight rasp. Su Ling squinted her eyes, formulating a hypothesis. "You are Gu Zhao," she ventured, her tone tentative. The atmosphere inside the carriage turned icy at her utterance. Gu Zhao's gaze shifted slowly, his eyes darkening with an ominous chill. Before Su Ling could react, she felt a chilling blade pressed against her neck. Nervously, she swallowed hard. "Let us talk this over, big brother. Could you please lower the knife?" She raised her hand slowly, signaling her lack of hostility, offering a nervous smile. Gu Zhao leaned in closer, maintaining his mild demeanor. His lips still curved in that slight smile. He whispered in her ear, "How did you know my name?" Su Ling was momentarily taken aback. "You have little time. Choose between life and death," he stated, his voice warm yet laced with an unsettling edge. If it weren't for the cold steel at her throat, she would have almost doubted the gravity of his words. Yet the frigid sensation, imbued with the scent of death, confirmed that this was no mere illusion. Finally, the realization dawned upon her as she chastised herself for her earlier ignorance. This man, Gu Zhao, was a descendant of the Zhao nation, or rather, the last remnant of the royal bloodline. The nation was named Nan Zhao after the amalgamation of the former Zhao kingdom, which once spanned vast territories, even surpassing the former southern Qi, hence the change of the national title. Chapter 33. Gu Jinhe. The Zhao nation was traditionally matriarchal, with the eldest princess reigning supreme. The women of Zhao were formidable, shedding their finery to don armor, capable of both slaying enemies and governing their realm, ensuring a century of political clarity and the well-being of their citizens. However, this tranquility was ultimately shattered. The emperor of southern Qi, under the guise of friendly diplomacy, sought to foster a bond with the Empress Jiahe of Zhao. For years, he had shown her unwavering kindness, repeatedly extending his goodwill, even presenting the southern Qi seal as a token of sincerity. Empress Jiahe, who had ruled since childhood, had never experienced romantic affection, and thus found herself unable to withstand the relentless pursuit of the southern Qi emperor. Given that women of Zhao were prohibited from marrying outside their realm, she secretly formed a union with the emperor of southern Qi and even bore his child. As her pregnancy became evident, the southern Qi emperor grew increasingly aloof, all the while exploiting Empress Jiahe's trust to infiltrate the political landscape of Nanzhao, placing his own loyalists throughout. Ultimately, on the day of Empress Jiahe's delivery, the southern Qi emperor orchestrated a bloody coup against Zhao, eliminating all opposing factions, and at the moment when all seemed lost, presented himself as the grieving savior, offering to govern Zhao in her stead. Naturally, the people of Zhao were moved by his apparent empathy and pledged their allegiance to the southern Qi emperor. Thus, without a single battle, the southern Qi emperor successfully annexed the Zhao territory, solidifying his power and reputation, demonstrating an astute maneuver in the grand game of politics. However, the emperor of the southern Qi believed he had eradicated the royal family of the Zhao state entirely, unaware that the esteemed princesses had, under the orders of Empress Jiahe, sacrificed everything to protect both the empress and the child of the southern Qi emperor. This child was none other than Gu Zhao, a name bestowed by Empress Jiahe moments before her demise. To outsiders, the southern Qi emperor appeared virtuous and benevolent, yet the Zhao royal family could see through his facade. It was only in her final moments that Empress Jiahe recognized the emperor's predatory ambitions and, in her desperation, named him Gu Zhao. The surname Gu signifies the need to consider the greater picture and to survive. The given name, Zhao, expresses her hope that he would one day avenge the deep-seated grievances and restore honor to the Zhao state, never forgetting his roots. In the years that followed, the southern Qi emperor, in a bid to safeguard his reputation, relentlessly pursued the remnants of the Zhao royal family. Thus, Gu Zhao was nurtured at the expense of the lives of Zhao's princesses. The southern Qi emperor's brutality was notorious. Many perished before Gu Zhao's eyes, all to preserve this one child. He grew up relying on the benevolence of countless families, surviving through immense hardship. Later, in the southern Zhao, he assumed the name Gu Jinhe, excelling in the imperial examinations with remarkable intellect and strategy, earning the title of the greatest scholar since the dynasty's inception and attracting the attention of both the third prince and the crown prince. The emperor himself often praised Gu Jinhe's talent and capabilities, describing him as extraordinary and unparalleled. Henceforth, the name Gu Jinhe burst forth into the southern Zhao dynasty, becoming renowned as the most promising youth. Conversely, the name Gu Zhao faded into obscurity following the total annihilation of the Zhao clan. Chapter 34. Lord Gu. I can cure your ailment. Su Ling wore a stiff smile. The secrets unknown to the world were bluntly revealed by her. prompting Gu Zhao to consider her death as inevitable. Yet, she was not entirely to blame. The original author had never mentioned Gu Jinhe when writing about Gu Zhao, leading her to unconsciously utter the name. Meeting the gaze of the man with dark, brooding eyes, Su Ling blinked. "So, what should I do now?" After a moment of silence, she earnestly spoke. "I can tell fortunes. Do you believe me?" The atmosphere in the sedan chair momentarily chilled, yet the journey remained surprisingly steady. Only then did Su Ling realize that a stranger had intruded upon her space, and the driver remained unfazed, showing no concern for the occupants within. It was apparent that this was no ordinary character. Su Ling inwardly reprimanded herself for not realizing this sooner, having provoked such a smiling grim reaper. She found herself in a precarious situation. The blade edged closer to her neck, and Su Ling gasped, instinctively retreating, her limbs frozen in place. She silently prayed for the driver to maintain a steady pace. The smoother, the better. A single misstep could cost her life. She had no doubt of the man's murderous intent. If only he would retract his weapon. Su Ling cautiously proposed, "How about we negotiate?" Gu Zhao's expression remained unchanged, yet his grip on the weapon did not waver in the slightest. "You have one last chance," he stated coolly, accompanied by a soft cough. Su Ling's mind raced, and in an instant, she grasped his wrist. To an onlooker, it appeared she sought to evade the blade by restraining his arm. This act was somewhat reckless. A glimmer of cold derision flashed in Gu Zhao's eyes. However, Su Ling quietly pressed her fingers against his pulse, focusing intently. The pulse was weak and subtle, indicating a long-standing affliction. "You have a cough." Gu Zhao did not affirm nor deny, his murderous intent unyielding. It was common knowledge that he suffered from a cough, a predicament deemed incurable, with only a few years to live. He suddenly withdrew his hand. Su Ling exhaled deeply, but before she could fully relax, she heard the sound of his restrained cough, followed by his hoarse voice. "Curate, prove yourself." Su Ling hesitated, then reached out to touch his chest. Gu Zhao furrowed his brow, abruptly seizing her wrist, demanding, "What are you doing?" Su Ling feigned innocence, replying, "Curing your ailment." She gestured to his elaborate attire, sincerely insisting, "These need to come off first." Even Gu Zhao, who typically concealed his emotions, could not suppress his displeasure at her words. "I'm a skilled physician. You must trust me," Su Ling asserted, her eyes wide in earnestness. The atmosphere within the sedan chair grew intensely cold. Even the previously composed driver appeared stiff, his hand trembling slightly, causing a minor jolt in the carriage. Over the years, many women had admired their master, yet most maintained a modest demeanor. This boldness was unprecedented. What physician would advocate for undressing in diagnosis? Yet, it was not surprising given the notorious reputation of the Su family as eldest daughter as a rather uncouth individual. But how did she know the specifics of his cough? Could she truly possess foresight? Regardless, her fate seemed sealed. As if to validate the driver's suspicions, a sudden shriek pierced the air. "Hey, what are you doing? Let me go." A crimson object was hurled from the carriage, tumbling before unfurling. "Get down." "Fine." Indeed, she was thrown out. Su Ling landed painfully on the ground, slowly rising while gingerly supporting her waist. Fortunately, having grown up in the countryside, her constitution was sturdier than most delicate ladies, and she was not easily undone by a fall. "Damn it," she muttered, watching the departing carriage with resentment. How could this Gu Zhao, who was portrayed as a refined character in the book, treat her so roughly? She had spoken nothing but the truth. In ancient times, without the convenience of modern CT scans, it was essential for a diagnosis to be made through observation, palpation, and auscultation, even in the absence of other methods. Percussion was indispensable, wasn't it? Was it not customary to remove one's clothing during such procedures? How naive, as Su Ling inwardly criticized. She raised her head and found herself fortuitously at the very entrance of the Su residence, the precise spot where Gu Zhao had unceremoniously discarded her. Given the expansive grounds of the Su estate, it had taken quite a while to reach the main gate. At present, the two young attendants guarding the entrance looked at her with uncertainty, as if deliberating on what course of action to take. Chapter 36. Has she really gained favor with Lord Gu? The second elder had instructed that if the eldest daughter returned, she must be detained. However, this eldest daughter had alighted from Lord Gu's carriage. The second elder, along with a young man named Gu Jinhe, had been serving under the crown prince, and they shared a cordial relationship. The crown prince held Gu Zhao in high esteem, considering him to be his most trusted confidant. Thus, despite the second elder's higher rank, he had always treated Gu with deference. After all, it was common knowledge that Lord Gu was one of the most promising young men in Nanzhao, destined for great heights. In such circumstances, Su Ling noticed the hesitation in the attendant's eyes and felt a sense of relief that the man had not left her at the front entrance of the Su residence. The carriage had shielded her from much embarrassment. All they could see was that she had descended from Lord Gu's carriage, which undoubtedly sparked some apprehension. Moreover, her experience had not been entirely disadvantageous. Her gaze fell upon the exquisite piece of Qinghai jade in her hand, which she had desperately clutched while being tossed from the carriage. Although she could not ascertain its true value, it could serve as a tangible proof of her encounter, could it not? With a bold demeanor, she approached the attendants, who hesitantly began, "Miss you." Su Ling smiled, unabashedly declaring, "As I left the estate, I happened to encounter Lord Gu's carriage. Seeing that someone was pursuing me, he kindly offered me a ride." Noticing the attendants exchanging glances, she waved the jade in her hand. "Lord Gu even mentioned that he felt a connection with me and gifted me this pendant. By the way, I wonder where my second uncle is now. Has his anger subsided?" The attendants recognized the jade as something extraordinary, and uncertain of the situation, they dared not detain her. They quickly opened the gate and discreetly sent someone to inform the second elder. As the messenger made his way, he unexpectedly encountered Su Ling, who was approaching with a group of people, her expression fiercely determined. "Ah, you've returned, eldest sister. Finally come to your senses and wish to exorcise the evil spirits?" Su Ling sneered, teeth gritted. "I have indeed exorcised them, dear uncle," Su Ling replied with a bright smile. Su Ling frowned, eyeing Su Ling with suspicion. Was she truly foolish? One of the attendants whispered something to Su Ling, and his expression darkened as he focused intently on Su Ling. Disbelief etched on his face. "You've truly gained favor with Lord Gu? He personally brought you back. What merit do I possess?" Su Ling stepped forward, unfurling her hand to reveal the jade pendant adorned with tassels. Su Lin's pupils constricted. He often worked alongside Gu Zhao, and he recognized this jade as a unique reward bestowed by the crown prince. There could be no counterfeit. Lord Gu remarked that this jade is rich in color and possesses protective qualities. He said it was most suitable for warding off evil. So he lent it to me for a few days. Su Ling spoke with an earnest tone. "If you claim that Lord Gu returned you, why did he not accompany you into the estate to sit for a while?" Su Ling remained skeptical, furrowing his brow. "Dear uncle," Su Ling replied with feigned astonishment. "As a lady, I must be concerned about my reputation. Lord Gu is considerate. Surely you understand this principle, don't you?" Chapter 37. Grateful for Uncle's concern, Su Ling concerning herself with a reputation. Such words, if uttered, would likely be met with ridicule. Yet, as a member of the Su family, it was his duty as her uncle to safeguard her reputation, leaving him at a loss for words. Su Ling's eloquence was undeniably impressive, leaving Su Ling frustrated yet unable to retaliate. The jade pendant in her possession indeed belonged to Lord Gu, and there were attendants who had witnessed her return with him. Although Gu Zhao appeared gentle and refined, he maintained a distance from others. It was well known that no woman could approach him. One could only wonder at Su Ling's extraordinary luck, now that Gu Zhao had intervened on her behalf. Even if Su Ling felt vexed, he had to concede to the situation. After all, this gentleman was no ordinary figure. The crown prince held him in high regard, and he was destined to wield great influence in the future. Such individuals must not be offended. Taking a deep breath, Su Ling looked at Su Ling and said with forced calmness, "Then take good care of this jade pendant. It is indeed fortunate to have made the acquaintance of Lord Gu, but next time." His gaze darkened, a hint of frost in his tone. "It may not be such good fortune." Su Ling smiled and replied, "I appreciate your concern, dear uncle." Su Ling scoffed, turning sharply and departing for the west courtyard with his entourage. Before long, someone from the east courtyard arrived, Liang Yuyin, her eyes red with anxiety, grasping Su Ling's hand and refusing to let go. "I truly did not expect your second uncle to want to harm you, forcing you to flee the estate. Is my inadequacy? Ling, did you sustain any injuries?" Su Ling sighed. "I was not injured, however." The hand that had been clinging to her skirt finally fell away, and Liang Yuyin gasped at the sight of Su Ling's muddy dress, her eyes wide in shock. What happened? Su Ling raised an eyebrow, recalling the smirking devil, and couldn't help but grind her teeth. Did he not know how to cherish a delicate girl? Just cast her aside like that? He appeared so refined, yet was utterly uncouth. Liang Yuyin continued to look at her with concern, and Su Ling relaxed her expression slightly. It's nothing serious. I merely fell. I'll change my clothes once we return. Liang Yin nodded vigorously and led Su Ling back to the east courtyard. The Pure Harmony courtyard has been tidied up. If you are still unhappy, I shall have someone change the bedding tomorrow. It's fine, as long as there is a place to stay. In contrast to her previous fierce demeanor in dealing with Su Qingqing, Su Ling now appeared remarkably calm, surprising Liang Yuyin. Hadn't she previously begged for every adornment in the Pure Harmony courtyard? Why did she seem so unpicky now? Sensing Liang Yuyin's bewildered gaze, Su Ling felt compelled to explain, lately, I have found that the things I once adored seem overly extravagant. They no longer hold any significance. Liang Yuyin nodded, unable to suppress a sigh, marveling at how much Su Ling had matured, no longer possessing the childish temperament of before. It was indeed peculiar. Su Ling's behavior today was markedly different from the past. Could it be that the unclean forces had influenced her? Liang Yuyin remained worried and called for a maid to prepare a calming barley soup for Su Ling. Upon returning to the Pure Harmony courtyard, Su Ling changed out of her muddy clothes. The maid had already prepared warm water, with fragrant rose petals floating in the tub. Chapter 38. Chongwen Hall as dusk descended. It gradually enveloped the evening glow, and the gentle radiance of the stars and moon began to filter through the window. In the main chamber of the Pure Harmony courtyard, an intricately carved zedenwood desk held a beautifully crafted bronze tripod. Inside the tripod, a handful of sweet pear incense burned, filling the room with its delightful fragrance. Beside the main desk stood a small table made of Wangwali wood, adorned with golden auspicious beasts on either side. At the center of the table was a gilded vase, elegantly engraved with exquisite peony patterns, filled with several magnificent cherry blossom branches, dampened by the steam rising from the interior, exuding a sense of splendor and richness. A tall, threefold embroidered screen depicting serene landscapes was gradually drawn up by the maidservants. Amidst the hazy steam, a slender figure of a young girl could be faintly discerned as she stepped gracefully into the bath. Su Ling, nestled in the warm water, half closed her eyes. Indeed, being reborn was no easy feat. The day's encounters could easily be deemed a matter of life and death. Physically and mentally fatigued, she found the water's temperature quite soothing. As she sought to calm her mind, she heard one of the maidservants cautiously speaking beside her, suggesting that the young lady should retire early, for they were to visit Chongwen Hall the following day. Slowly, Su Ling opened her eyes, observing the anxious expression on the young maid's face, as if fearful of her refusal. The maid by her side was likely the one named in Ruo. She tentatively called out, "And Ruo, is it you? The steam obscures my vision." The maid hurriedly approached, nodding, "It is I, my lady. Are you feeling unwell due to the mist?" Seeing her response, Su Ling shook her head, replying, "No, I feel much better now." And Ruo hesitated, as if about to say something, but stopped short. Rising from the bath, Su Ling felt a slight dizziness from soaking too long. She gently pressed her forehead and said, "I understand. I shall rest soon." And Ruo looked at her in surprise. Noticing the maid remained still, Su Ling turned to her, raising an eyebrow. She mused that the original Su Ling likely had little interest in learning, having been raised in the countryside, where she probably did not recognize many characters, let alone attend Chongwen Hall to study, which would only invite ridicule from others. In the original narrative, the nation of Nanzhao prided itself on its culture, with the monarch placing great emphasis on the educational enrichment of its citizens. Not only were men encouraged to study and take the imperial examinations, but women's education was also promoted through the establishment of schools for girls, where they could learn various arts and disciplines. However, as it was not yet widely accessible, the tuition fees remained exorbitantly high. Although Nanzhao was more progressive, it was still a society where men were held in higher regard than women, making it rare for ordinary families to afford such expenses for their daughter's education. Generally, the girls who attended such schools were from affluent or official families, nurtured to become refined ladies. As a prominent family in Nanzhao, the Su household naturally sent all its daughters, legitimate or illegitimate, to Chongwen Hall for their education. while the curriculum was simple compared to what boys were required to learn for governance. Merely studying the sayings of sages proved to be quite a challenge for the original Su Ling. She certainly lived up to the title of being foolish in the capital, struggling even to read a sentence fluently, thus enduring ridicule and scorn from the noble girls at Chongwen Hall. Over time, she became unwilling to withstand the humiliation and ceased attending. However, for the sake of the Su family's reputation as the legitimate daughter, Su Ling had no choice but to attend, albeit often throwing tantrums that kept the servants on edge. She glanced at Enruo, who was quietly observing her, and sighed. I used to be unwise, but now I have come to terms with it. I am willing to study. Enruo's expression transformed into one of joy. Her eyes wide as she exclaimed, Is what you say true? Do you truly wish to attend Chongwen Hall? The lessons had already been missed due to the emperor's marriage proposal, and returning to the school would surely mean falling behind. Enruo had braced herself for Su Ling's wrath, yet she was taken aback by the young lady's newfound willingness. Su Ling nodded, allowing Enruo to wrap a wide scarf around her, softly adding, Of course, I shall attend. After all, as an old saying goes, knowledge changes one's fate. The trivialities of the grand household held little interest. Studying alongside peers seemed a far better pursuit, at least more enriching than merely existing in the Su residence. Enruo's face radiated happiness, though it concealed some concern. The noble girls at Chongwen Hall were often pampered and could be quite willful. She implored, my lady, do not take their idle gossip to heart. Why should I listen to idle chatter? Su Ling chuckled lightly, moving to pour herself a cup of tea. Her tone, though light, carried a hint of detachment, as if unconcerned with others' opinions. Yet, in the past, she had been particularly sensitive to the gazes of noble women. Returning home in a rage after enduring humiliation. What had changed today? Enruo stood frozen for a moment, realizing Su Ling had poured her own tea and hurried over. My lady, you should not do that. I can do it for you. However, Su Ling had already emptied the cup and flopped onto the bed, exclaiming, I am utterly exhausted. I shall sleep now. Enruo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. It seemed the young lady remained the same unruly girl as before. Nevertheless, her willingness to study was a positive change. If the mistress learned of it, she would surely be delighted. Enruo respectfully drew the bed curtains and exited. Watching her leave, Su Ling finally relaxed, reveling in the freedom of inhabiting the guise of a foolish and unrefined girl, which was far preferable to being a poised and graceful lady. Otherwise, she would surely be perceived as a ghostly figure, captured by other scrutiny. In her current state, she could afford to be a little mischievous without raising suspicion and truly be herself. After a day of fatigue and reflection, Su Ling gradually succumbed to slumber. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the azure sky washed clean. Sunlight streamed in at an angle, the horizon still tinged with hues of dawn, while a gentle breeze swayed the drifting clouds, causing a few early cherry blossoms to fall. Su Ling sat before a bronze mirror, momentarily entranced by her reflection. Exhausted from the previous day, she had forgotten to examine her appearance before falling asleep, and now she finally beheld the true face of the original Su Ling. It became clear to her why the original had felt compelled to adorn herself heavily with makeup. Her face was exceedingly pure, starkly contrasting with the bold personality she was meant to embody. Her complexion was fair and pristine, with a delicate, rounded chin. Beneath curled lashes lay a pair of amber-hued eyes, bright and clear, as if perpetually filled with moisture. Her nose, while straight and elegant, bore a gentle curve at the tip, lending her an innocent charm. Her apricot-colored lips were slightly upturned, not thin but exquisitely contoured, boasting an elegant arch that made her resemble Liang Yuyin closely. Yet, she was even more innocent than Liang Yuyin, alluring without being overtly seductive. Her eyes shimmering with a captivating vulnerability. Su Ling's expression momentarily faltered. Her own features were strikingly vibrant, and apart from the similarly amber-colored eyes, she bore little resemblance to the original Su Ling. Gazing at her reflection, she found it hard to adjust. After all, had not the original possessed a face suited for a scheming seductress? She had never encountered such an innocent-looking girl before. This visage seemed far more fitting for Su Wanrong. What on earth had the original author been thinking? Not only was Su Ling scrutinizing her own appearance, Enruo, who was assisting her with grooming, gazed at her with a soft expression. The beauty of her lady's face was unparalleled, not only in the capital but throughout all of Nanzhao. Yet, she herself was profoundly dissatisfied, striving to emulate the appearance of a captivating beauty and constantly critiquing the makeup applied by the household maidens, deeming it either too subtle or too understated, striving to replicate the glamorous styles depicted in the fashion books. The mistress had also commented that if her lady favored such a look, she should be allowed to pursue it, for the Su household was influential. And even if gossip arose, it seldom reached their ears. A single word of approval from the young lady outweighed all else. And Ruo sighed, "My lady, will you be doing your own makeup today?" Su Ling glanced at the array of cosmetics sprawled across the dressing table. The so-called makeup powders were nothing more than lead powder, toxic and starkly white. The rouge should be made from safflower juice, appearing dry and lumpy, likely impossible to apply on the face without considerable effort. However, within a small golden brocade box, there were several exquisite dark shades, which, while appearing delicate, would probably require water to reveal their true color and would likely be quite dark. Su Ling imagined two long black dragons on her face. Perhaps it was better to refrain. With a bitter smile, she thought that even if she wished to maintain the original persona, she could not risk her life for it. And Ruo was taken aback. What did the young lady just say? Not going to apply makeup? Miss, are you still asleep? And Ruo asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was just school. Students should appear like students. Su Ling adopted a serious demeanor akin to a teacher, and Ruo was left speechless by her surprise. Su Ling opened a small jade box beside her and gently applied a touch of glossy light pink rose lip balm, slowly spreading it across her lips. The weather in the capital was indeed quite dry. This balm was likely made from butter, thus non-toxic and moisturizing. She glanced at her reflection, satisfied, and declared, "All right, let's go." And Ruo stammered, "Just like this?" "Precisely," Su Ling affirmed, rising from her seat. "What about the jewelry? Aren't you wearing any?" And Ruo pointed to the jewelry box nearby, inquiring. Su Ling looked at her bare hairdo, which indeed seemed somewhat lacking. She glanced around and casually picked up a sheep-fat jade hairpin from the table, handing it to Ruo, saying, "Wear this." Chapter 41. The young lady finally relinquishes her obsession with crimson and purple, and Ruo stared at her in disbelief for a moment before finally accepting the jade hairpin. This was a gift brought back for Su Ling by their father during the new year, carefully selected and quite precious. However, upon seeing the pin, Su Ling was infuriated, exclaiming, "What use is this trinket if he doesn't return personally?" Simultaneously irritated, she also found the pin too plain. The young girl, lacking discernment, felt the pin was hardly different from those sold in the market for a couple of silver coins, and almost tossed it aside, but the maids managed to dissuade her. Yet now, she was willing to wear it, and Ruo could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Miss, you finally decided to wear the pin our father brought back for you." Since being brought back from the countryside, the young lady had hardly seen their father, and due to the constant humiliation from the Su family, she had developed resentment towards him over time, resulting in their estrangement. Now, however, it seemed the young lady had come to terms with it. Su Ling paused for a moment, then replied nonchalantly, "Yes, after all." She pressed her lips together and smiled sweetly. It was a gift from father. The way Su Ling said father was both sweet and soft, paired with her innocent and lovely face, nearly melting in Ruo's heart. This genuine affection moved her to tears, and she hurriedly said, "Indeed, father will surely be overjoyed. I shall put on for you." And Ruo inserted the jade hairpin at an angle into Su Ling's carefully styled double-loop bun, complemented by pearl drop earrings shaped like hibiscus flowers, elegant yet unpretentious, exuding grace. "Miss, what color will you wear today?" And Ruo meticulously completed her task and looked at Su Ling, cautiously inquiring. Su Ling approached the wardrobe and paused for a moment. The entire wardrobe was filled with garments of vibrant red and purple, adorned with gold embroidery, featuring luxurious patterns of peonies and stunning roses, with countless jewels embedded within the fabric, momentarily dazzling Su Ling's eyes. It turned out that the rosy outfit she wore yesterday was considered rather understated. With her innocent and delicate features, did wearing such bold colors not resemble a child donning adult attire? Su Ling gently pressed her forehead and asked, "Are there no other colors available? I don't wish to wear these today." And Ruo was taken aback, and then quietly remarked, "Didn't you say you forbade seeing those muted colors in the wardrobe? After wearing them for so long, one can grow weary." A change in color today would be refreshing, Su Ling noted, pointing to the pale purple coverlet draped over the bed. Is there a color like this? Are you referring to the lotus blue? Yes, we have it. And Ruo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly responded. The young lady has finally relinquished her obsession with crimson and purple, and Ruo felt a surge of relief in her heart. Once they finished dressing, and Ruo looked at Su Ling, momentarily entranced. Su Ling, adorned in a simple lotus blue long dress adorned with a few clusters of pristine white pear blossoms, wore a long, flowing apricot silk sash tied in a beautiful bow at her waist. Though she wore no makeup, she appeared far more enchanting than before. Her delicate face was fair and smooth, her lips glistening with a translucent hue of light pink, reminiscent of dew-laden peach blossoms in spring. Charming, tender, and pure. Chapter 42. The laughingstock of the entire capital. Miss, you look truly beautiful, and Ruo exclaimed sincerely. She accompanied Su Ling to the carriage that had been waiting outside the residence. Su Ling noticed she was alone and felt a twinge of confusion. Normally, it would be expected for three of them to go to Chongwen Hall together. Why were Su Wanrong and Su Qingqing not accompanying her? However, since Ruo did not mention it, she preferred not to inquire. After having just outwitted Su Wanrong, she could only imagine the depths of her resentment. It would be best not to provoke her. Chongwen Hall was already bustling with activity, despite the early hour and the teacher not yet beginning the lesson. Most students had arrived and were engaged in idle chatter. Su Wanrong entered the classroom with Su Qingqing and immediately attracted a group of girls. Su Wanrong stood out in Chongwen Hall, excelling in every art. Her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were unparalleled, consistently achieving first place in evaluations. Backed by the Su family, despite being a concubine's daughter, her talents afforded her considerable esteem. Moreover, with the position of the second house's matriarch vacant, who could say whether Su Wanrong might one day transform into a legitimate daughter? Such a person was certainly worthy of flattery. The noble girls in the capital, having grown up in grand households, were all astute and saw the situation clearly, thus showing great warmth towards Su Wanrong. They also became friendly with Su Qingqing, saying, "You must be Wanrong's younger sister? Is this your first day attending class? Today's lesson is on abacus calculations. If you have any questions, we can help you." Su Qingqing, visiting Chongwen Hall for the first time, appeared somewhat timid, although she had attended school before. The daughters she learned alongside were not of the same wealth and status as those she now encountered. She nodded gently and inched closer to Su Wanrong. Su Wanrong wore a light green silk robe paired with a plain white skirt, and her dark hair was adorned with 3 golden hairpins draped with delicate tassels. A poised smile graced her fair face as she graciously thanked the girls who had approached her. If one were unaware, they might mistake her for the legitimate daughter of a prominent family. "Are you being polite with me? But today, your older sister is not attending school again?" A girl clad in an apricot outfit asked, her expression revealing both curiosity and a hint of subtle mockery as she leaned in to whisper to Su Wanrong. "I've heard about the Lin family's young master refusing to marry her. Now it has become the laughingstock of the entire capital. If I were her, I would dare to show my face outside." Upon hearing Luo Huanchuan mention Su Ling, Su Wanrong's eyes darkened momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashing across her expression. Yet she maintained her composure, gently shaking her head. "Do not speak ill. Sister Ling is not like that. Oh, you are too kind-hearted. The whole capital whispers that your elder sister is a calamity for husbands. You spend every day with her, so do be careful." Luo Huanchuan continued softly. Su Wanrong smiled warmly and replied, "Do not speak so. Sister Ling is not that kind of person." Another young woman clad in pink leaned closer and whispered, "Why do you still favor this sister of yours? With her demeanor, how could she possibly be a daughter of the Su family? Her conduct is so." She covered her mouth and chuckled, carefully choosing her words, carefree and unrestrained. "If I were that young gentleman from the Lin family, I certainly would not dare to marry her." Chapter 43. The eldest daughter of the Su family lacks acumen. The noble ladies gathered around erupted in laughter. "Oh, do not speak so harshly. The eldest daughter of the Su family was brought back from the countryside. She cannot be compared to us, who have been educated in these manners since childhood. But does Su Manor not take heed of her behavior?" A girl with a hairdo resembling a lucky cloud approached, smiling conspiratorially. "Do not speak ill of her. In terms of etiquette, grandmother and aunt have been teaching her. It's just that Sister Ling has yet to adapt." Su Wanrong spoke softly. Adapt? I see. Luo Hanxian chuckled. Perhaps she simply cannot learn. After all, your eldest sister can barely submit a blank scroll for the simplest poetry. Not to mention today's abacus lesson. I can only assume she wishes to avoid further embarrassment. Hey, can you all keep it down? Suddenly, a voice rang out as someone slammed a book onto the desk. The sharp sound silencing the room. A young woman dressed in a striking red outfit sat with her arms crossed, her expression one of impatience. Unlike the other daughters, she wore practical attire suitable for the training grounds. Long trousers with a red base adorned with intricate golden patterns. Her ponytail was secured with a red silk ribbon, from which hung a delicate silver bell, exuding an air of spirited vigor akin to that of a young man. The noble ladies, previously engaged in their chatter, now displayed signs of trepidation. This was Jiang Huai, the daughter of General Jiang, who had spent her childhood on the racetrack, honing her skills. Known for her boldness, she had once knocked down 5 boys who dared to provoke her at the age of 12, earning a fierce reputation throughout the capital. She was not to be trifled with. The room fell silent, yet Luo Hanxian wore an expression of defiance. She is merely the daughter of a general. Must we allow her to soar above us? Just as Jiang Huai was about to respond, her gaze suddenly fixated on the entrance, and she fell silent for a moment. The others followed her line of sight and beheld a girl in a lotus green gown gracefully entering the room. The girl possessed a charming face. Far from the pallid complexions of her peers, her skin was fair with a hint of pink, and her large amber eyes sparkled with vitality. She appeared unadorned, yet exuded a beauty that eclipsed any other girl in the classroom. Without a hint of concern for the whispers surrounding her, she strode confidently past the gazes of her classmates. "Excuse me, miss, are you lost?" "This is Class A," Luo Hanxian remarked, her jealousy bubbling beneath the surface. With a slight tilt of her chin, she spoke with an air of superiority. "Class A is reserved for the daughters of high-ranking officials. Yet I have never encountered you before. Surely you are a newcomer from a humble background who has wandered into the wrong classroom." Noticing that the girl ignored her, Luo Hanxian's irritation grew. "Hey, I'm talking to you. This is not a place for you." Su Ling seemed oblivious to the remarks, calmly walking to an empty desk and settling herself down. Then, under the scrutiny of all, she raised her eyes and smiled gently at the woman sitting beside Su Qingqing. That composed demeanor belonged to Su Wanrong, the daughter of the secondary wife, who now wore a look of astonishment, her face paling slightly. Her usual grace faltered in the presence of Su Ling, whose appearance was unexpectedly striking. The others, unfamiliar with her due to her past heavy makeup, were taken aback. But Su Wanrong, having lived under the same roof, recognized her instantly. Now, it was time for her to pay her respects, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Su Wanrong clenched her teeth and slowly approached Su Ling, bowing respectfully. She struggled to maintain her composure as she called out, "Eldest sister." Chapter 44. The younger sister has outpaced me. The room fell silent. Even the gentle rustle of the wind through the window seemed amplified. "Wanrong, have you mistaken someone?" Luo Hanxian exclaimed incredulously as she stared at Su Ling, her face contorting in disbelief. "How could this possibly be your eldest sister? Your eldest sister's appearance is so." She intended to speak candidly, but Su Wanrong turned to her, silencing her with a glance, prompting her to close her mouth. Though she ceased speaking, her eyes continued to dart over Su Ling's face, unable to reconcile this pure and lovely girl with the clumsy and ostentatious eldest daughter of the Su family. However, murmurs began to circulate. "Is this Su Ling? How can it be? She doesn't look like this at all. And wasn't she always dressed in garish colors? Why is she so understated today?" Jealousy welled up in the girl's expressions. It was as if they were bewitched. Who was she trying to impress with this facade of innocence? Su Ling listened to the envious whispers with an expression of calm, revealing no signs of disturbance. Having held a high position for many years, she understood the nature of such gossip. Unlike her peers, who feared the opinions of others, Su Ling found amusement in it. After all, the more discontent she sensed in their voices, the better her own life must be. With an air of nonchalance, she looked down at Su Wanrong, who was bowing before her, and remarked, "It seems you have arrived before me, sister." Once again, silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Su Wanrong. No matter her talents, she bore the stigma of being a secondary daughter. Walking ahead of the legitimate daughter was indeed a grave disrespect, punishable in most households. Upon hearing Su Ling's words, beads of cold sweat formed on Su Wanrong's forehead, and she felt a twinge of discomfort. Struggling to maintain her composure, she replied, "I did not know you would attend class today. I shall not let it happen again." Su Ling cast a fleeting glance at her. To others, she might appear a mere girl with an innocent face. Yet in this moment, her eyes conveyed an unyielding authority that rendered the entire classroom hesitant to meet her gaze. No one dared to speak. After a moment, it was Su Ling who broke the silence with a smile. "Next time, it should not be so. Otherwise, wouldn't it simply provide others with a spectacle?" Her smile was soft, as if the earlier tension had been merely a figment of imagination. Su Ling then opened a small cloth pouch she had brought from home, casually popping a plump cherry in her mouth while asking Su Wanrong, "So sweet. Would you like some?" The room was aghast. Eating in the presence of the teacher in this classroom was an audacious act. Su Wanrong remained stunned for a moment before eventually saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have already had my breakfast." Su Ling waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "If you don't want it, why not return to your seat? Class is about to begin." Su Ling's playful demeanor contrasted sharply with her previous poise, leaving Su Wanrong feeling vexed. How has this woman changed so drastically? Not only has her attire transformed, but now she possesses the ability to command attention with her words. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own lower status as a secondary daughter, and thus, she held her tongue, forcing herself to respond gently, "Thank you, eldest sister. You are too courteous." After acknowledging her, Su Ling turned her attention back to the others, graciously inquiring, "Would anyone like to share some cherries?" Chapter 45. The soul of Mr. Go as the crowd gazed at the cloth bag in her hand. It bore a striking resemblance to a large cluster of cherries, evidently washed, with a glistening sheen upon them. Plump and round, they appeared undeniably tempting. However, within this gentleman's classroom, who would dare to indulge in such impropriety? Everyone shook their heads in refusal of her kind offer. Just as Su Ling began to find the ancient noblewomen rather dull, a hand unexpectedly reached out beside her. She looked up to see a girl in a striking red outfit, her features sharp yet clean, exuding an air of determination. Su Ling smiled brightly, generously taking several cherries from her bag and placing them into the girl's hand, whispering, "They are quite sweet. Do try one." The girl accepted the cherries but continued to scrutinize Su Ling, thoughtfully remarking, "You are quite different from before." "Indeed different." Luo Hanxian turned around, her tone laced with a hint of acidity, echoing Jiang Huai's words, "Your attire is nothing like it used to be. Weren't you always fond of vibrant reds and purples? Today, you are dressed so modestly. If it weren't for the fact that this classroom is filled with girls, one might wonder whom you're trying to seduce." Jiang Huai furrowed her brow, about to speak, when she suddenly noticed a girl beside her resting her chin on her hand, gazing toward the door. Her apricot-orange lips slightly parted in a semblance of a smile. Whom to seduce? Mr. Go's soul, perhaps. As she uttered those words, a corner of a deep purple robe caught the attention of the crowd. Gu Zhao, holding a scroll of books, entered the room with a measured stride, drawing all eyes upon him. Clad in a deep purple robe adorned with crane patterns, edged with black embroidery, and embellished at his waist with a lustrous Hitian jade, he commanded respect. The emperor had specifically appointed Gu Zhao to teach class, demonstrating his esteem for the girls' academy. This was due not only to Gu Zhao's gentle demeanor, which made him an ideal lecturer, but also his unparalleled depth of knowledge among the youth in the court. As he stood at the podium, he radiated a gentle warmth. Yet his presence was formidable enough to deter anyone from challenging him, instilling a sense of reverence. A hush fell over the room. Several students felt a pang of anxiety for Su Ling's earlier indiscretion. Yet amidst the bowed heads of the girls, Su Ling stood out, unflinching under Gu Zhao's gaze. She regarded him intently, a slight smile curving her lips as she assessed the man who had unceremoniously discarded her from the carriage. Her surface demeanor innocent as a young lamb, while inwardly vowing to avenge this slight. Gu Zhao's eyes lingered on her for a fleeting moment, his sharp and profound gaze meeting hers, seemingly unperturbed by her strikingly different attire today. "Today, we shall focus on the abacus," he announced, placing the scroll down before him. The students immediately opened their books, arranging their abacuses on the tables, sitting attentively, ready to absorb his teachings. Though Gu Zhao was not one to resort to corporal punishment, no one dared to disregard his lessons. Chapter 46. How embarrassing it would be. Su Ling mirrored the other noble women, opening her book. Although the text was not as straightforward as modern application problems, she could still comprehend it, though she was uncertain of its page number. Jiang Huai leaned over to whisper, "Page 45. Gratefully, Su Ling flipped to that page and embarked on the lengthy journey of listening to the lecture. Despite Gu Zhao's melodious voice, she found herself drifting into drowsiness. The simplicity of the problems at hand felt akin to basic education, as long as one understood the ancient units of measurement. They were no different from elementary school exercises. Bored to tears, she found herself eyeing Gu Zhao's exquisite Hetian jade pendant, pondering the wealth of the ancients. Before retrieving her own magical cloth bag, she still had cherries to enjoy. If I wait too long, they won't be fresh anymore, she thought, nibbling on the cherries while her gaze wandered out the window at the ducks in the pond. They must be delicious. It had been ages since she had tasted duck tongue. The scarcity of resources in this ancient time was evident. However, the Su family's influence and wealth should allow her to purchase a few ducks to marinate into the famed zhou heya, shouldn't it? At that moment, Gu Zhao's hand, holding the scroll, paused. He quietly observed the girl who was munching cherries while gazing out of the window. All eyes in the classroom followed Gu Zhao's gaze, yet the girl remained oblivious, licking her lips in delight. Sulinus to prepare ella. One should begin with cold water, adding some ginger and cooking wine, followed by chili, rock sugar, cinnamon, star anise, bay leaves, grass fruit, and Sichuan pepper. What else should I add? Oh right, soy sauce. But do they even have soy sauce in ancient times? I must remember to ask about that later. Jiang Huai had been discreetly waving her hand at Su Ling, trying to grab her attention, but Su Ling was lost in her thoughts. Jiang Huai's expression tightened. It was one thing for Su Ling to neglect her studies, but now she was eating during Mr. Gu's class. What audacity! Su Ling. A calm, yet slightly husky voice resonated through the quiet classroom, accompanied by a few gentle coughs. Still, Su Ling remained unfocused. All eyes were on her, some filled with varied expressions. Jiang Huai, exasperated, reached over to nudge her, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm calling you." "Ah, is class over?" Su Ling finally came to her senses, putting down her cherries and standing up, slightly dazed. Laughter erupted around her. "Come forward to solve the problem," Gu Zhao instructed, his long fingers lightly tapping the podium as he spoke in a calm tone. Su Ling raised her eyes to the podium. Being a noble women's academy, it was markedly different from a private school. While ancient private schools lacked blackboards, this girls' academy, funded generously, utilized a large sheet of yellowed rice paper as a demonstration board, changing it daily after class. Currently, a simple 3-digit addition problem was inscribed upon it. After a quick glance, Su Ling stepped forward. Jiang Huai whispered from behind, "Hey, you didn't bring your abacus." Whispers filled the room, mocking her audacity. How could she have forgotten her abacus? Surely, she couldn't possibly know how to use one. How embarrassing it would be. Chapter 47. "Mister, can I go back now?" Su Wanrong's dignified face betrayed a glimmer of amusement. While poetry and literature were valued in the Women's Academy, proficiency in the abacus was paramount. These noble women were destined to marry into affluent families, and mastery of the abacus was essential for managing household finances, a skill highly regarded among noble families. A subtle pride flickered across Su Wanrong's features, contrasting sharply with Su Ling's apparent lack of knowledge. How shameful for the Su family. As Su Ling approached the podium, her mind still preoccupied with the preparation of zhou heya, Gu Zhao looked down upon her, his dark eyes slightly lowered, calmly reminding her, the abacus. Su Ling shrugged her shoulders, honestly admitting, "I don't know how to use one." Another wave of laughter erupted from the audience. After all this time in school, she couldn't even use an abacus? Today, they would witness the Su family's eldest daughter's embarrassment. As the voices of the crowd resonated below, Su Ling took up her brush and approached the rice paper, gradually inscribing a number. With a powerful stroke, her vigorous calligraphy flowed from her pen. 1761. After setting down her brush, she tilted her head to glance at Gu Zhao, her expression bright with a playful smile, and asked, "Sir, may I return now?" Gu Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. A moment of silence enveloped the audience before a cacophony of doubts erupted. What is she scribbling? She'll need to change the paper soon. Indeed, but the Su family is influential. They likely do not care about such trifles. Yet this academy is not run by the Su family. Is she flaunting her wealth here? Suddenly, Su Ling halted her writing. The sound of her brush meeting the desk rang clear, and the hall fell into a hush. Within this silence, the sound of abacus beads clashing reached everyone's ears. Su Wanrong, seated, delicately adjusted her fingers, her brow slightly furrowed. This question was indeed more challenging than usual. Everyone awaited her answer, as she had always been the quickest and most accurate in this academy. After a moment, she exhaled deeply, wiped the perspiration from her forehead, and, with a confident and satisfied smile, raised her head. Wanrong, you calculated that so quickly? What is the answer? Look, your elder sister is still scribbling on the paper. How embarrassing. Quickly tell her the correct answer. Su Wanrong remained silent, her confident smile frozen on her face as she stared at the number on the paper. Disbelief etched across her features. Hey, what's wrong? What is it? Speak up. Luo Huanshuan, observing Su Wanrong's expression, felt a surge of anxiety and urged her from the side. When Su Wanrong continued to ignore her, she leaned over to peek at her abacus answer. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. 1671. Understand. Luo Huanshuan exclaimed excitedly. The answer is 1761. Wait. Luo Huanshuan stared at the number on the rice paper in shock. 1761? Chapter 48. Guessing. Su Ling's answer was the same as Su Wanrong's. Luo Huanshuan instinctively shook her head in disbelief and turned to Su Wanrong, asking, Did you make a mistake in your calculation? Before she could respond, Su Wanrong was already correcting her answer, her hands noticeably unsteady as the abacus clicked loudly. Yet, after a while, the same number appeared on the abacus. The entire hall was filled with astonished gazes, shifting between the black ink on white paper and Su Ling, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Luo Huanshuan was so shocked her mouth fell open, staring wide-eyed at Su Ling, still filled with skepticism. How could you possibly get it right? The surrounding crowd displayed similar expressions, with many secretly speculating whether Su Ling had cheated. However, this question had been spontaneously posed by Mr. Gu during class, and Su Ling had no means to foresee it. If she were merely copying someone else's answer, the fastest student, Su Wanrong, had only just calculated it herself. Whom could she have copied? All speculations were dismissed, and the once arrogant noble women in the academy fell into a profound silence. Speak up. You didn't even bring an abacus. How did you arrive at that answer? Luo Huanshuan glared at Su Ling, her tone accusatory. Su Ling, arms crossed, found her demeanor amusing. Did she think the world revolved around her? Reluctant to engage in further banter, Su Ling smirked mischievously and casually replied, I guessed. The hall erupted in an uproar. Luo Huanshuan's face turned pale with anger. Even if she were dismissing her, it was far too blatant. What does it mean to say she guessed? Such a large number. And she claims it was a guess. Is she trying to fool us? Luo Huanshuan shot her a furious glare, but Su Ling nonchalantly returned to her seat, pulling out a handful of cherries from her cloth pouch. She turned to Jiang Huai and asked, Aren't you eating? Jiang Huai appeared momentarily dazed, staring at her strangely for a while before accepting the cherries and nodding absently. I will. Gu Zhao at the podium maintained his usual calm demeanor. Yet the mischievous smile on Su Ling's face inexplicably stirred something within him. A light cough escaped his throat, and the crowd's attention finally shifted from Su Ling to him. Concerned as they asked, Sir, are you all right? A servant entered with tea, and, after taking a sip, he felt his breath steady somewhat. After a brief pause, he set down the teacup, lightly smiled, and remarked, The daughters of the Su family truly possess remarkable talent. Su Ling popped a cherry into her mouth, meeting his dark, ink-like gaze. After a smirk, she replied leisurely, You flatter me, sir. You should rest more for your health. She tilted her head, wishing he would allow her to treat him, for he need not suffer so. Unfortunately, he did not trust her. Gu Zhao nodded gently, murmuring that it was of no consequence, before using a red brush to underline the answer. He addressed the assembly, since Miss Su claims this was a guess. I wonder how likely that is. The crowd fell into a moment of stunned silence, puzzled by this new line of questioning. They averted their gazes, fearing the teacher might call on them to respond. A female voice broke the quiet. 1 in 10,000, about the same probability as falling from a carriage. Su Ling remarked with a wry smile. Chapter 49. Preparing for the Flower Festival Banquet. Gu Zhao's red brush paused, leaving a subtle mark on the slightly yellowed rice paper. He turned slightly, his handsome face adorned with a faint smile as he said, "An excellent answer, and the analogy is quite interesting. I presume Miss Su has personal experience." Su Ling's smile faltered. The crowd was left bewildered, while Su Wanrong, observing the exchange, sensed a hint of favoritism towards Su Ling. Her grip on the scroll tightened, her fingertips turning pale. What qualifications did Su Ling have to earn Gu Zhao his special attention? Clearly, she was the wisest and most perceptive girl in the academy. And yet, Su Ling was merely the most foolish one from the Su family. Unbeknownst to her, today was different. She had managed to solve the problem in class. This stroke of luck would not erase her past shortcomings. Watching Su Ling eat cherries uncouthly, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Wanrong's eyes. Regardless, she remained the same crude Su Ling. Gu Zhao left behind some questions for the students to ponder after class, then gently tapped the lectern with the scroll, instructing everyone. Before the next lesson, complete a practice test and prepare for the upcoming Flower Festival banquet. At the mention of the Flower Festival banquet, the noble women's faces displayed a hint of tension. The emperor, in order to promote women's education, had established an examination system akin to the men's imperial examinations, held every 3 years at the Flower Festival banquet. This event was the grandest competition for women in the capital, attended by the wives of powerful officials and even members of the royal family. Securing the top prize would undoubtedly earn one the title of the most outstanding talented woman in the city, greatly enhancing one's family's reputation. Which powerful family would not take pride in marrying such a woman? Even the emperor himself was keenly interested. Thus, if one wished to attain nobility in the future, it would be an attainable goal. However, despite the excitement, the mention of the Flower Festival banquet still instilled fear and anxiety in many, as not everyone possessed the ability to secure the top position. Among the noble women, Su Ling and Jiang Huai appeared the most relaxed. Jiang Huai was raised by her father as a son from a young age. Although she attended a girls' school, it was merely to comply with the emperor's regulations. She never participated in the Flower Festival banquet. Comparing her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting with those of the other young ladies seemed utterly meaningless. Her abilities were more than capable of rivaling those of men. Every year, she took part in the autumn hunts and martial arts examinations held in the palace, consistently achieving commendable ranks. The emperor, appreciating her prowess, exempted her from attending the Flower Festival banquet, so she had no reason for concern. As for Su Ling, that was a different matter. Outside the window, a plump duck waddled back and forth before her eyes. At that moment, she pondered, was there any zhouheye to eat at the Flower Festival banquet? Before she could dwell on her thoughts, a stack of xian paper descended in front of her. Gu Zhao dipped his brush in ink and began to write 10 questions on the paper placed on the lectern. After finishing, he set down his brush and announced, "You all have half an hour. Begin." The young ladies in the hall displayed expressions of distress. Mr. Gu's in-class assessments were notoriously challenging, and half an hour was hardly sufficient to complete them. Nonetheless, not a single soul dared to voice their complaints. They scrutinized the questions one by one, their brows furrowing in concentration. Su Ling also raised her eyes to take a glance. After a moment, her eyes brightened, and she couldn't help but smile. The problem inscribed on the xian paper was reminiscent of a classic mathematical riddle involving chickens and rabbits in the same pen. It was both amusing and intriguing to discover that such puzzles existed in ancient times. Su Ling's smile stood out amid the furrowed brows of her peers, and Gu Zhao, casting a sidelong glance, met her mischievous gaze as she provocatively popped a cherry into her mouth, disregarding all decorum. The juice from the cherry stained her apricot-orange lips, glistening like dew-kissed petals under the light, contrasting with her creamy complexion that evoked the softness of mutton fat. The interplay of these elements created an alluring and somewhat dazzling effect. Her cerulean robe revealed her snow-white neck, which formed a delicate curve, and she boldly raised her chin to meet his gaze, displaying an utter lack of fear or awareness of danger. As the evening deepened, the sun cast slanted rays into the classroom. The resplendent hues of the sunset obscured the ink-like darkness of Gu Zhao's eyes, enriching the depth of his gaze. He turned away, avoiding her look, and walked silently within the classroom. After a brief moment, Su Ling abruptly stood up, disregarding the astonished stares of those around her, and boldly slapped her answer sheet onto the lectern. Many of the noble young ladies, lost in thought, displayed expressions of disdain. How dare she act so arrogantly over merely guessing one question correctly? It had barely been a quarter of an hour, and she seemed to be scribbling haphazardly. Although the daughters of the Su family were not concerned about the fleeting reputation of talented women, such a lack of decorum and knowledge would hardly endear her to any influential family. "Mr. Gu, may I leave after submitting my paper?" Su Ling asked, flashing him a radiant smile, unperturbed by the piercing gazes behind her. Gu Zhao looked up at her, slowly rising. His long, slender fingers glided over the desk to retrieve her paper. As he stood, a cool, slightly bitter scent of sandalwood wafted into Su Ling's nostrils, reminiscent of the moment he had thrown her from a carriage. It was a crisp, aloof fragrance, distant and unapproachable. "You may leave," Gu Zhao said, his expression revealing no excess of emotion as he casually flicked her paper, speaking in a detached tone. However, before he finished, Su Ling unexpectedly grasped his robe sleeve and leaned in close, whispering in a manner unseen by others, "Mr. Gu, I am someone who never forgets a grievance." Gu Zhao's gaze subtly lifted. Though the young lady before him was diminutive and appeared sweet and harmless, the glint in her eyes bore a hint of a predatory threat, a fierce resolve concealed within her clarity. This demeanor was a far cry from the previous Su Ling, who had feigned arrogance to mask her insecurities. His calm expression belied the coldness of his gaze, yet the corners of his lips hinted at a barely perceptible smile, one that exuded a powerful, almost menacing allure. After a moment, he softly uttered, "Gu awaits your return." A mischievous smile danced across Su Ling's face as she released her grip, preparing to leave. Yet before she could raise her hand, her wrist was suddenly caught by a cool hand, pinned against the lectern. Su Ling froze for a moment, meeting his dark, intense gaze. "Jade pendant," he remarked, the slight smile at his lips unchanged, his voice cool and indifferent. Su Ling exerted all her strength to free her wrist, but his grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering her attempts futile. In a moment of desperation, she kicked the lectern, producing a sound that drew the attention of everyone present. Just before they could react, Gu Zhao timely released her wrist. Su Ling quickly withdrew her hand, wrinkling her nose in response and making a face at him, baring her teeth as she softly retorted, "You think too highly of yourself." With that, she strode confidently out of the classroom, exuding an air of tranquility. Gu Zhao watched her retreating figure for a while, his gaze gradually darkening. Having grown amidst blood and strife, he had honed the ability to read people. He had encountered all manner of individuals and survived by discerning the thoughts of others in a chaotic world. The intrigues and hidden agendas within the capital were all too familiar to him. His ability to navigate the treacherous waters without becoming ensnared was a testament to his vigilance. No one suddenly changes their nature overnight, nor does anyone. Gu Zhao lowered his gaze, glancing at the answer sheet in his hand. The answers to the 10 questions were neatly written, with no errors. The handwriting was markedly different from that of the former Miss Su, who had always evaded his gaze. Her characters were bold and steady, in stark contrast to the hesitant strokes of her predecessor. When their eyes met, there was no fear or avoidance. Instead, her gaze was filled with a playful defiance, devoid of even the slightest hint of timidity. The previous Su Ling had feigned ignorance as a mask for her insecurities, deliberately appearing indifferent. Yet the woman before him was entirely different. Her every movement exuded a commanding presence and bravery that surpassed that of others. Such intelligence and confidence rendered her indifferent to the opinions of those around her, making the constraints of decorum, which existed solely to appease others, inconsequential to her. She truly did not care. She was not Su Ling, absolutely not. Gu Zhao lightly twirled the Buddhist beads around his wrist, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his eyes glinted coldly like steel. Deep, detached, and sinister, he had taken many lives. Should she obstruct him in any way, he would not hesitate to add another to the list. In truth, he should have ended her life that day, even if the Su family held considerable influence. He possessed the means to shift the blame elsewhere. However, the beads in his hand momentarily stilled. He lowered his ink-black gaze, and the image of her mischievous smile surfaced in his mind. Such a woman, if she were to die, ought to do so beautifully. Unconsciously tightening his grip, a tickling sensation rose in his throat, and he raised his hand to sip tea, suppressing the urge to cough, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. After leisurely exiting the classroom, Su Ling was met by Enruo, who approached her with a worried expression. Seeing that she was alone, Enruo cautiously inquired, "Miss, why are you by yourself?" Did you upset Mr. Gu? Su Ling chuckled softly. Indeed, I did. And Ruo's face paled, her eyes widening in shock as she stammered, What should we do now? Mr. Gu is not someone to be trifled with. We must quickly discuss with Madame about going to apologize. Looking at Ruo's woeful expression, Su Ling could not help but laugh. Chapter 52, Do Not Fret, Aunt Zhang, Su Ling said with a smile, her tone earnest. Fortunately, Mr. Gu is magnanimous and did not hold it against me. And Ruo finally exhaled in relief, though her expression remained anxious. Tentatively, she glanced at Su Ling and cautiously spoke, but I was not dismissed. I submitted the in-class test ahead of time. Su Ling explained helplessly. And Ruo's demeanor normalized as she remarked, Mrs. always neglected the in-class assignments left by Mr. Gu, often submitting blank papers. However, Mr. Gu has never approached her in the past, so it should be of no consequence today. And Ruo smiled, adding, Then Miss should return home quickly. The lady has gone to the Chishui temple to pray for blessings and will not return until the day after tomorrow. Before she left, she specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare delicious food for you. Do make sure to try it. Su Ling nodded in agreement and boarded the carriage back to the estate. Upon returning to the Su residence, twilight had already set in. The dusk enveloped the sky, with a few scattered stars gradually emerging, accompanied by the fading light of the sun. As she entered the eastern courtyard, she was met by an elderly woman clad in a turquoise skirt, who approached and bowed to Su Ling. The woman was in her early 50s, her face lined with creases, her hands roughened with calluses, and on her wrist, she wore a slightly tarnished gold bracelet. Miss, did you attend school today? The woman inquired with genuine concern. Beside her, Ruo asked Aunt Zhang, How is young Master Yun? Su Ling scrutinized the elderly woman before her, narrowing her eyes slightly. It dawned on her that this was the Zhang aunt who had played a pivotal role in the rise of the Su family's second branch. The downfall of the first branch had heavily relied on the incriminating evidence that this very woman had painstakingly set aside. One could even say that she had single-handedly orchestrated the irreversible situation that befell the first branch, providing the already suspicious emperor with irrefutable proof to utterly condemn them. In later times, this Aunt Zhang became the most capable assistant to the protagonist, Su Wanrong, displaying formidable skills and unwavering loyalty. All of this stemmed from her grandson. Originally from the eastern courtyard, Aunt Zhang had a grandson named Yun Gu. Yun Gu was born into the Su family, but his mother died from postpartum complications soon after his birth, and his father, already frail, succumbed to illness shortly thereafter, overwhelmed by grief. This left Aunt Zhang alone to care for Yun Gu. As his grandmother, her every thought revolved around him, and she cherished him dearly, especially since he had lost both parents at such a tender age. However, not long ago, Yun Gu fell gravely ill, initially thought to be a mere cold. He developed a relentless fever, leaving him delirious and plagued by a persistent cough. Though there were doctors in the household, they were at a loss regarding Yun Ji's condition. Seeing him deteriorate, Aunt Zhang planned to seek treatment at the renowned Rinji Hall in the capital, but despite her years of service, she had saved little money from her laborious tasks. The doctors at Rinji Hall, while reputable, charged exorbitant fees, 5 taels of silver for a single consultation, a sum that was astronomical for Aunt Zhang. Had Liang Yuyan been in the residence, her compassionate nature would have compelled her to personally seek out the Rinji Hall doctor for Yun Gu. Yet, at the time of Yun Ji's greatest crisis, Liang Yuyan was occupied with her customary prayers, leaving only Su Ling in the eastern courtyard. Chapter 53. Although the original Su Ling was not a malicious person, having spent considerable time in the Su household, she was acutely aware that few truly regarded her with respect. To mask her inner fragility, she adopted an overbearing and haughty demeanor. It was somewhat comical that Aunt Zhang came to her seeking financial assistance, while Yang Yuyan had never been stingy with her. Su Ling, having come from humble beginnings, was often captivated by novelty, leading her to indulge in a mindset of revenge spending. She consistently spent as much as she had, never saving a single coin, always relying on Liang Yuyan when funds ran low. Although she could afford the 5 taels for a consultation, the total cost for Yun Ji's treatment would far exceed that amount, easily reaching 100 taels, a sum Su Ling could not procure. Her inherent pride, tinged with insecurity, made it impossible for her to borrow money from the western courtyard for a mere servant's grandson, nor would she resort to drawing upon the household accounts, which would not only be cumbersome but also expose her to ridicule from others in the estate. Thus, she feigned disdain, saying, "Given that Yunji's condition is so severe that even the household doctors cannot help, it seems futile to summon the doctors from Rinji Hall. Aunt Zhang, perhaps you should prepare for the worst. We wouldn't want Yungu to spread his illness to the people in our courtyard." Aunt Zhang's heart sank at Su Ling's words. Nevertheless, Yungu was her treasure, and she would not easily give up. Thus, she verbally acquiesced to Su Ling, but discreetly sought assistance from Lu Shi in the western courtyard. Initially hesitating, Lu Shi ultimately agreed to help after Su Wanrong highlighted Aunt Zhang's dedication and capability, providing her with a substantial sum to consult the doctor at Rinji Hall. The journey to Rinji Hall was long, and the doctor arrived several hours later. After a night of high fever and incessant coughing, when the doctor finally came the next day and prescribed treatment, Yunji's life hung by a thread, enduring numerous close calls before he ultimately survived, albeit with irreversible aftereffects. The prolonged illness had left him severely impaired. Yet, thankfully, he was still alive. Aunt Zhang, a woman of gratitude, recognized the severity of Yunji's illness and the miracle of his survival. Feeling overwhelmed with gratitude, she bowed deeply to Lu Shi and her daughter, vowing that she would repay the 100 taels, even if it meant toiling for the rest of her life. Su Wanrong reassured her that the second branch of the Su family was not in dire need of the money. Her only hope was that Aunt Zhang would remain loyal to them. However, with such sentiments expressed, Aunt Zhang was not oblivious, recalling Su Ling's cold refusal. She felt a profound disappointment. Although the matriarch of the first branch had treated her well, it was the second branch that had saved her grandson's life. Nothing was more important to her than Yunji's survival. Thus, she began to pledge her allegiance to the second branch of the Su family, while maintaining her fade as a member of the first branch, as her efficiency made her one of Liang Yuyin and Su Ling's most trusted aides. The betrayal from those she trusted most was palpable, and Su Ling could sense the original owner's resentment toward Aunt Zhang. After Aunt Zhang inquired about her well-being, her demeanor shifted to one of unease, as if she had deliberated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to speak. "Miss, today I have come to implore you for a favor." Chapter 54. Miss, the household doctor has declared that Yungu is beyond saving. Yet I cannot bring myself to surrender. He is still so young. I do not wish for him to leave this world so soon. My son and daughter-in-law have long since departed, and now it is just Yungu and me relying on each other. If he were to go, I would have no reason to live in this world. I beseech you, miss, considering my years of loyalty and service, please save him. Aunt Zhang's hands, roughened with calluses, trembled as she clasped them together. Her gaze filled with urgency, worry, and a vulnerability that feared rejection from Su Ling. Su Ling paused for a moment. She had witnessed countless families in similar predicaments at the hospital. For them, the costs of medical care that ordinary people could endure were astronomical. Each time payments were due, they were filled with anxiety and helplessness, pleading for extensions with a sense of shame. Yet, despite their dire circumstances, they would never abandon their loved ones, willing to sacrifice everything for even the slightest chance of survival. Such is the essence of humanity, where familial bonds manifest the deepest affections, and the determination to fight against the odds, even in the face of dwindling hope, prevails. If heaven is unwilling to grant a complete fulfillment to one's dearest kin, then one must take it upon oneself to provide it. Su Ling's heart stirred slightly. Over there, Granny Zhang had already raised her hand to wipe her tears, her expression humble and cautious as she pleaded, "Eldest miss, everyone says there are many renowned doctors in the Rinji Hall in the capital. Yet this old servant truly cannot afford the consultation fee of 5 taels of silver. Can this silver be considered a loan from me to you?" Seeing Su Ling lift her gaze, Granny Zhang hurriedly added, "Rest assured, this money, even if I must exhaust my entire life, I will certainly repay you." Saying this, she attempted to kneel before Su Ling, who raised her hand to support her. A moment of surprise flickered in her eyes as she met Su Ling's clear gaze. "Granny, I truly do not have spare silver at the moment." Granny Zhang's eyes dimmed rapidly, disappointment evident as she shook her head, murmuring in disbelief, "You have none. Then, is there really no hope for salvation?" "Of course, there's a way to save him." Su Ling supported her with one hand while withdrawing a hairpin from her coiffure. The pin was made of mutton fat jade, brought back by Su Yunting from the frontier. It was surely worth at least 100 taels of silver. With Liang Yuyan absent, All expenditures of the Su family required Madame Lu's approval. At present, retrieving funds from the accounts would be cumbersome, and there was no telling whether Madame Lu and her daughter would harbor ulterior motives during the process. It would be far more convenient to simply pawn this hairpin. Su Ling turned her head and handed the hairpin to Enruo. Enruo stared at her in astonishment, frozen in place for a moment before exclaiming, "Miss, this is the hairpin the master brought back for you. In a few days, once we have the silver back, it will be fine. Right now, saving a life is paramount. Do not delay." Su Ling stonebrook moment. After a moment of silence, Enruo, reluctant as she was, gritted her teeth and ran out. Granny Zhang seemed taken aback that Su Ling would go to such lengths for her. She knew that Su Ling was often extravagant and that it was natural for her to lack spare silver. However, she was astonished that Su Ling would pawn the very hairpin gifted by the master without a second thought, for she had always placed great value on such precious items. With reddened eyes, she fixed her gaze on Su Ling and, after a moment, suddenly knelt before her. "Thank you, eldest miss, for saving Yungu'er." She spoke each word with profound gratitude. Su Ling felt quite helpless regarding the customs of this era, yet seeing Granny Zhang's steadfastness, she could do nothing but allow her to complete the gesture. Her heart held no ulterior motive to win over people's affections. She simply believed that the innocent child should not be exploited and become a victim within the grand estate. Though she possessed medical knowledge, it was of Western medicine, and lacking modern antibiotics, she could only rely on traditional herbal remedies. Seeking the doctors from Rinji Hall was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. However, even so, it would still be a matter for the morning before the doctors could arrive. It was best to check on him now. "Granny, please rise. I will accompany you to see Yungu'er." Su Ling assisted her up and spoke. Granny Zhang's face was a mixture of panic and fear as she quickly shook her head. "Eldest miss, you must not. Your willingness to invite the doctor from Rinji Hall for Yungu'er is already immensely appreciated. Do not let him transfer his illness to you. That would truly be a crime I could never atone for." Su Ling calmly shook her head, her expression resolute. "I will go and take a look." From her readings, she had surmised that Yungu'er was likely suffering from lobar pneumonia. This illness does not pose a threat to healthy individuals and is generally non-contagious. Granny Zhang, unable to resist Su Ling's determination, had no choice but to accompany her to Yungu'er's quarters. "How long has Yungu'er been ill?" Su Ling inquired as they walked. After a moment of contemplation, Granny Zhang replied, "About 3 or 4 days. Initially, we thought he had merely caught a chill, but his cough has grown increasingly severe, and he's been running a high fever that refuses to subside." "Is he coughing up phlegm?" Granny Zhang nodded quickly, her face filled with concern and anxiety. "Yes, he was coughing up yellowish-white phlegm a few days ago, but today it has turned brown, almost as if it contains blood." "Ridiculed." Granny Zhang nodded vigorously. "Indeed. Does he have chest pain?" Granny Zhang looked shocked but nodded, as if unsure why Su Ling would ask. However, seeing the seriousness in Su Ling's demeanor, she replied earnestly, "Yungu'er does indeed complain of pain in his right side. Has he been caught in the rain before falling ill?" Su Ling asked as they reached the door to Yungu'er's quarters. Granny Zhang appeared momentarily stunned. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Su Ling's intuition was remarkable, for Yungu'er had indeed been caught in the rain while chopping wood, and his fever began shortly thereafter. Given that it was early spring and the weather had yet to warm, it was natural for him to catch a chill, which is why Granny Zhang had initially not thought much of it. "How did you know, eldest Mississippi?" Before Granny Zhang could finish her sentence, she saw Su Ling already pushing the door open. Yungu'er's residence was in the warm chamber of the Jinsheng courtyard on the west side of the eastern courtyard, where all the young servants used to live together. However, as Yungu'er had fallen ill, the others had temporarily relocated to the east side, leaving the space for him to recuperate. The warm chamber of Jinsheng courtyard was not like the main courtyard. Upon entering, the air felt damp and cold, permeated with a musty, decaying scent. Now that night had fallen, the only light in the chamber flickered dimly, casting shadows in the narrow, dark space. On the bed lay a frail youth, appearing to be in his early teens. He was covered with a gray quilt, his face flushed red from fever, his jaw clenched, and his breathing labored, suggesting great distress as he intermittently coughed violently. Standing beside him was Dr. Wang from the estate, who wore a troubled expression. As an elder in the household, Granny Zhang understood this, and Dr. Wang was wholly devoted to treating Yungu'er. However, given the suddenness of the illness, He found himself at a loss for effective remedies. When he spotted Su Ling and Granny Zhang entering together, his expression turned one of astonishment. The eldest daughter of the main house usually looked down on them, the servants. What prompted her to step into this lowly place today? After a moment of shock, he remembered to greet Su Ling. Su Ling ignored him, striding directly to the bedside, her gaze sweeping over the ailing young girl. The boy's face was bright red, and he mumbled incoherently, clearly in a daze from the fever. She picked up the white cloth resting on his forehead. It was warm and had lost its cooling effect. She pressed her hand against his forehead, her brow furrowing deeper. The fever was approaching 40 degrees Celsius. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. Dr. Wang, noticing her deep concern for Yunger, uneasily interjected, "The fever simply refuses to subside." Without hesitation, Su Ling tossed the cloth back into the basin, her expression calm and composed, declaring, "Too slow. Fetch me some liquor." "Liquor? What kind?" Dr. Wang looked puzzled. "White liquor, strong spirits. Hurry." Su Ling turned to him, her eyes clear and her tone commanding. Though confused, Dr. Wang complied and instructed a servant to fetch it. Standing before the bed, Su Ling slightly bent down, carefully lifting the quilt covering the boy and gently unbuttoning his garment. Granny Zhang watched in astonishment, instinctively exclaiming, "Eldest Mississippi, what are you doing?" Seemingly unfazed, Su Ling continued unbuttoning the boy's clothing before placing her hand on his chest to feel his condition, then began to perform auscultation. The onlookers were taken aback by her unusual actions, yet no one dared to interrupt her, captivated by her serious demeanor. Dr. Wang, astonished, observed that it seemed as though she were the physician, while he was merely an onlooker. She began at the hollow above her collarbone, tracing the midline downwards, her expression growing increasingly resolute with each movement. Although ancient medicine lacked the advanced techniques of modernity for validation, she could ascertain that the child was afflicted with lobar pneumonia in the upper lobe of the right lung. Withdrawing her hand, she tucked the quilt neatly and turned slowly. In contemporary times, such an ailment would hardly be considered a significant challenge, as antibiotics would typically facilitate recovery without lingering consequences. However, in this bygone era, there were no antibiotics, no nebulizers, truly a dire predicament. A fit of violent coughing from the young master pulled Su Ling back to reality. She retrieved several pillows from beneath the bed to elevate his head, gently patting his back as she bent down to fetch a sputum bowl. Granny Zhang, visibly anxious, nearly knelt before Su Ling, exclaiming, "My lady, how can you do this?" Su Ling shook her head, glancing at the rust-colored phlegm in the bowl, and reassured, "It's of no consequence." At that moment, a maid brought over a jar of white wine. Su Ling stood, uncorked the jar, and tossed in a piece of cloth. "Come, help him sit up," she beckoned to Dr. Wang. He hesitated for a moment, instinctively obeying the commands of this young girl. "Granny Zhang, please assist in removing the young master's clothing," Su Ling instructed. Granny Zhang remained rooted in place, her eyes filled with doubt. Noticing her expression, Su Ling raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "I once suffered from the same affliction as the young master during my childhood in the countryside. My life hung by a thread, and it was through such folk remedies that my fever subsided." Granny Zhang gazed into Su Ling's earnest eyes and, for reasons she could not fathom, felt a surge of trust. If her intentions were not genuine, she would not have ventured into such a dismal place. Finally relinquishing her hesitation, Granny Zhang nodded in agreement. Following Su Ling's instructions, she proceeded, while Su Ling began to wipe the young master's forehead, neck, armpits, and limbs. Her hands moved with deft precision, her face devoid of any airs of a young lady or disdain for the child, instead reflecting utmost seriousness. Watching her, Granny Zhang felt her eyes welling with emotion. After an indeterminate duration of wiping, Su Ling reached to check his temperature and finally exhaled in relief. It seems to have lowered somewhat. She wiped the sweat from her brow and spoke. "My lady, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Granny Zhang's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling with emotion. Su Ling waved her hand. "Let us not rush to thank me. The doctor from Rinji Hall will arrive shortly, and we must first use some medicine." Though the young master's complexion had improved from its initial flush, his cough remained severe, and his breathing was labored. Granny Zhang clasped her hands anxiously, while Dr. Wang sighed and admitted, "I have prescribed medication for the young master, yet it has shown no efficacy." Su Ling pondered deeply. Although modern treatment for pneumonia predominantly relies on antibiotics, it often incorporates traditional Chinese medicine as well. She recalled having seen a couple of such prescriptions. Turning her head, she noticed a brush hanging on a rudimentary table. She approached, poured a cup of cold tea onto the inkstone, and dissolved the ink. With a graceful motion of her wrist, she began to write down the ingredients: 2 tails of forsythia, 1 tail of honeysuckle, 1 tail of dandelion, 1 tail of roasted ephedra, 1 tail of bitter apricot kernel, 1 tail of hautuinia, 1 tail of gypsum, 1 tail of Isides root, half a tail of patchouli, half a tail of rhubarb, half a tail of rhodiola, half a tail of menthol, and half a tail of licorice. This prescription was intended to clear pathogens, detoxify, and relieve lung heat, and surely would be effective for the young master's ailment. After completing her writing, she handed the prescription to Dr. Wang. Initially skeptical, he was taken aback upon reading the contents, his face registering astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. If you deem it suitable, please prepare the medicine according to this prescription for the young master to take every 4 hours, Su Ling instructed. Dr. Wang gazed at her in disbelief. Such a combination of herbs could only have been penned by someone with exceptional medical knowledge. May I be so bold as to inquire, where did you obtain this prescription, my lady? Su Ling maintained her composure and replied with a smile. As I mentioned, I suffered from this illness in my youth, and this prescription was provided by an elderly doctor who treated me. I have been frail and ailing since childhood, often utilizing this formula, and thus I memorized it, Su Ling added with a smile. Dr. Wang remained in a state of shock, not doubting Su Ling's words, but struggling to accept that a rural doctor could possess such adept knowledge. Yet, whether the prescription would prove effective could only be determined through trial. Dr. Wang comforted the visibly anxious Granny Zhang, stating, I believe this prescription is worth a try. You can rest easy. He then stepped outside to prepare the medicine. Before long, the concoction was ready. The bitter aroma wafted from the porcelain bowl as Dr. Wang assisted the young master to sit up, while Granny Zhang administered the medicine. Although the young master was in distress and drowsy, he complied admirably, swallowing every drop of the bitter potion without hesitation. Was sensible child, Su Ling thought. After this ordeal, it was nearly midnight. Granny Zhang appeared remorseful, yet Su Ling continuously reassured her. In truth, this was merely part of her duties. Saving this child was an instinctual response of a physician. Su Ling penned another prescription to alleviate coughing, and after administering the loquat syrup, the young master's cough improved significantly. It seemed his condition had stabilized, allowing Su Ling to breathe a sigh of relief. She had intended to rest in the Jinsheng courtyard that night for convenience, but Granny Zhang vehemently opposed her staying, citing propriety. Aware of the deeply ingrained class concepts of this ancient society, Su Ling understood that such notions could not be altered overnight. Rather than leave Granny Zhang in a state of unease, it was better for her to return to the Chunhua courtyard. Su Ling nodded in agreement. Before departing, she checked the young master's forehead once more and then made her way back to the Chunhua courtyard. As she walked, her mind was a flurry of thoughts. The lack of various medicines in ancient times was quite inconvenient. Fortunately, she had experience with pharmaceuticals. If she could locate some raw materials, she might attempt to extract some simple remedies for future needs. The night in the capital was enchanting, and as Su Ling lay on her bed, gazing out the window, her eyes gradually closed. Several hours earlier, in the capital, the brightly lit Chilichang Street buzzed with activity. The bustling area was alive with music and laughter from numerous small high-rise buildings. A man clad in a deep purple robe walked alongside another in white, drawing the discreet attention of many young ladies. Have the matters concerning the Ministry of Revenue been arranged satisfactorily? Gu Zhao inquired nonchalantly. The man in white nodded. Unfurling a jade-bone fan with a faint smile, His Highness the Crown Prince is quite impatient and has not perceived any clues. Gu Zhao nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Suddenly, he paused in the middle of the street, his dark eyes fixating on the open door of a pawn shop. The proprietor, upon noticing the two gentlemen's attire, approached with a sycophantic smile, welcoming them. Esteemed guests, please come in. We have recently acquired many fine goods. The man in white raised an eyebrow in surprise. When did you take an interest in the items of such a small pawn shop? Gu Zhao said nothing, the night breeze causing his robe to flutter as he coldly stepped inside. His gaze landed on the most prominent hairpin displayed on the counter. With a subtle movement of his fingers, he picked it up, twisting it gently. The depths of his eyes were inscrutable, and the curve of his fingers suggested an intent to break the hairpin. Chapter 59. The Jade Hairpin, 2. The shopkeeper initially assumed that the gentleman was interested in the exquisite jade hairpin, yet upon observing the indifference and distance in his gaze, he hesitated, uncertain of his true intentions. He could only maintain a cautious smile, saying, "This is new stock that just arrived today." Gu Zhao lifted his eyes and cast a brief glance at him. The young man appeared gentle and refined, yet his eyes were profoundly deep and piercing. A chill crept down the shopkeeper's spine, causing him to forget his words. "I will purchase it," Gu Zhao stated, his thin lips curling into a subtle arc. His voice slightly hoarse, tinged with an almost imperceptible coldness. The individual who had pawned the hairpin mentioned it should remain here for 3 days before being sold. Selling it now was against the pawnshop's regulations. The shopkeeper's words caught in his throat. Before he could speak, a stack of banknotes was laid upon the table, rendering him momentarily speechless. Such an extravagant offer. It was nearly 10 times the hairpin's original worth. Swallowing hard, the shopkeeper weighed his options, then donned a sycophantic smile, saying, "Since you desire it, I shall gladly oblige." Gu Zhao nodded slightly, murmuring his thanks before turning to exit the pawnshop. The man in white nearby raised an eyebrow as he witnessed Gu Zhao conceal the ornate box containing the jade hairpin within his sleeve, asking, "What scheme are you concocting now? Have you perhaps taken a fancy to some young lady?" Gu Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile, his expression nonchalant. Choosing not to respond, the man in white scrutinized him, perceiving the darkness and depth in his eyes, which concealed a familiar murderous intent. He could not help but shiver, awkwardly chuckling, "What a sin. Forget I said anything." The following day, as dawn broke, Su Ling opened her eyes. After a brief morning routine, she made her way to Jinshan Courtyard. Sunlight spilled into the small courtyard as she opened the door to find Yungu rising from the bed. Attempting to bow in greeting, "You're still unwell. No need to observe formalities." Su Ling quickly approached to support him, checking his forehead. Though still warm, it had considerably cooled since yesterday. Observing his complexion, which no longer bore the pallor of illness, she realized he was on the mend. He turned his head to suppress a cough, but it was far less severe than the previous days. Su Ling assisted him back onto the bed. Noticing Zhang Mama kneeling beside them, her expression sincere. "Thank you, my lady, for saving Yun Ji's life. This kindness will forever be remembered." Su Ling smiled gently, saying, "It was the talented doctor from Renji Hall who worked wonders. I merely lent a small hand." "Nay. The doctor has already informed me that had it not been for you reducing Yun Ji's fever yesterday, he might not have survived the night. You truly saved his life." Zhang Mama's voice trembled with emotion. The old doctor from Renji Hall, standing nearby, leaned slightly forward, his expression a mix of curiosity and astonishment, inquiring, "Was that prescription for clearing lung heat penned by you? It has proven remarkably effective for this child's ailment. May I ask which esteemed physician you studied under?" Su Ling shook her head, smiling softly. "That prescription was not authored by me. It was left behind by a mentor, which I fortuitously memorized." "I see." The old doctor stroked his beard, a look of regret crossing his face. Chapter 60. The benevolence of healers. This prescription is indeed miraculous for clearing lung heat. If I could converse with the one who formulated it, it would be a lifetime achievement. Su Ling, observing the old doctor's blend of reverence and regret, could not suppress a smile. She understood his thoughts. This remarkable prescription was the finest remedy for clearing pestilence in the 21st century, the result of countless experiments and efforts. How could it not be effective? After a pause, the old doctor regained his composure and tentatively asked Su Ling, "Though I know this may be presumptuous, given the prescription's remarkable efficacy, would you be willing to?" The old doctor appeared somewhat embarrassed, unsure of how to proceed. The greatest fear among healers is the theft of their formulas. Yet once this prescription is publicized, it would undoubtedly alleviate the suffering of many afflicted by lung ailments. Thus, it must be acquired at a price, and Renji Hall would not hesitate. Su Ling regarded the old doctor with warmth, stating, "The prescriptions created by physicians are intended to relieve the suffering of the masses. If Renji Hall is willing to adopt it, it will indeed spare many from pain." A look of surprise flashed across the old doctor's face. "Really?" However, as soon as the words were spoken, doubt crept in, and he added, "But, would your mentor agree?" "My mentor would certainly agree." To save lives is his virtue and the essence of his practice. A healer would never prioritize personal gain over the lives of others. You need not worry. Su Ling's voice was steady. The old doctor was momentarily taken aback, meeting Su Ling's clear gaze, where he discerned a sense of duty and responsibility that belied her youth, an unwavering commitment far stronger and more profound than that of many seasoned physicians he had encountered. "Are you a student of medicine?" he asked instinctively. Su Ling lowered her gaze, smiling as she shook her head. "I have been frail since childhood, and through my prolonged illness, I have acquired some knowledge from my mentor." It was indeed peculiar for a young lady to suddenly possess medical skills overnight. However, given her undisclosed rural past, no one would scrutinize too closely. The old doctor nodded thoughtfully, exclaiming, "To become adept through illness is also a form of fate." After exchanging pleasantries, he provided Gu with additional remedies for relief, instructing Zhang Mama to administer them as prescribed. He assured her that Gu had passed the most perilous stage and would soon recover with regular medication. Grateful, Zhang Mama expressed her thanks profusely, finally able to breathe easy. Su Ling remained in Jinshan courtyard for a while, assisting Gu with his cough before deciding to take her leave. As she prepared to depart, Zhang Mama insisted that Gu join her in bowing to Su Ling, the boy looking quite handsome now that he had shed his illness, his face filled with a fervent desire to repay her kindness. Seeing Yunji's earnest expression warmed Su Ling's heart. In the original narrative, such a sensible child had tragically become a fool. Regardless, her presence in this story had altered the course of events. Perhaps this, too, is a form of merit. Chapter 61. Verdigris oil. Upon returning to Chunhe courtyard, Su Ling found in Ruo holding silver notes, her expression somewhat anxious. "What troubles you?" Su Ling inquired. The old doctor from Rinji Hall did not charge as a consultation fee. Su Ling nodded, recognizing that the old doctor's delight at receiving the lung-clearing prescription made it understandable for him to waive the fee. "I intended to use the money to reclaim the hairpin given to you by the master, but that wretched pawnshop owner claimed he mistakenly sold it, forgetting to store it for a while." And Ruo's face was flushed with indignation, her voice filled with frustration. "While I am angry, I also feel a bit wronged," she added, casting a cautious glance at Su Ling's expression, biting her lip. "That was a hairpin given to you by the master." Su Ling's expression shifted. Although Su Yunting was not her biological father, the hairpin was indeed a thoughtful gift from him, and she felt a responsibility to safeguard it for the original owner. However, seeing in Ruo on the verge of tears, Su Ling forced a smile, reassuring her gently, "It's merely a hairpin. You're not angry?" And Ruo asked, surprised. "A hairpin saved a boy's life. I believe my father would be pleased with me. Perhaps he will even bring back something even more beautiful." Su Ling mimicked the tone of a young girl, and Ruo then relaxed her brows and smiled, saying, "It is truly wonderful that you think this way, miss. Our young lady indeed possesses a heart of compassion." Su Ling chuckled lightly, suddenly reminded of another matter, and inquired, "Is there any verdigris oil in the residence?" If her memory served her correctly, the elderly lady in this book was an enthusiast of elixirs, often seeking Taoist priests to concoct beauty and longevity potions. Among the ancient alchemical ingredients, verdigris oil was indispensable. Upon hearing Su Ling mention verdigris oil, and Ruo's expression subtly changed. She cautiously asked, "What does the miss need that verdigris oil for?" The master has previously mentioned that such substances are toxic and should not be consumed recklessly. The miss is already extraordinarily beautiful. There's truly no need for such enhancements. Seeing the careful look on Ruo's face, Su Ling could not help but laugh. She casually remarked, "I am well aware of my beauty, akin to a fish that sinks and a flower that shames the moon. I have no intention of concocting elixirs. It is merely that my former medical mentor informed me that verdigris can be used as a catalyst to create certain medicines. Since I have a few days of leisure, I thought I might give it a try." And Ruo, observing Su Ling's playful demeanor, felt a bit more at ease. The miss had always been impulsive, often acting on a whim. Moreover, during their time at Jinshan courtyard, the miss did indeed seem to possess some medical knowledge, suggesting she was not merely dabbling in alchemy like others. And Ruo nodded and replied, "We do have some in the storeroom. If the miss wishes for it, I shall fetch it shortly." Su Ling nodded, her downcast eyes shimmering slightly. Verdigris oil is akin to modern-day sulfuric acid, if she wished to concoct some medicine. Sulfuric acid is often an essential catalyst. Before long, and Ruol returned with the verdigris oil and 2 jars of wine. Although the maids were unaware of her intentions, the eldest daughter of the main household had always been resolute, leaving no one daring to interfere. No matter the outcome, it was best to comply with her wishes. Su Ling instructed everyone not to disturb her and turned to enter her room. In the solitude of her chamber, surrounded by wine and verdigris oil, Su Ling understood that the first step in her potion-making endeavor was to create a means of self-defense. The wine's concentration was somewhat low, but crafting a simple distillation apparatus was not a daunting task. She spent nearly the entire day in her room, and as dusk illuminated the space, she shook the sealed porcelain bottle in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. This nearly obsolete substance, rendered redundant by modern anesthetics, could serve a decisive role in critical situations in ancient times. She placed the small vial beneath her pillow. Should Su Yinyan attempt to employ his old tricks again, she would not need to act personally. With this, subduing a few strong men would be a trivial matter. With a free evening at hand, these 2 days of respite were originally allotted for preparations for the upcoming flower festival banquet for the noble ladies of the capital. However, Su Ling had little to prepare. After dinner, she decided to check on Gu. His recovery was progressing swiftly, alleviating some of her concerns. Just as she intended to return to Chuanhe courtyard, a woman dressed in a sky-blue, flower-patterned silk gown approached her. Su Ling raised her gaze, locking eyes with Su Wanrong, whose face radiated with a smile. She slightly bowed to Su Ling, observing the customary greeting. "You have arrived," Su Ling replied with a soft smile, her voice gentle. "I came to see my elder sister. The flower festival banquet is in 2 days. I wonder how prepared you are." Su Wanrong, Su Ling chuckled, replying, "You are well aware of my capabilities. Why inquire further?" The smile on Su Wanrong's lips faltered slightly, and a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. After a moment, she patiently advised, "Elder sister, you know well that you do not favor such events. However, the flower festival banquet represents the Su family's reputation. If you do not even attempt to participate, would it not invite ridicule from outsiders?" Su Ling regarded her calmly, her smile unaccompanied by warmth. In that instant, Su Wanrong felt an inexplicable chill, as if her thoughts were laid bare before Su Ling. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion, for Su Ling had always been reckless. Though her recent actions differed from the past, she remained oblivious to decorum. It was certain that Su Ling would soon approach her for assistance, allowing her to retrieve what she desired. "Does my sister wish to assist me?" Su Ling inquired. Su Wanrong was momentarily taken aback. Conventionally, she would be the one sought for assistance, yet it seemed as if Su Ling had discerned her intentions. Although it was merely a matter of expression, Su Wanrong felt an involuntary loss of agency. She could only smile and say, "We are all members of the Su family. If my elder sister is in need, how can I not help?" The poetic and artistic endeavors for the flower festival banquet, although annually themed, invariably revolved around flowers. "I have specially sought out a collection of poems and paintings from a reclusive master for you. You need only practice diligently in the coming days, and when the time comes, you can present them with confidence. Since these are others' works, would it not be akin to theft for me to recite them?" Su Ling asked with a smile that carried an air of irony. Su Wanrong was momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by Su Ling's perspective on the matter, unsure of how to respond. After a brief silence, Su Wanrong contemplated that perhaps Su Ling feared others would learn of this arrangement, hence her question. This master, long in seclusion, would not be known to others. She patiently explained, "This is a matter of intellectual property, my friend." A glimmer of amusement danced in Su Ling's eyes as she tilted her head. Su Wanrong remained perplexed, failing to grasp her meaning. Su Ling chuckled, accepting the collection of poems and paintings, her words laced with sarcasm. "How can the pursuits of a scholar be deemed theft?" "Thank you, dear sister. I shall accept this. Should I secure the top prize, it shall also be your merit." Su Wanrong's smile froze, her attention fixated on Su Ling's latter statement. It was absurd to think she could emerge victorious. Even if she practiced with the collection, it would only suffice for the preliminary round. The subsequent selections would undoubtedly lead to her embarrassment on stage. Yet, Su Wanrong concealed her discontent and disdain, smiling as she replied, "Then I shall wish my elder sister success. It shall also be the glory of our Su family." Su Ling acknowledged her, watching as she exited before flipping through the collection in her hands. Within the original text, there indeed lay a plot twist. Su Wanrong's act of kindness was not a spontaneous gesture, but stemmed from a long-conceived scheme. The reclusive master, mentioned by Su Wanrong, was no ordinary figure. While he had remained hidden from the world, he was not renowned. Over the years, he had produced many works, yet they failed to garner acclaim in the literary circles of Nanzhao, making him a somewhat talent-deficient scholar. Others might feel disheartened by the lack of recognition, resigning to a fate of obscurity. However, Luo Ci believed that the absence of recognition for his works was due to a lack of exposure. Unable to find success through the traditional examination route, he sought an alternative path. He had discovered that in various remote areas, clandestine peasant factions were forming to challenge the imperial authority, believing the emperor too autocratic and the monarch's power excessive, striving for a peaceful and self-governed society. These peasants, lacking in education, were in dire need of an eloquent voice to articulate their grievances. This position was scorned by renowned literati, while those utterly unqualified would fail miserably. Luo Ci, however, was exceptionally suited for such a role. After the farmers read Luozi's article, they praised him for the collective, thereby satisfying his long-sought vanity. The act of rebellion often embodies the avant-garde thoughts of an era, offering him greater fulfillment than selling paintings on the streets. Thus he clandestinely composed satirical verses against the tyranny of the imperial authority for these rebellious factions under the guise of being a recluse. Naturally, paper cannot conceal fire. These so-called peasant uprisings lacked a leader of sufficient intellect, and thus were soon discovered by the officials patrolling the area who reported it to the court. This incident fortuitously fell within Su Yunyan's jurisdiction. Such matters could be magnified or minimized. If one could leverage the situation to implicate a high-ranking official, it could be construed as treason. This was an exceptional opportunity, one that could not be overlooked with a mere execution order. Consequently, he decided to temporarily suppress the matter and shifted his focus to the Su family's main house. In Chapter 64, Miss Su seemed intent on driving me away. Although Su Yunting was seldom in the capital, the main house had a woefully inept eldest daughter. Su Ling had always been devoid of talent, yet clung fiercely to her pride. And faced with Su Wanrong's olive branch, she was naturally elated despite her unworthiness. The Huazhao banquet, attended by all the ministers, served as an excellent testament. Even if it went unnoticed at the time, it would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, leading to an investigation that would uncover the truth. The verses penned by the eldest daughter of the Su family originated from the hands of the rebellious Luozi, which would inevitably establish a covert connection between Luozi and the main house of the Su family. Thus, the charge of treason was all but sealed. In the original narrative, everything unfolded as the second branch of the Su family had hoped. The original owner was certainly unwilling to lose face at the Huazhao banquet, and thus memorized Luozi's poem word for word. Although Luozi's works were not particularly remarkable, they sufficed in a minor contest against a young woman. Following the banquet, rumors began to circulate that the poem attributed to Su Ling was indeed the work of the infamous Luozi. Before long, these rumors reached the emperor's ears. The emperor harbored a deep-seated apprehension regarding the military accomplishments of the Su family, and shortly after Su Yunting South returned to court, this matter was used to label him a traitor, sealing the fate of the Su family's main house. Su Ling weighed the painting and poetry collections in her hands, realizing they indeed carried substantial weight. Upon closer examination, she found the poems merely adorned with extravagant language, reeking of literary pretentiousness, making it no surprise that he could not rise to prominence and had to rely on satirizing the court for survival. Having grown up on the classical poetry of the Tang and Song dynasties, she found little merit in such compositions. However, she decided to keep the collection, as it might prove useful in the future. Outside, darkness had descended, the moon and stars sparse, and the surroundings were tranquil, occasionally stirred by a gentle breeze. The weather was still somewhat chilly, prompting Su Ling to adjust her clothing before entering the main chamber. The room was already illuminated, the dim yellow light flickering as a single red candle burned quietly on the candlestick, occasionally bursting into small flames. Su Ling carefully placed the collection down and approached the table. Just as her hand reached for the teapot, it unexpectedly halted mid-air. The silence was almost oppressive, and her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the bed shrouded in gauzy fabric, obscured by dimness, making it hard to discern. Yet, she sensed a familiar, slightly bitter chill in the air that felt perilous. Su Ling smiled to herself, retrieving another teacup and pouring tea. The sound of the flowing tea resonated clearly in the quiet room as she filled her cup halfway and another to the brim. After sipping from her cup, she approached the bed, as if to pay respect to the gauzy veil. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped, and before she could react, she found herself seated before a man. His breath close, a faint scent of sandalwood mingling with danger enveloped her, causing her body to stiffen momentarily. The full teacup was deftly taken from her hand, spilling a drop in the process. Who would have thought that Lord Gu had such an interest in visiting a young lady's bed in the dead of night? She remarked with a playful smile. Gu Zhao chuckled lightly as he held the teacup, though his mirth did not reach his eyes. His voice was soft yet heavy. The tea is not full. Miss Su seems eager to send me away. In chapter 65, pleading is futile. Only a counterattack will suffice. I apologize. It is well known in the capital that I'm often oblivious to such customs. Does Lord Gu not realize this? Su Ling said with a smile, her head tilted, emphasizing the name Lord Gu with a pronounced bite. Her gaze sparkled with mischief, eliciting a grudging admiration that she could not help but feel, despite the undercurrent of resentment. She exuded a vibrant, rebellious charm, her bright eyes sparking a mix of temptation and a desire to dismantle. He raised his hand, drinking half the tea. Ignorance of the rules necessitates learning, he stated, his voice resonating with an icy touch that unexpectedly grazed Su Ling's neck, laced with menace. Su Ling found herself drawn close, his posture suggestive, resembling an intimate embrace. Viewed from behind, they would appear as a pair of perfect lovers. Yet, in that moment, Su Ling felt no romantic inclinations. Her body stiffened for a moment before she forced a laugh. Lord Gu, must every encounter between us be so ceremonious? Simultaneously, she slowly reached towards the pillow beneath her. You are a threat. I cannot afford to keep you. Gu Zhao's voice was low and husky, laced with an unmistakable chill. What is this? Must we engage in a life-and-death struggle today? Lord Gu, are you not a gentleman? At this moment, his presence in her room felt inappropriate. She feigned ignorance to his words while cautiously moving her hand, speaking as if dismissing an unwelcome guest. Gu Zhao observed her subtle actions but did not intervene, his demeanor growing increasingly cold, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. You should know what kind of person I am. Su Ling bit her lip, her mind racing. She truly did not know. In the original narrative, all she knew was that he was a wronged gentleman who succumbed to illness and sought a peaceful world after vengeance, a character undeniably virtuous. She understood his frustration when he had previously cast her from the carriage, but now he had come to threaten her life in her own abode. Her heart raced with sincerity. The original text described his demeanor as gentle, with a serene smile gracing his face, his words few but always warm. Yet now, the chill around her neck persisted, her gaze locking onto Gu Zhao's dark, penetrating eyes, causing her heart to flutter with trepidation. Was this truly the gentility she had come to expect? No, she had overthought it. He was a man of action, not one to indulge in kindness. Feeling the intensity of his aura, Su Ling tensed further. Ever since she uttered his name, he had begun to unravel his carefully constructed persona. Surely, this gentleman will not hasten my demise? Calm yourself. Take a deep breath. We can discuss this rationally. Su Ling desperately sought to placate him. Gu Zhao chuckled softly, his tone icy. The dead do not speak. It is safer that way. He held no trace of compassion, as she could see that clearly. Pleading is futile. Only a counterattack will suffice. Taking a deep breath, her fingers brushed against the porcelain vial hidden beneath her pillow. With a glimmer in her eyes, she smiled at Gu Zhao, maintaining her composure. I believe you are correct. With a swift motion, she uncorked the vial. In chapter 66, Lord Gu, is it that you cannot move? She acted with remarkable speed, discreetly spilling the contents of the vial onto his robe. Su Ling winced, her heart aching slightly. This was a precious concoction she had labored over all day, and now it was wasted on this insufferable man. However, at this moment, preserving one's life takes precedence. After feigning an attack, she swiftly lunged toward his neck. Gu Zhao reacted instinctively, effortlessly grasping her wrist, his gaze indifferent. Meeting her bright, smiling eyes, he realized that what she held was not a dagger. The air was thick with a pungent scent. Su Ling had tightly covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve. Gu Zhao narrowed his eyes, instinctively raising his own sleeve, only to find the acrid smell even more potent. Frowning, he attempted to pull away. Yet the woman recklessly lunged at him. With all her strength, she pinned him to the bed, her hands firmly clasped over his. "Sir Gu, are you unable to move?" Gu Zhao felt his vision gradually blur, as if all his strength had been sapped away. The woman, though evidently not very strong, rendered him powerless to resist. A trained martial artist like him would not succumb to any drug in this world, yet here he was entrapped. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on her beautiful profile, her cheek adorned with a mischievous smile. In his dazed state, he perceived her as a siren wreaking havoc. Her enchanting laughter carried a venomous undertone. In the fleeting moment of clarity, he felt her hand gently patting his face, hearing her murmur, "Oh dear, how impressive. Such a high concentration still hasn't dissipated. What a constitution." The jade hairpin he clutched seemed to be gently pulled away, followed by her surprised gasp. And then he lost consciousness entirely. He seemed to drift into a long dream, one where he glimpsed the visage of hell. Countless familiar faces collapsed before him. Blood flowed like a river, the metallic scent overwhelming, stifling his breath. Around him were voices filled with desperation and urgency. "Ah Zhao, you must survive. Remember, your life was bought with the blood of the people of Zhao Kingdom. Never forget. Ah Zhao, run." Hands pushed him from the darkness, with pursuers relentlessly on his heels. He ran frantically, sharp stones tripping him, his knees striking hard against the ground, the wound nearly exposing bone. Blood trickled down his leg, the sticky sensation masking the numbing pain. Yet he dared not pause, for death lurked behind him. In this world filled with warmth and kindness, he alone bore an immense hatred, walking on a knife's edge, each step akin to a funeral procession. He could not look back, nor could he afford to halt. If he did not strive with all his might toward the other shore, he would plunge into an abyss, never to return. The sensation of falling weighed on his heart, trembling in a mix of fear and uncertainty, blurring the line between illusion and reality. Suddenly, he jolted awake, yearning to escape from the clutches of his nightmare. Furrowing his brow, he moved his slender fingers, and in the next moment, his eyes flew open. Night had fully descended. The dim light in the room cast a muted glow, while a few distant stars outside obscured the passage of time. Chapter 67. Why Not Kill Me? Gu Zhao lowered his gaze slightly. A habit formed over years allowed him to regain clarity almost instantly. Fragments of memory felt incomplete, and a throbbing pain resonated in his head, with only the image of a woman with a beguiling smile etched in his mind. "Awake?" A feminine voice chimed, laced with mirth. "You might feel a bit unwell. After all, this is merely a half-finished product, and the side effects are quite pronounced. It's quite fortunate for you, Sir Gu, to have become my test subject." Gu Zhao remained silent, merely surveying his surroundings. He found himself tightly bound to an armchair, his arms ensnared with coarse ropes, a belt cinched around his waist, and fishing line wrapped around his legs. As he tested the bindings, he felt a silky texture around his wrists, perhaps a hair tie. His entire body was secured with such precision that it seemed she feared he might escape. He gently struggled against his restraints, but they were too snug. "This is a surgical knot. You won't be able to untie it," Su Ling remarked with a smile, proudly introducing her handiwork. "Revered. I've never heard of such a term," he replied, eyeing her with curiosity. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to meet her eyes. Su Ling felt a flicker of nervousness, instinctively shaking the dagger in her hand, straightening her posture to assert dominance. "Currently, I am the butcher, and you are the meat. Do not get too cocky." He studied her intently, noting how her guarded demeanor animated her features, giving her a somewhat feral appearance, like a wildcat testing its territory. She was neither docile nor without her claws. A smile gradually spread across his lips, softening the sternness of his countenance. In that moment, Su Ling found herself momentarily entranced, the glint of the dagger reflecting off his striking features. For an instant, she thought how delightful it would be if he were to engage in a romantic dalliance. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. To prove her lack of susceptibility to his charm, she gripped the dagger tighter. "Why not kill me?" Gu Zhao inquired, his smile fading slightly. "The night is dark and the winds howl, perfect for murder and theft." Su Ling tapped the dagger in her hand, feigning profundity. "I've told you before, I am a divine physician. The knife in the hands of a healer is meant to save lives, not to take them." Gu Zhao's gaze fixated on the sharp blade in her grip, raising an eyebrow in skepticism. Sensing his doubt, Su Ling felt a momentary flush of embarrassment and quickly concealed the dagger behind her, explaining, I only did this out of caution. You are far too dangerous. Before she could finish, he interjected, if you know I'm dangerous, why not exercise greater caution? Su Ling was about to respond when a sudden gust swept through the room, extinguishing the lamps and plunging them into darkness. The abrupt absence of light disoriented her momentarily, even though she knew she had securely bound him. A wave of unease washed over her. In the stillness of the night, her voice came out hoarse, Sir Gu. Chapter 68. Sir Gu, you cannot repay kindness with malice. Here. His voice was low and steady, accompanied by a faint, bitter scent of sandalwood that filled the air, followed by a soft cough. Su Ling felt a tingling sensation in her brain. How could he have possibly freed himself from those surgical knots? Under the moonlight, Gu Zhao held a slender, flat blade that glimmered menacingly. With a semblance of a smile, he remarked, Miss Su, you underestimate me. Su Ling is definite. All right, I was reckless. I underestimated my opponent's strength. The man before her had freed himself from his restraints. She was no match for him. Forget fighting. She couldn't even hear his footsteps. Taking a deep breath, she spoke rapidly. Although I Haven T conducted a thorough diagnosis on you, I suspect your ailment is not incurable. You should enhance your nutrition, and when necessary, consume the placenta in your medicine. If you cough severely at night, drinking loquat syrup may provide relief. Use ingredients like fritillaria, loquat leaves, nansha ginseng, poria, tangerine peel, half-summer, schisandra, and bitter apricot. There is also licorice, ginger, and menthol. I can extend your life by 50 years, truly. Su Ling spoke earnestly, but when she noticed his lack of response, she closed her eyes and continued, I didn't kill you earlier, shouldn't you? Also, suddenly, the man moved, and Su Ling instinctively clutched her throat, shouting, You are an official of the court. You cannot repay kindness with malice. The body tensed. Yet the anticipated pain did not arrive as expected. A faint laughter seemed to echo in her ears. A soothing and cool sensation graced the back of her hand, reminiscent of the touch she had felt at her neck earlier. Here, Su Ling was momentarily taken aback as she opened her hand, grasping the icy object. It was shaped like a hairpin. How could this be? She had taken it from him. When had he reclaimed it? Outside the door, the flickering light of a lantern and the sound of hurried footsteps approached. And Ruo, filled with concern, called out from the other side, Miss, are you all right? I have something to say. Su Ling almost shouted, but a hint of caution held her back. Turning her head, she discovered the room was empty. Even the scent of sandalwood had vanished, as if it were all an illusion. She stood in stunned silence. Miss, and Ruo's voice grew increasingly anxious as she approached the door, seemingly intent on breaking it down. Su Ling glanced at the disarray around her, pressing her fingers to her temples. With a resigned sigh, she adopted a languid, dazed tone, feigning the demeanor of someone just awakening, and asked, What is it? I think I just had a nightmare. It's nothing. You may return. Hearing the steadiness in Su Ling's voice, and Ruo felt somewhat reassured, offering a few more words of concern before withdrawing. Once the coast was clear, Su Ling reignited the lamp, silently cursing the lax security of a minister's residence while bending down to gather the ropes strewn across the floor. The edges of the severed ropes and fishing lines were remarkably neat, clearly sliced by a sharp blade. Gritting her teeth, she thought to herself that the surgical knot indeed would not come undone, but he had a knife. What a blunder. She should have searched him earlier. Now, she lamented the loss of a precious vial's worth of treasures, only to find herself at a disadvantage. As she collected the remnants, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Staring at the ropes, she suddenly furrowed her brow. Where was her hairband? Chapter 69. Mother knows your ambition. Su Ling pondered for a moment, frowning. Surely she had not misremembered. She distinctly recalled using that hairband to bind his hands. It was already deep into the night, with the morning star shimmering faintly in the sky. Su Ling felt her head grow heavy. This body was weaker than her own. Staying awake at this hour was quite a challenge. Perhaps the anesthesia she had inhaled earlier had muddled her thoughts. Shaking her head, she dragged her weary body up onto the bed. The following day, Su Ling awoke to find the sun high in the sky. Liang Yuyan had returned from the Qishui temple. Upon hearing from Ruo that her daughter had experienced a nightmare, she had ordered that no one disturb her, allowing her to rest peacefully. With the flower festival banquet approaching, all the noble young ladies of the capital would be assessed together. Su Ling must be feeling pressure and unease, which had likely led to her nightmares. The mother understood her child's worries regarding the upcoming evaluation. However, although she held no particular expectations for Su Ling, it was customary for the legitimate daughter of the Su family to attend the flower festival. Failing to do so would be tantamount to openly defying the emperor's wishes, which was simply unacceptable. Although she wished to indulge her daughter, she could not overlook this matter. Her visit to the Qishui temple was solely to pray for her child's safety and health. She would forego everything else. Hearing from her maid that the young lady had awakened, she entered the room. Su Ling rubbed her eyes, clearly still in a daze, and smiled, greeting her. "You're back." Liang Yin sat by the edge of the bed, lovingly stroking Su Ling's hair, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. A hint of concern flashed in her gaze. "Linger, do not feel pressured. No matter the outcome, your mother will accept it with grace and will not blame you." Su Ling paused for a moment, instinctively asking, "What pressure?" Liang Yin chided gently, "Do not hide things from your mother. Have you not been troubled by the flower festival recently? Your father and I do not care about such matters. We only wish for our daughter to grow up safe and sound. Do not concern yourself with how others perceive you. You are the eldest daughter of the Su family, and no one dares to look down on you." Su Ling chuckled awkwardly, nearly forgetting the whole affair. Clearing her throat, she replied, "Mother, I am not afraid." Liang Yin wore a gentle smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of disbelief. "Really?" Before Su Ling could finish her reassurance, a maid cleaning the room suddenly gasped. Before anyone could react, she collapsed to her knees with a thud. Su Ling was astonished. Did ancient people greet the morning with such gravity? Yet before she could speak, Enruo burst into tears, lamenting, "Miss, you must never think of ending your life. The master and madam care for you deeply. How could you?" A coil of rope lay in the center of the maids. It was of perfect length and thickness, ideal for hanging. Su Ling post, swallowing. Last night, in her stupor, she had forgotten to burn those ropes. How could she possibly absolve herself of this? As expected, Liang Yin's complexion turned pale, her hands gripping Su Ling's tightly, her usual gentleness replaced by stark fear and concern. "Ling, what happened?" Taking a deep breath, Su Ling cursed Gu Zhao 100 times in her heart. "Mother, last night I couldn't sleep, so I was practicing tying knots." Su Ling pointed to the knots on the pile of ropes, her expression earnest. Liang Yin clearly did not believe her, nearly on the verge of tears as she grasped Su Ling's hand. "Linger, I know you are ambitious, but we can take our time. I never expected you to excel. Why must you put such pressure on yourself?" Chapter 70. The Dress 1. Su Ling's expression stiffened for a moment. The term ambitious to describe the original owner. If it weren't for the fact that she was in the presence of her own mother, she might have found it somewhat ironic. Even if she were to come in last, it would still be acceptable. She was still her mother's beloved darling. Liang Yin, oblivious to Su Ling's subtle change in demeanor, embraced her tightly, filled with maternal concern. Su Ling was momentarily taken aback. She was an orphan and had never been held like this before. Although this love did not truly belong to her, she felt a selfish yearning for it. "Mother, do not worry. I will not seek to end my life. Perhaps I might even win first place." Su Ling smiled, her voice teasing yet gentle. Liang Yin gazed at her in surprise, assuming she was merely trying to cheer her up, and playfully swatted her hand. Just getting the chance to participate is already a blessing from heaven. This child is truly naive. Winning first place does not matter to me. I only wish for your well-being. Su Ling nodded, her expression obedient. After she reassured her several times, Liang Yin's demeanor relaxed somewhat, though she still harbored concerns, continuously reminding her, "Ling, your father and I truly do not care about such superficial honors. Do not let it weigh on your heart. In life, it is all about how you live it. The talents expected of a young lady are merely to gain favor when choosing a husband. The daughters of the Su family are not expected to marry for success. In fact, I would rather you never marry. Staying by my side would be wonderful." Su Ling was taken aback. In this feudal society, a mother like Liang Yin, who harbored such thoughts, was nearly non-existent. Though she had always seemed weak and kind-hearted, her love for her daughter was genuine and profound. Just as she had arrived in this ancient world, Su Ling had worried that if her parents were too traditional and insisted on arranging her marriage, it would be a hassle to resist. But Liang Yin's perspective revealed a deep, abiding love for Su Ling. Su Ling smiled and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a matron entered from outside, clearly someone from the old lady's courtyard. Since the incident, the old lady had remained secluded, avoiding all visitors. and Su Ling had nearly forgotten her existence. The matron held a golden tray, atop which lay an exquisite dress and matching jewelry. This is a custom-made, auspicious satin gown for the flower festival, specially arranged by the old lady for the eldest daughter. Please do not find it lacking, the matron said with a polite smile. Su Ling glanced at the dark crimson, long gown resting upon the golden tray. It exuded an air of dignity and composure. Adorned with exquisite embroidery and a neckline delicately outlined with tiny pearls, threaded with golden silk, both refined and elegant, yet understated, perfectly suited for significant occasions. As Su Ling pondered the old matriarch's unexpected kindness, wondering if perhaps she had turned over a new leaf, she noticed a slight peculiarity in Liang Yuyin's expression beside her. This gown. It bore a certain resemblance to the one one wore at last year's poetry gathering. Liang Yuyin furrowed her brow slightly and looked up at the matron. Su Ling raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the garment's design, and recalled that indeed, it was true. In the text, Su Wanrong had donned a dark crimson gown during the poetry event last year. The original narrative had lavished praise upon her, describing her in a dark crimson satin gown adorned with floral patterns, exuding an aura befitting a noble woman, rendering her status as a mere daughter of the Su family almost forgotten. Chapter 71. The gown too. Su Ling vaguely remembered similar phrases, draped in red. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her every glance and gesture exuded nobility, capturing the hearts of countless young men in the capital. Following that poetry gathering, Su Wanrong had earned the title of the foremost talented woman in the capital, and her attire had left an indelible impression. Even Liang Yuyin recalled this event, let alone others. The matron who delivered the gown, noticing Liang Yuyin's hesitation, quickly interjected, "Not at all." The old matriarch simply thought the crimson hue would complement the eldest daughter's fair complexion, hence the creation of this gown. The one one wore was not nearly as opulent. Our eldest daughter is a legitimate daughter, and naturally, the standards differ. Do not overthink it. Su Ling's gaze swept across the matron's smiling face, her eyes narrowing slightly. It was indeed different, perhaps due to the stitching or the floral patterns. Even if the old matriarch harbored disdain, she would not overtly breach propriety. The matron spoke truthfully. This gown was indeed quite valuable. Nevertheless, under the bold undertones of dark crimson, others would fail to discern any intricate details, merely perceiving it as strikingly similar to the one Su Wanrong once wore. How would onlookers perceive the juxtaposition of a woman of dubious reputation and a dignified beauty of renowned talent, both clad in nearly identical garments? No need for deep contemplation. Su Ling could easily envision the scornful gazes and veiled mockery. Although the original text did not mention this red gown as a gift from the old matriarch to Su Ling, it was true that on the day of the 100 Flowers banquet, the original character joyfully wore this gown, once again serving as a backdrop to the main character's brilliance. As a mere accessory, the original author had scarcely elaborated on it, and Su Ling's recollection was faint, only noting a few lines of comparison drawn through others' perspectives. The eldest daughter of the Su family was indeed envious of the second branch's daughter, resembling Dong, sure, imitating the beauty. They spoke of her jealousy, yet she was but a mimic. Did one not notice the makeup on the Su family's eldest daughter? She possessed a unique spirit. No one in the capital could replicate such artistry. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the original character, who had intended to make a grand entrance, instead left in disgrace. It must be said this was a truly deft maneuver. The matron, observing Liang Yuyin's frown and Su Ling's silence, hastily presented the tray before Su Ling, cheerfully stating, "The old matriarch cherishes the eldest daughter. Look, the blue gem at the neckline is a royal gift, a rare treasure in the world." The old matriarch had always refrained from setting it, but upon seeing the gown made for the eldest daughter, she took it out without hesitation, believing no one else could wear it better than you. As Su Ling listened to the matron's words, she understood why Liang Yuyin, despite recognizing the similarity between the two gowns, chose not to intervene. The original character was a vain young girl. Upon hearing that the blue gem was a royal gift, something no one else possessed, she would undoubtedly insist on wearing this ensemble to the flower festival. Liang Yuyin, who had never cared for the eldest branch's reputation, simply saw Su Ling's delight and shared in it. Observing her determination, she would certainly not impose any restrictions. Chapter 72. The Gown 3. Su Ling smiled, shifting her gaze from the gown. The matron appeared somewhat surprised, as if astonished that Su Ling did not covet the blue gem as she usually did. "Miss you. Do not like it?" the matron inquired tentatively. Su Ling's smile was gentle as she replied, "I like it. It was given by my grandmother, so of course I cherish it." The matron then relaxed, saying, "As long as you like it, that is what matters." This is the old matriarch's heartfelt intention. If you were to dislike it, it would surely sadden her, and I would not know how to explain upon my return. The tone of her words bore an implication of moral coercion. After all, as a grandmother, she had made the gown and adorned it with a blue gem. If one were to refuse to wear it, it would be seen as unfilial. Su Ling cast her eyes down, a faint smile gracing her lips as she said softly, "Thank you, grandmother." The matron then left for Mingsa courtyard. Once she departed, Liang Yin looked at her, hesitating to speak. "If you have something to say, please do not hold back," Su Ling gently encouraged. Observing the lack of stubbornness on Su Ling's face, Liang Yin finally found her voice. "Linger, do not overthink it. I do not wish to prevent you from wearing this gown. It's just that your sister Wanrong once wore something similar, and I fear there may be gossip." "Just idle chatter. Can it truly harm us?" Su Ling replied nonchalantly. "Her demain or sirene." She was not the original character and harbored no petty vanity. If others wished to compare, let them. She neither cared nor feared. Su Ling's mind lingered more on the blue gem, sparkling and radiant, surely. It could fetch a considerable sum. The old matriarch had invested considerable effort to entice her. How could she squander such goodwill? Liang Yuyin's expression still bore a hint of hesitation. After a moment of silence, she turned to Su Ling and suggested, "Ling, perhaps we should choose another gown? I could apologize to your grandmother." Su Ling raised her gaze, calmly meeting Liang Yuyin's eyes. Her face, though innocent, possessed a penetrating intensity that seemed to pierce into the depths of one's heart, gradually calming any inner turmoil. Liang Yuyin stood momentarily stunned. Su Ling, had simile unyaviding, spoke gently yet firmly, "Mother, we cannot continue to hide away." Her tone was light, yet each word struck Liang Yuyin's heart like a hammer. "You once said that Father serves at the border to secure us a peaceful life, not to have us endure indignities within this household. We need not accept all injustices, nor should we feel it is our due." She took Liang Yin's hand and walked forward, a gentle breeze caressing her cheek and tousling her hair. The sunlight illuminated her profile, casting a shadow beneath her long lashes as she smiled with a calm grace, imbued with a hint of sharpness. Liang Yuyin stared at her, allowing herself to be led. Recently, she had sensed a change in Linger, but she had not expected the child to grasp the old matriarch's true intentions so clearly. For years, she had endured for the second branch, a habit that everyone in the household deemed natural. She had never considered rebellion, all for the sake of family peace. Su Ling seemed to read her thoughts, smiling as she remarked, "Such peace is meaningless. As for this gown, if others wish to compare, let them do so. I am unafraid of competition." A gust of wind rustled the leaves, obscuring the remainder of Su Ling's words. Her expression remained indifferent, imbued with a sense of casual amusement. She had never lost a game. Chapter 73. Before the banquet, 1. In the western courtyard of Jixia Garden, a young woman clad in a delicate yellow pleated gown gracefully entered the room, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Opposite her, a woman in pink attire curtsied and greeted, "Sister Wanrong, good day." "Ching Ching, there is no need for such formality," Su Wanrong replied, assisting her to sit upon the mahogany chair. She gazed at Su Qingqing, her eyes warm, and continued, "I heard from He Xiaonyang that you have been under considerable stress lately, so I came to see you." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Qingqing lowered her head and confessed, "Though I have attended school before, it was not alongside my sisters. I am anxious about losing face for the Su family tomorrow." "Do not be afraid. Grandmother is aware of these matters and will not burden you," Su Wanrong reassured her. "Moreover, with your talent, passing the examination should be no trouble. You have already performed admirably." A hint of helplessness graced Su Wanrong's smile as she added, "I wonder if Sister Ling will manage to pass the examination." Although Su Qingqing had heard rumors of Su Ling's lack of scholarly prowess, she had witnessed her adeptness at arithmetic during their last class, leaving her uncertain about the veracity of the gossip. The mention of Su Wanrong sparked a flicker of delight and curiosity within her, prompting her to feign surprise. Could it be that Sister Ling might not pass? Concern filled Su Wanrong's eyes as she sighed. Perhaps Sister Ling has been studying diligently of late, and some progress may be evident. As their conversation unfolded, she shook her head and mused, "Why do I speak of this? Sister Ling is a legitimate daughter, and we are fundamentally different. Even if she lacks talent, she is bound to find a good match in the future. Unlike us, who must rely on our abilities." Upon hearing this, a flash of envy crossed Su Qingqing's eyes. How could someone so lacking in skill enjoy a life of wealth and comfort? Why must all the fortune in the world fall solely upon Su Ling? She glanced at Su Wanrong, biting her lip in contemplation. Compared to Su Ling's fierce and domineering nature, she greatly admired her gentle sister, who was gracious, talented, and patient, infinitely preferable to the one who would resort to violence against her. A tinge of regret flickered within her. If only Wanrong were the legitimate daughter. Alas, fate had played its hand, and the most unworthy person had been bestowed that title. In her opinion, a woman like Su Ling, brash and overbearing, deserved to be cast out, discarded like refuse. Noticing the shadow of melancholy on Su Wanrong's face, she couldn't help but offer solace. "Sister Wanrong, with your remarkable talent, you will surely outshine everyone tomorrow. She cannot possibly compare to you." Su Wanrong hastily covered Su Qingqing's mouth, glancing around before whispering, "Such words should not be spoken carelessly. If Sister Ling were to hear, she would be furious. Aren't you afraid she might strike you?" Recalling the unease from that day, Su Qingqing bit her lip defiantly. "Why should I fear her? Father will protect me." With a sigh, Su Wanrong chuckled softly, patting Su Qingqing's hand in reassurance. "We are all members of the same household. Harmony is essential. Besides, how could I dare compete with Sister Ling? Grandmother favors her greatly. She even set the royal blue gem into her gown for tomorrow. I cannot help but envy her." Su Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. The royal blue gem? How could grandmother? After all, she is the legitimate daughter of the first house. Grandmother naturally treats her differently than us, Su Wanrong responded gently. Chapter 74. Before the banquet, too. The envy in Su Qingqing's eyes deepened. Enough of such thoughts. We should focus on being a suitable complement for the eldest sister, Su Wanrong said soothingly. Yet a sense of dissatisfaction gnawed at Su Qingqing. Even if she did not voice it, Wanrong consistently outshone her, yet was destined to remain in her shadow. How could someone of such character and demeanor be worthy of donning a royal blue gem? As she pondered this, Su Wanrong continued, "Nonetheless, the eldest sister's gown is indeed beautiful. I had the fortune to catch a glimpse of it, and that blue gem is truly dazzling. For someone like us, it may be a lifetime before we see such splendor again." A hint of envy glimmered in Su Wanrong's eyes as she softly advised. "However, the eldest sister is notoriously careless. Do remind her to be cautious with that gown. I fear that if it were to be damaged by someone clumsy, it would be disastrous. The blue gem is so precious. If anything were to happen, grandmother would undoubtedly be upset. I must go and remind Sister Ling." Su Wanrong's demeanor exuded genuine concern. At her words, Su Qingqing paused, her heart stirring with a notion as she lowered her gaze. Precious indeed. A glimmer of ambition sparked within her eyes as she suddenly suggested, "Sister Wanrong, I ought to apologize to Sister Ling for my previous transgressions. Allow me to remind her instead." "You wish to go?" Su Wanrong appeared slightly surprised, but smiled and replied, "Very well. After all, we are family, and it is best to maintain harmony." Su Qingqing concealed the darkness in her gaze, nodding with a smile. Yes. Once Su Wanrong departed, her expression gradually turned cold. The memory of Su Ling brandishing the bamboo stick with an air of superiority sparked a seething resentment within her. How could someone so vulgar and lacking in decorum be deserving of the royal blue gem? Clenching her teeth, her hands slowly balled into fists within her sleeves, her eyes reflecting a fierce and envious glint. In the Bihua courtyard of the Western Garden, a maid, secretly placed by the Liu family in Jixia Garden, reported back that Su Qingqing had discreetly sent someone to the Eastern courtyard. Such a covert directive was clearly not meant to remind Su Ling, but rather to orchestrate an unknown scheme. Wanrong, even if the eldest sister wears that crimson gown, is she who will lose face? Why must you insist on sending Su Qingqing? Lu Shi questioned, puzzled. Su Wanrong remained silent. She recalled how Su Ling had once appeared at school without a trace of makeup, looking both delicate and somewhat pitiful. If she were to grace the Hua Zhao banquet in her pure and innocent form, adorned in a gown embellished with royal jewels, she would undoubtedly become the center of attention. If she were to don that gown with the blue gem, it was not inconceivable that some shallow young man in the capital might be captivated by her unadorned beauty. "Mother, I have my own plans," Su Wanrong replied with a faint smile. Seeing her composed demeanor, Lu Shi understood that she had orchestrated everything and ceased to press further. "The eldest sister has always been unlearned and lacks decorum. She is no match for you, so why fret?" Lu Shi soothed, stroking Su Wanrong's hair gently. Su Wanrong slightly lowered her gaze. Chapter 75, Before the Banquet 3, For reasons unknown, ever since the incident by the lakeside, she felt as though Su Ling had transformed into a different person. Though she still lacked decorum, there was an undeniable sharpness and assertiveness in her demeanor, as if she had shed the timid shell she once inhabited. Perhaps it was simply her imagination. However, even if she were overly sensitive, she would not grant Su Ling a single opportunity to shine. She understood her better than anyone. In the entirety of Su Ling's wardrobe in Chuanha Courtyard, aside from the garish and vulgar garments, there were no suitable choices. If this gown were to be ruined, Su Ling would have no choice but to revert to her previous ostentatious and unrefined attire. The thought of Su Ling in such a state drew a smirk from the corners of Su Wanrong's lips. In that unrefined guise, no one would dare to compare her with herself. They would simply regard Su Ling as the least presentable daughter of the Su family, unworthy of being a legitimate daughter. When that moment arrives, should she still be dazzling at the Huazhao banquet, she would undoubtedly capture the attention of the capital's elite with an irresistible presence. From this moment on, others would no longer regard her merely as the illegitimate daughter of the Su family. However, this was not the most pressing matter at hand. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Su Ling, that wild child from the countryside, dared to wear similar garments as her. How could she possibly be worthy? Su Wanrong maintained a gentle smile, yet the curvature of her lips grew increasingly frigid, akin to the snow of midwinter, soft to the touch yet chilling to the bone. Was she not accustomed to being proud? She was determined to show Su Ling that, in her presence, even one as lowly as dirt should feel ashamed. The facade of dignity and vanity she had so meticulously upheld was nothing but worthless trinkets, easily crushed beneath her feet. At the Flower Festival banquet, she would undoubtedly make it clear that even if Su Ling had fortuitously acquired the status of a legitimate daughter, she was unworthy of such a position. The most radiant daughter of the Su family could only be her, Su Wanrong. The night was long. The sky above was dotted with stars, and a gentle breeze dispersed the lingering clouds, allowing the soft moonlight to cascade down. Yunji's condition had improved significantly in recent days, allowing him to rise and attend to various tasks. Granny Zhang finally felt a sense of relief, gazing upon Yunji, who resembled his former self, her heart brimming with gratitude. She had been vigilantly watching over him for several days, and the household chores had been put on hold, delegated to others. Now that Yunji was on the mend, she felt it was time for her to attend to her own responsibilities. Yet, those concerns felt trivial in light of the upcoming Flower Festival banquet, which stirred a sense of unease within her. She had always been aware of the subtle bullying from the second household towards the first, but the madam preferred to overlook such matters, and, as a servant, she would not dare to offend her superiors. Yet, the Flower Festival banquet was a crucial event for young ladies, where even the slightest mistake could not be tolerated. She harbored worries. The madam was pure-hearted, and the eldest daughter was rather simple-minded, unlikely to pay much attention. However, having lived for so many years, she understood the turbulent winds within this grand estate. She felt compelled to investigate tonight for her own peace of mind. With such thoughts, Granny Zhang made her way towards Chuanha Courtyard. As she opened the door to the small pavilion where the ceremonial garments were stored, she spotted a shadowy figure darting within. "Who goes there?" Granny Zhang reacted swiftly, her voice sharp. The figure trembled in the darkness. The sound of a sharp object clattering to the ground echoed in the silent room as it turned to flee. Without hesitation, Granny Zhang locked the door behind her, muttering, "Let us see where you think you're going," while lighting the lamps. The dim glow illuminated the room, revealing a figure clad in gray struggling to push the door. The sudden brightness caused the girl to squint in pain, and before she could adjust, she was seized by the collar, rendered immobile. "How dare you touch the eldest daughter's belongings?" Granny Zhang exclaimed, gripping the girl's clothing tightly and cursing vehemently. Being accustomed to hard labor, her strength surpassed that of most, and the girl could not move an inch under her grasp. As she dragged her, Granny Zhang lit additional lamps, flooding the small pavilion with light, exposing the previously hidden damage wrought in the darkness. Initially, she had assumed a petty thief had set their sights on the blue gem adorning the eldest daughter's garment, yet the scene before her caused her to pause in shock. A sharp pair of scissors lay on the ground, having slipped from the girl's hand, while the remnants of exquisite red fabric lay scattered. The once splendid garment had been ruthlessly severed, starting from the blue gem at the collar, with pearls cascading onto the floor and the delicate peacock feather embroidery torn asunder, leaving only a few disheveled threads swaying in the air. Even the lavish hibiscus flower embroidery on the hem had been brutally slashed, the intricate golden threads left in tatters, creating a scene of utter devastation. It was evident that this was no mere act of theft. The intent was to destroy the garment. "You little wretch!" Granny Zhang, her anger boiling over, flung the girl to her knees and delivered a resounding slap. The force was substantial, the sound crisp and loud as the girl was knocked to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Stunned, she lay there for a moment, dazed by the blow. Please spare me, Granny," she cried, repeatedly bowing her head in apology. As she turned to shield her face, Granny Zhang finally recognized her, her brows furrowed in disbelief and anger. "Qianghua, aren't you from Qingtai's quarters?" Qianghua knelt, tears streaming down her face as she averted her gaze from Granny Zhang. The latter scoffed. "Qingtai has made quite the impression. She has barely been here a few days and already manages to orchestrate such disgraceful acts." Qianghua shook her head, twisting the hem of her garment, her voice trembling as she stammered, "It has nothing to do with our Qingtai. I wanted to steal the blue gem on my own accord." "Do not give me those excuses," Granny Zhang retorted sharply. "Would you have dared to act without your mistress's orders? Once tomorrow comes, you will be met with severe punishment from the second household." She spat, her voice laced with venom. Chapter 77. Before the banquet. 5. Qianghua, tears brimming in her eyes, lowered her head, her hands trembling uncontrollably, falling silent. Granny Zhang, irritated by such cowardice, shot her a fierce glare before approaching the ruined gown. It was beyond repair, utterly destroyed. With the banquet fast approaching, the young ladies of noble families would soon be entering the venue. They would need to rise at dawn. There was no way to mend the garment in just an hour. Taking a deep breath, Granny Zhang resolved to inform the eldest daughter of this calamity, calling for someone to take Qianghua away and confine her in a side pavilion. As she was dragged away, Qianghua cried out in desperation, prompting Granny Zhang to stuff a cloth into her mouth, scolding her harshly. "Do you wish to wake the entire household?" With tears in her eyes, Qianghua understood that struggling or pleading would be futile, and she bowed her head, allowing others to search her, ultimately retrieving the stolen blue gem. Granny Zhang held the precious gem in her hand, silently expressing her gratitude to the Buddha for ensuring it had not been lost. She walked slowly towards Chuanhe courtyard, contemplating her next steps. Su Ling was sound asleep when she thought she heard someone gently calling her name. As she opened her eyes, still hazy with sleep, she noticed the darkness outside and felt a twinge of curiosity. She donned her outer robe and opened the door, finding Granny Zhang looking anxious. Surprised, Su Ling initially feared that something had happened to Yunch. Just as she was about to inquire, Granny Zhang spoke first. "Sister, something terrible has happened." Seeing the blue gem in Granny Zhang's hands and the lights flickering in the small pavilion, Su Ling quickly grasped the situation. "Who did this?" she asked calmly. "It was a maid from the second household, named Qianghua," Granny Zhang replied through clenched teeth. "If it weren't for the rules, I would have loved to see her punished severely. But she is merely a maid. The true instigator must be Su Qingqing, who did not know that the Flower Festival banquet was the most significant competition for the noble ladies of the capital. How dare an illegitimate daughter take advantage of this opportunity to harm a legitimate daughter? Such malicious intent could not be tolerated within the estate. When the master returns, she must be dealt with." Su Ling nodded slightly, her understanding deepening. If Su Qingqing alone had conceived such a scheme, she would not truly believe it. It was evident that Su Wanrong had subtly influenced her actions. The original text does not contain such a scene. It seems that Su Wanrong no longer wishes to grant her the opportunity to wear this garment, indicating a deep-seated animosity. Su Ling's lips curled slightly, tinged with a hint of coldness as she softly spoke, "I shall go take a look." With that, she moved toward the door. However, Granny Zhang suddenly called out to her, stepping forward to adjust her cloak, expressing concern, My dear, the night winds are chilly. You mustn't catch a cold. Su Ling gazed at Granny Zhang for a moment, her expression softening as she said, You have worked hard, thinking of me even at this late hour. Yet, an unsettling feeling stirred within her. Granny Zhang, wearing a look of guilt, sighed, If only I had discovered this sooner, it wouldn't have come to this. It is the thief's intent. I never anticipated that the second house would resort to such despicable tactics. You needn't blame yourself, Granny, Su Ling replied gently. Granny Zhang was somewhat taken aback. She had assumed that if Ling knew of the situation, she would be in a state of panic and fear, seeking strategies with the lady of the house. Yet, at this moment, Su Ling appeared calm, her eyes nearly devoid of emotion, her voice steady. On the day when young Master Yun fell gravely ill, she had exhibited this very demeanor. The playful and mischievous expressions that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by a composed and serene aura that instilled tranquility in those around her. Granny Zhang was unaware that Su Ling had once dedicated herself to protecting the lives of others, having been roused from slumber countless times to attend to patients in critical situations. Her years of experience had fostered a calmness that was essential for a healer. However, she sensed that Su Ling had changed. Although she did not fully comprehend the nature of this transformation, it was evidently a positive development amidst the turmoil of the Marquisate. She felt that the previously weak position of the first house seemed to have shifted subtly, as if someone had begun to shoulder the responsibilities that had once been absent, leading to a quiet transformation in their fate. As Granny Zhang guided Su Ling into the small pavilion, Su Ling merely glanced at the chaos strewn across the floor and declared, It cannot be worn. There was no trace of sorrow or reluctance in her eyes. What shall we do then? Granny Zhang clasped her hands, knitting her brows. She understood that the garment was no longer wearable, yet there was no time to have another made. The usual dresses of a young lady were. A voice broke the silence. Heavens, how could this happen? And Ruo, awakened by the commotion, hurried over, her face filled with terror as she surveyed the disorder. She fell to her knees, stammering, Miss, it is all my fault for not safeguarding the gown. At this juncture, such lamentations were futile. It's merely a dress. It is of no consequence. Su Ling replied with a gentle smile, helping her to her feet. But without the gown adorned with blue gems, how can you compete with the second house? And Ruo's words trailed off abruptly. Yet the implication was clear to all. The eldest sister lacked the intellectual foundation to rival Wan. And although she had recently decided to forego exaggerated and unbecoming makeup, the servants of the first house secretly rejoiced, believing that at least their eldest sister possessed a beautiful visage that would surely outshine others at the upcoming floral banquet. Despite the current enlightened atmosphere in the kingdom, where the emperor encouraged women to pursue education, there were still whispers that a woman without talent was considered virtuous. Thus, even if the eldest sister were to falter in terms of talent at the floral banquet, it would not strip her of dignity, nor would it incite excessive gossip regarding the inferiority of the legitimate daughters of the Su family compared to the illegitimate ones. Su Ling smiled, though a hint of indifference flickered in her gaze. She has faltered, she stated lightly, and Ruo paused, unable to fully grasp the meaning behind her words. Granny Thang regarded Su Ling thoughtfully. If there was no involvement from Su Wanrong in this matter, she would find it hard to believe. Yet, Su Wanrong was known for her grace and talent, a celebrated figure in society, making this a seemingly unwinnable contest. Why would she resort to such underhanded tactics? Was it possible that she feared the eldest sister might overshadow her? Granny Zhang, momentarily stunned, lifted her gaze to Su Ling, feeling as though she was looking at a stranger. Since returning from the palace, the eldest sister had become a focal point in any gathering, drawing everyone's attention. She possessed an elegance that defied categorization, a harmonious blend of sophistication and simplicity. Particularly captivating were her eyes, clear and shallow like a tranquil pool, yet unfathomably deep. The timid are destined to lose, Su Ling remarked with a faint smile in the stillness of the night. She relished competition, for her life had been shaped by a series of challenges. Whether examinations or interviews, she had always charged forward with unwavering resolve. Having lost everything, she feared no further loss. If God were the dealer, her fate was unique in that she had not been dealt any cards, but had been endowed with the ability to draw them. The floral banquet, which she had previously regarded with indifference, now appeared worthy of her attention, especially given Su Wanrong's obstinate interference. I must make the most of this opportunity she thought. To honor the effort I have invested. Let us return to rest. I have my plans. In a room filled with anxious individuals, Su Ling spoke with a smile. Sister. Although Granny Zhang had witnessed Su Ling's resolute determination before, the current situation was concerning. Your gowns are still those from before. Recognizing that Su Ling had changed, Granny Zhang offered a reminder. Surely there are simpler garments available? There are, and Ruo interjected, but according to the regulations for formal attire, we haven't prepared any plain ones. Wearing them would be somewhat improper. Su Ling pondered this and asked, is there a white jade chain, something of value? After a moment of contemplation, and Ruo nodded. Yes, the mistress has a fondness for white jade and purchases fine pieces whenever she sees them. I recall. There is a delicate chain of mutton fat jade stored in the storeroom, gifted to the young lady by the mistress. It is of exquisite quality. Su Ling nodded and inquired. Can the blue gem be set in silver and affixed to that slender, white jade chain within the hour? Blue gems come in fixed sizes, and a family of Su's stature would certainly have various silver and gold settings available, needing only slight adjustments. And Ruo confirmed, half an hour will suffice. Then let us proceed as planned. Once it is prepared, bring it to me, Su Ling instructed. Although Ruo was unaware of Su Ling's intentions, the steadiness of her demeanor eased her worries, and she did not press further, simply complying with her instructions. Once all arrangements were made, Su Ling surveyed the chaos in the small pavilion and remarked that there was no need for cleaning before returning to Chunha Courtyard with Granny Zhang. Sister, that Xianghua has already been confiscated by me. However, this matter may only reach Qing's ears, Granny Zhang hesitated to express. Su Ling understood her meaning. As an elder in the household, she surely recognized the complexity of the situation. Yet if Su Wanrong were so easily exposed, she would hardly be worthy of the role of a protagonist in a tale of female empowerment. Su Ling smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned. It matters not, for there will be ample time ahead. This time, she needed only to convey one crucial lesson to Su Wanrong. She was not a person to be trifled with. Indeed. After a brief respite on her couch, dawn broke with a soft light. One by one, the maidservants entered to assist her with her grooming and washing. Su Ling selected the simplest garment from the clothes that Ruo handed her. The light azure satin gown was adorned with a cluster of pure, white jasmine, with several flower buds intricately embroidered in pale green and encircled by delicate silver-threaded designs. From a distance, it resembled a serene, azure lake shimmering under the sun's rays. Although the attire was exceedingly modest, Su Ling perceived that both the design and cut were executed with great care and precision, far surpassing what one might expect from the original owner's taste. How could I have forgotten when I purchased this dress? Su Ling feigned the ignorance, and Ruo chided, Miss, how could you forget? This is the dress that young master gifted you last year on your birthday. Su Ling suddenly recalled. Hadn't Ruo not mentioned it, she might have completely overlooked the fact that she had an elder brother who accompanied Su Yunting in military campaigns year-round. With this context, the dress's dignified simplicity made perfect sense. Its aesthetic was refined and elegant. However, observing in Ruo's cautious demeanor, it was evident that the original owner had often criticized this garment. In the past, I lacked understanding, but now I find this dress, gifted by my brother, truly beautiful. Su Ling said with a charming smile. And Ruo responded with a smile. It is wonderful that you feel this way, Mississippi. And Ruo styled Su Ling's hair into a flowing cloud bun, perfectly complementing the fresh, natural hue of the azure gown. The once slightly heavy color appeared more vibrant on Su Ling, making her seem more lively. Miss, you look truly stunning. And Ruo exclaimed as she gazed into the bronze mirror, admiring the young woman's delicate, fair face with almond-shaped eyes shimmering like water and soft, rosy lips. Yet, a trace of worry crossed in Ruo's face as she glanced at Su Ling's attire. If you had worn that resplendent crimson gown, you would have dazzled everyone. While this dress is lovely, it is somewhat too plain. I wonder if His Majesty will take offense. And Ruo pursed her lips. Moreover, since some days ago, you have refrained from applying heavy makeup. Today, you consented to a light touch-up, merely a sweep of brow powder and a hint of distant mountain green, while the rest remains nearly bare, with only a touch of rouge on your lips. This minimalist approach feels rather too understated compared to the young ladies from noble families. And Ruo's face betrayed her concealed concern. Su Ling, however, seemed unperturbed. After her makeup was complete, she picked up the sapphire necklace. The fine jade beads were delicately strung together, with a round, translucent sapphire suspended in the center. The collision of pure white and deep blue created an exquisite harmony. She slowly adorned her neck with the necklace, which sparkled brilliantly against her fair skin. Just as Ruo marveled at the sight, Su Ling suddenly tucked the sapphire into her collar, concealing its brilliance behind a modest fat jade chain. Mississippi, you. And Ruo looked at her in astonishment. This sapphire necklace was the only accessory capable of commanding attention, yet the miss had chosen to hide it away. Su Ling wore a playful smile and whispered, "I fear it may be stolen. The world has become quite unscrupulous." Her gaze flicked toward the box containing Gu Zhao's jade pendant, and she smirked, mockingly admonishing, "Some people even resort to stealing others' jade." And Ruo paused, evidently puzzled by her words, yet seeing the sparkle in her eyes, she could only manage a helpless smile. "Very well, as long as you are happy," Mississippi suddenly. Unsteady footsteps echoed from outside, and the door to the inner chamber was pushed open. Upon raising her head, Su Ling saw Liang Yuyan's pale countenance. Having intentionally refrained from disturbing her the night before, Su Ling now discerned that her expression indicated she had just come from her small pavilion. "Lingia." Liang Yuyan's voice trembled slightly as she approached, her gaze fixed intently on Su Ling's attire. Su Ling grasped her hand firmly, reassuringly stating, "Mother, there is no need to worry. Whatever I wear is inconsequential. We will address this matter upon our return. But look, I told you we cannot continue hiding, can we?" Su Ling's smile was soft and her tone gentle, yet Liang Yuyan felt a lump in her throat. She suddenly realized her error. From a moment she beheld the scene of chaos, she understood. Continuous passivity did not yield peace and harmony, but rather invited relentless oppression from others. The possessions that rightfully belonged to Linger could be destroyed and taken away by others. Those individuals showed no restraint. They seemed intent on trampling her into the mud, wishing for her to remain powerless forever. Only by doing so could they lead comfortable lives. Liang Yuyan bit her lip tightly, her grip on Su Ling's hand trembling with intensity. Su Ling, in a soothing manner, squeezed her hand back, her eyes steady and calm. She softly reassured, "Mother, do not worry. We will no longer be bullied. I will protect you." Liang Yuyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she raised her gaze to meet Su Ling's. Through the blurred vision, she realized that her daughter had become her greatest support. With Yun Ting often absent, her willingness to endure had subjected Linger to undue hardships. A heavy weight sat in her heart, and her throat felt scorched with pain. She whispered, "It is Mother who should protect you." An attendant announced the time, and Su Ling nodded to Liang Yuyan before departing the residence with the servants. Outside the gates, He Yinwei had just sent Su Qingqing off to her carriage when she turned and unexpectedly encountered Su Ling. She had only learned of Su Qingqing's actions that morning, driven by fear as to where Qianghua had gone. Unable to conceal her anxiety, she confided in He Yinwei. Naturally, He Yinwei reprimanded her for being too impulsive, but ultimately did not dwell on the matter. With the support of the master in the second house, even the most significant issues could be conveniently assigned to Qianghua. After all, a servant dismissed for being careless was hardly a loss. Thus, when she saw Su Ling, she felt little unease. However, upon observing Su Ling's elegantly simple attire, her expression momentarily froze. Su Ling stood poised, exuding grace. She bore no trace of the vulgarity that was rumored about her. She had initially assumed Su Ling favored ostentatious colors. If her splendid garments were ruined, she would surely seek out something equally garish to wear. To her surprise, Su Ling had chosen such a modest outfit, which highlighted her beauty, rendering her akin to a pristine lotus emerging from the water, evoking disdain. He Yinwei masked her displeasure, adopting a concerned expression as she sweetly inquired, "Elder sister, why are you dressed so simply? A daughter of the Su family should not appear so plain at the flower festival. It may invite ridicule. At your age, you ought to wear vibrant and celebratory colors. There are many newly tailored garments at Annie's place. Would you like to take a look?" And Ruo inwardly cursed, wondering whom He Yinwei was belittling. Did the eastern courtyard lack clothing, or did she mean for Su Ling to wear an outsider's attire? Moreover, what she had in mind for the miss was undoubtedly gaudy and tasteless. Had it not been for that ungrateful daughter ruining the miss's gown last night, she would not be wearing such simplicity today. Yet, since Su Ling had instructed her to postpone such discussions until their return, she could only suppress her anger. "There is no need for you to concern yourself, He Xiaonyang," and Ruo replied curtly. He Yunwei's smile faltered for a moment before she sweetly responded. I'm only being kind. Thank you, He Xiaonyang, but I wish to dress this way myself. The flower festival aims to select talent, not to compare beauty. Clothing is merely an accessory. Wouldn't you agree? Su Ling replied with a smile. If Su Ling had lost her temper, she would have 100 ways to retaliate. However, He Yunwei was taken aback by Su Ling's unexpectedly profound words, left momentarily speechless. It is precisely such articulate and gentle individuals who are the most difficult to contend with. He Yunwei twisted her handkerchief, feeling a surge of frustration upon observing Su Ling's innocent appearance. She forced a smile and said, if that is the case, elder sister should hasten to the carriage. The younger sisters are awaiting you. Su Ling acquiesced and proceeded towards the estate's entrance. Outside, 2 carriages awaited. The front one adorned with slightly more tassels, evidently prepared for the legitimate daughter, Su Ling. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong and Su Qingqing shared the second carriage, standing at the back. Hearing footsteps approaching, Su Wanrong pretended to be nonchalant as she lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, gazing into the distance. The corners of her lips, which had been on the verge of curling upwards, suddenly stiffened upon sighting Su Ling. Her expression altered slightly as she and Su Qingqing disembarked to pay their respects. Raising her head, she feigned ignorance and inquired, why is an elder sister wearing the outfit gifted by grandmother? Su Ling glanced at their attire. Su Wanrong wore a peach-pink gauzy long dress, modest yet reminiscent of springtime peach blossoms. Although it was somewhat chilly for such attire, it was evident that Su Wanrong was unfazed. Her arms, partially concealed by sheer sleeves, appeared enchanting. In contrast, Su Qingqing donned a deep blue gown with a high collar, embroidered with blooming lotuses, radiant yet somewhat gaudy compared to Su Wanrong's elegance. Nevertheless, both wore intricately embroidered garments, adorned with intertwining gold threads, radiating opulence and grace, perfectly suited for such a grand occasion. In comparison, Su Ling's attire seemed rather plain, more akin to a leisurely outing by the lake than attending a formal banquet. In response to Su Wanrong's inquiry, Su Ling smiled graciously and candidly replied, someone ruined it. Su Wanrong was taken aback by her bluntness, while Su Qingqing's complexion paled in shock. Yet, Su Ling did not spare them a glance, merely sighing with a smile, as if indifferent. Su Wanrong found it increasingly challenging to fathom her thoughts. After a moment, she resumed, however, elder sister's attire for the banquet is rather understated. If others were unaware, they might perceive it as a lack of decorum from the Su family. Why not wear something more vibrant? You would look splendid in bright colors. Su Wanrong spoke with a gentle smile, sincerity gracing her features as she took Su Ling's hand. Su Ling unobtrusively brushed her hand aside and replied with a smile. But isn't there you? The younger sister is renowned for her grace and poise. Surely you can restore the little dignity I have lost. Her words, though gentle, struck Su Wanrong as somewhat jarring. It was only when Su Ling had boarded the carriage that she regained her composure. Despite her plain attire, which should not overshadow Su Wanrong, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at Su Ling's demeanor. Clenching her teeth slightly, she endeavored to calm her emotions. She never anticipated that Su Ling would forsake her once vibrant garments for the simplest of outfits, regardless of Su Ling's intentions. Her choice to attend the banquet in such a manner was foolish. If she believed that simplicity and elegance would capture others' attention, she was sorely mistaken. The flower festival banquet had its own protocols, and such casual attendance was a slight to the emperor. The emperor could reprimand her at any moment, and then she would see if she could still take pride in herself. The carriage moved steadily, soon arriving at the Imperial City. The annual flower festival banquet was traditionally held within the Imperial City, typically at the Phoenix platform, a spacious venue capable of accommodating numerous spectators. A designated area was reserved for royalty, and it was rumored that this year, the emperor would attend to witness which family's daughter stood out the most. Upon arrival, the daughters would be escorted by palace matrons to the West Hall, where they would await the arrival of guests before proceeding to the Phoenix platform together. As Su Ling and her companions dismounted beside the official path leading to the West Hall, a palace maid with downcast eyes approached to collect their identity flower tokens, silently guiding them onward. The atmosphere within the palace was solemn, the path lined with crimson walls, occasionally fragrant with the heavy scent of incense. The daughters instinctively lowered their gazes, hands clasped in front of them, anxious to avoid any misstep. Only Su Ling observed her surroundings walking unabashedly. As others often deemed her unruly, it would be peculiar if she were to behave with restraint. Instead, she seized the opportunity to admire the ancient architecture. Truth be told, it appeared even more exquisite than the Forbidden City. Additionally, the palace attire was remarkably beautiful. The maid leading them was as impassive as a machine, treating the young ladies with indifference, her stern expression seemingly sculpted from stone. This seriousness made the noble ladies quite nervous, with some trembling as they walked. Su Wanrong subtly lifted her gaze, harboring a tinge of malicious anticipation. Having accompanied her father to the palace since childhood, she felt no fear in such a setting. However, Su Ling, who hailed from the countryside, had never encountered such a solemn and regulated environment. She must be as terrified as those girls who had never seen the world, her legs likely trembling in fear. Yet, as Su Wanrong raised her head, she was taken aback. Su Ling strolled leisurely along the path as if it were her own backyard. She glanced around, her eyes filled with curiosity rather than the admiration and envy reflected in those of the other noble girls. It was as if she were making comparisons, assessing the grandeur around her. Su Wanrong felt momentarily dizzy. Was she out of her mind, comparing the palace's architecture? What gave her that right? Had she seen anything comparable in the countryside? A derisive smile played at the corners of Su Wanrong's lips as she shook her head. She could not possibly possess such insight. It must be a facade. Soon enough, her true nature would be revealed before the emperor. The noble ladies, guided by the palace maids, slowly proceeded, traversing the short corridor until they reached the West Hall. The grand crimson doors swung open, revealing elderly matrons who welcomed these esteemed young ladies with warm expressions. Inside, the sweet scent of lily incense wafted through the air, and a bronze cauldron adorned with a golden toad trickled water melodiously, while a rosewood table by the window displayed an exquisite porcelain vase containing early blooming pear blossoms. Please wait here, ladies, and prepare yourselves. You shall enter in half an hour, in order of precedence, instructed the leading matron with a gentle smile, her voice steady. After the ladies acknowledged her, they began to make their preparations. Some retrieved cosmetics, while others pulled out poetry books for a last-minute review, all bearing anxious expressions. Su Ling found a spot to sit, and the attending maidservants served tea. Su Ling lifted her teacup to sip, savoring the taste. Indeed, as expected from the Imperial Palace, this tea is superior to that of the Su residence. At some point, Su Wanrong also settled beside her, glancing at her with concern, a hint of worry in her eyes. She softly asked, "Elder sister, have you memorized the poetry collection I gave you?" Setting down her teacup, Su Ling smiled faintly, appearing amiable from a distance, yet somewhat vacant up close. Su Wanrong paused, then heard her say, "Your kindness is appreciated. I shall not let it go to waste." Regaining her composure, Su Wanrong smiled back, affirming, "If elder sister can recite the contents of that poetry collection and the painting album, you will undoubtedly succeed. Have confidence." Su Ling nodded and casually inquired, "Is that so? But I observed that Luo Ci's abilities seem no better than mine." Her tone was exceedingly casual, yet caused Su Wanrong's expression to stiffen. She felt a sudden headache. In all her years, she had never encountered such brazen individuals. Su Ling might be the most oblivious person among those she knew. Observing Su Ling behaving as if nothing were amiss, sipping her tea while blowing on it, the derision and disdain in her eyes were nearly impossible to conceal. "Elder sister," she struggled to maintain a steady voice. For Master Luo was a renowned figure in seclusion. "Elder sister, your exposure to poetry may be limited, and perhaps you do not grasp the nuances of its appreciation." Chapter 85. The Flower Festival Banquet 3. Su Ling slightly furrowed her brow, a smile lingering on her lips as she glanced at Su Wanrong. Not everyone can be deemed a master, can they? In her era, the cultural treasures and historical essence were countless. Even though she did not specialize in Chinese literature, years of higher education had engraved thousands of poems in her mind. Compared to the thin booklet authored by Luo Ci, it indeed seemed somewhat inferior. However, her nonchalant demeanor appeared to Su Wanrong as a lack of discernment. Even someone who had been taught to conceal emotions since childhood could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Who bestowed such confidence upon Su Ling? Did she not realize the difficulty of penning such poetry? Truly, the uneducated were blissfully unaware of their limitations. Su Wanrong lowered her gaze to mask the contempt in her eyes, taking a deep breath before saying, elder sister, although you may not understand poetry, I do. This master's works are truly exceptional, easily recognizable by anyone with a modicum of knowledge. Su Ling chuckled, pretending not to perceive the sarcasm in her words, and nodded. Only then did Su Wanrong breathe a sigh of relief, while inwardly reflecting on the exhausting nature of conversing with the ignorant. Engaging with such individuals was an affront to her intellect. Although the young ladies resting in this side hall were largely preoccupied with their attire and poise, a few passing ladies noticed Su Wanrong and greeted her warmly. Su Wanrong's reputation as a talented woman in the capital was quite illustrious, and these lower-ranked ladies harbored a desire to curry favor with her. Su Wanrong responded gracefully, adhering to proper etiquette without faltering. Inevitably, some noticed the woman seated beside her. Though she possessed a pleasing appearance, her understated attire was somewhat too modest. They had heard of the recent entrance of an illegitimate daughter into the Su residence, and it was common knowledge that the status of this daughter differed significantly from that of Su Wanrong, who was born of a noble concubine. Thus, attending the same flower festival banquet, her muted clothing and reluctance to overshadow Su Wanrong seemed fitting. With this realization, the noble ladies confirmed the identity of the quietly sipping tea woman. She was undoubtedly the illegitimate daughter of the recently welcomed concubine. Upon understanding this, a subtle disdain and arrogance colored the gazes of these noble women. What use was beauty when one bore such a low-born identity? A life of obscurity awaited her. At that moment, the matron leading the noble ladies approached, arranging them in order according to their flower cards for entry. Su Ling was then summoned by the matron, while the woman behind her turned to her companion and remarked, "Is this the illegitimate daughter of the Su family? Dressed so plainly, it's evident she comes from a lowly background. How petty! Indeed, one might mistake her for attempting to seduce someone. Even if a nobleman were bewitched by her beauty, he would surely weigh her status as an illegitimate daughter," responded another. Chapter 86. The Flower Festival Banquet. 4. The woman speaking was by Luo Wei, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, by Quan. Although her family background could not rival the highest echelons, it was sufficiently respectable. She had always held a sense of superiority and looked down upon the illegitimate daughter, but something about Su Ling's demeanor, distinct from others, caught her attention. The pale cyan dress suited her remarkably well, stirring an uncharacteristic jealousy within by Luo Wei. Yet, in the end, she reminded herself, she is merely an illegitimate daughter. There's nothing noteworthy about her. She slightly lifted her chin, turning away with an air of haughtiness as she prepared for her turn. As the noble ladies entered under the matron's guidance, the Phoenix platform was already bustling with attendees. The empty pavilion above was adorned with long, sheer drapery, and a square zeetonwood table displayed an array of seasonal fruits, gilded auspicious beasts, and silver glass ornaments, while vibrant flowers bloomed in tall vases. The wooden chairs were occupied by the elite, and in the central seat, a dragon motif encircled the dais, radiating an undeniable aura of authority that none dared to meet directly. Below the Phoenix platform sat the wives of various dignitaries, some holding official titles and others from military families. Having navigated the complexities of life within grand estates for decades, their demeanor was both gentle and commanding, instilling a sense of intimidation simply by their presence. Many of the husbands were preoccupied with state affairs or indifferent to the competitions of their daughters, so only their wives maintained the event's decorum. As the noble ladies entered, several revealed signs of trepidation, their faces pale and beads of sweat forming on their brows, even causing their meticulously applied makeup to smudge. Their hands, crossed in front of them, felt awkwardly placed, as they feared their every move might bring disgrace to their families. The eunuchs, with their high-pitched voices, continuously announced introductions as the ladies walked in. The order of seating was randomized to prevent collusion during the ensuing evaluations. The eldest daughter of General Zhenbei, Fu Qingxue, the second daughter of the Minister of Rights, by Luo Wei, the youngest daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Luo Hanxian, the second daughter of General Zhenbei, Fu Zhihan, the eldest daughter of the Chief Justice, Su Wanro. After a lengthy introduction, the crowd finally heard a name renowned throughout the capital. All eyes turned to see a young woman clad in a sheer peach-pink gown gracefully entering, her face adorned with an appropriate smile, each gesture deliberate and flawless. This must be the girl who triumphed at the poetry gathering. Indeed, look at her. Not only is she talented, but her poise is impeccable. Oh, what a pity she's a concubine's daughter. What her status? The Su family's second branch is currently dominated by Lu, and if a son were born, who knows what the future may hold. As discussions swirled, some turned their attention to the seating of the Su family. Although Lu was not the official wife of the second branch, as the head of the household, she was certainly entitled to attend the flower festival banquet. Sensing the envious gazes of others, she slightly lifted her chin, her hands poised decorously, smiling warmly as she observed the proceedings. Meanwhile, she did not overlook the side glance directed at Liang Yuyin, who, to her disappointment, was not gazing at her like the others but appeared detached, her demeanor markedly different from usual. Lu Sixian couldn't help but smile. After all, her sister's gown had just been ruined, making it difficult for Liang Yuyin to maintain a good mood. Just then, a eunuch's high-pitched announcement rang out. The eldest daughter of General Fugua, Su Ling. A light murmur rippled through the ranks of the noble ladies as they exchanged knowing glances, each bearing a hint of malicious amusement. This eldest daughter of the Su family possesses quite the beauty. She has always favored bold makeup. She will surely outshine everyone. The Su family has nurtured Su Wanrong, yet they seem perplexed by the upbringing of Su Ling, a secondary daughter with such poise and grace, outshining even the legitimate daughter. After all, she was raised in the countryside. Surely, one cannot be too harsh in their judgments. I dare say, the second daughter of the Su family possesses a demeanor akin to that of a legitimate daughter. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Liang Yuyin maintained her composure. Even as her companion, Enruo, appeared increasingly restless, yet there was no change in her expression. A hint of softness graced her usually cold brows as she gazed towards the direction from which Su Ling would emerge, murmuring softly to herself, "Our Ling's sister is simply the finest. None can compare." At the small pavilion before the Chaofeng platform, the emperor, with his eyes slightly lowered, lifted them gently upon hearing her words, slowly turning the jade ring in his hand. Beside him, Princess Qinghe observed the emperor's reaction with keen interest, a flicker of severity passing through her gaze. This was the same woman who had berated Lu Cheng by the shores of Linen Lake, drawing the emperor's attention. She had also brazenly intruded into Gu Zhao's carriage. What an audacious little vixen. How dare she entice Zhao? Her hand tightened around the handkerchief she held, her gaze fixed on the direction from which the girl would come forth. She was eager to see what kind of entrance this girl would make today. Rumor had it that she was merely a country girl. Surely, she would be overwhelmed by the presence of such prominent figures. An air of silence enveloped the gathering. The third prince, with a slight smile, rested his chin in his hand, his captivating peach blossom eyes raised in amusement as he surveyed the scene. Zhao, I wonder if today this girl will don red or pink. His voice trailed off. Amidst the mixed glances of scorn and disdain, Su Ling stepped forward gracefully. Clad in a light blue satin gown, adorned with sheer white gauze, the hem of her dress blossomed with clusters of jasmine, which seemed to bloom beneath her feet with each step, swaying gently in the breeze. A jade hairpin adorned her cloud-like bun, with delicate silk tassels cascading down, framing her youthful, enchanting visage. Her complexion was fair and unadorned, as if untouched by cosmetics. Yet even in this simple attire, she eclipsed all vibrant colors around her, compelling others to serve as mere embellishments to her beauty. At merely 15 or 16, her features retained a certain youthful innocence. To call her stunning would be an exaggeration. It was impossible to divert one's gaze. Her crystal-clear amber eyes and subtly upturned lips were captivating, presenting a countenance never before seen in the capital. Could this truly be the eldest daughter of the Su family? A single utterance plunged the surroundings into profound silence. The guests exchanged glances, but the stillness was palpable. The eunuch responsible for announcing the order paused, momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly composed himself, signaling with his hand. The crowd, recognizing Su Ling's identity through his gesture, erupted into astonished whispers. How could this possibly be Su Ling? Bai Luo, nearby, instinctively looked up upon hearing the exclamation, her expression frozen in disbelief. She had always known Su Ling to be a gaudy woman, draped in gold and silver, fearful of being unrecognized, who would inevitably embarrass herself at significant gatherings. Watching her misfortunes had almost become a customary amusement among the noble women. Yet, this demurely dressed lady before her was undeniably different. Was she not the recently introduced concubine of the Su family? How could she be the eldest daughter of the Su family? This disbelief mirrored the expressions of the noble women around her. Forgetting the decorum expected in the emperor's presence, began to murmur amongst themselves. Su Wanrong, already positioned at the flower festival stage, fixated on Su Ling's entrance. Her face bore no trace of the trepidation or anxiety she had anticipated. Instead, she walked with remarkable ease. Although her clasped hands did not adhere strictly to etiquette, and her steps lacked the usual decorum, the audience was utterly captivated by her striking beauty, disregarding all such minutiae. She clenched her teeth, jealousy simmering in her eyes as she wished to expose Su Ling's ignorance before all. No matter how elegantly she presented herself, she remained merely a decorative vase. The expressions of the noble women on the dais varied, most cloaked in concealed envy and disdain, creating a tense atmosphere. Those of higher status began to take note of this girl. Though Su Ling's demeanor was not as well-mannered as the other noble women, her grace and composure surpassed theirs. Despite her youthful beauty, there was no hint of pretentiousness about her. As she walked through the gazes of skepticism and jealousy, she exuded a calm confidence. Neither subservient nor arrogant. If one were to describe her, she resembled a battle-hardened general, soft yet formidable, her exterior concealing a steely resolve that made her untouchable. She was destined to be the focal point of attention. However, this young lady of merely 15 or 16 years seemed too innocent to possess such ambition. The onlookers displayed varying degrees of astonishment, glancing at her with newfound interest. Yet, Princess Qinghe, seated beside the emperor, wore an expression of sudden malice. While others might be oblivious to Su Ling's intentions, she was acutely aware. Was not Su Ling's choice of modest attire amidst the vibrant celebration a calculated effort to appear pure and distinct, seeking to win the favor of the crowd? She seemed innocent, yet was undoubtedly the most cunning of them all. Surely, she harbored designs on Gu Zhao. Regardless of her motivations, she underestimated the court's intricacies. A cold smile curled at the corner of Princess Qinghe's lips as she looked down from her elevated perch and addressed Su Ling. Su Ling, you possess remarkable audacity. Her words cut through the remnants of whispered conversations, plunging the gathering into a chilling silence. The atmosphere froze. Even the ornamental waters seemed to still in response to the frosty tension. The noble women clasped their hands, gazing downward, too afraid to breathe. Princess Qinghe, the youngest sister of the current emperor, was known for her favored status and merciless demeanor. Anyone who dared to defy her would meet a dire fate. Moreover, it was rumored that she held a particular fondness for Lord Gu, with the emperor having once considered a marriage, though the circumstances had since changed. Regardless of the absence of a formal union, Princess Qinghe had set her sights on Lord Gu, and many a woman who had sought his affection had met tragic ends, often left disfigured or worse. In this court, no one emerged unscathed. The noble women below felt a wave of trepidation, and Su Wanrong remembered something that made her smile. When Su Ling had been chased by their father, she had returned clutching Lord Gu's jade pendant. Princess Qinghe, with her extensive network, would surely be aware of this episode. Given her infatuation with Lord Gu, Su Ling was undoubtedly in grave danger today. How foolish she was to disregard her advice. A glimmer of malice flickered in Su Wanrong's eyes as she lowered her head, a smile playing upon her lips. The ladies of the aristocracy, who had previously cast incredulous glances at Liang Yuyin, now regarded her with overt derision. Liang Yuyin's complexion was slightly pale, her fingers tightly clenched, ready to speak on behalf of Su Ling at any moment. The eunuch beside her, reciting the order, noticed Su Ling had not responded for quite some time, and his eyes revealed a hint of uncertainty, causing him to feel anxious. Could it be that this child does not recognize the Princess Qinghe? He secretly wiped his brow and could only interject, impudent. Where did you learn your manners? When the princess speaks, you should promptly respond. Only then did Su Ling comprehend the situation. She bowed respectfully and replied in a gentle tone, "This humble daughter does not know where I have offended. I request your highness to enlighten me." Princess Qinghe let out a cold snort, evidently displeased with Su Ling's inadequate display of etiquette. After a moment, she slowly raised her icy voice. "Today is the Hua Zhao banquet, and all young ladies from noble families must wear appropriate attire. You are the legitimate daughter of the Su family, yet you present yourself in such plain attire, showing disrespect to his majesty." She paused, her sharp phoenix eyes narrowing, revealing a chilling glint as sharp as a blade. With a cold smile, she continued, "Could it be that the Su family has grown bold enough to publicly humiliate the royal family in front of all the court officials?" The weight of her words made the crowd, including seasoned noblewomen, gasp in shock. Perhaps Su Ling had some youthful aspirations, but the accusation she faced was grave. The emperor remained silent, merely fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding dispute. As the atmosphere grew tense, Princess Qinghe suddenly shifted her tone to one of charming sweetness, her sharpness dissipating completely. She turned to the side and said, "Minister Gu is well versed in these matters of etiquette. Do you not agree with me?" The royal family members in the hall were accustomed to such scenes and turned their attention to Gu Zhao, dressed in a dark crimson dragon-patterned official robe. The man rose slowly from beside the crown prince and the third prince, exuding calm and grace. Tall and handsome, he stood out even among the noble crowd. Yet his eyes seemed shrouded in a dark mist, making it impossible to discern the tempest within. He glanced at the woman below, his expression unperturbed, and said softly, "It is indeed a breach of etiquette." A flicker of triumph crossed Princess Qinghe's eyes. Despite the woman's efforts, she had failed to capture even a fraction of Jin He's attention. The third prince tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Princess Qinghe, a smile playing on his lips as he lowered his voice to Gu Zhao. "Jin He, why not show her some pity? Shouldn't you say something for this lady?" The crown prince, overhearing, turned to him with evident displeasure at the third prince's interaction with Gu Jin He, feeling a surge of disdain and retorting, "If you like her so much, go speak to her yourself." The third prince shrugged, his demeanor languid and indifferent. "I would not dare offend her. It is better suited for Jin He." Amidst their bickering, Gu Zhao lowered his gaze, observing the composed woman in the center, his voice steady as ever. "Your Highness, do not worry. She should not require a subject to speak for her." The woman in the spotlight maintained her poise, fully aware that everyone was anxiously awaiting her apology. The accusation laid upon her by Princess Qinghe was severe, and now it involved not just her, but the entire Su family. The piercing gaze of Princess Qinghe bore into her, as if ready to strike. "Your Highness has misunderstood. Though I appear simple today, it is not out of disrespect. There are reasons," Su Ling replied calmly. Princess Qinghe had expected her to cower in fear, begging for mercy, yet Su Ling remained composed, igniting a flicker of anger in her heart. "You dare to argue? Someone, seize her!" she barked, her willow-like brows furrowing. Yet before she could finish, the emperor slowly raised his hand. The words caught in Princess Qinghe's throat, and after a moment, she subdued her rage. Even in her rebellious nature, she would not be foolish enough to defy the emperor, and so she pouted, "Your Majesty, Jin He agrees with me. Will you still spare this girl?" She thought that for such a breach of decorum, even if the emperor considered the Su family's power at the very least, Su Ling should be expelled from the Huazhao banquet, forever tarnished with a blemish. However, the emperor's voice resounded from his throne. "You say there is a reason. Then please enlighten us. If your explanation is unsatisfactory, it could be seen as deceiving the throne." The expression on the emperor's face, although seemingly amused, carried an unsettling weight. The innate authority of an emperor. Despite his nonchalance, his words bore the gravity of consequence. The noble ladies present had never witnessed such a spectacle. While they initially entertained the idea of Su Ling's embarrassment, the gravity of the atmosphere now rendered them pale. Should this be deemed an act of treason, it could lead to imprisonment. From afar, Jiang Huai furrowed her brow. Though she had been granted amnesty from attending the Huazhao banquet, she had come to partake in the festivities, never expecting to encounter such an incident. The emperor had indeed granted her an opportunity, but the price of that opportunity was perilous. Now, she could only hope that Su Ling did not speak recklessly. In contrast to the tension surrounding her, Su Ling smiled radiantly, her demeanor untroubled. "I do not dare." After uttering this, she straightened her posture, her previous mirth replaced with earnestness as she raised her gaze. "My father recently received news from home, mentioning the hardships faced at the border. Countless valiant souls have perished in battle to bring peace, their living conditions dire, and many cannot even be returned to the capital, buried hastily in the northern sands." At that moment, I thought of how the peace and prosperity we enjoy in southern Zhao are bought with the blood and valor of these heroes, and I felt deeply moved. As a mere woman, I cannot sacrifice myself on the battlefield for my country, Yet I feel immense shame for living in luxury while they suffer. My father praises His Majesty for his enlightened and benevolent rule, caring for the soldiers at the border, often sending comfort. He taught me, as a descendant of the Su family, to remember His Majesty's teachings and to remain humble, grateful for the peace we enjoy in the capital. Thus, I took the liberty today, and I hope Your Majesty will not hold it against me. Standing amidst the assembly, her light azure dress billowed gently in the wind, petals swirling down and resting in her hair. The young woman's eyes sparkled, her voice steady, each word resonating with conviction. Behind her gentle demeanor stood a straightened spine and unwavering determination. Silence enveloped the hall. The noble ladies, who had initially lowered their heads, now lifted them, their expressions frozen in astonishment, as if they could see the very walls built from flesh and blood, moved by her words. The audience above was equally taken aback. Gu Zhao raised the corners of his lips slightly, glancing at the Emperor's expression. The Emperor's countenance remained unchanged, yet his eyes flickered with intrigue. As an emperor, his emotions were not easily swayed by a mere girl, yet he understood that every word she spoke was laden with meaning. Su Ling's speech not only articulated the greater good of the realm, but also served as a subtle, yet powerful counterattack. Her words, though centered on the fallen heroes at the border, were well known to be led by General Su. To punish her over such trivial matters of attire would surely dampen the spirits of the soldiers. Moreover, she consistently reiterated her adherence to His Majesty's teachings, making her rationale difficult to refute. She is indeed an extraordinarily intelligent woman. After a prolonged silence, the Emperor shook his head with a light chuckle, his deep-set eyes rippling with intrigue. Truly, as the daughter of General Su, her insights at such a tender age are commendable. The Emperor paused momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips, but then. Chapter 92. Counterattack 2. The Emperor's brief silence rekindled the apprehension that had momentarily dissipated among the onlookers. Gu Zhao gently rotated his teacup, his gaze lingering on the half-inch jade chain adorning the young woman's snow-white neck. The jade, exquisite in quality, undeniably belonged to the finest category. His eyes, as profound as the night, lowered slightly, reflecting a glimmer of a cold, pale light. However, although your father is fervent in his loyalty to the nation, the Su family is currently a pillar of the court and ought to prioritize their own well-being. Your father's victories over the years are indeed monumental achievements, unparalleled among the subjects of the realm, which I hold in great esteem. Should you correspond with him, kindly remind him to take care of his health and avoid overexertion. The Emperor's tone was gentle and his words warm, finally easing the collective tension in the room. However, the royal family's expressions shifted subtly. The phrase unparalleled among the subjects was an exceedingly heavy commendation, while the Emperor's words appeared caring. They subtly served as a reminder to the Su family not to overreach in their accomplishments, a veiled warning. Su Ling's gaze turned slightly frigid, resembling jade touched by frost. In the original narrative, the Emperor had long harbored suspicion and wariness towards the Su family, feeling a mix of admiration and resentment towards Su Yunting's military prowess. During campaigns, he would lavish rewards, yet during times of peace, he would be engulfed in endless suspicion. Since returning to court, Su Yunting had treaded carefully, avoiding any missteps. Yet even so, he remained vulnerable to the fate of the hunted once the bow was unstrung. When the Emperor sought his demise, all of his past toil and sacrifice would dissipate like a breeze over the river, leaving only ripples, obscured by the relentless tides of time, with no chance for revival. It is a tragic fate for a loyal minister who devoted his life to the country and its people to meet such an end. Yet, if this emperor could annihilate the entire royal family of Zhao, what would the life of a loyal minister matter? Su Ling, loret hergaze, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing her lips. In the stillness, Princess Qinghe regarded the emperor's face, which bore a hint of coldness, her eyebrows arching slightly, her piercing gaze sweeping across the room, her lips forming an increasingly frigid arc. Having served the emperor for many years, she was well aware of the implications behind his words. Some of the more biting remarks he refrained from uttering in order to maintain the goodwill of his subjects. He could easily convey through her voice as the princess. Moreover, it was indeed to her advantage to challenge this sharp-tongued young woman. While the emperor cherished her dearly, The princess could not help but feel that this Miss Su's boldness disregarded the royal protocols. Could it be that the Su family, in their pride of their military achievements, now believed they could dictate the rules of the capital? Princess Qinghe smirked disdainfully, her icy gaze fixed squarely on Su Ling, her words sharp and clear, resonating in the ears of all present. The noble ladies in attendance felt a collective jolt, silencing their gossip, bowing their heads in trepidation, fearful that this fire might consume them as well. Liang Yan tightened her grip on her handkerchief. What had begun as a mere offense now escalated. Before she could fully contemplate, Princess Qinghe spoke again. While the young lady from the Su family had spoken sweetly, the princess felt it resembled a veiled boast of the Su family's military accolades. Was it possible that the Su family, secure in their illustrious achievements and unparalleled honors, sought to unilaterally alter the customs of the capital? Chapter 93. Counterattack 3. The tone of Princess Qinghe was heavy, her words directly admonishing the Su family for their arrogance, concluding with a charge of presumptuousness and a lack of respect for the duties of a minister. Acting with unbridled confidence was a grave misstep for a meritocratic figure. Establishing one's own rules was an affront to the very fabric of the realm. After all, the royal family was less concerned with whether one truly plotted treason and more with whether one possessed the attitude and capability to do so at any moment. The ladies and noblewomen at the banquet, no longer daring to remain seated, rose to kneel, bowing their heads in fear, their faces pale, scarcely daring to breathe. Qinghe, the emperor gently called, though his tone bore little reproach, indicating he too awaited Su Ling's explanation. Su Wanrong, kneeling, stealthily raised her gaze. Castina Fides glanced over Su Ling. It was all her fault for drawing attention. She had now completely offended someone. Such a grave accusation could very well implicate the second branch. What a calamity! Yet, to her surprise, Su Ling appeared neither flustered nor afraid, maintaining an air of calm composure. Su Wanrong furrowed her brow. Having come from the countryside, she had never encountered such grand occasions. Could it be that she had been rendered dumbstruck? Just as she pondered how to extricate the second branch from this predicament, should Su Ling speak recklessly. Su Ling's voice broke the silence. In the stillness of spring, her calm voice rang clear. Your Highness has misunderstood. The Su family does not dare to take credit for our achievements. As a humble daughter, I certainly would not harbor any offense. I am aware that this banquet has its own customs, and respecting the emperor is the foremost duty of the children of Nanzhao. Thus, I shall naturally adhere to my role. Dressed as you are, you speak of adhering to your role? Princess Qinghe, perceiving her words as mere sophistry, frowned and raised her voice in challenge. Under the watchful eyes of all, Su Ling gently grasped her neck, revealing a delicate chain adorned with a magnificent blue gem. The gem sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, reminiscent of shimmering reflections on a tranquil lake. I believe that I have donned the finest attire today, and this serves as my expression of respect and adherence to the customs of this banquet, Su Ling articulated slowly. As the blue gem caught the emperor's attention, his expression subtly shifted, momentarily taken aback, before his sharp gaze fixed intently on Su Ling. Princess Qinghe, observing the gem, furrowed her brow, a hint of disdain evident in her demeanor. While the gem was undoubtedly a rare treasure, it could not possibly be deemed the finest adornment for someone of such high status. This woman was clearly grasping at straws. Do not attempt to argue. Princess Qinghe scoffed. It is merely a broken blue gem, and you dare call it the finest? Are you mocking my lack of experience? Your Highness, please be cautious with your words. Su Ling suddenly raised her gaze, her eyes clear, her tone calm and steady. Princess Qinghe stared at her in disbelief, her expression a mix of shock and fury. Was this woman truly so reckless as to challenge her? Was she seeking her own demise? Preposterous! Such nonsense! How dare you flaunt such a trifle here? She retorted in a fit of rage. Just as she was about to command her guards to escort Su Ling away, the latter curtsied, seemingly revering the chain around her neck, and declared, I assert that this is the finest attire because it was a gift from His Majesty to the Su family. My grandmother cherished it and instructed me to carry it close to my heart with gratitude. In my humble opinion, there is no treasure more precious in all the realm than the Emperor's favor. Chapter 94. Counterattack 4. With her grandmother's affection, this blue gem was bestowed upon me, and I believe it is indeed the most valuable gift. Su Ling spoke with a composed demeanor, her words measured and deliberate. However, the man in the crimson robes above discerned the mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips, as consistent as ever. Upon hearing Su Ling's declaration, Princess Qinghe's countenance paled dramatically. She initially struggled to believe the implications, slowly turning her head towards the emperor. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Ling, his expression neutral, revealing neither approval nor discontent. Yet, notably, he did not counter her claim. Princess Qinghe's heart sank as she hastily knelt, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. "Your Highness, I was unaware that this blue gem was an imperial gift. My earlier words were unintentional mistakes. I beg for your forgiveness." The third prince, who had been observing from afar, wore a faint smile. This woman was not simple. In an instant, she had turned the tides of the situation. The emperor did not respond to the princess's words, but addressed Su Ling in a gentle tone, asking why she had not revealed the blue gem earlier. Su Ling smiled softly, reverently placing the necklace back around her neck, and replied, "As Her Highness the Princess has said, Your Majesty's affection for the Su family should not be flaunted before others. My father often teaches us that Your Majesty's grace is profound, and the Su family must not take it lightly nor harbor prideful thoughts. The gifts bestowed by Your Majesty should be cherished and safeguarded in our hearts, with constant vigilance and self-reflection, adhering to the principles of loyalty and duty." After delivering this eloquent speech, Su Ling took a deep breath. Articulating such refined words was no small feat, nearly exhausting her knowledge of classical literature. Yet, no one noticed her expression. The atmosphere around her fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed upon her, the initial disdain transforming into astonishment and admiration. It was unexpected that the Su family possessed such sincerity, not only sharing in the hardships of the soldiers at the borders, but also continually reminding themselves of their duty to serve the emperor, even refraining from displaying pride before others. Truly, they were a lineage of loyal subjects, and their daughter was no exception in this regard. Su Ling smiled at the emperor, her demeanor respectful and gentle, her eyes filled with sincerity. At that moment, it was a time for performance. The emperor sought to feign his utmost affection for the Su family, yet the Su family seemingly sabotaged themselves. Therefore, she intended to portray the Su family as the most loyal subjects in the court, knowing that should the emperor ever wish to eliminate her, he would have to consider the ramifications on the hearts of all the officials present. The emperor remained silent for a moment, and after a while, he finally spoke with a gentle smile, no longer displaying his previous sternness, and praised, "A tiger's father begets no dog daughter. What a remarkable girl from the Su family. Full of courage." The atmosphere lightened somewhat with the emperor's words, and Su Ling graciously expressed her thanks. However, throughout this exchange, the emperor did not allow Princess Qinghe to rise. Just as she was kneeling in discomfort, the emperor suddenly spoke. "Qinghe, today you have indeed overstepped." Princess Qinghe was taken aback. The emperor had never publicly humiliated her like this before. She could barely contain her growing resentment and instinctively wanted to retort. However, upon meeting the emperor's icy gaze, which bore a hint of warning beneath its profound depths, she hesitated. Her fingertips trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed all her anger and said, "Yes, it appears my younger sister has misunderstood Miss Su." Gasps of surprise filled the room. It was well known that Princess Qinghe was notoriously unruly, yet here she was uttering such submissive words. The noble ladies present were filled with envy at the emperor's favor towards her. However, those high above looked on with a hint of regret. This Miss Su seemed both brave and wise, aware of her place. Yet the emperor ultimately would not tolerate her. Though he reprimanded Princess Qinghe today, he understood her temperament all too well. This proud and vengeful woman, despite her current acquiescence, would not allow Su Ling to thrive for long once the storm had passed. The third prince could not help but chuckle softly, lamenting, "What a pity." The crown prince, with disdain in his eyes, coldly remarked, "She is merely a brash and foolish girl." The third prince rested his chin on his hand, his charming eyes observing the young woman in the center of the hall. At first glance, he appeared serious, but upon closer inspection, it seemed he was merely idly watching. With a slight smirk, he lazily remarked, "Is that so? I find her rather intriguing." "Jinhe, do you think she will prevail?" The crown prince replied flatly, "I do not know." Gu Zhao's expression remained indifferent. as if the conversation held no impact on him. The third prince chuckled beside him, glancing at Su Ling. She had just finished expressing her gratitude and exchanged a few pleasantries with Princess Qinghe before being led to her seat by a eunuch. Gu Zhao suddenly felt that she resembled the swiftest prey among a group of hunted animals, appearing gentle and harmless with a soft exterior, yet easily able to manipulate the subtle conflicts between hunters, inciting them to self-destruct without their awareness. The more formidable the prey, the greater the desire to hunt. Princess Qinghe, feeling wronged, bit her lip and turned to him with a pitiful expression. Yet, beneath her facade of vulnerability lay a fierce gaze that harbored uncontainable hatred. Gu Zhao's demeanor remained warm as he gently shook his head. Princess Qinghe heeded his words, contemplating for a moment before adopting a restrained expression and turning away. Gu Zhao lowered his gaze, his mask of gentleness loosening slightly. He suddenly realized that it was only in the presence of that audacious girl that he revealed his true self. In that instant, he felt alive. A fleeting glimmer of darkness passed through his eyes, unnoticed even by himself. All the noble ladies had taken their seats, and the emperor took a sip of tea, looking towards Su Ling with a warm expression. "Su girl, your earlier demeanor was quite imposing. I am eager to see if your abilities match such bravado." "Your Majesty jest," Su Ling replied with a smile. "It is common knowledge that I lack any notable skills. If your Majesty speaks thus, I fear I may become so nervous that I can hardly write my name." The emperor chuckled and remarked, "I find you different from before." "Your Majesty, I have just celebrated my 16th birthday. Perhaps I have grown," Su Ling said earnestly. "My father recently wrote to advise me, and I have begun to study diligently, hanging my head and pricking my skin for many days. I cannot say if my meager skills are worthy of your attention, and I hope I do not become a source of amusement." "Then, are you unwilling to compete?" All eyes turned towards her, with few expressions of goodwill. Some were filled with hatred, others with disdain, and a few with jealousy. Yet, it mattered not. She was unafraid. Su Ling smiled faintly and replied, "I dare. Not only will I compete, but I shall also win." Standing there, Su Ling's tone was steady and gentle, devoid of any brashness. Yet it was imbued with an undeniable assertiveness that drew the gaze of all present. The emperor smiled, stroking the jade ring on his finger, and said softly, "Very well. I await the outcome." Su Wanrong inwardly scoffed, thinking how brazen Su Ling was to claim such confidence. Had it not been for the poetry collection she had provided her, how could Su Ling possibly possess such audacity? Fortunately, Fu Qingxue remained indifferent, unaware of her unusual expression, and continued, "You should consider leaving yourself an escape route. Losing would not reflect well." The woman's tone was flat, lacking any excess emotion, merely a reminder. Such direct words would surely anger someone with a thinner skin. Yet, Su Ling paid no heed, smiling and saying, "I do not favor restraint. When the blade is drawn, it is not to be sheathed again." She had no intention of leaving herself an escape route. She was indifferent to the flower festival. Having achieved international accolades and national titles, this competition among noble girls, confined to the walls of the ancient court, seemed trivial and uninteresting. The stakes were too low. There was no need. However, today, whether she wished it or not, she had already stepped halfway into the whirlpool of power within the capital, with the princess watching closely and her half-sister complicating matters. If Su Wanrong were to seize the top position as written in the original text, from then on, it would be she who frequently entered the palace, summoned by the empress, and it would be she who could continuously highlight the Su family's military merits before the royal court, eventually drawing the suspicion of the royal family. Should she allow this to happen, the Su family would repeat their past mistakes, facing annihilation. Even now, as Su Yunting had yet to return to court, the ever-shifting clouds of uncertainty loomed over the Su family's future, like the sword of Damocles hanging perilously overhead, awaiting the moment it would fall. She borrowed Su Ling's body to regain her life and would never sit idly by. Furthermore, she had no desire to die. The manner of Su Ling's demise in the book was far too tragic, more terrifying than having her ribs crushed. She was inherently a timid person, hesitant and fearful. As for the precarious situation faced by the Su family's main residence, she understood from a young age that when there is no path forward or backward, the only option is to carve out a bloody route. Fu Qingxue finally turned her head to glance at her, her pair of icy, translucent eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Su Ling smiled cheerfully and boldly declared, I am a person of considerable confidence. Were anyone else, they might have mocked her for her audacity. Yet, Fu Qingxue regarded her with sincerity, speaking gently, well, confidence is indeed a good thing. Su Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a gentle young lady she was, yet she had been blinded by that false gentleman. A true pity. This elegant and cool girl had her dignity and pride shattered because of Lu Cheng. On that wintry night, with snow falling, the Fu family met its demise, leaving her utterly alone. Su Wanrong refused to kill her or allow her to die, instead forcing her to kneel outside the newlyweds' chamber for an entire night, bowing her head thousands of times while constantly wishing them joy in their marriage. Her sister's name was Cheng Xue, so she would bear the weight of the swirling snow. With Cheng Xue's blessings for the newlyweds, only then could her heart find peace. Blood dripped from her forehead into the vast expanse of white snow, while the newlywed couple inside the chamber laughed joyfully. The man who once treated her with grace didn't even spare her a glance. Life stretched out before her like an endless wilderness, devoid of light, truly lamentable. A long train of thought escaped her lips in a soft sigh, interrupted by the eunuch's sharp voice bringing Su Ling back to reality. The examination was about to commence. Su Ling focused her gaze, noticing the long table before her covered with expansive rice paper, accompanied by a range of brushes, hard, soft, mixed, and outlining brushes. The examination consisted of two parts, painting and poetry. The first round was a painting test. The topic for today was spring flowers. All young ladies were to express themselves freely, with half an hour allotted. Upon hearing this, the young ladies from prominent families collectively sighed in relief. The topic was much as they had anticipated, without intricate stipulations, simply painting the flowers of spring. They had prepared extensively for such a task, and the tension in their expressions lessened. Su Ling graspet herburush. Unfortunately, she had never studied traditional Chinese painting. As those around her began to put brush to paper, she remained staring at a blank sheet. Whispers began to circulate among the noble women present. Luo Hanchuan's mother, Mrs. Zhou, chuckled softly, leaning toward Lu Sixian. Your eldest sister seems remarkably composed. Just now, seeing her speak so boldly, I thought she must be quite formidable. Yet now she appears lost before a blank page. Is she not setting herself up for embarrassment? She wouldn't. After staying in your household for so long, she can't possibly be incapable of painting, Lu Sixian replied, a subtle smile playing on her lips, her tone gentle. Beside her, Fu Qingxue had already begun to paint and softly encouraged Su Ling, do not be anxious. Just draw casually. Su Ling smiled in return, her voice warm. Thank you. After a moment's pause, she tilted her head to examine the brush in her hand. The Medical Anatomy Association held drawing competitions annually. She had painted human organs, muscles, and skeletons, winning first place 7 times from university to her professional career. For her, painting was not difficult. However, in comparison to these young ladies who had practiced from childhood, she doubted her ability as an outsider would guarantee her victory. Since the theme was spring flowers, it surely was not limited to just pear, peach, cherry, or plum blossoms. Resolute, Su Ling finally began to paint. The gaze of Princess Qinghe fixed intently on Su Ling, observing her brushwork, and she could not help but scoff. Brother, look, this eldest daughter of the Su family seems to have never learned the rules of traditional painting. Just look at her approach. It's utterly laughable. The emperor did not respond, yet as he watched Su Ling's lack of discipline, his brows furrowed. From a distance, all that could be seen was her nearly excessive application of ink across the paper. With only half an hour, others had cautiously painted small sections, fearful of ruining their work with a single misstep. After all, the larger the area painted, the lower the margin for error. Compared to the meticulously crafted strokes of the other noble women, she appeared rather overconfident. A piece like hers would likely take an entire day to complete. In contrast to the careful execution of her peers, she painted swiftly, her brush dancing across the surface with vigor. The examiners waiting to review the paintings could not help but sigh. These women had only practiced for a few years, their skills mediocre. And yet here was someone painting at such a speed. Surely this was merely a pretense, a reckless display? Yet juxtaposed with Su Ling's seemingly chaotic application was the seriousness etched on her face. In the expansive space of the Chaofeng stage, she sat poised at the table. The spring breeze gently lifted her stray hairs, her head slightly bowed as her wrist moved fluidly in the air, faster and more forcefully than anyone else present. Su Ling was entirely absorbed in her own world, as if everything around her was irrelevant. Her hands could complete 100 stitches in just a minute and 12 seconds, reattach a severed finger in 36 minutes, and create a full anatomical drawing in 47 minutes. Painting flowers was trivial. She certainly did not require half an hour. Su Ling's garments fluttered in the wind as she painted with an effortless grace. Her action stood out starkly among the noble women, drawing all eyes towards her. As time passed, the examiners made their rounds, and one could not help but approach her, intending to kindly advise her to at least give her work some semblance of form, lest the emperor become displeased. Yet upon getting closer and seeing her work, the examiner's expression changed dramatically, leaving him momentarily stunned. Whispers of speculation arose among the noble women. Look, even the examiner is at a loss for guidance. It seems this eldest daughter of the Su family is truly beyond redemption. Indeed, her chaotic strokes were quite embarrassing. However, she was articulate, and soon she might claim it was her unique style. Mirthful laughter echoed around. Su Ling continued to paint, her choice of colors appearing rather peculiar from a distance. It seemed a shade of pink. Pink could easily be perceived as garish. Perhaps she intended to paint peonies? How troublesome that would be. Have you ever seen peonies in full bloom? The laughter among the guests was uncontrollable. The noble women on the high platform were equally attentive, with Princess Qinghe continuing her mockery. Gu Zhao observed the young woman below. He saw her graceful sleeves flutter and her demeanor as she painted with composure. There was an air of decisiveness about her, as if she were not merely painting but engaged in battle. The audience erupted in jeers, yet he did not believe she would fail. Rather, she would achieve a stunning victory. The examiner beside, Su Ling's expression grew increasingly grave. Only when she completed her final stroke and set down her brush did he seem to regain his senses. Contemplatively, he looked up at Su Ling, stroking his beard, a glimmer of near-ecstatic admiration shining in his eyes. Time had yet to expire, and he quickly returned to the examiner's table, whispering something into the main examiner's ear. The main examiner's expression shifted to one of shock, disbelief crossing his face as he gazed at Su Ling. Su Ling lowered her gaze to her painting and, dipping her brush in ink, slowly inscribed a few lines of poetry beneath it. She hoped her work would honor the poem and not bring it shame. Finally, half an hour had passed, and the examiners came to collect the submissions. Many young ladies from noble families had not finished their paintings, their faces a mix of urgency and frustration, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. However, with the emperor seated above, no one dared to delay even a moment. The examiners swiftly gathered the paintings, and the panel of judges began to evaluate the results. Su Wanrong looked towards Su Ling, her eyes betraying a hint of resentment. According to tradition, Su Ling should have spent this half hour biting her pencil in embarrassment, yet today her lack of folly rendered the flower festival particularly dull. Though Su Wanrong had grand ambitions for her imitation of Luo Ci's artwork, she could not shake the feeling that recently, Su Ling had garnered too much attention. The thought of Su Ling basking in even a modicum of triumph filled her heart with discomfort. In previous years, she had always been the center of attention among the noble ladies of the capital. Yet this year, Su Ling had stolen far too many glances, which was quite disheartening. However, she could only wait and see. The upcoming competition was bound to be amusing. With this thought, Su Wanrong felt somewhat reassured. The results of the evaluation were soon announced, with the examiners categorizing the candidates into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and disqualified. The names of those disqualified would not be read, and they would lose their chance to enter the literary examination, leaving of their own accord. The chief examiner cleared his throat and began to read from the list of C ranks. The first names mentioned were Wei Ranshu, the legitimate daughter of the Hanlin Academy's head scholar, Wu Jinxin, the eldest daughter of the crown prince's tutor, Fan Anyue, the legitimate youngest daughter of the military commander, Su Qingqing, the second daughter of the minister of rights, and Bai Luo Wei. As the chief examiner continued with the list of C ranks, the noble ladies around waited with bated breath. Bai Luo Wei, who had been gripping her hands tightly, knew that the examination was divided into a painting test and a literary test. If she failed the painting test, her journey would end there. Unfortunately, painting was not her forte. Even her countless practice attempts at depicting pear blossoms left her feeling uneasy, fearing she might not even secure a C rank. If she were to fail this preliminary test, she would undoubtedly face her father's wrath. Her anxious heart only settled when when she heard her own name announced, revealing an uncontrollable joy on her face. A total of 120 noble ladies participated in the flower festival banquet, yet only 60 would remain after the first test. The painting test would select the top 90, while the literary test would further narrow that to the top 60 for the second examination. The noble ladies of the capital were all exceptional, cultivated in the arts from a young age. Merely passing a single round was considered a stroke of luck. A smile of satisfaction crept onto her lips as she continued to listen intently. Just before hearing her own name, she had also caught the mention of Su Qingqing's name. That was a newly arrived daughter of the Su family, an outside branch. It was indeed fortunate for such a daughter to pass the painting test. However, she had not heard the chief examiner call Su Ling's name. Not only was Bai Luowei particularly attentive to Su Ling, but the other noble ladies also perked up their ears. Among the 3 daughters of the Su family, Su Wanrong would undoubtedly not be in the C rank list, as her talents surely placed her in the A rank. As for Su Ling, she likely wouldn't even make it to the C rank. The onlookers waited in anticipation, some believing that perhaps Su Ling possessed more talent than they had anticipated and might indeed secure a C rank. The chief examiner's reading of the C rank list was nearing its conclusion. The faces of the girls whose names had not been called grew increasingly pale. The strict categorization of the 90 selected in the painting test included 60 in C rank, 27 in B rank, and 3 in A rank. The chances of entering A or B ranks were slim, and those aware of their own lack of skill would resign themselves upon hearing their names not called in the C rank. The audience listened intently until the final name was announced. There was still no mention of Su Ling by Luowei couldn't help but let out a scoff. Earlier, she had seen Su Ling's brushwork falter. With such a grand demeanor, she had thought Su Ling might have found an alternative approach. Clearly, she had overestimated her. Luowei, perhaps the eldest daughter of the Su family, will make it to B rank. It is possible, said Luo Hanxian, who stood beside Bai Luowei, giggling softly. The two exchanged glances, understanding the absurdity reflected in each other's eyes, and couldn't help but smirk. The list of those entering B rank included Fu Jihan, the second daughter of the General of the North, Zhou Jingjing, the eldest daughter of the Imperial historian, and Liang Ming, the second daughter of the governor of Sichuan and Shaanxi, a total of 27 names. Still, there was no mention of Su Ling Hanxian. You wouldn't dare suggest that Su Ling might make it to a rank, would you? Bai Luowei exhaled softly, her tone laced with mockery. For reasons unknown, the news of Su Ling's failure to advance brought her an unexpected sense of relief. At this point, most of the renowned young ladies from prominent families had been announced, leaving only Su Wanrong, Fu Qingxue, and Luo Hanchuan's names unmentioned. As expected, Fu Qingxue and Su Wanrong had no suspense surrounding their results. They were undoubtedly talented and deserved to secure ranks. Although Luo Hanxian typically did not match their caliber, she had perhaps performed exceptionally this time, placing herself among the top 3. Bai Luowei felt a twinge of envy but still turned to her with a smile, offering her early congratulations. Luo Hanchuan's expression brightened with surprise. She had never imagined she would enter a rank. Having neglected her painting skills lately, she had feared landing in C rank, yet she had surprisingly made it to a rank. It seemed fortune favored her after all. A smile crept onto her lips as she began to ponder what kind of reward her father might bestow upon her return home. Although she often played with Su Wanrong, she still felt a pang of jealousy towards her. Moreover, her father frequently praised Su Wanrong in her presence. Surely this time he would recognize that she was not lacking either. Not only was she smiling, but the surrounding young ladies also cast envious glances her way. Those who had previously scrutinized Su Ling had now dismissed her as a rival and began to marvel at Luo Hanchuan's good fortune. The chief examiner cast a meaningful glance over the audience, unfurling the list in his hand. Among those entering a rank were Fu Qingxue, the legitimate daughter of the General of the North, and Su Wanrong, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice. The chief examiner's voice was steady and unhurried. Luo Hanxian felt a stir of excitement, biting her lip to contain her exhilaration. Although there were no specific scores announced, it was universally understood that names were read from lowest to highest. This implied that her artwork had received such recognition that it surpassed both Fu Qingxue and Su Wanrong. Luo Hanxian felt a rush of elation. She had been remarkably fortunate this time. All she had done was paint the pear blossoms across from her. fortuitously adding a few branches of blooming crabapple blossoms at the base. Little did she know that such a simple thought would be the reason for her standing in a rank. With this realization, she couldn't help but regard the other noble ladies with a hint of disdain. While they might possess greater artistic skill, what good was mere rote learning? She smirked, raised her chin slightly, and awaited the final announcement. The chief examiner's gaze shifted to a woman in light azure, standing to the side, her expression serene. Unlike the other girls who appeared nervous or hopeful, she slightly lowered her gaze, as if indifferent, yet also as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Su Ling slowly lifted her head. The chief examiner met her clear gaze and momentarily faltered, suddenly realizing he might have misjudged her. It seemed she had never truly regarded the other girls as her competitors. The surroundings fell silent. A gentle breeze wafted through the high pavilion, causing the long, thin curtains to sway gracefully in the air. Everyone held their breath, poised to offer their congratulations. Most of those in the pavilion followed the gazes of the noble ladies, already convinced of who would claim the top rank. However, the emperor noticed the change in the chief examiner's expression. Narrowing his eyes, he toyed with the prayer beads in his hand, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. The chief examiner closed the list in his hands, preparing to announce the final result. His voice was steady and resolute, resonating in the ears of everyone present. The legitimate daughter of the general of the state, Su Ling. Luo Hanchuan's broad smile abruptly froze on her face, her prepared gesture of gratitude hanging awkwardly mid-air, appearing utterly bewildered. She questioned whether she had misheard. Not just her, but everyone else seemed to doubt their own hearing, their expressions frozen in confusion. Only Su Ling remained unfazed, casually twirling the jade bracelet on her wrist as if the heat of the day were bothersome. The chief examiner's words brought the crowd back to reality. The noble ladies whose names had just been called could proceed to the literary examination. The initial bewilderment on their faces gradually transformed into shock. The crowd gazed at Su Ling in disbelief. Had she truly secured the top rank? How could this be possible? With her seemingly chaotic strokes and the nearly overwhelming nature of her painting, how could she claim such a prestigious position? Luo Hanchuan's complexion shifted from white to red, then to purple, a vivid display akin to a painter's palette. She struggled to steady her breath and turned to the chief examiner, articulating her inquiry with deliberate precision. Was there perhaps a misunderstanding? If Su Ling had indeed achieved the top rank, then she herself must not have even made it into the lower tier. This was inconceivable. Having practiced painting since childhood, her skill should have at least placed her among the upper ranks, if not secured her a spot in the lower tier. How could she possibly receive a judgment of no rank? Could it be that they had mistaken the names? Luo Hanxian felt her head spinning, a wave of pressure weighing heavily on her chest, prompting her to voice her thoughts. However, upon recognizing her identity, the chief examiner did not respond with the courtesy she expected. Instead, his expression darkened as he stated firmly that all submissions had been reviewed by 12 examiners. And after thorough deliberation, the judgments were fair and just, with no possibility of error. Luo Hanxian, accustomed to a life of privilege and respect due to her eminent family background, had never faced such public humiliation. Moreover, if her solid foundational skills had resulted in a no-rank verdict, how could it be that someone like Su Ling, who clearly lacked systematic training, had attained the top rank? Was this not a glaring misjudgment? Anger clouded her mind, and disregarding the decorum of the moment, she retorted bitterly, "Surely, the officials are not engaging in favoritism." The chief examiner's countenance grew even more severe as he admonished, "Miss Luo, I urge you to choose your words with care." Luo Hanxian shot him a withering glance, clearly expressing her distrust. She then knelt before the emperor, exclaiming, as a candidate, "I possess the right to question the integrity of this examination. I beseech your majesty to grant me the opportunity to have this reviewed again. Even upon further review, the outcome shall remain unchanged," the chief examiner declared, his voice sharp as he glared at Luo Hanxian. Observing his immediate rejection, she became increasingly convinced of his bias, suspecting he might have accepted a bribe from Su Yunting. A sense of self-satisfaction washed over her as she reveled in the thought of uncovering this secret. She bowed her head again, addressing the emperor with renewed fervor. "I implore your majesty to grant me this chance." The chief examiner prepared to speak once more, but was interrupted by the emperor. Given the Luo family's status as founding heroes, the emperor felt compelled to show some leniency. "Bring me Miss Luo's painting. I shall examine it personally," he commanded. The chief examiner hesitated, his expression betraying a flicker of fear. Luo Hanquan's smile grew colder as she surmised the underlying reasons for this. It was undoubtedly a case of bribery that had resulted in Su Ling's top rank, which should rightfully have been hers. Reluctantly, the chief examiner complied with the emperor's wishes and presented the painting. Standing on the elevated platform, he appeared visibly anxious. The noble women present exchanged glances, sensing the tension. Could it be that the Su family had indeed engaged in corruption? Su Ling lowered her gaze in contemplation. This particular segment was not mentioned in the text. The only notable difference was that during the flower banquet in the book, the original character had sat quite close to Luo Hanxian. However, on this occasion, for reasons unknown, Luo Hanxian had deliberately swapped places with someone far from Su Ling before the examination commenced, seemingly fearful of being tainted by proximity to her. Su Ling glanced up at the pear tree corresponding to Luo Hanxian's new position, deep in thought. The emperor, too, seemed to have noticed the examiner's unusual demeanor. Furrowing his brow as he received the painting, he gradually unfurled it. The artwork depicted a tree of pristine white pear blossoms, elegant and beautifully rendered, yet the emperor's expression abruptly froze. Beneath the delicate white blossoms lay a cluster of vivid red and tender begonia flowers. Though hidden behind the pear tree, several branches emerged, appearing as if they were weighed down by the pear tree's limbs. To Luo Hanxian, the emperor's silence signified approval and appreciation of her work, and her smile widened with pride as she cast a triumphant glance at Su Ling. At that moment, Su Ling happened to glance back, though her expression bore a hint of pity. Luo Hanxian could not decipher the emotion in her gaze, interpreting it as a mere facade of composure. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the elevated platform, startling everyone present. All heads turned in fear to witness the emperor, his face ashen with fury, causing many to kneel in alarm. Outrageous! The emperor's words seemed to be ground out between clenched teeth, each syllable laced with venom. Princess Qinghe frowned, intrigued by the painting, and upon seeing it, her expression shifted dramatically. She hastily tossed the artwork away, as though it bore some foul taint. How could one produce such a disgraceful piece? Have you learned nothing of propriety? She scolded loudly. Luo Hanxian stood frozen, utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend the sudden turn of events and struggled to articulate a defense. Gu Zhao glanced down at the painting. The pear blossoms and begonias were both spring flowers, painted adequately. However, the overall sentiment was marred by the woman's misguided intentions. She believed the bold red of the begonias was a delightful flourish. Unaware, it echoed a well-known vulgar saying, "A tree of pear blossoms weighs upon the begonia," suggesting an unsavory connotation of an old man with a young wife. The emperor, having recently celebrated a selection of youthful women, was precisely the target of this insinuation. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I merely admired the beauty of the pear blossoms, unaware of any offense." Luo Hanxian trembled, tears brimming in her eyes, shaking her head in denial. "Take her away. She shall never present herself before me again." The emperor's voice was frigid, his words final and devoid of compassion. Luo Hanxian, filled with both fear and disbelief, cried out in protest, but was mercilessly dragged away by the guards. Gu Zhao felt a disturbance in the air and instinctively raised his gaze, locking eyes with a woman whose expression was imbued with playful intrigue. In that moment, he felt as though he had been exposed, her smile inviting him to join her ranks, as if to say, "See, Gu Darren, those who oppose me do not fare well." Her demeanor was both innocent and dangerously alluring. Chapter 104. Poetry 1. Once Luo Hanxian was expelled, the atmosphere at the banquet became palpably tense. Although the specifics of her painting remained unclear, the emperor's furious reaction clearly indicated that its content was deeply offensive. After a moment of silence, the emperor raised his hand and declared, "Everyone, please rise." Relieved, the guests complied as if released from a great burden. The chief examiner wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a tentative glance at the emperor. Traditionally, the top-ranking works were to be presented to the nobles in attendance. Yet, given the emperor's demeanor, he found himself at a loss. "Brother, this year's top-ranking women from the flower banquet are all from Gu Darren's class. Have you not always appreciated his works? Why not take a look at the talent he has nurtured?" Princess Qinghe suggested with a smile. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Ling, eager to see what had earned her such distinction. Though the emperor's expression remained stern, he lifted his gaze at the mention of Gu Zhao, asking, "Oh, is that so?" Gu Zhao, feeling a chill run through him, coughed lightly before responding in a hoarse voice, "I am honored by the chief examiner's favor. These 3 students are indeed from my class." A flicker of concern crossed the emperor's eyes as he inquired, "Has your cough not yet subsided, Gu Darren?" The personnel within the Imperial Medical Institution have proven to be rather ineffective. Though His Majesty is concerned, the esteemed doctors of the institution possess exceptional medical skills and have already provided the finest treatment plans. However, my own frail constitution, burdened by a long-standing illness, has rendered me somewhat unfortunate. Gu Zhao spoke with a respectful and composed voice, unhurried in his demeanor. The emperor, well aware of his condition, refrained from further inquiries, merely sighing as he remarked, "Lord Gu must take care of himself. You are still young and should be mindful of your health." "Indeed, thank you, Your Majesty," Gu Zhao replied softly. The emperor then turned his attention to the assembly, lightly tapping the table twice, and stated in a deep voice, "Present the paintings of the top 3 candidates. I wish to see your progress." The chief examiner let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly presented the works of the 3 artists. The first to be presented was the painting of Fu Qingxue, which depicted cherry blossoms. The artwork revealed a solid foundation, with a striking contrast of hues. The inked branches extended and curved gracefully, with several cherry blossoms portrayed in exquisite detail, appearing almost lifelike. The petals, painted in a delicate blush hue, were elongated and elegantly arranged, showcasing a clear distinction in layers of color. At the center of each blossom lay a hint of grass green, representing the stamen, with fine threads of a rosy tint illustrating the pistils. From a distance, it seemed as though the petals retained the morning dew, adding a touch of opulence. While this portrayal of cherry blossoms was indeed flawless, it was merely a depiction of scenery, thus lacking in deeper artistic resonance. Consequently, despite her impressive skills, she could only secure 3rd place, as the royal audience pondered. Next was the painting by Su Ling, who had created an exquisite peony. The soft hues of dawn and peony red melded beautifully on the paper, with petals rendered using a dotting technique, layered with rosy tones. The interplay of red and white on the canvas was masterfully executed, accentuating the flower's brilliance. The grandeur and magnificence of the peony were vividly captured on the rice paper, presenting a work that balanced color and strength with utmost precision. Though peonies are commonly featured in traditional Chinese painting, capturing their essence is no small feat yet. Su Ling's depiction was regal and dignified, with delicate brushwork and vibrant colors, truly embodying the essence of the king of flowers. Many noble women at the flower festival desired to choose peonies but hesitated, fearing their inability to portray the flower's opulence would invite ridicule. Furthermore, as peonies symbolize national beauty, a lackluster representation could lead to accusations of disrespecting the national flower. However, Su Ling clearly possessed great confidence in her artistic abilities, and her painting radiated richness and grandeur, leaving no room for criticism. After viewing Su Ling's masterpiece, the audience nodded in approval, their curiosity piqued. If such a perfect work could only secure 2nd place, what had Su Ling created to earn 1st? All eyes turned toward the painting soon to be unveiled, while the other artists had focused on singular subjects. Fu Qingxue on a cherry blossom and Su Ling on a peony, Su Ling had crafted a sprawling scene. Her artwork was a magnificent tapestry, unlike the vitality depicted in her peers' works. Rather, her flowers were scattered and melancholic, evoking a sense of desolation. Most noble women at the flower festival aim to present wealth and auspiciousness or to embody purity and elegance. In contrast, Su Ling portrayed a garden full of flowering crabapples, battered by sudden gusts of wind and rain, some petals withering or falling, resembling frost-kissed blooms. Through her painting, one could almost feel the biting chill of the scene. The fallen petals blanketed the courtyard's stone path, dampened by the post-rain coolness. The winding path extended outward, obscured by layers of petals. Despite the cloudy sky, a faint light broke through the gloom, casting shadows that accentuated the scene's forlorn beauty. The audience had never encountered such an artwork. Rather than fixating on a single object or landscape, her entire sheet of rice paper was a canvas filled with vivid imagery, akin to witnessing a garden of crabapples in full bloom. their beauty scattered by an overnight storm, observed upon awakening. Her brushwork differed from her peers, who meticulously refined their details. Instead, her strokes seemed to frame the broader scene, capturing realism rather than precision. It was as if the imagery within the painting unfolded before their very eyes, with the surrounding greenery taking center stage alongside the crabapples. As the audience marveled at the framework of her painting, someone recalled the phrase, "In spring's aftermath, the greens prosper while the reds wither." The crowd's attention shifted to a small poem inscribed beside the artwork. The delicate script read, "Last night, the rain fell and the winds howled, leaving me in a deep slumber, still tasting the remnants of wine." When asked about the crabapples, the maid replied, "They remain unchanged. Do you know? It must be that the greens thrive while the reds wane." The assembly fell silent, envisioning a woman awakening from a drunken stupor, inquiring about the state of the crabapple blossoms in her courtyard. The maid, perplexed, could not comprehend her meaning. The woman sighed, gazing at the vibrant greenery overshadowing the fading red blossoms. The shift from late spring to early summer was imminent. A delicate sentiment flowed through the interplay of poem and painting, allowing the audience to feel as if they were transported to that courtyard, sharing in the woman's bittersweet reflections on spring. The poetry was graceful, and the painting grand, perfectly complementing one another, evoking profound emotion with a fresh and clever conception. Though this expressive form was unprecedented, it left the audience in awe. The chief examiner had been concerned that the emperor might disapprove of the crabapple portrayal. But to his surprise, the emperor gently tapped his wrist beads on the table, sincerely praising the work. "Such exquisite verses have never echoed in the court," he mused. The emperor shook his head, glancing once more at the withering crabapples depicted in the painting, marveling at the brilliance of the phrase, "The greens prosper while the reds wither." Any previous displeasure had dissipated, replaced by admiration for the day's remarkable verse. "Whose words are these?" he inquired. His demeanor softened as he looked at Su Ling. "Your Majesty." "The poet is Li Yan," Su Ling replied candidly. "Li Yan?" The emperor furrowed his brow, appearing perplexed. Though he was somewhat familiar with renowned lyricists from the south, this particular name was unknown to him. "Where's she from?" he pressed. Su Ling replied unhurriedly, "Your Majesty knows that I grew up in the countryside. In my youth, I wandered into another's garden, where I fortuitously heard this verse, retaining a vivid memory of it." "And where is she now?" the emperor continued. "I am uncertain. It seems she has moved elsewhere." A hint of regret crossed the emperor's features as he sighed. After a moment, he remarked, "Though she is now elusive, your ability to grasp such poetic sentiment in your youth and present this work to the public, allowing it to shine, is indeed a fortunate coincidence. This painting is both graceful and grand, and you rightfully deserve first place." The emperor's heartfelt praise surprised the assembly, evoking astonishment from all. Su Wanrong, in particular, bit her lip in frustration. "Li Yan? Clearly, that is a fabrication," she thought. "This has to be Luo Ci's work." While she had not scrutinized Luo Ci's paintings in detail, the realization that Luo Ci possessed such talent and had garnered the emperor's commendation was shocking. Su Ling had evidently prepared well, even assigning a false name. Hatred swelled within Su Wanrong, yet a sinister thought began to take root in her mind. Su Ling was currently basking in her triumph, but should the emperor ever discover the true origins of the painting and the poem, she would face dire consequences. At that moment, no one would be able to save her. For now, she would allow Su Ling her fleeting glory. Su Wanrong let out a soft hum through her nostrils, her gaze lowering slightly to conceal the tumultuous emotions swirling beneath the surface. "Do you recall a certain poem by the individual named Li Yan?" The emperor's face radiated an appreciation for talent, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Su Ling observed the old emperor's sudden transformation into a figure of tenderness and felt somewhat disoriented. Could it be that this emperor, despite his flaws and shortcomings, was indeed a lover of literature? Su Ling sensed a faint whiff of an opportunity to elevate the favorability of high-tier NPCs. With a touch of embarrassment, she admitted, in her youthful exuberance, she had visited the place numerous times and had even composed a few poems. As expected, the emperor's eyes instantly brightened at her words. "Is that so? Do you still remember them clearly?" Su Ling adopted a somewhat bashful expression, replying, "In my youth, I was not well versed in characters. I only learned a few from the esteemed Ian. However, I do recall a couple of pieces. Her confidence wavered slightly. She had indeed made progress. Since entering this narrative, her fortitude had thickened considerably. She had even boldly claimed Li Qingzhao as her teacher, hoping not to provoke the ire of the literary figure. In her heart, she silently prayed, "Teacher Li, I am sincere. I shall memorize all your verses, so allow me to bask in your brilliance for just a moment." This declaration was made for the benefit of those in the capital, to dispel any notion that she had been possessed by a ghost that suddenly enabled her literacy. The emperor, however, paid little heed to her capability with a few characters, his eyes sparkling as he urged, "Then, do pin them down and present them to me in the palace, will you? Your servant shall obey." The onlookers were left in astonishment, rendered speechless. How had Su Ling suddenly gained the opportunity to meet the emperor? What could possibly explain this? Nevertheless, the emperor's previous cold demeanor had dissipated, transformed by Su Ling's poetry into a state of exuberance, prompting him to instruct the chief examiner to prepare for the second round of literary examinations. The examination required participants to compose verses describing pear blossoms, either original works or those of others that closely aligned with the theme. Most of the noble daughters recited familiar verses from their literary textbooks, striving to secure the top ranks, while some contemplated their own compositions. Su Vanrong, naturally, was composed and confident. Prior to the Huaqiao banquet, she had meticulously prepared 2 original pieces, 1 poem and 1 lyric, tailored to the various blossoms of spring. Regardless of which she presented today, she was certain it would earn her a top position. With a smile, she inscribed upon the paper, "As spring wanes, the fragrant chill drifts away. Before the hall, white pear blossoms embrace the moon." The examiner nodded in approval at her lines. The poem vividly depicted the fragrance of the pear blossoms while simultaneously illustrating their appearance under the clear night sky, showcasing both artistic flair and depth, thus meriting a top rank. However, upon viewing Su Ling's composed lines, the examiners were momentarily taken aback. With pristine white petals and fragrant blooms, jade trees and crystalline flowers pile like snow. In the still, deep night, soft light shimmers, the cold moon dissolving gently. A brief lyric. In the dim, expansive tranquility of the night, as the temperature dipped, the pear blossoms quietly unfurled amidst the gentle moonlight. They resembled both snow and brocade, pure and ethereal, deserving of a top rank. The emperor, upon reading this poem, was equally taken aback and was about to inquire if this too was a work of Ian when he noticed a notation in the lower right corner. "Chiotomi." Who is this Chiotomi? The emperor frowned, feeling as if he had overlooked many literary figures. Perhaps the imperial examination system warranted some reconsideration. Noticing the emperor's puzzled expression, Su Ling smirked slightly and replied this. "Mr. Chio is a friend of Ian." The emperor suddenly understood. Naturally, there was frequent correspondence among literary figures. However, what kind of esteemed place had Su Ling grown up in to be surrounded by so many literary luminaries? Was it a cultural treasure trove? The emperor resolved to investigate further in the future. His doubts about Su Ling diminished. Having been raised in such a culturally rich environment, it was only natural that she possessed some literary foundation. Her earlier brashness in the capital might simply be a consequence of her exposure to such eloquence, sharpening her perspective. After reviewing the top-tier poetry and prose, the emperor instructed the chief examiner to commence the second trial. Su Ling listened to the chief examiner's announcement, her gaze lowering slightly. The traditional cultural advantage was no longer hers to rely upon. This was the true test. Though the predetermined quota was 60 participants, only around 50 advanced to the second round. The noble young ladies who had merely recited well-known verses from their literary textbooks were almost entirely eliminated. It was evident that given the simplicity of the examination topic, a touch of ingenuity was necessary to prevail. Thus, those remaining were all individuals possessing keen intellects. The second trial was divided into 2 groups, the Qin and Shu group and the chess and calculation group. As the name suggests, the Qin and Shu group would evaluate skills in the Guzheng and calligraphy, while the chess and calculation group would test abilities in Go and abacus calculations. Each group would crown 1 champion. While both champions would emerge as victors of the Huaqiao banquet, societal biases still lingered regarding the 2 categories. The art of Qin and Shu, despite its elegance, was merely a pastime suited for the boudoir. Even if refined, it ultimately served as a leisure activity. The banquet itself was fundamentally a grand occasion for the noble women to discreetly select matriarchs for their families. The lady of a household could hardly afford to be lost in the arts of painting and music, akin to a caged canary occupying the lady's position without purpose. In contrast, excelling in chess and calculation signified a meticulous and comprehensive mindset with a broad vision. Life resembled a game of chess. Those adept at orchestrating a good match would undoubtedly manage their households well. Furthermore, exceptional skills in abacus calculations were an invaluable asset. A responsible mistress must be able to scrutinize accounts, and proficiency in this area would undoubtedly elevate her management skills. As families grew larger, their expenditures and income became increasingly complex. Without solid abacus skills, relying solely on others could lead to financial mismanagement. The mere theft of funds could be one issue, but if ulterior motives were at play and misappropriated for nefarious purposes, it could provide political enemies with incriminating evidence, a situation far more complex than mere words could clarify. Thus, the noble women at the Gu Zhao banquet invariably focused their attention on the victors of the chess and calculation group, rendering the achievements of the Qin and Shu group comparatively less significant. Nevertheless, the arts of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting were skills cultivated from a young age by the daughters of noble families, whereas proficiency in abacus calculations was often only introduced upon entering school. Arithmetic was inherently challenging, compounded by the pressure of performing publicly at the Gu Zhao banquet. Many noble young ladies often struggled with abacus skills. Consequently, even though they recognized the chess and calculation group garnered greater favor, most chose to forego it altogether. Thus, the disparity in numbers between the two groups remained considerable. After much deliberation, the list of noble ladies participating in both groups was finally confirmed: 38 for the Qin and Shu group, and only 16 for the chess and calculation group. Following the announcement of the list, murmurs of discussion arose among the noble young ladies. Oh my, how could there be so many in the Qin and Shu group? Indeed, and Fu Qingxue has chosen the Qin and Shu group. We certainly have no chance now. If I can't secure the top spot, at least I hope to rank within the top 8. My father promised me a reward if I achieve that. Look, Su Wanrong has opted for chess and calculation. Of course, with her prowess in chess and calculation, how could she possibly compete for a top rank in the Qin and Shu group and risk losing face? Sighing, one remarked, in my opinion, there's no need to compete. The top honors in the Qin and Shu group will undoubtedly go to Fu Qingxue, while Su Wanrong will surely claim the chess and calculation title. We're merely here to make up the numbers. Amidst the chatter, Su Wanrong's gaze fixated on the chess and calculation group S list. She spotted Su Ling's name. A cold smile played on her lips. What? Did she think she had become formidable merely by answering one question correctly from the Chowan Hall? Even if she possessed a modicum of skill in abacus calculations, had she forgotten her earlier humiliation during a match? It was common knowledge that black pieces played first, followed by white. However, at that time, she held by Z, yet made the first move herself. When reminded by others, she was filled with indignation and insisted that the opponent had bullied her, stubbornly questioning why they were allowed to move first. Such a crude demeanor certainly made a name for herself in the capital, and even now, Su Wanrong couldn't help but smirk at the memory. It was merely a competition among young ladies at the Plum Wine Banquet in February, and only a little over a month had passed since then. The art of chess is profound and intricate. Even the most gifted individual cannot master it in a short period, let alone compete against her. Such arrogance. The chief examiner swiftly divided the groups, splitting the Chaofeng platform into two halves, with the two noble ladies in the same group seated at a table, awaiting the commencement of the competition. On the chess group side, Su Wanrong was first allocated to the chess division, where she would face Wei Ranshu, the legitimate second daughter of the Hanlin Academy's chief scholar. Although Wei Ranshu and Su Wanrong were not close friends, their father shared a mutual acquaintance, thus making their relationship somewhat more intimate than with others. As Wei Ranshu faced her now, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was well known in the capital that Su Wanrong's chess skills were unrivaled among noble ladies. It seemed her competition would likely end here. Nonetheless, Su Wanrong maintained her composure, offering a gentle smile, and gracefully said, "Please." Su Ling was assigned to the abacus group. The rules of the abacus group dictated that both participants in the same group would be given the same 10 problems, and the one who solved them first within the time of an incense stick would win. If neither completed the tasks in the allotted time, both would be eliminated. The two examiners would supervise from the sidelines, and only after correctly solving one problem would the participants receive the next paper. Any mistakes would lead to immediate disqualification. Due to the stringent and harsh nature of these rules, noble ladies often checked their work multiple times during the abacus competition, completing their tasks just as the incense stick burned out. At that moment, sitting across from Su Ling was Bai Luowei. Bai Luowei was particularly annoyed by her seemingly innocent demeanor, and upon facing her, she inwardly cursed her misfortune. As for Su Ling's actual abilities, she was uncertain. The rumors in the capital had labeled her as an untalented and boorish woman. The girl before her indeed displayed somewhat uncouth behavior, having been a little negligent in their earlier greetings. Yet, if she truly lacked knowledge, how could she have passed the initial test with such ease? Perhaps the Su family, being wealthy and influential, had arranged for a skilled mentor to guide her, providing her with comprehensive training in poetry and painting. However, in this abacus competition, no underhanded tactics could be employed. Not to mention the unpredictability of the questions, the examiners stood nearby, watching intently, leaving no room for any tricks. Su Ling casually fiddled with the abacus in front of her. Observing the clumsiness of her technique, Bai Luowei couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Given her lack of skill, how could she possibly outperform her? She suddenly found the woman before her less bothersome. With only 16 participants in the chess group, if she could surpass her, she would secure a place in the top 8. Thinking thus, she smiled apologetically at the woman opposite her. I apologize. Perhaps you could have lasted through a round, but encountering me, you are indeed unfortunate. Su Ling, somewhat puzzled, returned her smile. As the competition had yet to commence, she found herself bored and preoccupied with thoughts of the Zhohong duck she had taught the chef. Wondering if it had turned out well today, she watched as the woman across from her manipulated the abacus at a rapid pace, seemingly warming up her fingers, and instinctively asked, "Do you know how to use that?" Bai Luowei looked up in surprise. "Of course. I can." What did that mean? She couldn't use it? How could she be in the abacus group and not know how to use an abacus? Did she intend to count mentally? Bai Luowei began to genuinely doubt Su Ling's intelligence. At the same time, a wave of exhilaration filled her heart. Who could have anticipated such good fortune at the outset? Making the first match so easy to win. The Su family was affluent. It seemed they merely sent their daughter here for some gilding, expecting to pass the first round effortlessly, leaving subsequent outcomes to chance. Bai Luowei, feeling pleased, intended to assist her opponent, hoping to win decisively and spare her too much embarrassment. She smiled at Su Ling reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, it will be over quickly." Su Ling regarded her thoughtfully and softly replied, "Indeed." Bai Luowei could hardly contain her excitement. Who would have thought that in such a competitive second round, she could easily secure a spot in the top 8? She pressed her lips together, suppressing her smile as she awaited the examiners to distribute the papers. The Chaofeng platform was fully prepared. The examiners took their places, and with a command from the chief examiner, the competition commenced. Bai Luowei received her paper, and compared to her initial nervousness, she now felt quite at ease. She glanced at the problem, discovering it was a 4-digit addition question. Although it was somewhat challenging as the first question, she was confident she could complete it. She began manipulating the abacus while discreetly lifting her gaze to observe her opponent. To her astonishment, Su Ling had yet to even pick up the abacus. The last remnants of concern in her heart dissipated. It appeared that this eldest daughter of the Su family truly did not know how to use an abacus. A sly smile crept upon her lips, contemplating whether to let her win a little so as not to make her lose face too badly. However, from the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed Su Ling picking up a pen. Bai Luowei froze for a moment, realizing that Su Ling intended to scribble down an answer and voluntarily eliminate herself, thus avoiding public humiliation. After a few hurried strokes, Su Ling handed her paper to the examiner beside her for verification. The examiner, evidently taken aback, had never seen anyone submit their paper so swiftly. Even if one wished to withdraw, one would at least put forth a semblance of effort, especially with the emperor observing from the high platform. Such behavior seemed rather disrespectful. Having been raised in the Hanlin Academy, he particularly despised such frivolous and untalented individuals. Yet, this was the eldest daughter of the Su family. It was expected she would be grateful to merely pass the first round. The competition at the flower festival was not something she truly cared about. He shook his head internally and began reviewing Su Ling's answers. Almost instinctively, The words of disqualification failed to escape his lips, and his red pen halted midair as he perplexedly questioned himself. Correct. He was bewildered. Bai Luowei's smile, which had been poised to break free, froze on her face as if she hadn't heard clearly, abruptly lifting her head. What did he say? Was he mistaken? How could Su Ling, who hadn't even touched the abacus, possibly have the correct answer? However, the chief examiner had already confirmed it multiple times. Despite the disbelief, the answer on the paper was undeniably accurate. The papers for the second round had all been drafted by the Hanlin Academy's examiners and had been sealed in plaster since the day they were issued. The examiner who set the questions had been prohibited from leaving the academy, ensuring no possibility of leaks. He questioned himself. How could he, in such a short time, derive the answer to a 4-digit addition problem without the use of an abacus? Was she truly about to lose? Princess Qinghe chuckled lightly upon seeing Su Ling submit her paper, a hint of mockery gracing her expression as she turned to Gu Zhao with interest. Gu Zhao, with a gentle demeanor and a faint smile, replied calmly, "Indeed, she is likely to lose." The other examiners took a moment to collect themselves until Su Ling raised her head, her clear amber eyes meeting the examiners as she inquired, "Shouldn't you give me the next paper?" Only then did he regain his composure. Although his face still bore signs of shock, he mechanically followed the rules and handed Su Ling the next paper, his movements somewhat robotic, as if his body had reacted before his mind. Bai Luowei, witnessing that Su Ling had indeed answered correctly, could only widen her eyes in disbelief. However, Su Ling maintained her usual expression, lowering her gaze to examine the second question. Still without the abacus in hand, Bai Luowei found it difficult to accept the situation before her, yet she forced herself to lower her head and focus on the questions. Surely, it must be a coincidence. It must. She clenched her teeth, trying to convince herself. However, before long, before she could even set the abacus in motion, she heard the rustling of paper beside her. Correct. The examiner's low and muffled voice struck Bai Luowei's heart like a heavy blow, leaving her momentarily dizzy. Anxiety surged within her. The words on the paper before her became jumbled, her mind a blank slate. Correct. Another announcement echoed. Bai Luowei's fingers began to tremble, unable to steady the beads on the abacus, making several mistakes in succession. Correct. The announcements came one after another. Bai Luowei's heart raced, the sound of her nails clashing against the abacus sharp and frantic. Just as she was about to arrive at the answer to the first question, time slipped away. A clear, crisp bell rang, pulling her from this nightmarish contest. The examiner, still in a daze, held a stack of test papers and announced, with a hint of confusion, that Su Ling, the legitimate daughter of the general of the state, had emerged victorious. Bai Luowei's brush froze, leaving a long, dark mark on the pristine paper. All contestants involuntarily halted, the entire venue enveloped in silence. The onlookers on the Phoenix platform turned in astonishment toward this side. A single incense stick on the table had burned down to a tiny tip, the ashes scattered by the wind, leaving no trace, while the incense continued to burn fervently, a mockery in itself. Su Ling remained composed, internally reflecting that mastering mathematics and science would render her fearless in any situation. With a subtle flick of her sleeve, she exuded an air of calm authority, as if she were a seasoned physician. Next, Chapter 112. The contest 1. The atmosphere was utterly silent. Not a sound to be heard. Only the rustling of the papers held by the examiner beside Su Ling could be heard, stirred by the wind. "Is this what you learn in the countryside?" The emperor inquired from his elevated position, frowning. "No, it was taught by Lord Gu," Su Ling replied without hesitation, her smile soft as she deftly deflected the attention. The crowd's skeptical gazes swiftly turned toward Gu Zhao, who was under scrutiny, especially from Princess Qinghe, who seemed intent on uncovering the truth. What exactly had he taught Su Ling? How could she perform so swiftly when others struggled? Gu Zhao stiffened for a moment, cleared his throat twice, and, raising his eyes, met the mischievous yet confident gaze of the young woman. It appeared she was certain he would assist her. When he remained silent for an extended period, Su Ling's expression morphed into a toothy grin that hinted at a veiled threat. "Only I know who you are?" Gu Zhao seemed to decipher the intimidation in Su Ling's gaze. A subtle smile appeared on his lips as he calmly stated, "During our recent lessons at Chongwen Hall, I noticed Miss Su's exceptional talent in arithmetic and provided her with some guidance, teaching her a method known as mental abacus, which indeed does not require a physical abacus and allows for quicker calculations. Mental abacus. The emperor nodded thoughtfully, replying, I have heard of it. It is said that this method does not rely on a physical abacus. The image of it exists within one's mind, enabling one to derive answers almost instantaneously after reading the questions. It is a highly advanced technique. However, Miss Su, it seems you calculated fewer problems today than your usual 100, likely out of consideration for the others. Gu Zhao smiled warmly, responding respectfully. His words ignited envy among the noble women present. Su Ling was intentionally letting them win? There could be no greater insult. As the sharp gazes of the onlookers bore down upon her, Su Ling's smile faltered momentarily. Upon hearing Gu Zhao's words, the emperor grew intrigued, stating, Is it truly that swift? I wish to see for myself. Miss Su, do not indulge in false modesty. If you continue to let others win, it would be an affront to the throne. Let me witness your true capabilities. Damn it, mental abacus. It's not me doing the calculations. It's easy for him to watch. Su Ling inhaled deeply and replied, I dare not. As my abilities are limited. Before she could finish, the emperor waved his hand, declaring earnestly, Do not be modest. How many more surprises do you have that I am unaware of? It is not modesty, Su Ling began, but was interrupted by the emperor. No need for further words. The contest continues. Miss Su, you must not allow others to win again. Do you understand? The emperor's gaze bore a weighty authority from his elevated position. Being the emperor, Su Ling did not wish to meet an untimely end. She could not afford to counter his words repeatedly. After a prolonged silence, Su Ling forced a strained smile and replied, Yes, seated at the desk. Gazing at the paper, Su Ling suddenly felt as though she had been transported back to elementary school, faced with a stack of arithmetic flashcards, each with double digits. As a doctoral advisor in medicine, respected by all in her field, she had never truly faced such humiliation in her life. Before picking up her brush, she glanced at Gu Zhao, whose expression remained nonchalant, as if everything he had said was utterly sincere. Very well. If it is a dog, then you are its master. Chapter 113. The contest, too, being able to outperform 100 challengers, Su Ling's subsequent trials were far from leisurely. Fortunately, her mind, having been honed over 2 decades of study, was still sharp. She advanced with an unstoppable momentum, triumphing in the 4th round of the abacus contest. Regardless of her opponent's efforts, none could respond before she completed 10 questions. However, given that this method was personally taught by Lord Gu, the audience's astonishment was somewhat diminished, replaced by an undercurrent of envy. How fortunate she was to be favored by Lord Gu. What merit did she possess? It was merely a stroke of luck that she had some talent in arithmetic, and she had been taught such an impressive technique. If only I could learn it too. The woman speaking observed as Su Ling swiftly wrote her answers, handing in paper after paper, while the examiner stood in stunned silence, silently gritting her teeth. Unable to voice her frustration, she was simply too fast, so fast that it seemed as if she had just finished reading the questions, but had already picked up her brush to write her answers. Although the contest was ongoing all around, all eyes inevitably gravitated toward her. Amidst the envy, there was a shared anticipation of her next move. The young woman leaned over the desk, her expression earnest, captivating the attention of all. How impressive! Among the eliminated women, whispers of admiration began to emerge, but such praises were quickly silenced by others. Impressive? Have you forgotten her chess skills at the recent plum wine banquet? One voice scoffed, continuing, Even if she wins the abacus contest, she can never claim the top spot. Ultimately, she will lose to her half-sister. Those nearby did not bother to refute her words, some shaking their heads in resignation. Su Ling's chess skills were well known in the capital. Against Su Wanrong, there was no chance of victory. Therefore, no matter how beautifully she won now, her impending defeat would be all the more tragic. After the abacus group declared its winner, the chess group also reached a conclusion. Those who faced Su Wanrong noticed that she seemed particularly impatient today, disregarding past courtesies, launching into her moves with fierce intent, as if she were competing against someone unseen. Under her aggressive strategy, she swiftly claimed victory in 4 rounds. The outcome of the Qin and book group had yet to be determined. However, all attention was now riveted on the impending duel between Su Ling and Su Wanrong. Su Ling stood up, feeling drowsy after what seemed an eternity of waiting. Su Wanrong could not help but bite her lip as she observed her rival's demeanor. Her youthful nails had already embedded themselves deeply into her palm. A futile attempt to suppress the overwhelming resentment swelling within her. To her astonishment, Su Ling had secretly devoted herself to mastering the art of abacus calculation, with the very algorithms imparted by the esteemed Minister Gu. Yet, why had Minister Gu chosen not to bestow this knowledge upon her? Was it due to her lack of stature? Su Wanrong's lips nearly bled from her biting. The seemingly casual demeanor of Su Ling was clearly intentional. A flicker of dark resolve flashed in Su Wanrong's eyes as her lips pressed tightly together. It was unclear when exactly she had noticed Su Ling's growth in the past. She had never regarded her as a worthy opponent, but now, perhaps it was time to re-evaluate her. Su Ling's current demeanor indeed qualified her to be a rival. Chapter 114. The Defeat. 1. The competition for supremacy was held at the forefront of the Chaofeng platform on a large Zili wood table. This expansive table allowed the dignitaries seated in the high pavilion to clearly witness the clash between the two contenders. Su Ling and Su Wanrong took their respective positions, while the examiners before them held 2 bamboo slips each. The victors from the chess and abacus groups would engage in a duel, requiring them to partake in 1 game of chess and 1 calculation test, the order of which would be determined by the slips they drew. Both competitors drew the same slip first, thus commencing the match. If they drew different slips, they would draw again. Su Ling and Su Wanrong each selected a bamboo stick. Without even glancing at it, Su Ling tossed her slip onto the table. The slip was inscribed with elegant characters, prominently displaying the word chess. Upon seeing this character, Su Wanrong's eyes momentarily flickered. Then she carefully revealed her own slip. Her eyes brightened with excitement. A gentle smile graced her face as she spoke softly. "Sister, we are truly fated to meet." "Indeed, indeed," Su Ling replied, observing the triumphant expression nearly bursting forth from Su Wanrong's countenance, playing along with her enthusiasm. The spectators could not help but sigh. Despite the surprises Su Ling had brought forth, it seemed her journey would end here. Although the finals required 2 matches, losing the first would undoubtedly dampen one's spirit for the second. As the final match commenced amidst a flurry of courtesy, the competitors faced a broad chessboard. Su Ling grasped the black pieces, her fingertips delicately caressing the ink jade, pausing in contemplation. She recognized that this round could not be won. The original Su Ling had garnered a notorious reputation for her folly in the capital, not merely due to her crude demeanor, but because of the singular incident during a chess game over a month prior that solidified her status as a laughingstock among the elite young ladies of the capital. While her poetry could be attributed to her rural upbringing and her arithmetic skills could be traced back to Minister Gu, her chess skills the family had only one instructor, who, under the old matriarch's orders, often chastised Su Ling, robbing her of any joy in the game, even leading to a significant uproar when she attempted to leave home, an event that reached the emperor's ears. To claim she had suddenly developed a passion for chess would invite skepticism. Should the emperor inquire, it would not be as easy to deceive him as it was today. Noticing Su Ling's silence, Su Wanrong's eyes glinted with barely concealed derision. Yet her smile remained unwavering as she gently reminded, "Sister, you do remember that black pieces move first, do you not?" Su Ling snapped back to reality, donning a face that feigned apprehension towards the board, asserting, "I will not forget." Laughter erupted from the crowd. How could she possibly forget the disgrace of that day? "Good. I am merely pondering where to place my piece," Su Ling mused as she explored the board, suddenly pausing at a particular spot. Her amber-hued eyes gleamed with self-satisfaction as she declared, "Here it shall be." The piece was placed at the center, an opening move at the tenjin, a universal harmony. With a certain confidence, she lifted her gaze to meet Su Wanrong's. Su Wanrong paused for a moment, then could no longer conceal the smile tugging at her lips. Chapter 115. The Defeat. 2. The surrounding laughter was incessant. Throughout history, only 2 types of individuals have ventured to play at tenjin, those utterly ignorant of the game, and unparalleled masters. Observing Su Ling's seemingly superficial expression, the crowd could not restrain their mirth. How profoundly confident this Su family daughter must be. Clearly oblivious, yet attempting to feign depth. It seemed she could only muster a solitary move at tenjin. As laughter erupted, only one individual in the throng maintained a clear demeanor. He observed the black-clad woman with calm composure. She appeared lost, glancing about in confusion, seemingly unaware of the laughter surrounding her. Yet he perceived the indifference glimmering in her eyes, as though she were merely a spectator in a play. Having had her fill of laughter, Su Ling tapped her piece and urged Su Wanrong, Do make your move swiftly. Su Wanrong finally suppressed her smile, responding, "Yes, sister." Su Ling played her pieces haphazardly, advancing one step, then another, seemingly indifferent even when Su Wanrong captured her pieces, as if she did not comprehend the rules at all. Su Wanrong intended to conclude the match swiftly, yet her training had been tailored to counter various strategies, and facing Su Ling's erratic style left her somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, her foundational skills allowed her to capture several pieces. Su Ling, appearing to act without thought, placed her pieces rapidly, creating the impression that Su Wanrong was struggling to keep up. Internally, Su Ling safe. She had assumed that, as the most esteemed talent of the Southern Zhao dynasty, Su Wanrong would possess commendable chess skills. However, she now realized her expectations had been misplaced. Su Wanrong resembled a student who could solve a singular application problem, but faltered at a different format. It was not entirely her fault. Young ladies of their standing, seldom stepping beyond their family gates, had little need to delve into the intricacies of chess. Victory relied solely on rote memorization of the game as strategies, devoid of any critical thinking. Had the original author portrayed her as even slightly astute, Su Ling would not be in such a predicament. The onlookers initially believed the outcome to be a foregone conclusion, but as they observed Su Ling's seemingly chaotic moves, which nonetheless appeared to subtly control the overall situation, they felt a twinge of astonishment. Yet, witnessing Su Ling's absent-minded demeanor, they collectively concluded that she was utterly incapable. Su Ling wore a smile on her face while internally lamenting her predicament. She had tried her utmost, but the act was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Several times, she teetered on the brink of a stalemate, only to feign stretching her arms, inadvertently allowing Su Wanrong to discover a counterattack opportunity. Although the outcome remained undetermined, Su Wanrong's anxiety continued to mount. The instructor at home had never taught her how to confront such an opponent. The strategies were not inscribed in the texts. Could Su Ling not play chess properly? She bit her lip, filled with both anger and frustration. It was all Su Ling's fault for neglecting her studies. Now, how was she to respond? Su Ling began to feel increasingly restless, her expression gradually stiffening. Su Wanrong appeared to be on the verge of losing her composure. No matter how many pieces she presented before her, Su Ling simply could not grasp them. Su Ling now regretted not having studied the regional chess strategies of Southern Zhao. Had she done so, she could have crafted a flawless victory for Su Wanrong. But now she had to win. "Don't play there, play here," Su Ling silently screamed within, her face nearly betraying her grimace. Immersed in her own anxious reverie, Su Wanrong remained oblivious to Su Ling's mounting tension. Taking a deep breath, Su Ling wished fervently that she could guide her piece by piece. The majority of her moves were futile. Although they appeared numerous, the territory she had gained was minimal, and she was quickly approaching a dead end. The gentleman on the elevated platform observed the expression on the woman's face, one that seemed to yearn for a defeat that remained elusive, a faint smile gracing his lips as the shadows in his eyes seemed to gleam with mirth. Realizing the situation was ambiguous, Su Ling resolved to abandon her hopes for Su Wanrong. Since defeat was unattainable, she would resort to performance instead. Chapter 116. The Losing Game. 3. Su Wanrong found herself increasingly at a loss. The pieces remaining in their hands were scant, and the outcome of her game was nearly predetermined. The nobles in the high pavilion wore expressions of solemnity as they observed Su Ling's chaotic tactics. However, it was Su Wanrong who was on the verge of defeat. Was this an inadvertent turn of events, or did Su Ling possess remarkable skill in the game? As the onlookers pondered this, they noticed Su Ling suddenly counting the pieces she had captured, seemingly comparing them to those taken by Su Wanrong. With a hint of disappointment, her lips drooped slightly. "I'm going to lose," she mumbled to herself, letting out a dramatic sigh. Her expression was heavy, though her voice was barely audible. It reached the ears of the spectators. The emperor couldn't help but chuckle, and soon the crowd joined in with bemused smiles. Almost everyone could discern the situation, yet Su Ling remained oblivious to her impending loss, revealing her utter lack of understanding of the game. Su Wanrong was almost infuriated. How could Su Ling, who clearly knew nothing of strategy, be on the brink of defeating her? Yet, Su Ling's demeanor seemed more anxious than her own, as if she truly believed she was about to lose. Her fidgeting and sighing drew laughter from all present, who found her naivety amusing. Su Wanrong's vision blurred with rage. but she struggled to maintain her composure. How can my sister not know she is losing? She thought, glancing at the board, her heart sinking. She forced a smile and said, "Do not feign modesty. You are clearly winning. Anyone with eyes can see you have captured more pieces. My arithmetic is quite sound." Su Ling replied earnestly, her face adorned with a hint of discontent, as if reproaching Su Wanrong for her lack of candor. "I am not one to take defeat lightly. Why must you hide the truth from me?" She chided, casually placing her pieces while pouting slightly, her rosy lips forming a defiant pout. "Who is hiding anything from you?" Su Wanrong was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. As a refined lady, she could not afford to quarrel with someone as unruly as Su Ling during their contest. She merely managed a stiff smile, swallowing her retorts. However, Su Ling pressed on, increasingly vocal in her grievances. "This is truly unfair. My sister has practiced for so long, yet she is taking advantage of a novice like me." Su Ling continued to lament, her expression one of indignation, as if seeking justice. Su Wanrong could only blink in disbelief. She gazed at the board once more, her fists clenched in frustration, nearly wishing to silence Su Ling's incessant chatter. The black pieces dominated the board, overwhelming the white ones, and it seemed only a matter of moments before Su Wanrong would be cornered. If Su Ling were triumphant, it would be one thing, but to adopt the posture of a victim while blaming her was outrageous. With a final decisive move, Su Ling placed her last piece. As the sound resonated in the air, she waved her hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. "Oh well, a loss is a loss. In the next round, you shall not prevail against me." Su Wanrong gripped her skirt tightly, gritting her teeth to suppress any loss of composure before the crowd. Her fingers turned pale, trembling slightly. Her face displayed a mix of green and white, reflecting an immense humiliation. Su Ling, seemingly growing impatient, turned to the examiner and urged, "Why have you not announced the result yet?" Chapter 117. The victory won. The examiner stared at the board, lost in thought for an extended moment. The nobles in the high pavilion fell into an unexpected silence. The arrangement of the black pieces was grand, resembling a blooming peony from afar. Sensing the examiner's astonishment, Su Ling casually remarked, "I merely believe that if one must lose, it should be done with elegance." Upon hearing this, the onlookers paused momentarily, but internally they mused that the eldest daughter of the Su family truly seemed incapable of playing Go, achieving an accidental success. After all, to win while simultaneously arranging the pieces into the shape of a peony was no small feat, and few could accomplish such a thing. The emperor chuckled softly, prompting the examiner to regain his composure and declare with gravity, "In this match, the daughter of the general, Su Ling, emerges victorious." "I won. You must be mistaken," Su Ling exclaimed, her face an exaggerated mask of disbelief as she challenged, "Do not show favoritism. I know my sister is formidable." Su Wanrong's complexion turned a shade of green. The examiner, feeling the awkward tension, reiterated his statement, and only then did Su Ling reluctantly accept the reality. "Dear sister, you did not let me win, did you? His Majesty has decreed that one must not throw a match. To do so is to deceive the emperor," Su Ling declared with mock seriousness. Su Wanrong's expression darkened, her smile frozen as she bit her lip. "Wanrong would never dare. Today, it is you who has triumphed." As the long table where Su Ling and Su Wanrong competed was visible to the nobles above, the lady seated at a distance could not witness their game. Initially, as Su Ling voiced her complaints, Lu Sahan wore a smile, accepting congratulations from the other ladies. But upon the announcement of the outcome, she was left utterly speechless. Her heart swelled with joy and pride, only to be shattered by the harsh reality, replaced by disbelief. Not only she, but all the nobles present stared in astonishment at the examiner, declaring the results. A cool breeze swept through, and time seemed to stand still. Even Lu Sahan, accustomed to grand spectacles, could not mask her expression, rising with a look of barely contained rage, urgently asking, "You must have seen incorrectly?" The examiner shook his head, replying earnestly, "With His Majesty's discerning eye present, the Hanlin Academy would not dare to speak falsely. The results are fair and indisputable." Lu Sahan's brow furrowed tightly. The entire city had witnessed Su Ling's evident lack of understanding of Go. Moreover, she was aware that the tutor in their household had imparted little useful skill to Su Ling. The last time she had embarrassed herself was merely over a month ago. How could this time be different? Suddenly, Lu Sahan recalled the laughter directed at Su Ling earlier. She had indeed been the subject of ridicule, yet now, why had the outcome changed? Could it truly be sheer luck? Lu Sahan's lips trembled, struggling to fathom that Su Ling had bested Su Wanrong. She remained rooted to the spot, unable to move. Her reaction drew the attention of many in the capital. Lu Sahan, who usually appeared gentle and demure, now revealed a fierce competitive spirit behind closed doors. Isn't it just a matter of pride for a daughter? After all, she is merely a concubine. Why does she have to compete? Indeed, her current position is solely due to the favor of Mr. Su. Now, this display is quite unbecoming. The murmurs around her were neither too loud nor too soft, yet Lu Sahan heard them clearly. A cold smile crept across her lips. In the past, these people had all claimed that all daughters were equal, yet now, witnessing the tide turn, they swiftly changed their tune, their hypocrisy revolting. However, this was merely one contest. There is still the upcoming arithmetic match. Furthermore, the second branch of the Su family remains without a matriarch. I shall surely claim that position in due time. When that moment arrives, Wanrong shall find herself in the same position as Su Ling, merely a daughter, and I will relish watching them grovel. Do you have any questions? The examiner inquired calmly. Lu Sahan took a deep breath, adopting her previous gentle demeanor, and softly replied, "No, please continue." Chapter 118, The Victory, 2. After a brief intermission, the Qin and Book Group announced its champion, Fu Qingxue. Her victory was undeniable and executed with finesse. As she played, the notes flowed delicately, and her calligraphy was both graceful and precise. No one in the gathering could match her profound skill, rendering her opponents utterly powerless. The Huazhao banquet now rested solely on the final contest between Su Ling and Su Wanrong in arithmetic. During the respite, Su Wanrong approached Su Ling, seemingly unconcerned with her loss, as if they shared a close camaraderie. "Dear sister, are you aware of a certain principle? Excessive brilliance may invite peril. The elder sister finds herself alone within the manor, with the uncle absent from the capital. Should others harbor ill intentions, what then?" Su Wanrong spoke earnestly, entwining her hand with that of her sister, her expression sincere and warm. Su Ling cast her a peculiar glance. At the previous poetry gathering, the younger sister had indeed garnered much attention, and yet she remained unscathed. Might there be any life-preserving wisdom she could impart? Su Ling gently brushed aside her hand, smiling lightly. Her features, soft like a delicate blossom, belied a hidden sting upon closer inspection. Su Wanrong was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a response. Her complexion shifted from pale to crimson, a mixture of anger and vexation rendering her almost unable to maintain her poised demeanor. For reasons unknown, since their return from the palace, every encounter with Su Ling felt akin to striking a punch into cotton. Her carefully planned assaults seemed perpetually deflected with effortless grace, leaving one at a loss for how to react. "Sister misunderstands. I merely feel that your brilliance is perhaps too pronounced. This may not bode well. After all, a measure of restraint can often yield better outcomes." Su Wanrong bit her lip, forcing calmness into her tone. Su Ling smiled, her gaze cold and detached. "Restraint? It is less a philosophy of life than a strategy employed by the weak in their vulnerable state. Concealment is not a choice, but rather an act of desperation. The women before her hardly qualified as opponents, let alone possessing the ability to obscure their own light. One could hardly overestimate oneself so. Overly conspicuous? Highest indeed. What Su Wanrong deemed brilliance was far from Su Ling's true radiance. Growing up in an orphanage, Su Ling had endured countless struggles. Familial ties were tenuous, friendship scarce, and love non-existent. She harbored no so-called maternal compassion nor pity for the wretched. For those who could impact her path in life, she would not endure, nor was there any necessity to do so. "You worry too much," Su Ling remarked, her smile failing to reach her eyes. "Perhaps you are unaware of the extent of jealousy that pervades the capital." I merely fear for your safety." A well-meaning warning, Su Wanrong stammered, finally adjusting her emotions. Sensing Su Ling's cold demeanor, she affected a look of grievance, softly murmuring. Yet a flicker of cold determination glinted in her lowered eyes. As long as Su Ling faltered in this match, even a draw would suffice for appearances. Su Ling, observing her hypocritical facade, could not help but chuckle. She had not anticipated that Su Wanrong would be so altruistic, wishing to shoulder the consequences of being overly conspicuous for her sister. How touching indeed. She had accurately discerned the essence of her original character. The tassels in the young girl's hair swayed gently in the breeze, the jade hue casting fragmented light upon her eyes and brow. The curve of her lips was slightly frigid, as if touched by frost. "Fear not, dear sister. I shall not allow myself to be harmed, nor will I show mercy." The final contest commenced under the watchful gaze of the assembly. Lu Sahan anxiously clutched her handkerchief, her expression taut with tension. Beside her, Liang Yuyin found herself reeling from the cascade of recent revelations. She pinched her arm, confirming the sensation of pain to assure herself this was no dream. Yet, the radiant figure upon the stage, was it truly Ling? Su Ling and Su Wanrong awaited the distribution of the examination papers at their table. This was the final round, and the examiners from the Hanlin Academy had prepared more challenging questions. Su Wanrong felt confident, even had she not engaged Su Ling in prior conversation. She believed victory to be in her grasp. The final exam would consist of practical application questions, inherently more difficult. She had practiced countless times beforehand, having solved the questions in her abacus manual over 100 times, her proficiency with the counting tool allowing her to arrive at answers in mere moments. If her earlier words could slow Su Ling even slightly, victory was assured. Her sister's mindset would surely falter, leaving no time for reconsideration. A slight smile graced her lips, her gaze sharp. The examiners took their positions, and the chief examiner gently shook a bell, distributing the papers. Given the complexity of the final questions, to ensure fairness, all 10 questions were written on a single sheet, with the winner determined by the number of accurate answers submitted. Su Ling glanced over the test paper, finding each question reminiscent of elementary mathematical applications, albeit with more complexity. Though penned by the Academy's scholars, some questions lacked rigor, prompting a frown from Su Ling as she picked up her pen. Indeed, unlike her previous haste, she now appeared absorbed in her writing, her wrist moving fluidly as she inscribed numerous characters upon the paper. Observers from above frowned slightly. Despite the question's complexity, they were merely numbers. Why write so extensively? Was she merely transcribing the question due to confusion? A voice from the crowd jested, eliciting laughter. If the earlier abacus examination tested speed and accuracy, this final round assessed one's analytical thinking. Many shook their heads. The eldest daughter of the Su family had merely mastered counting, perhaps capable of arithmetic but lacking in application. Was she then simply a living calculator? Su Wanrong furrowed her brow in contemplation. Today, as questions seemed particularly challenging, 4 of them being entirely unfamiliar. She had thoroughly reviewed her abacus exercises and had never encountered such types. Stealing a glance at Su Ling, she observed her sister fervently writing. Su Wanrong smirked, a hint of derision in her expression. Regardless of how intricate the questions, the answers remained singular digits. What need was there for such elaborate writing? Her sister was merely pretending to understand what she did not. With time slipping away, Su Wanrong remained focused, her abacus moving swiftly. Since she had never seen those 4 questions, it would be prudent to forego them. Having completed her exercises, she knew Su Ling's habitual laziness would preclude her from having encountered them, let alone solving them. Just as the incense was about to extinguish, Su Ling abruptly set down her pen. Su Wanrong had just calculated her results, quickly jotting them down before unfurling her paper. Both had completed their answers. The examiners approached, collecting their papers for verification. Historically, no participant in the abacus finals had ever managed to solve even half the questions. Yet she had arrived at 6 correct answers. Victory was hers. She locked eyes with Su Ling, finding her sister's expression still calm. Within, Su Wanrong mused that if Su Ling later claimed to have intentionally conceded, she would not refuse her face-saving gesture, acknowledging her kindness. After all, she had already utilized Luo Si's poetry and paintings. Her arrogance could not last long. Su Wanrong gently smiled at Su Ling, quietly awaiting the examiner's verdict. The examiner standing beside, Su Ling initially appeared surprised by the words on her paper. However, as he continued to read, his expression dramatically changed. His astonished gaze momentarily lingered on Su Ling before he shifted his focus down the scroll, seemingly unable to believe his eyes, repeatedly confirming what he read. Observing the examiner's reaction, Su Wanrong felt increasingly assured. Those in the Hanlin Academy were accustomed to interacting with high officials and nobles, all of whom had developed the ability to maintain composure in the face of adversity. For a scholar to display such astonishment surely indicated that Su Ling's scroll was filled with nonsense. Perhaps it was mere copying or doodling, but it certainly was not the correct answers. Yet, the examiner appeared hesitant, turning to approach the chief examiner. The chief examiner, who had been casually sipping tea, frowned slightly in confusion upon seeing the examiner's approach, but his expression brightened when he saw the scroll in his hands. The chief examiner's emotions were tumultuous, and he could hardly contain his excitement as his voice trembled slightly. Having devoted his life to literature and talent-seeking, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose and knelt before the high platform, stating, "This humble servant has a rather impertinent request." Su Wanrong was taken aback. What had Su Ling written to elicit such astonishment? Could it be that she had failed to solve the problems and resorted to copying Luo Ci's verses in a futile attempt to be clever? She bit her lip and spoke up, "Your Excellency, shouldn't you announce our results first?" The emperor also appeared somewhat surprised. The chief examiner, kneeling, gravely shook his head, saying, "There's no need. I feel I lack the qualifications to judge the paper of the eldest daughter of the Su family." Su Wanrong furuit herberuth. Lack the qualifications? What does that mean? The emperor raised his hand, gesturing for him to rise and speak, then smiled. What surprises as the eldest daughter of the Su family left on this scroll? Everyone had witnessed Su Ling's fervent writing, initially believing she was at a loss. Now, upon hearing the chief examiner's words, curiosity bloomed. The chief examiner hastily presented Su Ling's paper to the emperor, bowing respectfully as he said, "I humbly request your majesty's permission to compile the contents of this scroll into the Hanlin Academy's records for future scholars to utilize." At this declaration, the entire assembly was taken aback. What did he just say? The Hanlin Academy's records were compiled by esteemed scholars, a culmination of a lifetime of talent. How could the work of a mere girl be included? Surely, the chief examiner jested. Moreover, these records were intended for male scholars. What merit did Su Ling possess? Expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd, while the nobles above gradually raised their eyes to the scroll. The previously bustling high platform fell into a profound silence. The emperor's calm demeanor began to ripple with intrigue, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his keen eyes. The scroll contained 10 questions, each meticulously solved by Su Ling. Her methods were innovative and distinctive, proposing to treat one element as A and another as B, deriving two equations, and ultimately determining the values of A and B. No one in the history of the Southern Zhao dynasty had ever approached problems in such a manner. In contrast to the cumbersome and complex methods previously taught at the Hanlin Academy, which consumed considerable time and effort, Su Ling's approach rendered even the most complicated issues effortlessly solvable. Furthermore, in addition to providing solutions akin to standard answers, she also noted minor discrepancies within the questions, rectifying them and offering superior references and examples, addressing each in turn. Within the brief time it took for a stick of incense to burn, she presented complete and flawless solutions to all 10 problems. Where did you learn all this? Eldest daughter of the Su family. The emperor sighed deeply, raising his gaze to Su Ling. "Your Majesty," Su Ling replied with an innocent smile, tinged with shyness, "I can only attribute it to the excellent teachings of Lord Gu." Gu Zhao noticed the fleeting hint of artifice on her face, his jaw tightening slightly as he unconsciously clenched his teeth. The room fell silent for a moment before the emperor exchanged a knowing look with Gu Zhao, a teasing smile dancing on his lips. "Jinhe, how is it that such remarkable methods are not shared with the Hanlin Academy, but taught to a young lady? How biased of you!" Before Gu Zhao could respond, Su Ling boldly interjected, "Thanks to Lord Gu's favor, I feel immensely honored." If the atmosphere had previously been saturated with shock and disbelief, it now transformed into one of envy and resentment. Chapter 122. The Talent for Compilation. 3. The young ladies from noble families fixed their gaze on Su Ling, their eyes sharp enough to pierce. Lord Gu, known for his gentle demeanor and propriety, had previously received unspoken affections from many girls at the Chongwen Hall, yet he always maintained a courteous distance. Furthermore, Princess Qinghe had shown particular favor towards him, and none of the women who had interacted with him seemed to have a favorable outcome. Thus, no one had ever heard of anyone getting close to Lord Gu. Princess Qinghe, too, gritted her teeth atop the high platform, her phoenix eyes blazing with fury and hatred, nearly engulfing her delicate features. How dare Su Ling claim Lord Gu's affection? Was she utterly shameless? The emperor, well aware of Su Ling's ignorance of etiquette, merely chuckled, dismissing it without concern. Oh, is that so, Gina? Gu Zhao's dark eyes slowly lifted, meeting Su Ling's gaze. Her eyes, bright and clear, reflected an enigmatic calm, appearing to contain depths yet also seeming empty. He had long been accustomed to navigating treacherous waters, mastering the art of manipulation, and living according to meticulously crafted plans. The notion of a mundane life flowing naturally was nothing but a fanciful illusion to him. Yet, Su Ling's presence felt like a subtle variable, quietly encroaching upon his existence, causing certain matters to deviate from their intended course, becoming intriguingly unpredictable. I was initially unaware of the appropriateness of this method. It was only through discussions with Miss Su that it was refined. Today, witnessing her adept use of it, I believe there will be no errors, and it can be shared with the Hanlin Academy in the future, Gu Zhao replied softly. Oh, I see. So, Gina has utilized Miss Su as a test subject, the emperor remarked, chuckling as he stroked his beard. Su Ling, unfazed by the jest, simply pouted slightly, smiling helplessly. What can I say, Your Majesty? You know how cautious Lord Gu always is. The noble ladies present found Su Ling's affectionate address of Lord Gu grating to the ear. Moreover, given that the method was personally taught by him, it seemed their relationship was indeed different from others, intensifying the jealousy etched upon their faces. The fury in Princess Qinghe's eyes could virtually shatter bones. Clenching her hands tightly, her scarlet-tipped nails bent perilously under the strain. She emitted a barely audible cold laugh. Su Ling, truly a capable one. How dare she act so brazenly before me? Does she not wish to keep her worthless life? Su Ling seemed to sense the threatening gaze of the princess, turning her head in confusion, then smiled amiably, appearing oblivious to any incident. Princess Qinghe felt her vision blur. She must be doing this on purpose. Su Ling, do you not know shame? As a refined young lady, how can you engage so intimately with a man? With an expression of innocence, Su Ling replied, Your Highness, you misunderstand. Lord Gu is naturally the mentor of the young lady, and thus they must meet daily. The young lady has been assigned to Class A, but it appears to be the Emperor's intention. Su Ling's tone was filled with grievance. Upon hearing that the chief examiner and Princess Qinghe were about to question him, the chief examiner could not help but feel a sense of urgency. Your Highness, the talent of Miss Su from the Su family is unprecedented throughout the court. Lord Gu is also quite adept in arithmetic. Their interactions are simply academic exchanges, and I believe they should engage more frequently to promote the advancement of our dynasty's scholarship. The chief examiner exclaimed, his expression animated as he clasped his hands in respect. Su Ling felt a lump in her throat. Engaging more frequently is entirely unnecessary. She did not wish to meet her end so soon. However, the chief examiner appeared utterly serious, devoid of jest. It is widely known that this esteemed scholar from the Hanlin Academy, who serves as the chief examiner for this floral banquet, Wei Jin, is exceptionally appreciative of talent. For many years, the court has seen no exceptional individuals in arithmetic, and progress had stagnated. It was a rare occasion for someone like Gu Jinhua to emerge from the imperial examination, only to be appropriated by the censorate. Now, with the advent of Su Ling, Wei Jin initially thought her merely quick in arithmetic, but upon reviewing her examination paper, he discerned her clear and coherent thought process, a talent for compilation. Despite being a woman, he could not let this opportunity slip away. He would ensure she was tied to the Hanlin Academy in the future. Upon hearing Wei Jin's words, Princess Qinghe's expression changed, and she was about to reprimand him further when she noticed the emperor raise his hand, his tone half-warning. Qinghe, enough, cease this commotion. Princess Qinghe's demeanor shifted slightly, taking a deep breath, ultimately refraining from speaking further. Your Majesty, I not only hope this method can be compiled into the arithmetic textbooks, but also wish for Miss Su to become a compiler of the Hanlin Academy. Wei Jin said slowly. Wei Ran, seated at the banquet, was taken aback at his father's words, his mouth agape. The position of compiler at the Hanlin Academy is equivalent to a sixth-grade official, while men must ascend through the ranks via the imperial examinations. To directly appoint a woman to such a position, if successful, she will be the first of her kind in the world. What an immense honor and prestige. Your Majesty, Miss Su's talent is truly astonishing. I dare to request she remain at the Hanlin Academy. Wei Jin urged. Your Highness, how can this be permitted? There has never been a precedent for women holding official titles. How can we break the ancient rules for Su Ling? Princess Qinghe argued. Your Highness, you must consider the entire court. The talents of Miss Su can benefit future generations. Our ancestors hoped for the flourishing of our culture. That is unacceptable. Your Highness, I urge you to reconsider. The emperor furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, throughout history, no woman has ever held an official position. Even if her ideas on paper are exceptional, it cannot be so casually bestowed upon Su Ling. As the two continued to bicker, the emperor pondered deeply for a long while before declaring, Very well, Miss Su, I shall grant you 1 month. If you can compile a volume of Hanlin Academy textbooks that satisfies me, I shall bestow upon you the title of compiler. You need not participate in the imperial examinations or daily lectures. Your sole responsibility will be the compilation of a text. Do you dare to accept? The crowd erupted in astonishment. The voices of Princess Qinghe and Wei Jin fell silent, not because she had changed her mind, but because the challenge issued by the emperor was exceedingly daunting. A textbook for the Hanlin Academy requires countless scholars to dedicate years to its completion. How could a mere girl, with no prior experience in compilation, possibly accomplish such a feat in a month? It was nearly an impossible task. Sensing the emperor's intent to create difficulty, Princess Qinghe's expression softened slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Wei Jin furrowed his brow, wishing to speak, but was silenced by the emperor. All eyes turned toward Su Ling. The flowing light blue lotus dress she wore swayed like water, her fair skin glimmering with an air of elegance under the warm sun. The young woman's petite face, with bright almond-shaped eyes, radiated an undeniable brilliance. Carrying a hint of spring's chill, the hall fell silent for a moment, all gazes fixed upon her figure. The seemingly insurmountable task was accepted by her with an air of nonchalance. Should one deem her naive or audacious? Regardless of her motivations, all present seemed awed by her spirit, and a nearly ludicrous thought lingered in Wei Jin's mind. Perhaps she could truly accomplish it. Princess Qinghe's lips curled into a mocking smile as she coldly remarked, Miss Su is truly naive. Beneath the scorching sun, the young woman stood tall, unyielding, and with a smile replied, Your Highness speaks true. I am but 15, an age of innocence and exuberance. Upon hearing her words, the previously haughty demeanor of Princess Qinghe faltered, her complexion paling. The noble women present, though hesitant to comment on the princess, lowered their heads, their expressions clouded. It was common knowledge that Princess Qinghe was the most powerful woman in Nanzhao, possessing wealth and status in abundance, yet she was 24 and still unmarried. The court knew of her infatuation with Lord Gu, having rejected numerous imperial marriages. However, in the Nanzhao court, 24 was considered a rather late age for a woman to remain single. Thus, the topic of age was one the princess had always avoided. Miss Su's response was akin to a dagger thrust into her heart. The atmosphere grew tense as all awaited Princess Qinghe's response. Yet, she refrained from immediate anger, her face betraying a chilling smile. Good, very good. Su Ling, you are truly remarkable. Thank you, Your Highness, Su Ling replied, seemingly unperturbed, her expression calm. The noble women present exchanged sighs. After all, Su Ling was merely a child, her brilliance overshadowed by her utter disregard for the princess. To offend her was akin to courting disaster. Su Ling lowered her gaze, her eyes dark with contemplation. As she bowed her head, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Wei Jin sensed the ominous air around the princess and donned a wary expression. Just as he was about to speak when he heard a gentle call from behind, My lord. Turning, he saw Su Wanrong standing there, her hands clasped before her, a slight frown on her brow. Even if my elder sister's solution is outstanding, should you not provide a conclusion for this floral banquet? Though her tone was gentle, it carried a hint of dissatisfaction. All eyes turned to Su Ling, drawn by her impressive problem-solving approach. Yet, it was evidently Lord Gu who had taught her. What right did she have to flaunt it? The chief examiner seemed to advocate for her, which was laughable. Even if her reasoning was sound, could she possibly produce more problems than 6? Su Wanrong clenched her hands tightly. The rules of the floral banquet dictated that the one with the most solutions would win, even if the elder sister had a remarkable solution. Should she not verify all answers? The notion was utterly absurd, and Su Wanrong could not help but shake her head in denial. However, as if to validate her suspicions, Wei Jin abruptly spoke up. The answers had already been meticulously verified, and the eldest daughter of the Su family had made no mistakes. All 10 questions were answered correctly. His voice was steady and assured. Su Wanrong's body stiffened, as she slowly raised her head in disbelief. "What did you say?" Wei Jin, with a serious and impartial expression, disregarded her astonishment and continued. "Could it be that the second miss has also answered all 10 questions?" Su Wanrong's expression turned to one of shock, her complexion pale, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. Wei Jin approached the long table, his demeanor becoming more solemn as he declared, "I announce that in this year's Hua Chao Ban chess competition, the eldest daughter of General Fugua, Su Ling, has emerged victorious." A hush fell over the crowd. Even though there had been prior speculation, hearing the chief examiner announce, it personally rendered it almost unbelievable. The eldest daughter of the Su family, who was rumored to be foolish and crude, had actually claimed the top spot. Lu Xixian's face darkened considerably, her lips paling slightly. Beside her, Liang Yin remained in a daze until the noble ladies around them approached with wine glasses to offer their congratulations, at which point she forced a smile. The atmosphere surrounding her was a stark contrast to the coldness that enveloped Lu Xixian. What had once belonged to the second branch of the Su family had seemingly flipped overnight, rising to prominence with astonishing fervor. The world lauded her as unparalleled in grace, possessed of exceptional intelligence, envying her capabilities, luck, and her calm decisiveness in the face of adversity. Yet only Gu Zhao clearly perceived that the woman harbored a clear and composed gaze. The overwhelming accolades and wealth did not sway her in the slightest. What she desired was not merely these ostentatious titles. What the world saw was merely her elegant silhouette, the fluttering of her skirt, a glimpse of her sharp brilliance. Yet he thought today's competition was merely the prologue to this woman's captivating and resplendent life. She would ride the very waves she had stirred, advancing toward loftier and more distant realms. In the capital, the winds of change were swaying in the vast sky. A subtle ripple suggested that some unseen course had shifted. Indeed, rumors should not be wholly trusted. The third prince, observing from his lofty perch, flashed a smile and playfully reached out to the prince next to him. "Your Highness, you have lost." A hint of amusement danced at the corners of his lips, a smirk that was both teasing and mocking. The prince's expression soured. He had originally held the woman in disdain and had accepted the third prince's wager. Who would have thought she would actually make it to the end? He felt a surge of irritation, hastily removing the jade pendant from his waist and tossing it onto the table. The third prince cradled the pendant as if it were a treasure, then opened his palm. The prince took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and reluctantly removed the jade ring from his finger, tossing it into the third prince's hand. Only then did the third prince smile satisfactorily, remarking, "Your Highness, your word is as good as gold." The prince, his face a stormy shade, turned away, wishing he could berate him on the spot. As the Hua Chao Ban transitioned into a banquet, the sounds of merriment began to fill the air. Yet, amidst the revelry, Su Wanrong stood apart, still in shock, as if she had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Her thin lips quivered slightly, a whirlwind of complex emotions crossing her face, disbelief, doubt, and above all, a profound sense of anger and jealousy. There is nothing more humiliating than losing to Su Ling. Her hands clenched tightly, her gaze darkening. The deep-seated and venomous hatred within her heart grew wildly. Su Ling and Fu Qingxue were ushered to the high pavilion by their maid, where they were introduced to the noble guests. Su Ling raised several cups of cherry blossom wine in salute to the royal family. The wine was sweet and smooth, not overly potent, with a few cherry blossoms adorning each cup, their vibrant petals glistening like jewels. The emperor appeared more amiable than before, seemingly reminiscing over En's poetry, having viewed Su Ling's artwork multiple times and suggested that she should frequently visit the palace to transcribe her verses for him. Naturally, Su Ling agreed. This was an excellent opportunity to engage with high-ranking NPCs, and she needed to seize it. Behind the emperor stood a figure clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, and with this vivid color, Su Ling recognized him as the crown prince. The nobleman seemed somewhat displeased, not sparing her a glance as he downed the wine in his cup with a cold demeanor. "Do not be afraid. His Highness is usually quite serious." A languid voice reached Su Ling's ears. Turning slightly, she beheld a striking face. The man had captivating features, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that exuded a certain carefree charm, though beneath them lay a hint of indifferent aloofness. Third Prince, Su Ling said, lowering her gaze in greeting. "Little Miss Su, have you been gazing at me for long? Do you fancy my appearance?" He rested his chin on his hand, looking at her with a playful smile. Su Ling raised her eyes to meet his and smiled back. "Your Highness, your crown is askew from the wind," she said lightly. The third prince raised an eyebrow, momentarily uncomfortable. Among the southern Zhao royal family, he was particularly concerned with his appearance. He hastily reached up to adjust it, but in that moment realized something was amiss. How could it be blown askew? Looking up, he found the woman's mischievous smile. "Indeed, it is askew now." Her amber eyes sparkled with mirth, and he was momentarily taken aback. Rather than being angered, he smiled in return, saying meaningfully, "Oh well, let be askew. Little Miss Su, do remember to visit the palace often." Just as Su Ling was about to respond, she noticed a dark crimson robe in the corner of her vision, prompting her to lift her gaze. It was curious. Today, every time she looked up, their eyes met. Yet he stood far away now, his demeanor cold and unapproachable, as if he were deliberately avoiding any connection with her. Was he already beginning to distance himself? Su Ling found it amusing, chuckling lightly as she picked up the wine cup placed on the golden tray by her maid and walked toward him. "Sir, I must toast you, having claimed victory today." She spoke with a respectful demeanor. Gu Zhao did not turn around, his voice low and distant, yet gentle. "Apologies, I have a cough and cannot drink. Teaching is my duty, Miss Su need not take it to heart." Su Ling paused for a moment, taken aback. This sounded like something the official Gu from the original story would say, yet it felt unlike the Gu Zhao she knew. She was still in her reverie when she heard the mocking laughter of the nearby Princess Chong. "Jinhe, I've heard the early peach blossoms near Yuechun Lake are blooming beautifully. Shall we go boating together the day after tomorrow?" Her voice was sweet and soft, deliberately loud enough for Su Ling to hear. Gu Zhao slowly turned around, his expression warm, his dark eyes slightly lowered to conceal the coldness within, and he replied softly, "Yes." Princess Qinghe's face brightened, her eyes sparkling as she cheerfully said, "Then come over, and we shall discuss the details." Gu Zhao nodded slightly, walking over with a composed demeanor, his pace steady as he never cast a glance in Su Ling's direction. As he brushed past her, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, leaving her momentarily dazed. She raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly straightening up and finishing the cherry blossom wine in her cup. Having drained the cup, she placed it back on the tray, smiling as she remarked, "Lord Gu truly is quite distant." The third prince turned to her, amusement dancing in his eyes. "I'm not distant." Noticing the crown prince beside him wearing a look of disgust, Su Ling couldn't help but smirk. The initial political landscape of southern Zhao had always been this way, the crown prince and the third prince vying for power. The third prince, Xiao Rongshuan, was the son of concubine Hui, appearing carefree and indifferent, yet he harbored ambitions beneath his seemingly nonchalant demeanor. From a young age, he harbored deep jealousy towards his father's preferential treatment of the crown prince. The prolonged unfairness he endured allowed darkness to flourish in what should have been a warm corner of his heart. This festering hatred ultimately led to his regicide and usurpation. As the saying goes, a common enemy can forge a bond of friendship. Gu Zhao returned, driven by a deep-seated vendetta, with a singular desire to slay the emperor. Their mutual aspirations, though divergent in method, converged in purpose. Thus, he ostensibly supported the crown prince while secretly serving as the third prince's advisor. Though he was a subject, their relationship resembled a transactional alliance. He aided the third prince in seizing the throne, and in return, he sought vengeance. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the southern Zhao court, undercurrents of intrigue churned. Su Ling, possessing foresight into each of their fates, felt an unexpected pang of regret. Casting a glance at the third prince, she smiled and remarked, "Your Highness, you flatter me." After toasting the royal family, they resumed their seats. During their return, Fu Qingxue observed her with concern, saying, "I see you've had quite a bit to drink. Do be mindful at the banquet." As she spoke, she couldn't help but frown. The customary toasts at the flower festival banquet were merely formalities, as sips sufficed. Yet here was Su Ling, downing full cups in a manner that was anything but typical. Su Ling waved her hand dismissively, assuring her, "I'm quite fine." She wasn't attempting to boast. Her metabolism was exceptionally robust, and in her previous drinking days, consuming 8 bottles was trivial. The wine she faced now hardly posed a challenge. However, she did feel a slight haze, likely due to the day's exertions. Fu Qingxue scrutinized her slightly flushed cheeks, her expression tinged with doubt. Yet, seeing her resolute demeanor, she ultimately refrained from further comment. Upon returning to their seats, Liang Yiyin caught a whiff of the alcohol on Su Ling and expressed surprise, exclaiming, "How could you drink so much?" Instinctively, she glanced towards the high pavilion, only to meet the piercing gaze of Princess Qinghe, causing her heart to race, and she quickly lowered her eyes. After a moment, she quietly grasped Su Ling's hand, saying, "Mother is unaware of your remarkable resilience. But you have thoroughly offended the princess. What shall we do?" "That is precisely my intention," Su Ling replied nonchalantly. Liang Yiyin quickly covered her mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before she relaxed, albeit still wary. "But do refrain from speaking so carelessly." Su Ling chuckled softly, lowering her voice. "I speak no falsehood. Having allied myself with Lord Gu, it was only a matter of time before I became a target of the princess. Rather than suffer her covert attacks, it is wiser to provoke her openly, which may lead her to lose her composure and reveal her vulnerabilities. Moreover, this will be witnessed by all, ensuring that if she decides to act against me, she must consider the public gaze, especially that of His Majesty." Su Ling's expression darkened. The emperor would not hesitate to act against the Su family, yet for now, he showed no desire to harm her. Thus, the princess dared not act rashly. Sometimes, brilliance can serve as a shield. Certain paths may seem hopeless, but by reversing one's approach, solutions may yet emerge. Chapter 128, Transformation 1. Liang Yiyin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her daughter in silence. Sensing her gaze, Su Ling turned her head and gently said, "Mother, did you not witness it this morning? If we do not remain vigilant, we shall be ensnared by others." In this era of prosperity, amidst the facade of harmony, genuine safety was a rarity that demanded seizing. Liang Yiyin fixed her gaze upon her daughter, emotions swirling within her. Concealing one's strengths served no purpose. "Mother, I refuse to be bullied any longer. I wish to protect you and the Su family." Su Ling lowered her eyes, her expression soft yet resolute. Liang Yiyin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped Su Ling's hand tightly. This child, so young, already contemplated the family's future. Yet such depth of thought arose from desperation. A wave of guilt and heartache washed over her. In recent days, she had sensed a change in Ling and now the reasons became clear. She had always sought to evade conflict, believing that such avoidance would secure peace at home, unaware that this had instilled in her child a sense of timidity, a reluctance to strive for what was rightfully theirs. Now, she recognized that her perceived tolerance had been a subject of ridicule in the eyes of others. Today, Su Qingqing dared to tamper with Ling ceremonial attire, oblivious to the potential escalation of future offenses. Malicious individuals lacked conscience and only grew bolder with each concession. Had it not been for Linger's astuteness, today could have ended in disaster. If she did not resist now, would she continue to offer herself as a target? It was too late for such realizations. The sun poured down unreservedly from the clouds, illuminating every face as if to penetrate the very essence of existence. Among the gathering of noble women, their laughter rang out. Yet Liang Yiyin, amidst them, felt her heart growing heavier with the surrounding clamor. It was often said that a mother grows strong for her children, yet here she was, relying on Ling for protection. What a dereliction of duty as a mother. As the flower festival banquet drew to a close, the selected maidens received their rewards and gradually departed. On the way home, Liang Yiyin observed Su Ling's slightly flushed face and remarked with a smile, "Linger has certainly matured. You used to become intoxicated after a mere half cup." Upon hearing this, Su Ling paused momentarily. Her mind was still somewhat muddled, and it took her a while to recall that the original owner of this body had been easily inebriated. Realizing now that her current tolerance stemmed from her own constitution, she understood why she felt so lightheaded after only a few drinks. Shaking her head slightly, she frowned. "Linger, are you struggling to hold on? Do be careful not to drink so much next time." Liang Yiyin laughed softly, patting her hand. Their conversation continued as the carriage rolled into the Su residence. Typically, they would enter through the side door closer to the eastern courtyard, But today, Liang Yin instructed the driver to halt at the main entrance. Su Ling glanced up and was pulled down from the carriage. The main entrance of the Su residence remained as opulent as ever. Liang Yin stood before it, casting a deep, contemplative glance at the golden plaque inscribed against the dark background, as if resolutely deciding something before stepping inside. She quietly instructed in Ruo with a few words, then turned towards the eastern courtyard, while she and Su Ling headed directly towards the western courtyard. Chapter 129, Transformation 2. Su Ling felt a bit disoriented and asked, "Mother, are we not going the wrong way?" "We are not mistaken. Mother seeks justice in the western courtyard," Liang Yin replied with a firm tone, a hint of coldness in her voice. Upon hearing this, Su Ling's awareness sharpened, and she lifted her amber eyes to regard her mother's fierce demeanor. Su Ling had grown accustomed to her mother's meekness, so this display of resolve surprised her. It was a side of her mother she had never witnessed. Liang Yin strode towards the Jixia courtyard in the western area. Su Ling, having taken longer to collect her rewards, found that Su Qingqing and Su Wanrong had already returned home. Upon pushing open the door to Jixia courtyard, she saw Su Qingqing lounging on a soft couch, enjoying seasonal fruits. He Yunwei sat nearby, appearing quite pleased. Upon seeing Liang Yin and Su Ling burst in, He Yunwei looked momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, a flicker of annoyance crossed her features. "Big sister, you could have informed someone of your arrival," He Yunwei remarked, shooting a glare at the surrounding maidservants. "What are you all doing? Could you not announce a visitor?" Though He Yunwei was an outsider, her favored status with Su Erlao made her somewhat domineering, causing the maidservants to fear her. As her reprimand echoed, the maidservants hastily knelt, stammering, We were unable to stop her." He Yunwei let out a barely audible scoff, her eyes narrowing suspiciously at Liang Yin as she drawled, "The servants could not stop you. What business does big sister have here?" Liang Yin's expression was composed, yet forbidding. If her gentleness in the past hinted at timidity and concession, today it was entirely absent, leaving an unsettling chill in the air. "You need not feign such demeanor. I am here to seek an explanation." She spoke with a voice that was cold and heavy. Her unyielding attitude momentarily startled He Yunwei. Liang Yin bypassed He Yunwei and fixed her gaze upon Su Qingqing, her eyes dark and brooding. Under a penetrating stare, Su Qingqing felt a wave of tension wash over her, her hand clutching the fruit stiffening in midair. "Kneel," she commanded in a frigid tone. Su Qingqing had always been favored in the second household. Everyone treated her with a modicum of courtesy, and she had never been subjected to such a fierce reprimand. Leaving her momentarily stunned, He Yunwei discreetly clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, aware that the main household had come to demand an accounting. However, the blame could easily be shifted onto that maidservant. The main household's blatant disregard for decorum, especially in front of her as a mother, was rather excessive. "Elder sister-in-law, I am unaware of what offense Qingqing has committed to incur such wrath," He Yunwei remarked with a smile that bore no warmth, attempting to placate Liang Yin. She understood that the matriarch of the main household possessed a tender heart, susceptible to entreaties made with a kind face. Even if Qingqing had erred, a few gentle words should suffice to mitigate the situation. To her surprise, Liang Yin abruptly shook off her hand, her countenance as frigid as frost, and spoke in a low, firm voice, "There is no need for pretense here. We both understand the second household's persistent provocations towards the main household, do we not? Had it not been for today's events, I would have preferred to maintain familial harmony, but it appears that is no longer necessary. I have endured for many years and no longer care about the fade that is being torn down today. You, as a mother, should be most aware of Su Qingqing's actions. Do I need to lay out the evidence before you?" Chapter 130, Transformation 3. Liang Yin's eyes brimmed with suppressed fury, her expression as frigid as ice, her tone sharp and uncompromising. He Yunwei was taken aback by her disregard for decorum, momentarily at a loss for words. Standing before her was the matriarch of the main household. While she was merely a concubine, their statuses distinctly different, necessitating her submission. After a brief pause, she gritted her teeth and knelt, saying, "Elder sister-in-law, please calm your anger, although I am unaware of what has transpired." A frigid smile escaped Liang Yin's lips. "You're unaware? So it is Su Qingqing's own doing. How splendid," she remarked, her gaze sweeping over Su Qingqing, her tone commanding and unyielding. "Kneel." "Su Qingqing, initially obstinate and unwilling to submit, was ultimately cowed by Liang Yuyan's imposing presence and gradually knelt. Liang Yuyan approached her, looking down from a position of authority, and suddenly raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap. The room fell silent, the sound of the slap sharp and echoing. Su Ling gasped in shock. Everyone stood frozen, staring at Liang Yuyan. Su Ling, startled by the sound, began to regain her composure, glancing thoughtfully at Liang Yuyan before noticing her slightly trembling hand. She stepped forward and gently grasped Liang Yuyan's hand. Su Ling's warmth seemed to momentarily soothe Liang Yuyan's heart, and she smiled in return, gripping Su Ling's hand. Su Ling, struck by the slap, collapsed to the ground, her expression one of disbelief. After all, she was a young lady of the Su family, accustomed to a life of privilege, and had never endured such humiliation. Elder sister-in-law, what are you doing? He Yinwei shrieked, suddenly rising to shield Su Qingqing. Liang Yuyan remained unperturbed as she calmly stated. Instructing a servant to steal the bestowed blue gem is one offense. Sending a servant to ruin the eldest sister's gown for the Huazhao banquet is a second offense. Failing to respond to the matriarch's inquiry is a third offense. Deceiving and concealing the truth without remorse is a fourth offense. Su Qingqing, you have truly brought shame upon the Su family. Is one slap not sufficient? Elder sister-in-law, one must uphold reason. How can you assert that this matter was instigated by Qingqing? Perhaps that maidservant acted on her own impulses. He Yinwei retorted sharply. Su Qingqing's face was already marked with 5 distinct fingerprints, and He Yinwei, distressed, enveloped her in an embrace, her expression a mixture of shock and anger. Whether it is true or not, you know in your heart. I had intended to spare the second household some dignity, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Liang Yuyan turned her head towards the door, stating, Mama Zhang, bring that maidservant in. Su Qingqing trembled in He Yinwei's embrace, clearly frightened. He Yinwei took a deep breath and gently reassured her. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Your father will return shortly. As expected, before the maidservant was brought in, Su Yunyan stormed, visibly furious. Upon assessing the situation and seeing the marks on Su Qingqing's face, a flicker of anger crossed his eyes, and he coldly remarked, what does this action of elder sister-in-law intend? Is it to bully us in the second household, because we lack defenders? Indeed, a fair question, second elder. I also wish to inquire of you, second elder, how can you say that Qingqing directed the maidservant to ruin the eldest sister's gown for the Huazhao banquet, intending to sully the main household's reputation? Is this not an affront to the main household? Liang Yuyan replied directly, her voice icy. Chapter 131, Transformation. 4. Su Yinyan was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at He Yinwei, who was protectively shielding Su Qingqing, causing him to frown slightly. Nevertheless, he maintained a steely demeanor, addressing Liang Yuyan. But I have heard that the eldest sister stole the spotlight at today's Huazhao banquet. How could Qingqing possibly frame her? Second uncle, had it not been for a loyal maid in our eastern courtyard, I might not even know how I perished, Su Ling interjected with a smile. As her words fell, Mama Zhang entered the chamber, leading Qianghua. Upon seeing Qianghua, Su Qingqing's expression shifted, instinctively recoiling. Qianghua knelt, her demeanor timid, casting a furtive glance at Mama Zhang and quickly lowering her gaze, afraid to speak. Mama Zhang snorted, nudging her. Speak up, tell the truth. Who instructed you? Qianghua, originally from the second household, was loyal but initially reluctant to reveal who had commanded her. However, Mama Zhang, being a seasoned matron, employed both encouragement and intimidation, reminding Qianghua of her brother's precarious situation. Under such pressure, Qianghua eventually confessed. After all, she was cornered, and if she aligned with the main household, her family might receive some benefit. Tearfully, she bowed her head and trembled. It was indeed young lady Qingqing who instructed the maidservant. Before she could finish, He Yinwei shrieked, You lie! You wretched girl! Having been supported by the second household, how can you betray us and aid the main household in framing Qingqing? Qianghua, startled, trembled and protested, No, I'm not lying. Seeing that she was about to speak again, He Yinwei interrupted, Someone, drag this slanderous wretch away. Beat her to death. Panic filled Qianghua's eyes as she frantically bowed her head, pleading for mercy. He Yinwei turned to Su Yunyan, saying, Master, this wretched girl cannot be spared. Su Yunyan, now grasping the situation, felt a surge of frustration. Since he sure had entered the household, there had been no peace. Their audacity was astonishing. They dared to ruin the eldest sister's gown for the banquet. They were truly a source of trouble. Yet, no matter how one viewed it, this was a matter of the second household's dignity, and he could not allow any lingering disputes. With a darkened expression, he commanded, "Take this maid away." Liang Yuyin cast a cold gaze at Su Yunyin, stepping forward into the hall, and said softly, "Who dares?" Her words, though not forceful, carried the authority and sharpness of a matriarch. Those present, having never witnessed her fury, were momentarily stunned and dared not advance. The second master should at least allow the matter to be fully expressed. Was he so eager to silence dissent out of guilt? Could it be that the second master is also involved in these sordid affairs of the inner quarters? Liang Yin stood her ground unwaveringly. Su Yunyan clenched her teeth, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xianghua, seeing that the second household was intent on silencing her, felt a surge of resentment. Ignoring any remnants of loyalty between servant and master, she urgently declared, "I am not lying. It was Miss Qing who instructed me. If I were truly guilty, I would have quietly stolen that blue gem without destroying the gown to attract attention. Besides, Miss Qing even rewarded me with a considerable sum of silver that day. If the second master does not believe me, he is welcome to investigate." Chapter 132. An Apology 1. Su Qingqing's face turned pale as she shrieked in shock and anger. "You are speaking utter nonsense." Su Yinyan's expression darkened considerably. "Second master, both witness and evidence are present. The main house has been bullied to this extent by a concubine. You ought to provide me with an explanation." Liang Yuyin remarked calmly. Su Yunyin gritted her teeth, realizing that the current situation left no room for denial. However, if this maid were to perish, it would leave no proof behind. A flicker of ruthless darkness flashed in his eyes. Su Ling, observing his changing demeanor, smiled and said, "Are you contemplating murder to silence her? You truly disregard the main house, refusing to acknowledge such conclusive evidence, all in favor of a mere concubine. This is unbecoming of a gentleman. I merely wish to inquire, second uncle, if I were to lose face today due to this gown, would it not also reflect poorly on the Su residents?" Su Yinyin furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating that with only 2 women present in the main house, he could not be outmaneuvered when suddenly a figure clad in a dark blue embroidered skirt entered slowly. "What are you arguing about? Can there be no peace?" The old madam, supported by her maidservants, entered with a stern demeanor. Since the day she had been startled, the old madam had rarely been seen in the courtyard. Her presence today was surely to favor the second household, as had been the case for over a decade. A glint of coldness flashed in Liang Yuyin's eyes. "What is all this clamor?" From afar, I could see the main house's aggressive demeanor. "Do you wish to disturb the peace of his household?" The old madam scolded, her brow furrowed. In the past, upon witnessing the old madam's fury, Liang Yuyin would have readily retreated, constantly apologizing. However, today, the old madam did not receive Liang Yuyin's submission. With her mother present, Liang Yuyin intended to have her adjudicate the matter fairly. The second household's bullying of the main house could not go unresolved, lest they find it impossible to coexist under one roof in the future. The atmosphere froze for a moment as the old madam stared at Liang Yuyin in disbelief. Liang Yuyin had always treated her with utmost respect, and though the old madam harbored an aversion to the main house, she had tolerated Liang Yuyin's demeanor. Yet today, Liang Yuyin's steadfastness left the old madam at a loss for words. "How dare you utter such rebellious words? Do you intend to split the family?" The old madam's face turned pale with rage as she clutched her chest, pointing at Liang Yuyin in reprimand. In contrast to the old madam's agitation, Liang Yuyin appeared remarkably calm. Precisely. Typically gentle and amiable, she had always been perceived as agreeable, yet her current icy demeanor instilled a chilling silence, rendering others speechless. The old madam's face turned a mottled hue. She could not afford to dwell on Liang Yuyin's affront, for the Su family's current power and status were chiefly due to Su Yunting's relentless efforts in the borderlands. Although Su Yinyin held the title of Minister of Justice, the rewards and accolades paled in comparison to those of the main house. If they were to separate now, it would not bode well for the second household. Have you grown wings, thinking you could devise such unfilial plans as to split the household? The second household merely made an innocent mistake, and you would make things so difficult. The old madam's face flushed with indignation. Chapter 133. An Apology 2. Mother, please first examine this garment. As for whether it was indeed an innocent mistake, I believe you will find the answer within yourself, Liang Yuyin stated, addressing the old madam deliberately. And Ru, having received Liang Yuyin's command, approached, holding a bundle of fabric. She laid the materials before them in the hall. The old madam's eyes widened as she recognized the familiar patterns, her pupils narrowing in anger. How dare you desecrate this? Before she could finish, she noticed the crimson fabric, now torn and tattered, beginning from the collar, crudely slashed apart. The once exquisite embroidery lay in tatters, leaving only disarrayed threads devoid of any grace or beauty. To claim it was an innocent mistake was indeed a stretch. The old madam paused momentarily, her expression darkening. This gown had been specially crafted at her behest, imbued with her sentiments, yet it had been ruined by this foolish mother-daughter duo. The shame of it left her fuming. Their arrival had brought nothing but misfortune. The old madam's face was grim as she shot a deep glance at Su Yunyan. Su Yunyan felt a pang of anxiety and hastily replied, "Mother, this cannot be entirely blamed on them. Perhaps this maid." "Do not speak further." The old madam turned to Liang Yin, stating coolly, "The Su family is a prominent clan. It is impossible to split the family over such trivial matters. Moreover, the second household was not involved in this incident. The instigators are clearly this mother-daughter pair. If you are upset, take it out on them." A shadow passed through the old madam's gaze. He Wei was merely a concubine. Having borne a son, she could claim him, ensuring he would be raised in a more esteemed household than under a concubine's care. Furthermore, she was anything but docile. In the past, the main house had been easily manipulated, but now, when it came to serious matters, weighing the pros and cons, it would be more prudent to rid themselves of a concubine. Should the main house become truly incensed, it would be difficult to mend the situation. The old madam had spoken, and He Wei and Su Qingqing turned ashen, helplessly looking to Su Yunyan. Su Yunyan furrowed his brow. While he did not particularly feel sympathy for the mother-daughter duo, he bore some affection for them. However, he was unwilling to sacrifice his own household's people to appease the main house, feeling a mix of unease and irritation. The old madam's stance was firm, and Su Yunyan was accustomed to yielding to her, leaving him with little room for rebuttal. He thought to himself that Liang Yuyin was soft-hearted, and Su Ling was still a child. Even if given the power to retaliate, they would likely only bow their heads and admit fault. With this in mind, he softened his tone and said, "We are all family. Surely my sister-in-law and sister Ling do not wish to be overly harsh. Yin Wei, Qingqing, you should apologize to sister Ling." Su Qingqing bit her lip in silence, while He Wei, accustomed to Su Yunyan's indulgence, felt a sense of resentment and defiance. Muttering under her breath, "How is it our fault? What? Is the mistress so formidable?" Su Ling smiled slightly, speaking before Liang Yuyin, He Xiaonyang. "History has long taught us that rank has its weight. Indeed, the mistress is quite formidable." Su Yunyan awkwardly chuckled, casting a sharp glance at He Wei. "If He Xiaonyang and sister Qingqing refuse to bow their heads, then we cannot bear this blame. Since grandmother has permitted us to retaliate, then, second uncle, in my opinion." Su Ling's smile remained gentle. "Let us expel them from the household." Chapter 134. An Apology 3. He Wei and Su Qingqing gazed at Su Ling in disbelief, their faces filled with terror. Su Yunyan's expression froze abruptly. The old madam, however, remained unperturbed. Relieving the main house's grievances while expelling this bothersome mother-daughter pair suited her perfectly. "How can you, at such a tender age, be so cruel?" Su Yunyan glared at Su Ling, his teeth clenched in anger. "It's merely a trivial matter, and you intend to drive someone out of the residence?" Su Ling remained unfazed, responding with a smile. "Second uncle, you deem this a trifling issue, yet Princess Qinghe does not share your sentiment." Su Yunyan's expression shifted slightly. He was well aware of the difficulties Su Ling faced from Princess Qinghe at the Huaqiao banquet, and it was evident to any discerning observer that the root of the trouble lay with Gu Zhao. Liang Yun's demeanor was no longer the gentle and weak fade she usually wore. She looked at Su Yunyan with calm resolve and stated, "Second master, this matter indeed requires clarification. An outside woman has already stirred up such a tempest upon entering the residence. How can a restless individual like her possibly care for Mugu? Upon hearing Liang Yun's words, Su Yunyan's eyes flickered momentarily. She had reminded him of a critical point. His progeny was scarce. Presently, he had only one son, Su Zimu, born to He Yunwei. Although Su Zimu was currently fostered by the old madam, he remained merely a concubine's son, and a son born of an outsider at that. Even if he intended to support him in the future, his background would inevitably cast a shadow over his legitimacy. He cast a glance at He Yunwei and Su Qingqing, an involuntary chill of calculation creeping into his gaze. Su Qingqing, already pale with fright, could not utter a word. He Yunwei, however, fixed her tearful eyes on Su Yunyan, despair and resentment evident in her expression. Master, are you truly going to abandon us, mother and daughter? He Yunwei questioned, each word laced with anguish. Su Yunyan's countenance softened slightly, yet a subtle coldness lingered in his eyes. He softened his tone, saying, I do not intend to forsake you. It is merely a temporary arrangement for you to stay outside the residence temporary. He Yunwei retorted with bitter laughter, her voice tinged with sorrow. Master, I have waited for you for over a decade. Do you expect me to wait another 10 years? Su Ling observed Su Yunyan's insincere demeanor with keen eyes. This second master of the Su family appeared to be protective of his own, yet when genuine interests were at stake, his coldness would inevitably surface. He had no real intention of satisfying the primary house. Rather, he sought to use this pretext to keep Mu Gu close while ensuring that others remained oblivious to the boy's illegitimacy. He Yunwei was merely a canary to be caged, her status and identity constraining her freedom to choose her own destiny. As for Mu Gu, being the only son of the second house, he deemed it imperative to plan wisely for his future. Listening to Su Yunyan's seemingly comforting words, He Yunwei curled her lips into a bitter smile. Very well, we shall leave. However, I must take Mu Gu with me. Impossible. Su Yunyan countered almost instinctively, his brows furrowing in displeasure, a hint of harshness in his gaze. After a moment, he realized his outburst and tempered his expression, saying, Mu Gu is still young, and you alone cannot care for him. It would be too exhausting. He Yunwei let out a cold laugh. When I raised Qingqing alone, did you ever express concern for my fatigue? Su Yunyan's face flushed with embarrassment as he hesitated, finally responding. I was merely concerned that you still need to care for Qingqing, master. Please refrain from these grandiloquent words. Mu Gu is my child, and I must take him with me. He Yunwei declared fiercely, her brows furrowed. Su Yunyan's expression hardened as he replied, You wish to take him? Mu Gu is your child, but he is also a child of the Su family. Can you provide the education he requires as a child of the Su family? How can you make such unreasonable statements? Look at how you have raised Qingqing. Do you wish for Mu Zimu to follow suit? Su Yunyan's tone was severe, and He Yunwei stared at him in stunned silence, eventually managing a bitter smile. Her face pale, she nodded, I understand, master. Su Yunyan appeared somewhat reluctant, softening his tone further. Do not be too distressed. I will find time to visit you, just as before. Just as before? He Yunwei fell silent for a moment before breaking into a derisive laugh. After waiting for over a decade, bearing him a son and a daughter, she finally entered the Su residence, only to be expelled shortly thereafter. She was no fool. While it seemed the primary house sought an explanation, if not for the second master's intent, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. As an outsider, she had no power to contest the Su family's claim over Mu Gu. A dream of wealth and prestige spanning a decade had turned into a mere farce. Su Ling regarded He Yunwei, feeling no pity, only a sense of disdain for the wretched fate that befell her. He Yunwei had initially sought Su Yunyan for his power, lacking true sincerity herself. Thus, she could not expect genuine treatment in return. Had she chosen to live a modest life in peace, she might have secured a measure of comfort and prosperity. Alas, her temperament had not yielded a daughter capable of restraint. Ultimately, she had brought this upon herself thus. He Yunwei was dismissed from the residence, and Su Ling was not surprised. In the original narrative, she had also been unable to remain in the Su residence for long, as the old madam and Su Yunyan had long harbored intentions to separate mother from child, merely lacking a suitable excuse. Rather than endure daily torment from Lu Sixian and her daughter using He Yunwei as a tool to vex her, it was preferable to expedite the process. After this confrontation, Su Ling felt increasingly dizzy, perhaps due to the effects of the wine. Just as she intended to rest, she suddenly saw Su Yunyan enter Chuanha courtyard. Liang Yin wore a cautious expression, yet Su Yinyin, though not displeased, merely came to inform Su Ling that the crown prince wished to see her. He had sent someone to fetch her and was currently awaiting her in the front hall. Su Yinyin spoke curtly. He had initially presumed that the crown prince sought to discuss matters of state, but instead he wished to meet Su Ling personally. What fortune had befallen her to catch the crown prince's eye? Upon hearing that the crown prince was personally requesting Su Ling, Liang Yin grew tense. Su Ling squeezed her hand reassuringly before following Su Yinyin to the front hall. As they walked, Su Yinyin glanced at Su Ling's disheveled appearance and suddenly furrowed his brow, asking, "When did you become involved with Lord Gu?" "With Lord Gu?" Su Ling raised an eyebrow and smiled, a thought crossing her mind. She adopted a tone of feigned seriousness, leisurely saying, "The tale of my association with Lord Gu is one that could be recounted endlessly over 3 days and nights. Second uncle, do you understand the nature of fate between people? It is a series of inevitable encounters. In our first private meeting, he gifted me a jade pendant for protection. In our second, he personally taught me the art of mental arithmetic. And in our third, he imparted advanced algorithms to me. Tell me, do you not think there is a profound connection between me and Lord Gu?" Su Ling spoke with a radiant smile, internally apologizing as she used teacher Gu as a shield, just as they arrived at the front hall. A faint, bitter scent of sandalwood lingered in the air, instilling her with a sense of foreboding. "So, Miss Su believes we are fated." A deep, husky voice resonated before her. Su Ling's expression froze, her intoxication dissipating. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, only to find the man sent by the crown prince seated in the front hall, clad in a crimson embroidered official robe. The dark red fabric draped elegantly over the expansive chair, enhancing his pale complexion. The man's profile was strikingly handsome, yet austere, his obsidian eyes deep as the night sky, his thin lips curving slightly, an air of casual ease surrounding him. It was none other than Gu Zhao. Inside the room, silence enveloped them. Gu Zhao sat there, his profile sharp and refined, the interplay of light and shadow casting an ethereal glow upon his features. He had a contemplative look, his gaze lowered slightly, concealing the emotions that lay beneath. Su Ling's expression stiffened momentarily. After a brief silence, she forced a laugh and remarked, "I did not expect Lord Gu to personally come. How neglectful of me." A flicker of darkness crossed Su Yunyin's eyes. Wasn't Lord Gu particularly fond of Su Ling? He intended to reveal to him the nature of this woman, who was both unrefined and superficial, shamelessly parading their peculiar relationship before everyone. He could see the atmosphere was slightly tense at that moment, and a sense of secret delight crept into his heart. However, he was unaware that Su Ling was far more unashamed than he imagined. Every word she spoke was a fabrication, none of them true of Lord Gu. Yet, being so brazenly misrepresented intrigued Gu Zhao. This woman's eyes were clearly filled with a sense of exploitation, and he found himself curious about the tricks she might still possess. "Miss Su, do you not intend to return the jade pendant to me?" he inquired, his dark eyes slowly lifting to meet hers. Su Ling's expression faltered. Before Su Yinyin could grow suspicious, she quickly donned a feigned demeanor and replied, "Oh, Lord Gu, I was thinking of returning the jade pendant to you last time, but you adamantly refused to accept it. Holding your jade pendant daily makes me quite uneasy. You should take it back at your earliest convenience." With that, she leaned forward, presenting the jade pendant delicately in her palm, her hands extended toward him. The jade, a deep green, lay quietly in her hand. Gu Zhao watched her performance in silence, making no move for a while. Just as Su Ling was about to curse him for his lack of courtesy and force the pendant upon him, he suddenly reached out and pulled the cord attached to the pendant, hurling it over her head. The cord slid down her neck, the icy jade pendant settling firmly against her skin, binding her. Due to the effects of the alcohol, her head felt slightly dizzy, and the pleasant scent of sandalwood emanating from his robes made her momentarily dazed. When she looked up, the man's expression remained unchanged. His dark eyes, deep in color, conveyed both warmth and indifference, drifting between pretense and sincerity, leading her to a void she could not decipher. Behind that void, whether it was light or darkness, Su Ling could not discern. Lost in her thoughts, she heard him say, "Keep it. It holds little value." The jade pendant gradually warmed against her skin, no longer as cold as it had been at first, whether it was the alcohol or the shock that caused her heart to race. She felt it thumping in tune with the jade pendant, beat by beat. Su Ling raised her eyes to the light, noticing that the man had already risen. In the shifting shadows, he was tall and slender. The last rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow on his crimson robe, the dark gold embroidery solemn and majestic, shimmering in the fading light. As dusk enveloped them, he walked with unhurried steps, half his figure shrouded in shadow, half illuminated by the warm glow of the sunset, as if he were moving towards an abyss, embracing the light. "Come with me. His Highness the Crown Prince wishes to see you," he stated calmly. Su Ling paused momentarily behind him, then, belatedly realizing, followed with a simple acknowledgement. Su Yunyan's concealed intentions did not yield the outcome he desired, causing him to curse his misfortune inwardly while maintaining a facade of respect. "Lord Gu, safe travels," he said with a forced smile. Although he and Gu Jinhe were of equal rank, the Crown Prince often favored Gu Jinhe. This young man had an unlimited future, and naturally, he sought to ingratiate himself. Yet, such a promising individual was entangled with Su Ling. Su Yunyan frowned, shaking his head, his expression akin to witnessing a lotus flower sullied by mud, disdainful yet regretful as he sighed. The carriage had long since stopped outside the Su residence, and Su Ling followed Gu Zhao into the carriage behind him. The carriage was lavishly adorned, with a comfortably cushioned interior. The effects of the alcohol, combined with the gentle rocking and jolting, soon lulled her into a drowsy stupor. In her half-conscious state, she seemed to see a table filled with spicy crayfish, brilliantly colored and tantalizingly fragrant. Just as she prepared to indulge, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Groggily, she opened her eyes, only to find the crayfish had vanished, replaced by the visage of a strikingly handsome man. Unable to discern his identity, Su Ling felt her eyelids heavy and, with a hint of reluctance, tugged at his arm, licking her lips in discontent and asking, "Are you a chef? Can you make crayfish?" The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and the guards nearby stared in disbelief. Lord Gu, who appeared gentle and amiable, was known to be a man of decisive action, especially to those close to the Crown Prince. The sight of this formidable figure being clung to by a woman and being asked if he was a chef was unprecedented. The guards remained silent, their breaths held, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Gu Zhao remained silent. As the glimmer of moisture from Su Ling's lips threatened to brush against his sleeve, his facade of warmth nearly faltered. He discreetly shifted to the side, abruptly retracting his hand. Su Ling stumbled slightly, jolting gewak. The guards exhaled in relief. Truly, Lord Gu was unflappable, remaining composed in the face of beauty. What happened? Su Ling looked up, rubbing her eyes in confusion. The man before her wore a cold and distant expression, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a barely perceptible clenching of his jaw. He simply stated, "Miss Su, you should awaken. His Highness has summoned you, yet you sleep so soundly. Perhaps you are the only one in the world capable of such." Understood, Su Ling replied, now slightly more alert, her expression tinged with impatience, as if blaming him for interrupting her sweet dreams. Gu Zhao glanced at her somewhat disheveled hair and frowned slightly. "Miss Su, when meeting His Highness, you should tidy your appearance. I cannot see. Why not assist me in tidying?" Su Ling replied casually. This remark once again stunned those around her. The previously established solemn atmosphere shattered at Su Ling's words. Such a personal matter as arranging one's hair was typically reserved for a husband. Was she implying that she regarded Lord Gu as her husband? The guards exchanged anxious glances, wary of Gu Zhao's reaction. He stood before Su Ling, his dark eyes deepening. The woman before him, reeking of alcohol and appearing exhausted, had her almond-shaped eyes fluttering open only to close again, glazed with sleep. The innocence in her question lacked any deliberate seduction. It seemed merely a request for a small favor. Whether she was truly oblivious to the implications of her words or feigning simplicity was beyond his knowledge. However, from an angle unseen by others, his long fingers beneath his robe twitched slightly, uncontrollably. In an instant, his hand clenched tightly, deliberately suppressing the fleeting warmth, as if the earlier gesture had been but an illusion. His eyes regained their clarity as he slightly turned his head to the maid standing nearby, signaling her to come forth and assist Su Ling with her hair. Su Ling, merely feeling drowsy, was indifferent to who adjusted her appearance, even more compliant than usual. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the man's back, and suddenly asked, "What does His Highness wish to see me about?" Gu Zhao turned his head, the sunset casting a warm glow around him, softening his profile compared to usual. A hint of a smirk graced his thin lips as he replied with a subtle sarcasm, "To play cards." Su Ling paused, startled, and upon seeing the seriousness in his expression, she repeated in disbelief, "Play cards?" As a modern individual, the mere mention of playing cards conjured images of a popular game in her mind, and an involuntary tune began to play in her head, causing her lips to stiffen momentarily. She was aware of the Crown Prince's penchant for indulgence, but as a royal heir, such activity hardly befitted his status. However, this Crown Prince seemed to share a destiny similar to that of the original protagonist, a pawn destined to lose his position. Upon reflection, it seems rather unsurprising to possess such interests and hobbies. Su Ling, with great effort, tried to comprehend the prince's perspective, suppressing the 3 question marks hovering above her head. The guard beside her, one of the prince's attendants, observed Su Ling's rigid demeanor and mistakenly assumed her confusion stemmed from ignorance of the game. He promptly offered an explanation, stating, "Miss Su, being in the inner chambers, you may be unaware that while playing cards may sound simple, it actually requires complex strategies. His Royal Highness excels in card skills, and over the years, no one has ever bested him." After hearing this, Su Ling narrowed her eyes slightly, gaining some understanding. This was ancient times, and the game of Pai Gao was likely a recent invention, a rarity within the Imperial Palace, perhaps only handled by those of noble status as a form of leisure. As the daughter of a subject, she had seldom had the opportunity to encounter such things, and the prince's invitation to join him in playing cards was indeed a mark of favor, a rare privilege. However, the notion that no one had ever won against the prince intrigued Su Ling, prompting her to raise an eyebrow and glance at Gu Zhao's back. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Gu Zhao cleared his throat softly and replied, with a measured tone, "I must admit, my card skills are lacking, and I have never triumphed over His Highness." Su Ling noticed the weight in his cough and frowned, saying, "Sir Gu, you haven't even attempted the prescription I provided, have you?" The individual ahead did not respond, and for reasons unknown, a sense of frustration welled within her. She quickly caught up to him, exclaiming, "Hey, why do you refuse to believe me? I genuinely wish to help you." The man cast a fleeting glance her way, his expression devoid of warmth, as if questioning. Why should he trust her? Su Ling, uncomfortable under his scrutinizing gaze, reflected on her previous encounters with him, addressing him by name upon their first meeting, later leveraging his name for her own gain, and now attempting to drag him into her schemes at the flower festival. Why would he have any reason to trust her? She licked her lips, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, why should he trust her? It was not as though she could reveal that she was a healer by nature, dedicated to saving lives, with noble medical ethics that would surely evoke skepticism in him. Su Ling wished to defend herself further, yet she had already entered the prince's villa alongside Gu Zhao. This villa, constructed by His Royal Highness in the capital, was adorned with flora and fauna, featuring rockeries by lakes and willows swaying gently in the breeze, a delightful retreat suitable for leisure. According to the surrounding guards, the prince often frequented this place to play cards with others, but it seemed Su Ling was the first woman to grace it. The guard, initially concerned that she might feel nervous or shy, intended to offer her some comfort. However, to his surprise, Miss Su proved to be as bold as her reputation suggested, showing no signs of shyness, instead behaving as if she were exploring her own backyard. As their group approached the octagonal pavilion where the prince resided, Su Ling noted its spacious and bright interior, with glazed tiles forming a high ceiling, red railings intricately carved, each corner adorned with a brilliant pearl. She was about to step inside when a voice interrupted her. "Miss Su, will you emerge victorious this time?" His expression was gentle, as if casually inquiring. Su Ling raised her gaze, noting his tall figure. As she stood closer, she could only see his sharply defined jawline, perpetually tense, as if he were always concealing his emotions. Just as one is drawn to explore the unknown, Su Ling yearned to uncover the truth hidden within his dark eyes. He perceived her as a variable, unaware that he too played a similar role in her life. He was the sole individual she could not decipher since arriving in this literary world. "Sir Gu, the algorithm I proposed at the Flower Festival has a rather intriguing name. It's called a system of linear equations. By combining variables A and B, one can derive their individual solutions. The reason it is termed a system is that it requires collaboration to yield answers, she remarked thoughtfully, smiling as she continued. Most principles in this world are akin to this. There's no need for you to constantly test me. Perhaps you could try trusting me instead, and you might find the correct solution. Her delicate face lifted, her bright almond-shaped eyes radiated sincerity, enhanced by a touch of tipsiness that rendered her expression even more charming. The sunset illuminated her features, filling her gaze with light and laughter, a cleverness that could incite envy, yet also evoke warmth. Gu Zhao averted his gaze, his expression as calm and unyielding as ever. A faint smile curved his lips as he asked, "So, Miss Su, will you in?" As Su Ling entered the pavilion, she noticed not only the prince, but also the hypocrite, Lu Cheng, whose piercing eyes fixated on her with an unmistakably disdainful glint. She chuckled lightly and inquired, "Sir Gu, do you wish for me to win?" Gu Zhao remained non-committal, a fleeting smile gracing his lips as he responded, "Let's see what Miss Su is capable of." "I have confidence in my abilities and shall not disappoint your expectations," she said, subtly tugging at Gu Zhao's sleeve, her tone laced with a hint of playful intimacy. "How about we wager? Perhaps one day, you will willingly place your trust in me." Her enchanting smile seemed to provoke a ripple in the stillness of his eyes, a momentary disturbance in his composed demeanor. In this game of trust, Su Ling appeared to be gambling for his faith, while Gu Zhao regarded her luminous gaze as that of a beguiling enchantress, wagering that he might one day willingly submit to her charm. Her eyes brimmed with lively mirth. Did he perceive them as a threat, a warning that one misstep could lead to chaos? His hand instinctively tightened, and Gu Zhao lowered his gaze, allowing a faint smile to replace the depth in his eyes, as he merely said, "I wish Miss Su good fortune." The distant sound of temple bells resonated, a reminder to adhere to clarity. Su Ling smiled softly, stepping gracefully into the octagonal pavilion, bowing respectfully to the prince. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Despite the prince's previous indifference, he would not overly trouble a modest young woman, would he? However, to Su Ling's surprise, the prince greeted her not with disdain, but with a genuine smile, feigning warmth in his demeanor. In contrast, Lu Cheng, seated beside the prince, wore a dark expression, regarding Su Ling as though she were something unsavory, offering only a curt greeting before dismissing her with a downward glance. "Miss Su, there is no need for excessive courtesy. You shone brightly at the flower festival, earning my father's praise, and my mother wishes to meet you. If you have time in the future, do visit the palace more often," the prince stated, his tone softer than usual. Though his words bore an air of reluctance, the sincerity was apparent. Observing the prince's demeanor, Su Ling couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, finding his expression reminiscent of someone coerced. The gathering of this card game was not entirely unexpected. The current empress of the Lu clan was Lu Cheng's aunt and had always looked out for him. She was a well-educated woman who held a fondness for talented individuals. Although Su Wanrong was a concubine's daughter, her reputation for talent had never been a barrier to the empress's approval of Lu Cheng's interactions with her. Yet today, what none anticipated was that the coveted title of champion at the flower festival, previously within Su Wanrong's grasp, had unexpectedly shifted to Su Ling. The empress, with her many spies in the palace, would undoubtedly be aware of the events at the flower festival. Behold the prince's rather unflattering countenance. It is likely that upon his return to the palace, he was subjected to the queen's admonitions. Thus, he reluctantly extended an invitation to Su Ling, both to present a fade of favor and to assert his authority. Given Su Ling's past infatuation with Lu Cheng, the esteemed son of the Grand Minister, she perceived today's card game as somewhat akin to a matchmaking event. Seated beside the prince, Lu Cheng wore an expression of trepidation, fearing that Su Ling might rekindle old feelings for him. Yet, with the prince present, he dared not voice any objections, which truly placed him in a predicament. "Miss Su, I have long heard of your close rapport with Su Ling. Today, since Su Ling happens to be here, I thought it fitting to invite you both to partake in this card game for a bit of amusement." The prince spoke gently. He gestured towards the intricate arrangement of cards on the table, smiling as he added, "If you are unfamiliar, Su Ling can teach you." Su Ling glanced at the cards, contemplating for a moment before replying. "There is no need. I possess some knowledge of the game. You know Pai Gao?" The prince looked at her in surprise. Su Ling pursed her lips, a hint of shyness in her smile. "Lord Gu has instructed me." The prince's expression momentarily froze. then turned to Gu Zhao with a gaze of astonishment. Gu Zhao lowered his ink-black eyes, his thin lips forming a subtle, indifferent smile, neither confirming nor denying. "Can you identify these?" The prince inquired of Su Ling. "Your Highness, you underestimate me. This is a 7, this is an 8, this is a red-headed 10, and this is a long 3. Su Ling tilted her head as she identified each card. "What do you mean recognize? This is merely a domino. When I lived in the orphanage, the caretakers would show films every weekend. I saw that gambling film from Hong Kong and quietly learned from it, introducing a new pastime for the other children. Within 5 steps, one may refuse yet yield. Within 10, the Buddha's divine power can kill. This saying is no mere rumor. I won several bags of fruit candies through it." The prince found her words rather peculiar. Lu Cheng, however, was dismissive, concealing his scorn behind a smile as he remarked, "Recognizing cards is not difficult, but actually playing. Miss Su claims to know, yet there are only a few decks of Pai Gao in the world. Have you perhaps played with the emperor in the palace?" Su Ling chuckled nonchalantly. "Not at all. I merely recognize the cards." Lu Cheng couldn't suppress a soft laugh. Shaking his head as he sighed, "I had thought Miss Su possessed greater skill. It would be best not to waste Lord Gu's time with such trivial matters. He is quite busy." Su Ling raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What concern is it of yours if I waste Lord Gu's time?" Lu Cheng's expression stiffened for a moment, clearly taken aback by her bluntness. The prince furrowed his brow, interjecting, "Su Ling, do not be unreasonable. After all, you are considered Miss Su's elder brother." Lu Cheng swallowed hard, managing a strained smile indeed. Su Ling smirked at the term brother, her tone intentionally laced with a hint of mockery. "No worries. I'm not one to take offense at jesting. Wouldn't you agree, brother Lu Cheng?" Lu Cheng suppressed his distaste, forcing a smile for the prince's sake. Observing their seemingly cordial interaction, the prince felt a sense of relief. When the empress heard of Su Ling's performance at the flower festival banquet, she seemed steadfast in her desire to see her as Lu's daughter-in-law. Previously, she had looked down upon Su Wanrong's illegitimate status, but with a legitimate daughter now present, it was only natural to favor the legitimate over the illegitimate. After all, to the empress, it was merely a matter of changing one individual for another. However, the prince was well aware that Lu Cheng held affections for Su Wanrong and had done considerable persuasion on his behalf. He had informed Lu Cheng that even if he married the eldest daughter of the Su family, he could still elevate Su Wanrong to the position of favored concubine in the future. Although Lu Cheng felt reluctant, he dared not voice too many objections. After all, matters of marriage among these prominent families were seldom left to personal choice. Even if he brought Su Ling into his household as a prized pet, his heart would remain with Wanrong, leaving Su Ling with no claim to him. "Miss Su claims to know the cards. Do you also understand the rules?" With the atmosphere easing, the prince turned to Su Ling and inquired. "Y comprehend bit." Su Ling nodded lightly. "That is sufficient. I see a connection with you. Miss Su, how about we establish a wager for today's game?" The prince smiled broadly as he posed the question. Su Ling glanced at Lu Cheng's sullen countenance, and, with a sly smile, replied, "Very well. If we are to wager, let us make it something intriguing. Should I lose today, your highness shall arrange a marriage for me. How's that sound?" Though the prince's demeanor remained gentle, a flicker of authoritative gravity glinted in his eyes. It appeared he had intended merely to inform Su Ling, not to consult her. After all, this was a favor bestowed by the prince, and any sensible individual would not dare refuse. Moreover, the prince had never anticipated that Su Ling might actually prevail. How could someone merely acquainted with Pai Gao hope to defeat him? As the cool evening breeze brushed against her delicate features, casting a soft glow on her fair visage under the moonlight, Su Ling's face bore a hint of intoxicated radiance. She smiled leisurely. "Your Highness, you have only spoken of what will happen should I lose, but what if I win?" The prince paused momentarily, then a cold, mocking glint flickered in his gaze. He was aware of her previous audacity at the flower festival, yet he had not expected her to be so audacious now. Her proficiency at counting could be attributed to her training, which was indeed remarkable. However, her success in strategy was clearly a stroke of luck. To assume she was exceptionally gifted was sheer arrogance. He could hardly fathom why the empress wished for her to join the Lu family. Nevertheless, given her exceptional talent in mathematics, perhaps she could serve as an accountant within a household. The prince furrowed his brow, suppressing his displeasure as he replied perfunctorily, "Should you win, then naturally, everything will be as you wish. I shall fulfill whatever I can for you. Su Ling appeared earnest, stroking her chin as she remarked, Your Highness is a man of his word and would never deceive me. Of course, the prince responded with a hint of impatience. Then let us begin, Su Ling smiled, glancing at the neatly arranged cards on the table. The prince regarded her, somewhat surprised by her fearless demeanor, pondering whether it stemmed from youthful audacity or... He glanced at Lu Cheng seated beside him. Lu Cheng, adorned in a deep blue robe embroidered with jewels, had his hair neatly styled and secured with a long jade hairpin. He sat upright, exuding an air of nobility, with a handsome face, fair complexion, and striking features, truly the epitome of a young man admired by the daughters of the capital. Perhaps it was indeed possible that this Su family maiden sought to wed him. After all, regarding the events by the lakeside, as Lu Cheng had mentioned, Su Ling had been provoked into her sharp retorts out of embarrassment. He had heard of her infatuation with him. It was implausible that she would have shifted her affections in just a day. Thus, she must still harbor such feelings, only thwarted by Lu Cheng's reluctance to reciprocate. Therefore, she would undoubtedly seize this splendid opportunity today. With this realization, the prince felt a sense of relief. Although he held a strong aversion towards Su Ling, he could not defy the empress's wishes. The Su family wielded significant influence. Thus, strong marriages were not mere transactions, but required mutual desire. As the prince awaited the cards, he glanced at Lu Cheng, signaling him to adjust his expression. Lu Cheng observed the young woman before him. Though she no longer wore the heavy makeup of old, she appeared much more appealing. Yet, the moment he recalled her words by the lakeside, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. He truly could not comprehend her thoughts. However, as Lu Cheng's gaze wandered over Su Ling's features, it lingered on her gracefully contoured jaw and her fair neck. Chapter 143. The Wager, 2. The woman before him, though possessing an unappealing disposition, exhibited a countenance that was undeniably charming, appearing quite delicate. It would not be unwise to harbor her as a pet canary within the estate, occasionally indulging in the pleasure of her presence. Moreover, the elders often remarked that a woman's temperament tends to soften after marriage. Should she bear children, her sharp edges would surely be dulled, and she would become compliant to her husband's family. Gazing at Su Ling, Lu Cheng couldn't help but envision her future submissive demeanor, which lessened his disdain for her somewhat. Furthermore, the notion of sisters serving the same husband was regarded as virtuous, potentially becoming a celebrated tale in the future. Su Ling appeared deeply engrossed in her card game. Lu Cheng lifted his gaze to glance at her, and for some inexplicable reason, she seemed less bothersome at that moment. Had she pursued him with the same earnestness she now displayed, he might not have held such aversion towards her. Thus, her current diligence raised a question. Was she endeavoring to prove that she was indeed changing for the better? Lu Cheng shook his head with a faint smile, sighing softly. Miss Su, since you are unfamiliar with Pai Gao, let Jean he assist you in reading the cards, the crown prince remarked, casting a casual glance at Su Ling. This way, she could not accuse him of having taken advantage of her. The crown prince had initially perceived her as rather arrogant, perhaps inclined to refuse assistance. But to his surprise, she accepted without hesitation. Very well, Lord Gu, I appreciate your help, Su Ling replied with a slight smile. At the table, aside from the crown prince Lu Cheng and Su Ling, there was a minor official specifically retained in this courtyard to amuse the masters. The other three had already rolled their dice, and it was now Su Ling's turn. She turned her head to glance at Gu Zhao, playfully stating, I shall borrow your luck, Lord Gu. Gu Zhao said little, his long fingers deftly lifting the bamboo tube from the table, gently shaking it before setting it down. The sound of the dice settling was crisp as he slowly lifted the tube's lid. Lord Gu, were you deliberately intending this? Su Ling teased, catching a glimpse of the dice beneath the bamboo tube, which revealed only a single red dot. The crown prince chuckled, addressing Su Ling. Do not be deceived by Jean he's scholarly prowess. In this gambling den, he truly lacks skill. The crown prince, as always, enjoyed favorable luck, confidently assuming the role of the banker. Before the game commenced, he placed a piece of yellow patterned jade on the table, a rare gem likely sourced from Shoshan, of exceptional quality. Historically, the crown prince often emerged victorious, seldom troubling the others at the table. However, today his demeanor was notably serious. Lu Cheng clenched his teeth and also removed a piece of jade from his person, considering it a tribute to the crown prince. Su Ling studied their exquisite jade pieces, her fingers brushing over her heart as she reflected on the shape of the Qinghai jade. The warmth of the jade pressed against her chest caused her heart to beat softly, awakening thoughts she wished to conceal from others. After a moment of contemplation, she withdrew several silver notes from her pocket. The notes, scattered and modest, drew a chuckle from the Crown Prince. "Forgive me, Your Highness," she smiled. "I am rather impoverished, and these are the only notes I can afford to wager." The Crown Prince perceived that she understood her impending loss and had cleverly hidden her intentions. Choosing not to comment, Gu Zhao regarded her quietly, his dark eyes revealing depths that were inscrutable. Chapter 144. The Wager 3. 32 bone tiles. Arranged in 8 sets of 4, with each player receiving 8 tiles. The Crown Prince, as the banker, played first. Upon inspecting his hand, a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face. A heavenly combination had graced his initial draw. Fortune was indeed on his side. Gu Zhao observed the tiles in Su Ling's hand. They appeared chaotic, signifying both opportunity and peril, contingent upon the holder's strategy. As the rounds progressed, Su Ling's fingers moved subtly, pushing a tile forward. The Crown Prince beamed, declaring a match. "What a splendid opening. This young lady truly is a harbinger of good fortune," he remarked. Before you arrived, Jean had already lost 3 rounds. The Crown Prince jested, gesturing toward the chips at the side. "Do you think Miss Su might help Jean recover his losses?" "Recover losses?" Su Ling replied, her gaze fixed on her cards. Yet her eyes shifted slyly toward Gu Zhao, playfully asking, "Is there a reward for winning back?" Gu Zhao, with a gentle demeanor, allowed a fleeting smile to grace his lips. "If you win, the reward will rightfully belong to you. Lord Gu, you must keep your promise and not renege," Su Ling said, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Having studied medicine after her exams, her skills were not solely reliant on fervor, but also on an exceptional memory. A shadow flickered across her features as she pushed another tile forward. Her strategy was unique, almost consistently offering tiles that would allow others to win, leaving her opponents in a state of uncertainty regarding her intentions. The Crown Prince was nearly elated, never anticipating that this round would be so effortlessly won. Gu Zhao observed Su Ling's hand closely, his gaze subtly shifting. Su Ling consistently gifted the Crown Prince advantageous tiles. Yet none of the minor wins seemed to sway her resolve. She remained calm and focused, indifferent to the small victories as she pushed them aside. The air was thick with the tension of the game. Su Ling calculated astutely, almost preying upon the greed of her opponents. The tiles that once seemed easily attainable now bore a steep price. Each tile she relinquished demanded a return in kind. Lu Cheng's decisive tile was ultimately drawn amidst the temptation she had laid out. Gu Zhao's fingers deftly played with the fabric of his sleeve, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. He had never encountered a woman so shrewd, akin to a mischievous sprite, granting wishes while demanding a greater price for every morsel of indulgence. As the scores were counted, she looked at the Crown Prince with a playful smile, inquiring, "What sort of win did your Highness have in mind?" "To have 4 of a kind is a win," the Crown Prince replied, his spirits soaring as he had succeeded in forming a small set. He doubted anyone could surpass him. As the scorekeeper approached to tally the points, the expressions of those present grew increasingly stiff and astonished as Su Ling's hand was revealed. 3 of a kind with a pair of 2s, the ultimate hand. Truly exceptional. The atmosphere within the octagonal pavilion fell silent for a moment. The Crown Prince stared in disbelief at Su Ling's hand, incredulous, his finger pointing toward her as he struggled to find his voice. "This is..." Su Ling beamed, her tone composed as she casually pushed her tiles forward. "I apologize, my luck seems to have improved today, inadvertently breaking your record, Your Highness. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Chapter 145. The Wager 4. The Crown Prince's eyes widened in shock, his expression a kaleidoscope of emotions. Lu Cheng, equally astonished, could hardly believe that Su Ling had managed such a remarkable win. The previously certain outcome had taken an unexpected turn, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. No one had ever bested the Crown Prince at Pai Gao. Who would have believed that the first to do so would be a woman? Observing her composed demeanor, the Crown Prince felt a pang of frustration. With 6 rounds remaining, "Miss Su, you ought to proceed with caution. Not every round will be this fortuitous," the Crown Prince warned, his tone darkening as he pushed the bets on the table towards Su Ling, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. Su Ling appeared oblivious to the underlying warning in his words, gleefully gathering the treasures before her, triumphantly waving a winning token in front of Gu Zhao. He was close enough to detect the fragrance of lilies in her hair, mingling with the faint scent of wine. Her cheeks were flushed, and her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with innocence, appearing even more charming than usual. It was evident she had indulged in a fair amount of drink. Gu Zhao found himself contemplating the remarkable nature of this woman. Even in her inebriated state, her ability to calculate the cards remained impeccable. How impressive am I? Su Ling gazed at him with the innocent curiosity of a child seeking praise, her smile radiant. Her eyes seemed to possess a mesmerizing allure. Instinctively, Gu Zhao nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Su Ling tucked the winning coin into her bosom and playfully tapped the table with the back of her hand, boldly declaring, "Come, let us continue." Though she wore a long dress, her legs beneath it defied convention. In the entirety of Nanzhao, no other woman seemed as unconcerned with appearances as she. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, his displeasure growing more evident. This woman was truly peculiar. Her actions, though distasteful, captivated the gaze. It was as if she were born to shine brightly. The Crown Prince, with a somber demeanor, announced the commencement of the next round. Before rolling the dice, Su Ling murmured incantations, exclaiming, "Life and death are fated. Fortune lies in the heavens. Roll." The bamboo tube clattered crisply on the table as Su Ling lifted it, revealing a 6 on the die, perfectly settled. A triumphant smile spread across her face. "Indeed, my luck is rather favorable." Lu Cheng, captivated by her smile, found himself momentarily entranced. Previously, he had deemed Su Ling lacking in decorum, yet now he recognized that Nanzhao had never witnessed a woman so vibrant and bold. Her smile held no trace of feminine shyness. She was open and generous, exuding a fearless demeanor as if she were unafraid of any challenge. Lost in thought, he realized the game had already begun. The Crown Prince, clearly more serious than in the first round, furrowed his brow as he contemplated his cards, his movements less fluid than before. Meanwhile, Su Ling remained relaxed, her card play still haphazard. After having fallen for her trickery previously, Lu Cheng now approached with caution, refraining from engaging with her plays. "Iron brother, one must not hesitate in cards. Here is a piece of advice. Great towers rise from the ground, and great fortunes depend on oneself." Su Ling watched him with a sly smile as he awkwardly played his cards. Lu Cheng stared at her in astonishment. "Iron brother? What is this title? What is this woman saying?" Yet, it seemed to possess a certain rhythm. Still bewildered, Lu Cheng watched as Su Ling gathered her cards and placed them on the table, her smile blooming like a flower. An ominous premonition hung over Lu Cheng and the Crown Prince. Onlookers approached, eager to witness an extraordinary hand. That previous play had been masterful. Few in the world had ever seen such a combination. They slowly revealed her cards, which aligned perfectly, a pair of high winds. The spectators were momentarily rendered speechless. Never had they encountered such a spectacle. They exchanged glances, ultimately laying the cards before the table in silence. No further words were necessary. This pair of high winds was nearly unbeatable. The Crown Prince's expression darkened, his face clouded with gloom. Su Ling smiled sweetly, spreading her hands in mock apology. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, pushing his chips into Su Ling's hands, unable to dwell on the Empress's instructions amidst his palpable frustration. How could he lose to a mere girl? Was her luck truly that remarkable? Yet her card play was so erratic that he couldn't even follow her strategy. Sitting north and facing south, favorable winds indeed. Su Ling gathered another pouch of treasures, her lips curving upward as she humbly remarked, "My apologies." The Crown Prince's countenance darkened further. "One more round," he said in a low voice. "Very well," Su Ling replied joyfully, eyeing the remaining treasures on the Crown Prince and Lu Cheng, her gaze glimmering with desire. She felt that wealth was within her grasp, though not a gambling deity. Dominating the Nanzhao royal family was well within her capabilities. Despite Su Ling's consecutive victories, the Crown Prince refused to concede, persisting until the 7th round concluded. Thus, throughout the night, all present witnessed Su Ling's remarkable streak, 7 consecutive wins. Her skillful play proved both steady and precise, and her unconventional strategies consistently brought her the card she desired. The Crown Prince, who had never before been defeated, faced utter ruin in his inaugural match against Su Ling. Left with only a splendid court robe, as she effortlessly claimed all his valuables. Her victories were not only beautiful but astute. One could hardly discern her calculations, leaving onlookers in awe of her fortune. If she were not favored by fate, then perhaps she had accrued great merits in a past life, bestowing upon her divine blessings. Su Ling's pockets were nearly overflowing. She had reclaimed all that Gu Zhao had lost to the Crown Prince, along with the treasures from Lu Cheng and the Crown Prince. Lu Cheng was left with nothing but a jade hairpin, which Su Ling deemed unworthy, allowing him to keep it for the sake of his dignity. Yet, the Crown Prince remained unwilling to relent and sought yet another challenge. Su Ling glanced at the visibly uncomfortable Lu Cheng and earnestly advised, "Your Highness, you have many treasures, so you are unafraid to gamble, but young Master Lu is left with only this dark blue robe. Should he return home without clothing?" Lu Cheng, hearing her words, felt as though he had been deeply insulted, nearly choking with indignation. The Crown Prince's expression hardened, staring intently at Su Ling for a long moment before finally conceding. As Su Ling began tallying her treasures, she suddenly heard the Crown Prince's ominous inquiry. "I have long heard that Miss Su harbors affections for Su Ling. Why then, do you appear so carefree in your victories? Have your past feelings completely vanished?" The Crown Prince's face bore traces of begrudging anger, his words somewhat abrupt. The onlookers held their breath, not daring to make sound. Had it been any other woman, she would have likely bowed her head in embarrassment. Yet, Su Ling showed no sign of shame. Instead, she lifted her gaze thoughtfully, surveying Lu Cheng from head to toe. Lu Cheng, sensing her gaze, involuntarily straightened his posture. For reasons unknown, he had recently felt that her look had changed, the previous meekness and eagerness to please entirely absent, replaced by an unreadable calmness and an air of sympathy. Though her demeanor was not typical of a girl of 15 or 16, it was undeniably captivating. "Isn't young Master Lu rather disinterested in me? Perhaps your Highness should spare him further embarrassment," Su Ling said with a playful smile. The room fell silent. Remembering Lu Cheng's previous rejections of Su Ling, the Crown Prince's expression soured further. He shot Lu Cheng a fierce glare. Lu Cheng, breaking into a light sweat, felt a twinge of anxiety. Was it possible that Su Ling had come today specifically to reclaim her dignity? Had his past rejections been too harsh? And now even fate favored her, granting her such good fortune? He took a slow breath, a faint blush creeping across his face as he hesitantly uttered, "Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Indeed, your character and talents now merit the position of matriarch of the Lu family. Moreover, if the Su and Lu families could form an everlasting bond, it would certainly be a delightful tale within the court." The Lu family, supported by the Empress, was poised to become the future royal family. Such a powerful clan, standing tall beneath the heavens, was far more stable than the precarious Su family, which relied on military merit. In Lu Cheng's mind, for Su Ling to become the matriarch of the Lu family would be a privilege for her, and this invitation was a testament to his sincerity. She had no reason to decline. He was a proud man, and lowering his head was already a challenge. To utter such words to a woman he had previously despised was an even greater feat yet. This woman now seemed less loathsome than before. The flush on his face spread slowly to his neck, whether from embarrassment or something else, as he anxiously awaited Su Ling's response. Su Ling remained silent for a moment, leaving Lu Cheng perplexed. When he looked up, he met her serene expression, as if utterly unmoved. Lu Cheng felt a flicker of astonishment. What had transpired in the past? Su Ling gently toyed with the winning coin, her smile warm. Her tone, though not sharp, bore an undeniable weight of authority, compelling and unyielding, leaving no room for retreat. She gazed intently into Lu Cheng's eyes, her gaze a silent coercion. For a moment, Lu Cheng felt a tightening in his throat, yet found himself instinctively inclined to respond to her words. On one hand, there was the prince's urging, and on the other, Su Ling's demand for an explanation. The Lu family, being a prominent clan, had to consider the larger picture. Lu Cheng clenched his teeth, his face reddening further. He glanced at Su Ling and, after a moment's hesitation, stammered in the past. "It was my lack of discernment, Miss Su. Please do not blame me." The victory coin danced lightly in Su Ling's hand before she grasped it once more. The intricate design of the water moon guanine flower imprinted on her palm brought a satisfied smile to her face. "All right, little Su Ling, did you hear that?" He admitted it himself. It was his lack of discernment, not that you were inadequate. As chapter 148, Refusal 2, unfolded, the moment Lu Cheng's words left his lips, the pent-up sorrow and resentment within Su Ling began to dissipate like mist. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind her ability to replace the original host, she instinctively felt repulsion towards those who had harmed her predecessor. It seemed that the thoughts she had inherited from this body were shared with another, allowing her to catch fleeting glimpses of the original host's consciousness. Whether it was the original host's stubbornness, the timidity and inferiority that lingered, or the deeply buried resentment known only after the outcome was revealed, each moment felt heavy. Su Ling sensed a deep-seated belief in herself, igniting a desire to seek justice on behalf of the original host. Though it was merely a single acknowledgement, Su Ling felt an instant release from a long-held obsession. The original host seemed merely to seek an explanation. After all, she was ultimately a kind-hearted girl. Su Ling shook her head with a soft sigh. What a pity. I am not one to be trifled with, nor do I understand the art of yielding. I apologize, young Master Lu, for accepting your affections. I shall certainly invite you to share in the joy of my marriage in the future. However, I cannot remain oblivious forever. The courtyard fell into stunned silence. The prince stared at her in disbelief, his face darkening. What did you say? Lu Cheng, caught off guard, felt a surge of anger mixed with realization, his face reddening further. Do you understand what you are saying? How can you be so ungrateful? The Lu and Su families are well matched. What reason do you have to refuse me? Su Ling, unfazed, toyed with the victory coin, replying nonchalantly, I beg your pardon. I am not one to seek a match based on status, but rather on genuine feelings. Lu Cheng was momentarily taken aback before frowning and retorting, Our marriage is a matter of parental arrangement. As a young lady, how can you utter such shameless words? Before he could finish, she raised her gaze. Her eyes clear and bright, her smile soft yet sharp. Young Master Lu, I am indeed that shameless girl, oblivious to conventions. I shall not confine myself to the constraints of the inner chambers. My parents would not wish for me to compromise my happiness. I advise you to choose a virtuous wife and spare me from this predicament. Her demeanor was calm, and her words were justified. The prince and Lu Cheng turned pale with fury. I'm also considering your well-being, young Master Lu. The capital is rife with gossip about my misfortune. I recently lost my fiancé under tragic circumstances. Do you dare provoke my ill luck? Lu Cheng accused her of being ungrateful, while Su Ling, with a smile, replied, I believe you are the one unaware of your own folly. When Lu Cheng interrupted, questioning her previous words about preferring to be a concubine rather than marrying him, his tone was filled with bitterness. Chapter 149. At the lantern's flicker, one brought gasps from the crowd. Su Ling raised an eyebrow. To prefer being a concubine over marrying you? That does sound like something the original host might say, but surely it was a private remark. It appeared Lu Cheng was resorting to slander as a means of retaliation, attempting to salvage his pride. Fortunately, she was a modern woman. Such words could ruin a girl in ancient times. Su Ling pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly, her tone casual. Young Master Lu, I must say, the world is vast, yet your lack of insight is even greater. It was merely a childish jest. Surely no one would take it seriously? With an incredulous expression, she continued, Before meeting you, I was not one to judge by appearance, but now, I believe a handsome suitor is preferable. So, you were correct. I have indeed developed feelings for another. What of it? She looked up, her innocent gaze unwavering, her demeanor resolute. Lu Cheng momentarily faltered, his face shifting between shock and anger. You mean to say I am? Though Lu Cheng was a figure admired by many, with a handsome visage that endeared him to countless women, Su Ling's perspective was that he fell short of her expectations. His face flushed with a mix of frustration and indignation. He struggled to find his voice. What gives you the right to judge my appearance? Indeed, it leaves much to be desired, Su Ling stated sincerely after a prolonged gaze. In a fit of rage, Lu Cheng nearly choked on his anger. The prince, his expression dark, interjected, If Miss Su finds Lu Cheng lacking, I am curious to know what sort of man has captured your fancy. With a gentle smile, Su Ling stood, retrieving a jade fan from her collection and lightly tapping it against the table. As the lanterns flickered to life, the evening air grew serene, and a crescent moon hung in the dark sky, casting soft light upon the world below. The prince's residence stood amidst the bustling marketplace, where the distant sounds of vendors echoed. She unfurled the jade fan before her. Its translucent bone structure reflected the starlit sky. In the twilight, her gentle smile illuminated her features, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like the crescent moon. From the east wind, blossoms bloom upon countless trees, scattering like rain. Fine steeds and carriages perfume the paths. The sound of flutes and drums fills the air, and fish and dragons dance through the night. She recited softly. In the stillness of the courtyard, her melodious voice rang clear. Petals, carried by the night breeze, gently settled in her hair. With delicate snow and golden threads, laughter and whispers drift away. Amongst the throngs, I sought him 1,000 times, and when I turned, he stood there. As Su Ling closed her fan and turned away, her bright eyes met Lu Cheng's darkened gaze, her smile unwavering. He stood tall in the shadows, the warm glow from the lanterns softening his sharp features, his eyes deep and merging with the darkness. The jade fan pointed toward him, bringing a breath of coolness. At the lantern's flicker, Su Ling regarded him with a playful challenge, her smile still mischievous. Chapter 150. At the lantern's flicker, 2. Revealed. The one I have taken a liking to is none other than Minister Gu. Su Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. In the courtyard, silence reigned. Gu Zhao regarded her in quiet contemplation. In the stillness, he seemed to hear the distant sound of temple bells reverberating softly, as if an illusion. The young woman wore a charming smile as she faced the flickering lights, her eyes shimmering with an elusive glimmer that obscured the true reason behind the curve of her lips. He understood that she was manipulating him. All the connections forged during these days were either to extricate herself from danger or for self-preservation. Now, it seemed she genuinely wished to embarrass others. This woman was known for her insincerity, and the amiability in her eyes was merely a fade, bold and audacious. She was oblivious to the concepts of propriety and righteousness, entirely unaware of her own limitations. His dark gaze deepened, momentarily stirred by a tempest of emotions before sinking back into the stillness of obscurity. The prince and Lu Cheng appeared astonished, seemingly unprepared for Su Ling's audacious actions. Gu Zhao cleared his throat, and only then did the crowd regain their composure. Lu Cheng's expression darkened, yet he could not refute her. After all, Gu Ren's appearance was unparalleled among the men in the court. However, what did it matter if Gu Jinhe was exceptionally handsome? He was burdened with chronic ailments, destined for short life. Moreover, there were many women in the capital infatuated with Gu Ren. How could a woman as unrefined as Su Ling ever win his affection? Contemplating this, Lu Cheng's previously frosty demeanor softened slightly. To receive Su Miss's favor was indeed a privilege for Gu. Gu Zhao broke the silence, subtly distancing himself while maintaining a gentle expression that carried an air of aloofness, much like his interactions with other women in the capital. Su Ling, however, remained indifferent to Gu Zhao's reaction, her gaze fixed on Lu Cheng as she smiled and said, "Now, I trust you understand the implications of my previous words, Lu Gongzi." The underlying message was clear. Compared to Gu Ren, your looks are truly lacking. Su Ling's smile was soft yet piercing. Lu Gongzi should keep this in mind moving forward. Refrain from proclaiming my fickleness. For I am indeed a superficial person. Only Gu Ren's visage can captivate me. You are simply unworthy. Su Ling glanced at him, her tone surprisingly sincere. Her words swiftly stripped Lu Cheng of any chance to indulge in self-deception. His expression, which had just begun to ease, fell once more, and he struggled to maintain even a semblance of composure. The phrase unworthy pierced Lu Cheng's pride like a dagger, utterly dismantling the polished exterior he had always cherished. If she were enamored with someone else, it might be bearable, but it was particularly painful knowing it was Gu Ren, whom the prince held in high regard. Untouchable, unapproachable, and beyond reproach. Lu Cheng could only accept this reality. The prince felt similarly. Gu Jinhe's charm was renowned throughout the capital, and it was no surprise that the Su family's daughter would hold affection for him. However, he could not reprimand her for her disrespectful remarks, especially since, if her affections were indeed for Jinhe, her words were not entirely unfounded. The prince felt an internal turmoil, silently chastising Lu Cheng for his ineptitude. Given this situation, perhaps the marriage proposal should be set aside for now. Lu Cheng knew the prince would never compromise Gu Jinhe's reputation for his sake, especially considering the extraordinary talent Jinhe possessed. The prince treated him like a treasured jewel. Lu Cheng's frustration boiled within him as he gazed at Su Ling's infuriating face, wishing he could snap her neck on the spot. Since I have emerged victorious, may I request a decree from your highness? Su Ling inquired, tilting her head. The prince hesitated, momentarily stiffening. He had not anticipated Su Ling's victory. Now, the situation felt awkward. Observing her incessant references to Gu Zhao. It was evident what she desired, yet the prince had authority over Lu Cheng's marriage, while Gu Jinhe's was not his to dictate. Moreover, if this matter were to reach the ears of his aunt, it would surely invite her wrath. The prince's expression grew conflicted, tinged with embarrassment at having lost to her. He hesitated before finally summoning the courage to respond. "Su Miss, this matter is beyond my authority. Please propose another condition, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Su Ling appeared slightly taken aback, glancing at the prince in surprise. "Your highness knows what I desire?" The prince gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Gu Zhao, irritated by her apparent naivety. Since she was so unconcerned with her reputation, he felt no need to shield her, stating bluntly, "Do you not wish to marry Jinhe? His marriage is his own to decide. I will not interfere." The young woman chuckled lightly, raising her gaze to meet his. The wind grew sparse, and beyond the branches, the clouds darkened. The night was deep, and her eyes sparkled with a glass-like brilliance, flickering in a way that made it difficult to discern the truth behind her smile. From afar, she seemed calm and untroubled, while the prince appeared embarrassed and awkward, as if he had lost ground. "Your highness worries too much. There is no such thing as a forced transaction, nor is there a coerced marriage. While you believe Gu Ren's marriage is his to govern, I contend that a woman's future should not be sacrificed to the treacherous machinations of court politics." As night fell, Su Ling's only request was for Gu Ren to escort her home. Her simple request caught him off guard, lifting the heavy burden that had weighed upon him. Yet, the prince did not feel a sense of relief. Instead, he remained silent for a moment, feeling his cheeks flush. Her casual mention of unforced marriage felt like a sharp rebuke. This was not the first time political maneuvering had been cloaked in the guise of romantic ambition. But it was the first time the prince realized it was inherently unfair, as no one had ever considered the desires of the sacrificial parties. Her gaze toward Lu Cheng was laden with meaning, extinguishing any thoughts he had entertained. He found himself questioning whether he had the courage to marry her. Gu Zhao stood behind the young woman, catching glimpses of her profound gaze. A faint smile graced her features, forever lingering like a shadow of the moon, imbued with an underlying chill that signaled danger and inviolability. On this sparsely starry night, he sensed that her power might one day stir the court of Nanzhao. When she sought to shine brightly, the entire capital would dim in comparison. "I grant you this," the prince declared, his emotions a tumultuous blend of relief and reluctance. Casting a glance at Gu Zhao nodded in agreement. "Thank you, your highness," Su Ling replied succinctly. Having consumed a fair amount of wine, she found herself only vaguely sober now, yet her thirst lingered. Her gaze wandered to the seasonal fruits and elegant small cups on the nearby table. The cups brimmed with wine, and understanding her inebriation, she knew she should not indulge further. However, beside the wine cups stood taller glasses containing dark liquid that resembled fruit drinks. Noticing her covetous gaze, the prince was momentarily taken aback, finally expressing his distaste. "Su Mississippi. Those are for eating." "Thank you." Su Ling seized one of the tall glasses, inhaling the faintly bitter scent of sandalwood that accompanied a cool breeze, as if someone attempted to intervene. But it was too late. She had already emptied the cup. The refreshing sweetness quickly revealed an unwelcome hint of alcohol. An eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. After a brief pause, a nearby servant suddenly exclaimed, "Su Mississippi. Your capacity for alcohol is impressive." The prince was momentarily stunned, his face contorting into an expression of pain. This is the wine I have been aging for 3 years." "And she drank it all? Wine?" Su Ling's cheeks flushed, her expression bemused as she pointed towards the small golden cups, saying, "Isn't this wine?" The crown prince regarded her with a look akin to that of observing a fool. After a moment of bewilderment, the attendant spoke up to explain that it was indeed a wine cup. "But Miss Su, what you are holding is a wine bowl." Su Ling raised her white jade cup, a look of confusion on her face. Who on earth would craft a wine bowl to resemble this? It is clearly a cup. This is a vintage wine that the crown prince had secretly stored away for years, made from grapes harvested from the sunlit springs of Changming Mountain. The grapes are rare, thus yielding only this small jar. This exquisite white jade cup was specially designed for savoring this wine, slightly smaller than the usual wine bowls. The attendant continued to explain, a hint of reverence etched on his face. This wine is so precious that no one besides Miss Su would dare to drink it in such a manner. Even the crown prince partakes of it in small sips. Yet Miss Su consumed it all without leaving a drop. Moreover, although the wine is sweet, it possesses a potent nature. Most can hardly withstand 2 cups. Yet Miss Su downed it in one go. The attendant silently gave her a thumbs up. This Miss Su truly is a remarkable woman. As the attendant was still explaining, Su Ling found herself struggling to comprehend, her head slightly spinning from the alcohol. The crown prince's previously softened expression darkened once more, revealing a hint of gritted teeth. You actually drank all of this grape wine? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Su Ling stared at the crown prince for a while before suddenly stepping in front of him, her steps slightly unsteady. The crown prince, taken aback, retreated a step, frowning as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" The surrounding guards began to grow vigilant, almost drawing their swords, when suddenly Su Ling slapped the crown prince on the shoulder. With a carefree smile, she exclaimed, in deep affection, "Let's drink." Her voice was bold. Chapter 153, Drunkenness, 2. Everyone in the courtyard stared at Su Ling, dumbfounded. The crown prince, too, gazed at her, his expression stiff, caught in a dilemma of whether to draw his sword. She was the first woman in the entire realm to dare to pat his shoulder. And, who the hell is deep in affection with you? You are the one deeply enamored. Your entire family is deeply enamored. The crown prince gritted his teeth, preparing to chastise her for her audacity when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder as Su Ling patted him again, mumbling, "Let us drink together." The crown prince, with whom are you forming such a camaraderie? Has she lost her mind? Why didn't you bring a cup? Do you look down on me? Su Ling scrutinized the crown prince's hand gripping the sword, frowning. The crown prince, what is happening to my hand? Ignoring the expression on the crown prince's face, Su Ling casually picked up a small golden cup from the table and thrust it into his hand, her expression leaving no room for dissent. "Come, let us have another." "You mustn't pretend." The onlookers were left speechless. The crown prince's expression darkened further, feeling as though he was being force-fed the cup. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Not only did Su Ling offer the crown prince a cup, but she also lifted one for herself. The sound of their cups clinking was crisp as she unsteadily raised her gaze. Without further ado, all was contained within the wine. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then suddenly gasped in horror, raising their eyes in alarm. Even the crown prince's face betrayed a hint of fear as he softened his tone. Fixating on the cup of wine in Su Ling's hand, he urged, "Miss Su, perhaps you ought not to drink anymore." Su Ling looked puzzled. "Why?" Before she could finish her sentence, someone quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief. The intruder acted with remarkable swiftness. The crown prince, momentarily taken aback, looked up to see Gu Zhao's calm face. He maintained his composure and gently pulled Su Ling aside, saying, "Miss Su becomes rather loud when intoxicated. Do not disturb the crown prince's peace. I shall escort her home." Su Ling, feeling quite disgruntled, mumbled incoherently, "Do not stop me. I still want a drink." Gu Zhao's face retained a polite smile, his tone as soothing as ever, silence. As Su Ling recognized who stood before her, she drowsily attempted to call his name, Gu Zhao. A fleeting shadow passed through his eyes. His long fingers swiftly covered her lips, stifling the name she was about to utter. His fingers were cool, and the faint chill emanating from his sleeves brushed against her nostrils, momentarily clearing her mind. Yet, the spot he touched became involuntarily warm, perhaps due to the alcohol. "I take my leave," Gu Zhao said, one hand still covering Su Ling's mouth, while the other gripped her, leading her away. Su Ling glanced at him, her almond-shaped eyes glistening in the moonlight, a mixture of confusion and daze reflected in her gaze. The crown prince let out a sigh of relief, his expression darkening as he smoothed the creases of his robe. Beside him, Lu Cheng's gaze remained fixed on Su Ling, his expression exceedingly complex. As the crown prince and Lu Cheng departed, the attendants exchanged glances, realizing that Miss Su truly was a remarkable individual. Not to mention, her drinking capacity was unparalleled. Indeed, quite bold. One has never witnessed such audacity. As the crowd whispered among themselves, They suddenly observed the woman resting her head against Gu Zhao's hand. The crowd, indeed quite audacious. Chapter 154. Drunkenness 3. Su Ling felt dizzy and her limbs heavy. Succumbing to the comfort of Gu Zhao's hand that covered her mouth, she leaned against him. Those who had been observing the spectacle now averted their eyes, maintaining silence and composure, afraid to breathe too loudly. Gu Zhao paused momentarily, his jawline tightening as he pushed her head away from his shoulder. However, no sooner had Su Ling been shifted than she leaned back, seemingly finding that spot incredibly comfortable. Gu Zhao's eyes darkened as he pushed her away again, but within moments. Su Ling leaned back toward him once more. After several cycles of this, Gu Zhao's jaw tightened further. If he released her, she would murmur his name sleepily. If he did not release her, weighing the options, Gu Zhao took a deep breath and ultimately permitted her to remain. His long fingers revealed a hint of tension, a crack in his otherwise placid demeanor, imbued with an intensity that hinted at the urge to strangle. The journey to the carriage felt interminably long. As the crowd witnessed Su Ling resting against him, they lowered their heads in astonishment. The atmosphere thick with an undercurrent of ambiguous speculation. His expression darkening, Gu Zhao contemplated tossing her into the carriage, but just as he prepared to act, Su Ling wrapped her arms around his waist, clinging tightly as if fearing she might lose her balance. "Let go." Gu Zhao's voice was as cold as frostbitten jade. The onlookers had never seen him so frigid, shivering in response, and instinctively retreating. Yet the woman clinging to his waist seemed oblivious, leaning in closer. Her delicate, fair face flushed, her eyes misty. She gazed up at him momentarily before breaking into a smile and closing her eyes again, as if she hadn't heard him at all. Gu Zhao grasped the collar at the back of her neck, intending to pull her up. "You, don't push me, I can't stand steady." Her voice was soft and sweet, laced with the slurred charm of intoxication, eliciting sympathy. Gu Zhao hesitated momentarily, then exerted greater force. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Ling frowned and looked up at him, seemingly taking a while to recognize who he was. A flicker of joy crossed her face, her amber-hued eyes sparkling slightly. "You're Gu." Gu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. His hand shot up beneath his sleeve, swiftly covering her mouth once more, glancing at the carriage before directly leading her inside. The guards exchanged bewildered looks. "This carriage belongs to Miss Su. Lord Gu's carriage is the one ahead." Yet now, the two have boarded the same one. Such an arrangement is neither proper nor in accordance with decorum. "So, shall we leave or stay?" Gu Zhao firmly restrained the woman within the confines of a not-so-spacious carriage, his brows knitted together, casting a shadow over his features akin to dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Silence enveloped them, broken only by his occasional cough, as he hoarsely instructed, "Let us proceed. Escort Miss Su back to her residence." The carriage then began to move at a leisurely pace. The woman, her mouth covered, appeared somewhat displeased, mumbling indistinctly. "Why do you always prevent me from speaking? A gentleman uses words, not force, do you understand?" Silence. Her irritation was palpable. "Do you not comprehend the wisdom in leaving a thread of connection for future encounters? What if you find yourself in my grasp someday?" She admonished, her words slurred. Chapter 155. Intoxication 4. The carriage rolled along the official road, the sound of the wind and the crunch of gravel beneath the wheels drowning out the woman's voice. Gu Zhao lowered his hand, his expression still shrouded in a cold demeanor, responding indifferently. "Miss Su is overthinking. Whether she was overthinking is debatable. Your ailment will worsen come April." Su Ling's voice retained a dreamy quality as she leaned against the side of the carriage, speaking carelessly. The carriage was indeed cramped, and the scent of lily of the valley mingled with the aroma of the wine she had consumed, permeating the narrow space and inevitably wafting into his senses, causing him to momentarily lose his focus. "Is this another prediction?" He raised his dark eyes, a hint of barely perceptible mockery flickering within their depths. Su Ling lifted her gaze to meet his, the moonlight filtering through the carriage curtains casting a gentle glow upon his prominent brow. Despite her hazy state, Su Ling could still discern the admirable features of the man before her. "Do you believe in fate?" she abruptly inquired. Her inebriated smile added a touch of allure. Her gaze clear yet unfocused, as if she were both observing him and lost in her own thoughts. Beside her sat a woman who was clearly intoxicated, Yet Gu Zhao pondered her question seriously, only to realize the absurdity of it. He lowered his eyelids, choosing silence. Yet the woman persisted, tugging at his robe sleeve, compelling him to respond. With a soft sigh, he contemplated the futility of arguing with a drunken woman and acquiesced, shaking his head in reply. I do not believe. His voice carried a chill, though it was a truth seldom heard by others. Gu Zhao's figure was half concealed in the night, the faint moonlight obscuring the shadows on his face. In his youth, he had encountered wandering fortune-tellers who proclaimed that he was fated to bring calamity and misfortune, destined for a life fraught with peril and short-lived. He feared not the specter of a fleeting existence, yet he bore the weight of national grievances and familial vendettas. Until that grudge was settled, he felt unworthy of believing in any fate. I only trust myself, he murmured softly, as if lost in a reverie. Su Ling's unfocused gaze gradually sharpened, finally settling on his expressive brow. A silence enveloped them as the moonlight remained calm. Suddenly, Su Ling chuckled lightly, her smile illuminating the corners of her eyes. What a coincidence, I also trust myself. Her tone was innocent, her cheek resting on her hand, slightly flushed. Gu Zhao looked down, noticing the stars reflected in her eyes, while he saw only desolation. I have perused the records of your life and death. You will not survive this era of peace. Su Ling studied lightly. Gu Zhao dismissed her words, considering them mere ramblings. However, those of us who practice medicine are born to wrest lives from the clutches of death. We lack the power to alter fate, and should I fail, it would tarnish my reputation. Su Ling exclaimed, her demeanor quite bold. Though she appeared to be speaking nonsense, a hint of tranquil confidence shone through her eyes, as if she truly believed her life was within her grasp. Gu Zhao's lips subtly curved into a faint smile, though it was uncertain whether it was directed at her or himself. A divine physician? He mused, his mood slightly lifted as he acknowledged her. A divine physician, Su Ling affirmed, her gaze steady and resolute. Gu Zhao was taken aback. Lord Gu, trust me, I won't lead you astray. Su Ling's weariness began to show as she half closed her eyes and spoke slowly. Trust you? Why would you wish to assist me? His tone remained flat. Chapter 156. Intoxication 5. The chill in his voice belied an innate coldness, softened only by a veneer of warmth he typically donned. You are quite astute, Lord Gu, she said, her eyes still closed, sounding languid. To be frank, I simply desire a peaceful life and longevity. The entire court considers you reliable. Hence I wish to strike a deal. He raised his eyes, surprise flickering across his features. The Su family currently enjoyed a favorable position, their reputation soaring, with everyone eager to ingratiate themselves. Yet, none had perceived the precariousness of their elevated status. It was a daughter from within the confines of the household who sensed the underlying instability, yearning to escape the towering walls of her existence. He lightly tapped his fingers, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, instead smiling as he inquired, What manner of person are you, Miss Su? The woman did not answer his question, but suddenly opened her eyes in the darkness, scrutinizing his rugged features. The carriage jostled, and after a moment of scrutiny, she found clarity elusive. Suddenly, she grasped his collar, pulling him closer, forcing him to draw near. Gu Zhao was momentarily taken aback, his hand instinctively tightening beneath his robe, a reflex born of years of restraint. Yet for reasons unknown, his wariness seemed to wane, his fingers twitching slightly, but remaining motionless. The intoxicating breath of the woman before him mingled with hints of wine and the sweetness of the lily of the valley. Her eyes, blurred by inebriation, lacked their usual sharpness, instead revealing an unexpected softness that was almost beguiling. The man's hand beneath his robe gradually relaxed, as if striving for clarity, allowing reason to settle back in. And you? Who are you? She whispered softly against his ear, her tone akin to tender whispers shared in a boudoir. Aren't you the one who reads fortunes? He chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Su Ling regarded him thoughtfully, responding, As for me, I can discern what kind of person Lord Gu is, yet I do not know what Gu Zhao truly is. As she pronounced his name, the man stiffened momentarily, feeling as though a taut string within his heart was being gently tugged, causing a prickling sensation in his chest. It is not recorded in the ledger of life and death. She sighed, her words barely audible. Say no more. After all, we are merely allies in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Su Ling, after a prolonged silence that yielded no response, succumbed to her weariness. releasing her grip on his collar and leaning back against the soft cushions of the carriage to close her eyes. The night concealed Gu Zhao's gaze, revealing only the stark contrast of light and dark. A vague sense of discontent began to fester within him, and he returned to his icy composure, stating, "It would be wise for Miss Su to remain unaware." Su Ling, however, was unfazed, having never anticipated his confession. The aftereffects of the alcohol surged within her, leaving her with scant clarity, yet she recalled the necessity of securing a formidable ally. Even if they could not become companions, they must not become adversaries. Driven by this instinct for self-preservation, she again tugged at his sleeve, inquiring, "What are your thoughts, Lord Gu?" The man calmly withdrew his hand, offering a cool smile. "I do not consider my life to be of such great value. The peace you seek, Miss Su, is best pursued through your own efforts." Chapter 157, The Divine Physician. 1. Su Ling exhaled deeply, the last strand of clarity in her mind snapping abruptly. The carriage fell silent, and just as Gu Zhao assumed the woman had drifted off to sleep, he suddenly heard her voice laced with emotion. "The east may be dim, but the west still shines. Foolishness breeds foolishness," she murmured in a disgruntled tone. Gu Zhao frowned slightly. His intuition warned him that the woman was not uttering kind words, perhaps even berating him. Yet, why did he fail to comprehend her? If you choose not to cooperate, then so be it. Who cares? I shall rely on myself. Su Ling grumbled in audace. Suddenly, inspired, she thumped her thigh and exclaimed with the wind, "A great eagle soars high into the sky." Gu Zhao was startled by her outburst and instinctively distanced himself. "This is what you get for being aloof. For your arrogance. In the streets of Jiangnan and Jiangbei, let us see who knows their place." Su Ling continued. Her eyes closed as she struck the carriage's interior railing with a heavy fist, the sound echoing loudly. Gu Zhao glanced at the slightly dented railing, feeling as if the force of her punch had struck him instead, silently shifting to the other side of the carriage. "How can one bend the brow and bow to the powerful, robbing me of my joy?" The woman continued to babble in her haze. Gu Zhao, avoiding her erratic attacks, furrowed his brow slightly, surprisingly finding some merit in her words. Su Ling opened her eyes and happened to notice the long sword hanging inside the carriage, swiftly drawing it out. Gu Zhao, lost in contemplation of her poetic verses, was abruptly startled by the flash of the sword. The blade pierced straight through the side of the carriage, creating a hole. "I would wield this sword to slay the enemies of my land." Su Ling gestured grandly with the sword, her expression righteous. Gu Zhao's throat tightened, his expression complex, his thoughts becoming muddled. His dark eyes fixed on Su Ling, stirring a ripple in the usually composed Emotan. The elegance and fervor within those poetic lines, worthy of being immortalized for generations. Yet, he had never heard them before. "Whose verses are these?" Gu Zhao inquired tentatively, observing the woman's inebriated state. The immortal poet Li Bai reciting the classics at 5, observing the masters at 10, a master swordsman, a lover of chivalry, the foremost of the Tang dynasty. "You don't even know him? What a waste of life." Su Ling spoke with a hint of disdain. Gu Zhao's brow twitched. Su Ling was perhaps the only person in the world who dared to speak to him in such a tone, and yet he found himself unable to retort. He truly knew nothing of Li Bai nor of the Tang dynasty. For her, "I've grown weary. Brother, let us survive in this world together." Su Ling opened her hazy eyes, looked at Gu Zhao with sympathy, and patted his shoulder. "Is this also a poem by Li Bai?" Gu Zhao's forehead twitched, frowning as he asked. "This isn't." Su Ling chuckled, a touch of shyness in her smile, then closed her eyes and declared, "This is a poem written by your big brother." "What? You don't believe me?" Su Ling frowned. "Who is this big brother?" Su Ling proud the patet herchist, unabashedly responding. "From today, we shall be sworn siblings. Matters of the Su family are now your concern. Do grant your big brother some face." She casually slapped Gu Zhao's back, speaking with ease. "Miss Su, maintain your dignity." Gu Zhao firmly grasped her sleeve to remove her hand, his expression cold. "Maintain dignity." 48 kilograms. Su Ling replied, her breath growing weaker, as if on the verge of sleep. Chapter 158, The Divine Physician. 2. The attendants outside listened anxiously to the commotion within the carriage, especially after a hole was punctured in the side. They feared that Gu Zhao might impulsively harm Miss Su. Although Gu Zhao was usually gentle, no one had ever been as reckless as Miss Su. Once the carriage arrived at the Su residence, the attendants cautiously drew back the curtains. To their relief, there was no bloody scene. Instead, they were greeted by the sight of Miss Su sprawled out in a deep slumber. Gu Zhao's face was grim, evidently struggling to resist the urge to throw someone off the carriage. He nudged Su Ling. Miss Su, are you planning to return to the residence with me? His tone was laced with barely contained frustration. It's not impossible. The carriage is rather comfortable. Su Ling flipped over. Having listened to her recite poetry all along, he understood the meaning behind her words about slaying the enemies and the powerful. Yet, what were the phrases about the green sea and the rising tide? Surely, she wasn't mad. Gu Zhao took a deep breath. Turning to the maidservants of the Su residence, help her down. The maidservants, already terrified by Su Ling's state, hurried forward to assist her. However, the moment their hands touched her, Su Ling abruptly opened her eyes, startling them. Don't help me, I'm not drunk. She swayed as she stood, using the carriage railing for support, slowly making her way to the door. The maidservants watched her every move, their hearts racing as she walked unsteadily. Yet she refused their assistance. With a hearty laugh, she declared, are we not the children of the earth? Su Ling slapped the carriage frame, shouting joyfully as she leaped down, leaving everyone around her momentarily stunned. Before entering, she glanced back at Gu Zhao. Instinctively, he tensed, fearing she might do something outrageous again. But instead, she flashed him a bright smile. Good to run. Until we meet again. In business, there's still brotherly love. Su Ling pointed to herself, her tone nonchalant. He stood there, watching her retreating figure, hearing her voice drift away. She glanced at Gu Zhao's cold demeanor, her words suddenly tinged with emotion. Bah, brotherly love my foot. Maintain dignity? I would bow for 5 measures of rice. The guards behind her remained silent, unable to suppress their admiration for the high-mindedness of Miss Su. Even inebriated, she clung to her ideals. However, 6 measures might still be negotiable. Su Ling used, stroking her chin as if weighing her options. Everyone, pardon the interruption, and Ruo, witnessing her state, was thoroughly frightened, repeatedly bowing an apology to Gu Zhao as she led Su Ling away. The bright moonlight before my bed. I wish for some dumpling soup. One hand resting on Ruo, Su Ling chanted softly. Dumpling soup or white jade soup? I'll make it for you when we return. Please, ancestor. Just stop talking. And Ruo was on the verge of tears. Su Ling chuckled, finally quieting down a bit. As the figure of the woman gradually disappeared from sight, the guard surrounding Gu Zhao finally exhaled in relief. Gu Zhao lowered his gaze, gently smoothing out the creases in his robe. Sir, shall we return to the residence? His Highness is still waiting for us. Let us head to the other courtyard. He spoke softly. The man's gaze was profound, lingering on words that had just escaped the woman's lips. High places are cold and lonely. The 5 words left a bitter taste in his mouth. Beneath the moonlit night, his eyes grew even darker. Chapter 159. The Divine Physician 3. High places are cold and lonely. Suddenly, he erupted into a fit of coughing, his chest heaving as pent-up unrest finally burst forth like a torrential flood. The crowd around him panicked, rushing to his side with concern. He covered his mouth with his hand. The faint scent of sandalwood wafting from his robe had been specially prepared to soothe and calm. And he took a deep breath, managing to quell the bitter sweetness in his throat. Dr. Qin, please take a look. What's wrong with the sir? Someone nearby exclaimed in alarm. A figure cloaked in white emerged from the shadows, closing his jade fan with a frown. Approaching Gu Zhao, he placed a hand on his pulse, his brow furrowing deeper. How could you be in such a state? Is it worse than before? Gu Zhao asked hoarsely. Dr. Qin's expression turned grave, tightening his grip on the fan. He sighed and replied succinctly, yes. He glanced at Gu Zhao, his brow furrowed tightly. You must avoid overthinking these matters for the time being. Focus on resting for a few days. Before he could finish, he noticed a slight smile curving Gu Zhao's lips. Dr. Qin was taken aback, unable to suppress his irritation. How can you still smile at a time like this? She was right. Who? Dr. Qin raised an eyebrow, perplexed. The Divine Physician. Gu Zhao's breathing steadied somewhat as he straightened his posture, calmly patting Dr. Qin's shoulder. Who? Qin Sun felt a sense of offense. Was the esteemed reputation of the first Divine Physician of Nanzhao to be usurped by others? The journey back was far quieter than the outward trip. Gu Zhao's carriage led the way, with the guards trailing behind at a respectful distance. Qin Sun also boarded the carriage to attend to him. Gu Zhao closed his eyes and leaned against the soft couch, appearing somewhat fatigued. Observing his demeanor, Qin Sun was suddenly filled with a teasing spirit. Was that woman the owner of the jade hairpin? Qin Sun inquired, his tone laced with playful curiosity. Gu Zhao remained silent. Taking this as acquiescence, Qin Sun smirked, gently waving the jade fan in his hand. What kind of divine being might she be? He asked, half smiling. You mentioned earlier that patients require rest. Gu Zhao, maintaining his composure, replied coolly. Moreover, instead of wasting time speaking, one ought to diligently hone their medical skills. Though his eyes were closed, a hint of disdain colored Gu Zhao's tone. Hey, what are you implying? Qin Sun gritted his teeth. Chuanbei, loquat leaves, nansha ginseng, poria, orange peel, balloon flower, pinelia, schisandra, bitter almonds, licorice, ginger mint. What do you think, Qin Tai? Gu Zhao recited calmly. Initially, Qin Sun wore a mask of indifference, but as Gu Zhao continued, his expression grew increasingly grave. The jade fan in his grasp felt almost slippery. Whose prescription is this? Qin Sun exclaimed, astonished, his heart racing. Not to mention anything else, the precision in the medicinal application was something that could only be achieved after decades of immersion. Indeed, it was even more insightful than his own remedies. Is there truly someone like this in the world? Can it be utilized? Gu Zhao asked nonchalantly. Qin Sun felt an irritable surge at Gu Zhao's placid demeanor. He was nearly ready to leap up, wishing he could elucidate the classics of medicine to him. Can it be used? Absolutely. It is nothing short of divine, definitely worth a try. I see. Gu Zhao replied dismissively. What attitude is this? If someone were to present you with this prescription, wouldn't you carry them over on a grand sedan chair to have them treat you? Qin Sun exclaimed, exasperatedly waving the jade fan, eager to seek guidance from this divine physician. It's too late, Gu Zhao said thoughtfully, opening his eyes briefly to decline. Decline? Qin Sun felt a surge of anger, nearly ready to lash out. If it weren't for the carriage ceiling restraining him, his frustration would have reached new heights. Observing Gu Zhao's seemingly indifferent expression, he assumed he was oblivious to the situation's gravity and took a deep breath to explain patiently. I currently have no means to treat your ailment, only to alleviate the symptoms. However, the one who devised this prescription may possess deeper insights. If you offend them, you should hasten to invite them back. Deeper insights? Gu Zhao frowned slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. He pressed his fingers to his forehead and replied coolly, perhaps not. You still do not believe me. Qin Sun, in a fit of irritation, flicked the jade fan several times. A rush of cold air filled his throat, prompting Gu Zhao to cough lightly and remark, shouldn't you, as the chief physician, attend to your patient? Am I not caring for you enough? Fine, if you refuse to seek out that divine physician, I shall go instead. Qin Sun suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, regarding him with curiosity, inquiring, who exactly is this remarkable individual? Where did you encounter such a person? Gu Zhao, disliking Qin Sun's proximity, subtly shifted away. After Qin Sun's persistent questioning, he finally spoke. His dark eyes revealed no emotion, and his voice was flat. You just met her. Qin Sun froze for a moment, taking a while to process. Who? His tone twisted incredulously. The jade hairpin. Gu Zhao's expression remained indifferent. The young lady from the Su family? Qin Sun's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Indeed, a flicker of emotion crossed Gu Zhao's usually composed face, as if a slight smile hovered at the corners of his lips. Qin Sun stared at him, speechless for a long while. You're not jesting, are you? He asked, raising an eyebrow, the image of the young woman, inebriated and declaring how they were not mere commoners, flashing before his eyes. Is it really necessary? Gu Zhao adjusted his sleeve, appearing dissatisfied with its appearance, his brow slightly furrowed. Qin Sun understood he would not jest about such matters, and amidst his self-doubt, he ultimately accepted the reality. If she truly possesses such abilities, Qin Sun still found it hard to believe, his voice tinged with hesitation. Gu Zhao coughed a few times in front of him, the cough deeper and more resonant than before. Qin Sun furrowed his brow tightly and offered him some herbal tea to soothe his throat. With no better option at hand, perhaps it was worth taking a gamble. If she indeed has such talents, then marry her. Qin Sun mused thoughtfully. Gu Zhao suddenly choked, the tea sliding down his throat uncomfortably, triggering a fit of coughing. Qin Sun was startled and hurried to assist him in regaining his breath. Why did you drink so hastily? Before he could finish, he noticed Gu Zhao lifting his gaze. A crack appeared in his eternally stoic expression. In his clear and composed eyes, a tempest brewed, and he seemed irked, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Seeing the hint of crimson on Gu Zhao's ears, Qin Sun felt a touch of embarrassment and quickly apologized. It must have been quite a shock. Let's not speak of it any further. Chapter 161. Setting the stage. 1. Gu Zhao's expression paused momentarily. The moonlight poured softly through the draped curtains, subtly illuminating the blush on his ears. An inexplicable emotion surged in the silence, causing the hand beneath his robe to tighten, though he was unaware of the reason. The string of rationality tightened instinctively within him, and for a brief moment, his dark eyes lowered, but soon regained their clarity. The carriage rolled steadily towards the prince's residence. Indeed, the prince was still seated at the long table, a hint of gloom evident between his brows. "Your Highness," Gu Zhao approached the prince's side with a respectful demeanor, stating, "I have returned the young lady from the Su family to her residence." The prince lifted his hand, slowly taking a sip of tea, responding with a slight acknowledgement. The moonlight bathed the courtyard, and the evening breeze stirred the fallen blossoms, causing Gu Zhao to lower his gaze slightly, suddenly recalling that a similar flower had adorned the young lady's hair. "Jin He, the young lady from the Su family has shown interest in you, yet regarding your marriage, I dare not make decisions unilaterally, hence I wish to inquire about your thoughts." Though the prince's words were cordial, they carried a subtle note of warning. Gu Zhao's expression deepened, and he slowly smiled, saying, "Your Highness, do you not know me? I hold a deep aversion to such brazen women." The prince's cup, which had hovered in the air, finally settled on the table after Gu Zhao's words, his expression relaxing slightly. After a long sigh, he remarked, "Your sentiments bring me great relief, for I fear that my dear cousin Qing, he may become displeased and cause a ruckus in the Eastern Palace." Gu Zhao lowered his gaze, the smile not reaching his eyes, and replied, "I am unworthy and dare not entangle myself with Her Highness the Princess." The prince took another sip of tea, sighing, "My cousin has set her heart on you and does not mind your condition. Why should you belittle yourself? I am aware of my limited lifespan and cannot accompany Her Highness for long. It would be best not to burden others with my frail state," Gu Zhao said gently, clearing his throat. The prince, seeing his determination, ceased to persuade him but cast a concerned glance, asking, "Have you still not improved?" "Thanks to Your Highness's grace, I'm feeling much better," Gu Zhao replied warmly. The prince understood that Gu Zhao's politeness was customary and refrained from further discussion, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After a moment of silence, Gu Zhao suddenly spoke, "Your Highness, the missing silver that the Ministry of Revenue investigated has been traced. It is indeed being used by the third prince's privately maintained troops, creating a facade of empty accounts that made it difficult to detect. Had we not overstepped to pursue the third prince's private accounts, we might have remained unaware." The prince's usually tranquil gaze brightened momentarily, an unmistakable excitement flickering across his features. He abruptly stood, turning to inquire, "Is it true that he is raising troops?" Gu Zhao's expression was clear as he slowly nodded and said, "Yes. What are we waiting for? I shall report this to Father Emperor at once." The crown prince, with a flick of his sleeve, bore a somber expression, tinged with severity. "Your Highness, please remain calm. I believe this matter should not be handled in such haste." Gu Zhao spoke gently, attempting to persuade him. However, the crown prince was evidently anxious, lacking the patience to hear him out, and interrupted with a wave of his hand. "What are we waiting for? He privately maintains troops and engages in deceitful accounts. This is undeniably an act of rebellion. Your Highness, has the third prince been raising troops for so many years without anyone noticing? Do you not find that curious?" Gu Zhao lowered his gaze and remarked, "What is there to find curious? The reason no one has discovered it all these years is simply due to his luck. But does he expect to always rely on good fortune? Since I have discovered this matter, I will not show leniency," the crown prince retorted with a cold laugh, brimming with resentment. "However, we are indeed overstepping our authority in this instance," Gu Zhao cautioned. The crown prince dismissed it with a wave of his hand, scoffing, "Overstepping is a trivial concern in the face of rebellion. If Father Emperor were to learn of his intentions, would he still care about the authority we have overstepped? He would likely reward us instead. You are overly anxious." "Indeed," Gu Zhao replied, choosing not to voice any further objections. Under the cover of night, the crown prince's gaze deepened, revealing a hint of ruthlessness characteristic of someone in power. It was not that he could not tolerate his brother, rather for all these years. While Father Emperor regarded the third prince as a carefree individual uninterested in court affairs, he was acutely aware of the ambition hidden within. He had never submitted to him. Such a person must be given an opportunity to fade from the political arena, and Father Emperor must know that Xiao Rongshuan was not as carefree as he appeared, but rather a man harboring malicious intentions. Your Highness. Gu Zhao raised his eyes, intending to speak further, but the crown prince, with a resolute expression, raised a hand to interrupt him. There is no need for more words. You overthink matters. This is a decision I shall make. The night is late. You should return early. With that, the crown prince hastily made his way towards the inner courtyard, his silhouette gradually disappearing into the darkness. Gu Zhao remained silent for a moment, then composedly bowed in respect behind the crown prince, maintaining impeccable etiquette, and gently said, I respectfully send you off, Your Highness. The dark night concealed his profound gaze, as clouds gradually obscured the bright moonlight, leaving no trace of light. After the crown prince departed, Qin Sun emerged from the shadows, slowly handing him a dark cloak while frowning. It's chilly at night. You should take care. Gu Zhao pressed a hand to his lips, suppressing a few coughs. His voice slightly hoarse as he replied, Let us go. Qin Sun glanced at the departing figure of the crown prince and asked, with such a significant matter at hand, Do you think he will hesitate after your counsel? Gu Zhao lifted his head slightly, a fleeting smile crossing his eyes, his voice cool. He will not. This is an excellent opportunity. He would rather take the risk than let it slip away. Qin Sun nodded thoughtfully, then sighed. The royal family is indeed rife with conflict. The crown prince holds the position of heir apparent. I wonder why he harbors such animosity towards the third prince. What concerns him is not whether Xiao Rongshuan desires the throne, but rather whether he possesses the capability to seize it, Gu Zhao replied, his tone tinged with sarcasm. And what the third prince? Is it not better to live quietly as a leisurely prince, enjoying the emperor's favor? Why pursue this burdensome throne? Is it not exhausting? Qin Sun inquired, playing with a jade fan. The empress, Gu Zhao smiled gently, slowly uttering 2 words. The weight of those words startled Qin Sun. The empress caused the death of concubine Hui? He raised an eyebrow, astonished, and lowered his voice to ask. Gu Zhao neither confirmed nor denied it. The evening breeze carried a hint of coldness in his smile, as if frost clung to his words. He believed so. A fleeting arc graced his lips, his demeanor remaining as gentle as ever. Qin Sun felt a sudden chill as he observed Gu Zhao's calm expression. Master Gu, you possess remarkable skills, he remarked with a shake of his head, a hint of admiration in his tone. The next day, Su Ling awoke in her residence. The sun already high in the sky. She sat up, feeling a slight headache, and after a moment, noticed a timid figure crouching at the foot of her bed. And Ruo, what troubles you? Miss you. Are awake? And Ruo's voice trembled. Su Ling had seen her wakefulness, yet still felt the need to inquire to confirm her consciousness, especially after yesterday's terrifying events. What happened last night? Su Ling, Rubit, Hertemples. Her memories halting when she attempted to pull Gu Zhao closer, leaving behind only fragmented recollections. Vaguely, she remembered holding in Ruo's head, laughing and saying, 1 sniff, 2 views, 3 movements of the eyes for slides, 5 crosses, 6 external extensions. Su Ling's expression stiffened for a moment as she finally understood Ruo's current demeanor. It seemed there was more. She had also forced Ruo to recite abdominal muscles and fascia. Yet she could not be blamed. After all, she had taught many students over the years, and those phrases came naturally to her. Ruo, come here, Su Ling tried to soften her smile, beckoning her. Ruo's face was filled with terror. Miss, I have memorized it all. I practiced all night. Ruo timidly handed her the parchment for review. The topmost illustration was clearly drawn by Su Ling, depicting the distribution of cranial nerves, despite being marred by ink stains from drunkenness. The illustration was still neat and accurate enough to serve as a textbook example. Su Ling's expression grew increasingly rigid. It seemed that her tendency to impart knowledge while intoxicated could not be resolved merely by changing her attire. Perhaps she should abandon her status as a young lady of the Su family and simply open a medical academy. Fortunately, she had not drunk to the point of performing surgical demonstrations last night. Mississippi, what is this? Ruo asked with a sorrowful expression, staring at the crooked lines on the drawing, utterly perplexed. This is... Su Ling pursed her lips, pausing for a moment before saying, "A treasure map." "A treasure map?" And Ruo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Yes, it was given to me by Master Gu," Su Ling replied without a change in her expression. "Master Gu?" Upon hearing Gu Zhina's name, and Ruo's expression turned peculiar, her gaze flickering between the complex lines on the parchment, and then she nodded in sudden realization, her demeanor finally relaxing a bit. "So it was given to you by Master Gu. He truly holds you in high regard." Observing Ruo's sudden ease, Su Ling couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in secret. She realized that in this southern Zhao, regardless of how absurd or outrageous the matter, as long as it was related to Gu Zhao, others would reassess the situation, even finding some sense in it. Was this what they called a self-illuminating filter? It was primarily because he was so gentle and dignified in public, displaying sharpness in court, that all offenses or transgressions against him seemed justified. Even last night's incident. Su Ling turned to Ruo and suddenly asked, "When I returned home with an outsider, did my second uncle scold me?" And Ruo looked at Su Ling in surprise. "How could second master do that?" The lady said that if second master was displeased, it was merely jealousy over your recognition by Master Gu, so you need not take it to heart. Indeed, it seemed that rumors of being with Master Gu were no longer disgraceful, but rather regarded as a mark of his favor. It appeared she had not chosen the wrong person. He was indeed the perfect lightning rod for her. However, Su Ling vaguely remembered that he had seemingly rejected her last night, regardless of whether it was due to distrust or some other reason. As a patient, refusing the guidance of a medical expert from the future was rather ungrateful, was it not? This is truly an opportunity that others would pay a fortune for. Su Ling curled her lips slightly, secretly noting this in her heart. "Miss, the madam has arranged to have tea with the wife of the Jiang family today, so she may return late. Before leaving, she specifically prepared a bowl of koiks and yam porridge for you and asked you to drink it well." And Ruo said as she assisted Su Ling in rising. Su Ling smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Liang Yin truly cared for her daily, noticing her frail physique. She often instructed the kitchen to prepare nourishing meals, never forgetting her well-being. She was indeed a good mother. While washing and grooming, Su Ling glanced at the array of lead powder and pink floral cosmetics on the table, furrowing her brow slightly. The ancients were unaware of the toxicity of these products, and Ruo insisted on applying makeup every day. Su Ling felt it would be better to replace these hazardous items with something she could create herself rather than letting someone from ancient times use such harmful substances. "Is there any beeswax in the manor?" Su Ling inquired. After a moment of contemplation, and Ruo nodded, saying, "Yes, there is. Bring some over along with some rose oil." "And goji berries," Su Ling instructed, resting her chin on her hand. And Ruo, though somewhat puzzled, dare not question Su Ling's determined demeanor and hurried off. Once these ingredients were gathered, Su Ling rolled up her sleeves and began grinding the goji berries into powder. And Ruo watched in astonishment and followed her instructions to take a small bowl and start grinding as well. After the goji berries were crushed into a fine crimson powder, Su Ling instructed her maid to bring a basin of hot water, mixing this powder with beeswax and rose oil, placing the mixture in a porcelain bottle and heating it in the water. Although the porcelain bottle had a long neck, and Ruo felt a surge of anxiety watching. However, knowing her mistress was inclined to experiment, she silently prayed for her safety. It appeared as though Su Ling intended to make lip balm, yet she hadn't requested any vermilion, and Ruo felt momentarily perplexed. After a while, the wax completely melted in the porcelain bottle. Su Ling shook the bottle and poured the liquid into a small jade box with gold trim, where the red liquid quickly solidified into a balm, faintly exuding a rose fragrance. And Ruo was taken aback. The goji berries, typically used for tea, could indeed be transformed into lip balm. Su Ling delicately smoothed her fingers over the glossy, vibrant balm, the translucent pale red blooming at her fingertips. This hue appeared more subdued than regular rouge, yet more vibrant than lip balm made from rose oil, presenting a delightful enhancement to her complexion. "Is it beautiful?" Su Ling inquired with a smile. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her slightly flushed fingertips, the lustrous balm shimmering brilliantly, far superior to the dry, difficult-to-apply rouge of the past. "It's beautiful, truly beautiful," and Ruo exclaimed, unable to tear her gaze away and nodding fervently. "In the village where I once lived, everyone used this recipe to create lip balm. The climate in the capital is drier, and I am still not accustomed to using rouge paper. Henceforth, I shall use this method for lip balm, Su Ling said with a beaming smile. Good. And Ruo, still in shock, took a moment to regain her composure. While she had witnessed her mistress at work, how did the goji berries transform in a lip balm? Have you learned? Su Ling asked, and Ruo nodded. Then I shall teach you more. Drawing from her modern knowledge, Su Ling shared various simple recipes for cosmetics and skincare, and Ruo, astonished, discovered their unexpected efficacy, diligently noting everything down. Use some precious spices to simmer together. Then place them in the jade box my father had sent back earlier. I shall have use for them later, Su Ling remarked, eyeing the fragrant jars before her. She vaguely remembered that the Empress Dowager of Nanzhao was quite fond of adornment. If she were to pay a visit, it would be better to present gifts that cater to her tastes rather than the usual expensive offerings she had grown accustomed to. In this narrative, the Empress Dowager was unlike others of the royal family, embodying a charming and endearing persona, beyond the objective of courting higher-tier NPCs. Su Ling herself was eager to meet her. Do not use vermilion rouge in private anymore. That stuff is dry and bitter, and this is much more convenient, Su Ling said, handing a small jar of lip balm to Ruo with a bright smile. Ruo, overwhelmed with gratitude, cradled the golden-edged porcelain bowl in her hands, her delight nearly spilling over. Thank you, miss. Su Ling smiled gently. Indeed, across any dynasty, lipstick remained the most effective tool for winning a woman's favor. After this flurry of activity, Su Ling felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. The spring air was brisk, and, as a cold breeze swept through, she couldn't help but sneeze involuntarily. Miss, have you caught a chill? I shall send someone to make ginger soup. And Ruo expressed her concern. Upon hearing the words ginger soup, Su Ling shook her head vehemently. That concoction was too pungent and spicy. She had no desire to drink it. Oh, there's no need to make such a fuss. I won't catch a chill. It's impossible. Su Ling waved her hand dismissively, resolutely rejecting Ruo's proposition. As a robust individual from modern times, how could she possibly fall ill? Yet, Su Ling did catch a chill. She had contracted a cold, commonly known as a chilly ailment. Reflecting on the circumstances, she surmised it was likely due to having consumed too much alcohol and being exposed to the cold wind that day. She vaguely recalled Gu Zhao suggesting she let the cool air wake her up in the carriage. While she hadn't woken up, she had indeed fallen ill. Su Ling vipet hernose, herburais furovit in irritation. It was all that scoundrel's fault, and Ruo watched anxiously as Su Ling lay on the couch, looking weak. If it were any other young lady, she would know to rest properly when unwell, but Su Ling, instead, had efficiently compiled 2 textbooks and a poetry collection within 3 days, sending them to the Hanlin Academy in the palace. Presently, she was still insisting on concocting medicine herself. Miss, please do not overexert yourself. The manor has physicians, and, if necessary, we can use the madam's name to summon a royal physician. You. Before Ruo could finish, Su Ling shooed her away. Su Ling's throat ached fiercely. It was not that she distrusted the manor's physicians, but their remedies were far too mild. How many days of suffering would she endure? In truth, colds could resolve without medication. In the past, she had merely needed to drink a few cups of hot water and sleep to recover half the time. However, the constitution of the Su family's young lady seemed particularly delicate. At present, she felt a slight fever, her body sore and fatigued. Even standing was a struggle. There were still many tasks to attend to. She could not afford to take her time in recovery. It was always wise to be prepared. Although traditional Chinese medicine could use Pudu Lan for inflammation, lacking antibiotics in her possession could pose a challenge in case of an emergency. It was better to take advantage of the strength she had now and make some preparations. Recently, she had distilled a fair amount of alcohol, sufficient for disinfection. However, sterilization required high temperatures, which, given the ancient equipment, would have to suffice. After sterilizing the small porcelain dish, she filled it with a mixture of rice and yam juice, also retrieving some long-stored, moldy fruit to scrape the mold into it. This culture would take about a week to develop. Patience was necessary. Presently, her throat hurt significantly, and she felt a cough coming on. Alleviating the symptoms was paramount. She ordered some dandelion, huangling, bitter herb, and banlan gin to be prepared into a remedy, and also gathered chuan bei mu, snow pear syrup, menthol, peppermint oil, and syrup to boil into small cubes, which she could suck on during discomfort to relieve her symptoms. Liang Yin was deeply concerned for Su Ling, yet upon visiting her, she found the pure and harmonious courtyard bustling with activity, with the manor's physicians consistently recording Su Ling's instructions on bamboo slips. The manor had not originally stocked such a wealth of medicinal materials, but due to the favor Su Ling had previously granted to Ren Jitang with her prescriptions, they had sent an entire cart of materials upon hearing her request, fearing it would not be sufficient. As they bid farewell, the young attendant at Renji Hall addressed Su Ling, saying, "Miss Su, the master has instructed that you may call upon us whenever you require assistance. Renji Hall shall always provide you with remedies free of charge. Naturally, it would be even better if you remain in good health and do not need our herbs. We wish you a swift recovery." The attendant then reached into his pocket and produced a sheet of pale yellow rice paper, stating, "This is a prescription from the master for your relief. Should you need it, you may prepare it accordingly." The remedies that Su Ling had previously provided had saved numerous lives at Renji Hall, and this profound kindness was etched in the hearts of all within the establishment. Even though Su Ling sought the rare Tianshan Snow Lotus today, they would spare no effort to assist her. Despite her repeated insistence on purchasing the herbs, the attendant ultimately refused to accept her payment. Observing the scene, those from the second residence reported back to Su Yinyin, who cast a glance at the towering pile of herbs, his expression inscrutable, a blend of disdain and envy. With a cold snort, he frowned and spat. "What bad luck. Master, shall we still visit the eldest sister?" A nearby attendant inquired softly. Su Yinyin slapped the attendant on the back of the head in annoyance, saying, "What are you staring at? She clearly thinks herself superior to us. Return to the west courtyard." With a flourish of his sleeve, he departed. The eastern courtyard was likely relieved he did not come, as they would hardly harbor good intentions, and it would fall to the eldest sister to uphold the customary courtesies. However, it seemed that in recent times, the western courtyard could no longer gain favor from the eastern courtyard. Those once looked down upon now had the opportunity to hold their heads high, largely due to the formidable capabilities of their eldest sister. In the Hanlin Academy, Wei Jin was occupied with matters pertaining to the Imperial examination. A servant entered to announce, "Sir, the young lady from the Su family has sent 2 books." Wei Jin looked up from a sea of books, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "The young lady from the Su family? Let her in, I wish to see." The servant stepped into the inner chamber, placing the 2 books on the table as Wei Jin's gaze fixated upon them. Gradually, his initial astonishment morphed into curiosity and confusion. It had only been 3 or 4 days since the flower festival. Could it be that the Su young lady had completed compiling the teaching materials? Surely, she must have some matters regarding the compilation to discuss with him. The servant, noticing Wei Jin's eager gaze, respectfully placed the volumes on the table, unable to resist a furtive glance. The first book appeared slim, its cover inscribed with the characters mathematics in a flowing script. Wei Jin stroked his beard as he picked up the book and began to leaf through it. To his astonishment, the entire volume was divided into 12 chapters, systematically discussing arithmetic and algorithms, providing detailed explanations for various calculations, including novel definitions such as linear equations and systems of linear equations, all presented in an accessible and practical manner. Furthermore, each chapter introduced new algorithms accompanied by illustrative examples and standard answers for the reader's comprehension. Wei Jin marveled as he read on, his eyes alight with both surprise and delight. Initially concerned that she might encounter difficulties in compiling the book, he now recognized that he had overly worried. The Su young lady was not merely a talent in mathematics. She was practically a genius of global caliber. With such methods, there was no reason to fear the stagnation of mathematical development in Nanzhao. "Sir, it seems there is another book beneath this one," the servant gently reminded him. Wei Jin, as if awakening from a dream, reluctantly set aside the first book and reached for the second. This volume was filled with various practical examples related to daily life. While the language was somewhat simplified, the questions were comprehensive, amounting to an entire book of exercises. While it might resemble the exercise books used by students in Nanzhao, the sheer volume of questions was staggering, and it was rare for anyone to complete such a vast array. Yet, it was meticulously organized, containing both chapter-specific questions and comprehensive reviews, leaving Wei Jin utterly astonished and momentarily speechless. "Sir, it seems there are words on the cover." The servant tilted his head, attempting to decipher the scrawled characters. 5 years. Wei Jin flipped the book over and several prominent characters were revealed on the pale yellow cover. 5 years for the Imperial examination. 3 years for simulation. Having been ill for several days, Su Ling was on the mend when she was unexpectedly summoned by the Emperor. Ordinarily, it would be inappropriate to attend court while bedridden. However, the eunuch who came to fetch her was insistent, stating that His Majesty had read the poetry collection and wished to meet her. Naturally, Su Ling could not defy the Emperor's wishes, and so she followed the eunuch into the palace. In the Imperial study, a fine dragon's saliva incense burned within a bronze censer, its fragrant smoke curling beside the landscape screen, exuding an air of solemnity. Su Ling approached to pay her respects. The Emperor sat at the desk, clutching a string of smooth Buddhist beads, his expression serious as he focused intently on the poetry collection before him. Returning late from a joyous outing, I mistakenly ventured into the depths of the lotus flowers. Striving to cross, I startled a flock of gulls and herons. The Emperor murmured, his voice imbued with admiration as he shook his head, clearly captivated. "Ah, how delightful, how delightful! Ah, you have arrived?" The Emperor caught sight of her, smiling as he gestured for her to forego further formalities. "I have read through this poetry. Indeed, the verses are exquisite, and the imagery is elegant. Each line and stanza embodies grace and grandeur, truly deserving of its esteemed reputation," he praised. Su Ling smiled in response, saying, "The poet Ian is indeed known for his refined style. Your Majesty possesses a keen understanding." The Emperor shook his head with a sigh, replying, "Even if I understand, I could never compose such exquisite works. The effortless way he captures nature on paper is indeed the mark of a true master. By the way, I perceive that you have not only written verses by Ian, but also memorized those of Lu Jingzhuang." "Yes, Mr. Lu belongs to the same school as Ian. Thus I have gleaned much from Ian's works," Su Ling replied, lowering her gaze slightly. Although the Emperor had only mentioned his admiration for Li Qingzhao's poetry, many of the allusions in her verses were quite difficult to explain in Nanzhao. Consequently, her selection was somewhat limited and might seem perfunctory. However, she believed that Lu Yang's works, being of the same lyrical school, would resonate more deeply with the Nanzhao Emperor, so she included several of his poems. Indeed, this esteemed Lu's poetry possesses an ethereal quality, blending boldness with delicate emotions, striking a chord within me, the Emperor remarked, stroking his beard in admiration. Seeing the Emperor so captivated, Su Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After addressing several of the Emperor's queries, she sipped the tea presented by the attendants and began to contemplate her departure. Yet, the Emperor spoke once more. "However, there remains one point I find unclear." Su Ling raised her eyes, adopting a serious demeanor as if ready to impart wisdom. In this line for her, "I have grown weary. What does my elder brother brings you into the world signify?" The Emperor inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Ling disputeretea, coughing for a considerable time as her previously composed demeanor crumbled entirely, leaving the nearby maidservants in stunned silence before they rushed to assist her. The Emperor's lips twitched, bemused by the contrast between Su Ling's usual elegance and her current state of distress. Only Su Ling could behave so unruly before him without kneeling in apology. However, considering the cultural treasures she had brought to Nanzhao, he could overlook her indiscretion. After a considerable time, the maidservants finally managed to clean Su Ling up and retreated in silence, fearful of inciting the Emperor's wrath. Yet the Emperor did not admonish her. Instead, he awaited her response. Su Ling clenched her teeth in secret. She had begun to recite the poetry booklet from the moment she regained consciousness that day, and it seemed the wine had not completely left her system. What had she written? Chapter 169, Audience for, moreover. The line for her, "I have grown haggard," felt oddly familiar. Who had uttered these words? Confusion clouded Su Ling's mind, and in a moment of desperation, she replied this. This was drawn by Mr. Lu after a night of drunken revelry. As a humble girl unfamiliar with poetry, I dared not alter the words of the esteemed young master. The Emperor nodded, skepticism flickering in his gaze. He hesitated before stating, "Though it rhymes, I cannot shake the feeling that the final line diverges from Mr. Lu's style." Appearing rather bold, perhaps a consequence of his inebriation, Su Ling quickly concurred, her mind racing as she struggled to recall the origin of the phrase. Could have been her own words? When and where? By the way, I notice your voice seems hoarse today. Have you caught a chill? The Emperor raised his head, observing Su Ling's deliberate distance from him, and inquired with concern. Su Ling covered her mouth and coughed lightly, assuring him, "I am quite well, Your Majesty. I shall recover in a few days." "That will not do. I summoned you urgently today, and your health is fragile. Do not exacerbate it on your way home. Speaking of which, did you not mention you had experience in archery? I shall take you along for the spring hunt when the time comes. You must not expose yourself to the elements," the emperor proclaimed with a sweeping gesture. Spring hunt? Well, had she claimed to have experience in archery? Su Ling's expression grew complex. Before she could refuse, the emperor turned to the chief eunuch beside him, saying, "Wang De, go fetch a physician from the Imperial Hospital to treat Miss Su. Ensure she recovers fully." Su Ling stood in stunned silence, about to protest when the emperor interrupted her, jovially asserting, "You need not stand on ceremony with me. It only creates distance. The Su family holds significant status in the court. I will do everything in my power to assist you, even if it is but a humble physician." The emperor's demeanor conveyed that she need not express gratitude, urging her to return home and rest. Su Ling thought to herself that there was truly no need. However, the emperor misinterpreted her expression, believing her to be merely polite, and hastily instructed Wang De to escort her away while he immersed himself in the poetry booklet. Each word was exquisite. He resolved to visit Su Ling's village to uncover the cultural treasures hidden therein. Accompanied by attendants, Su Ling meandered through the palace gardens. The weather was delightful, and the scenery within the palace was elegant. Lush trees stood tall along the path, and a gentle breeze occasionally swirled fallen petals onto the cobblestones. Dressed in a lotus-patterned gown of soft pink, with a light cream shawl shimmering in the sunlight, she appeared ethereal. Beyond the branches, the sun rose higher, casting a warm glow upon the tranquil waters of the palace pond. "Miss Su, it seems we are quite fated," a languid voice called from behind her, imbued with a hint of playful mirth. The attendants retreated, and Su Ling turned to see a tall figure approaching, hands clasped behind his back. He wore a golden crown and a deep crimson robe adorned with jade patterns that fit him impeccably. His dark collar framed a face that bore a subtle smile, his captivating peach blossom eyes sparkling with mischief as they regarded her. "Third Prince," Su Ling managed, her voice hoarse and her complexion pale. He frowned slightly, asking, "Are you unwell?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Perhaps I caught a chill after drinking with the Crown Prince," Su Ling replied with an awkward smile. Chapter 170. The Physician 1. The third prince raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased. "You drink with the Crown Prince, but not with me?" Su Ling mirrored his expression, her brow arching in challenge. "What? Does Your Highness believe your drinking prowess surpasses that of the Crown Prince? Perhaps we should arrange a game of cards next time?" Moreover, the happenings surrounding the Crown Prince were well known to the third prince. As expected, Xiao Rongshuan laughed upon noticing her silence, his eyes glimmering with newfound appreciation. "I hear you have won many treasures for my royal brother. Miss Su, you are quite the remarkable character." "Just a bit of luck, Your Highness," Su Ling humbly replied, though a cough escaped her lips, betraying her fatigue. Xiao Rongshuan scrutinized her for a moment before suggesting, "Looking like that, you should return to rest. I would hate for you to collapse before me and place the blame on my shoulders." Su Ling acknowledged him and prepared to take her leave. But Xiao Rongshuan suddenly called out to her, tossing an item her way. She caught a purple gold-bordered jade token in her hand. "Do visit me at Sinan Courtyard when you have the time," he said, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Su Ling met his gaze. The third prince always appeared carefree and unrestrained, yet she sensed an underlying coldness behind his every smile. Each seemingly nonchalant expression concealed a chilling indifference and ruthlessness. This fierce nature was distinct from Gu Zhao's deep-seated resentment, filled instead with the desire of a dictator yearning for absolute control. He would go to any lengths to satisfy this desire, even if it meant standing against the world. "Thank you, Your Highness," Su Ling responded calmly, casting one last glance at Xiao Rongshuan before turning to leave. He watched her retreating figure, his warm smile gradually turning cool. Beside him, the guard Xue Chong leaned in respectfully, asking, "Your Highness, if you are fond of that young lady, why not take her as your wife? No one at court would dare oppose your wishes, and the emperor would surely comply." "Fon?" The third prince savored the word, his smile unwavering, though his eyes darkened. "Indeed, I find her quite appealing, but bringing her home as a gilded cage bird would be rather dull. I admire her cunning. Even the crown prince seeks to curry favor with her. I cannot simply grant him his wish, can I?" Xiao Rongshuan's tone was languid, yet his gaze betrayed an unmistakable danger. Whatever he desired, he would claim as his own. Find a physician to tend to Miss Su properly. We must not let her illness worsen. I believe my father wishes her to join us for the spring hunt. He observed Su Ling's figure gradually fade from view, instructing in a low voice. Yes, Your Highness, Xuechong replied before swiftly making his way to the Imperial Hospital. Wei Jin, having reviewed the 2 volumes compiled by Su Ling, personally visited the Su residence. Given his age and reputation for integrity, it was rather perplexing for him to seek an audience with a young lady. Old Wei, may I inquire what brings you to seek my sister? Su Yinyin asked with a smile, pouring tea for him. It is not fitting for a girl to be so publicly visible. Upon hearing this, Wei Jin's eyes widened in disapproval. With the talents of your eldest sister, wishing to keep her from public view is rather short-sighted. If I had such an accomplished daughter at home, I would ensure she sees the world and contributes to the court in the future. Contribute to the court? The statement seems overly flattering. What contribution could Su Ling, a mere girl, possibly make to the court? Su Yinyin's expression momentarily stiffened. Indeed, Wei Lao has overestimated her. Sister Ling is but a child, and although she has been rather ostentatious of late, you are aware that a young lady ought to remain in seclusion. I am genuinely concerned about her reputation and prospects for marriage due to her recent behavior, and I hope you will refrain from further praise. Su Yinyin feigned a worried demeanor, his words laced with sincerity. He had anticipated that Wei Jin would somewhat understand his concerns, but to his surprise, Wei Jin abruptly set down his teacup, the sound of the cup clinking against its lid startling Su Yinyin. How could you, an official of the court, possess such narrow-mindedness? As an uncle, you remain oblivious to the abilities of your own Su family's eldest daughter. In just 3 days, she produced a mathematics textbook suitable for the Hanlin Academy's use. Can you achieve such a feat? Such exceptional talent, if confined to the inner chambers, will be a loss to our southern Zhao dynasty. Wei Jin's voice grew solemn, his expression resembling that of a stern scholar as he reprimanded without mercy. Su Yinyin's complexion turned pale from this tirade. After all, Wei Derun is a venerable scholar of the Hanlin Academy, having nurtured numerous future court officials. His authority in the court unparalleled. Hence, even as a man of considerable rank, Su Yinyin dared not openly contradict him, instead enduring the reprimand in silence. Wei Jin took a sip of tea, letting out a long sigh, his tone softening slightly as he remarked, "You simply do not comprehend. Such a woman should shine and thrive in the court, not languish in the confines of the inner chambers." Su Yinyin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze meeting Wei Jin's profound eyes. A woman in the court? What a grand folly. Surely, this Wei Lao has become muddled in his old age. Such behavior is far too unrefined for a noble lady. Su Yinyin hesitated to directly rebut Wei Jin, uncertain of how to respond, ultimately muttering a dry retort, his expression betraying a flicker of discontent. Previously, he had heard tales of the eldest daughter of the Su family being reckless. Yet now, to an old man like me, it seems unnecessary for such a woman to study feminine virtues and principles. The dirty intrigues of the inner quarters would tarnish her brilliance. Wei Jin regarded Su Yinyin with a penetrating gaze and said, "Even if one person achieves glory, is it not a blessing for the entire family? Moreover, regarding your Su family's character, what if she is bold? What if she is audacious? Her talent is a rarity in a century, and her future path will undoubtedly be radiant and illustrious. Even if it is marked by a certain flamboyance, what harm is there in that?" Su Yinyin felt a tumult of uncertainty within, staring blankly at Wei Jin. She is merely a girl without decorum. How could this be the case? In the midst of this, Su Yinyin's expression was a mixture of embarrassment and doubt. Wei Jin's words were laden with implications. The affairs of the grand estate are not beyond comprehension. They simply prefer not to speak of them openly. I act for her benefit. Su Yinyin forced a smile and said. Wei Jin cast him a fleeting glance and said nothing further. After a moment of silence, Su Yinyin's brow furrowed slightly, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "Regrettably, Wei Lao today." The man leisurely lifted his teacup, his gaze lingering on the direction the carriage had departed. His eyes sharp yet calm, and he replied, "I do not know. The esteemed physicians Liang, Chun, and Gao from the Imperial Medical Institution are all visiting for a single individual. In my years at the institution, I have never witnessed such a grand occasion." Qin Sun remarked in wonder. Gu Zhao's expression remained placid as he awaited Qin Sun to continue. Qin Sun gestured toward the Su residence, smiling as he said, "It is for that remarkable young lady from the Su family." Gu Zhao turned his head to follow Qin Sun's indication, which pointed to the path the carriage had taken. He gently set down his teacup and fell into silence. Qin Sun, observing his demeanor, exaggeratedly queried, "What is it? Are you feeling sympathetic?" Gu Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "Do you truly comprehend the implications of your words? Oh, why can't you take a joke?" Qin Sun snapped his fan shut and lightly tapped it against the table, chuckling. "However, even if you were inclined to feel pity, it is unnecessary. I have inquired, and she simply caught a chill. It seems that people from all quarters are merely eager to express their concern for this delicate young lady." Delicate young lady. Gu Zhao's lips seemed to curl into the faintest of smiles as he retorted, "Her? Perhaps it is so, having had a drink. She caught a chill. I've never seen anyone so fragile." Gu Zhao replied coolly. A gentle breeze, accompanied by a fine drizzle, swept through, prompting Gu Zhao to cough lightly. Qin Sun, donning a teasing expression, bantered, "Gudarun, you are not fragile?" "But truly," Qin Sun mused, "it is quite concerning that a mere drink could lead to a chill. Her constitution is indeed rather weak. After all, soaring high into the heavens comes with its own perils." Gu Zhao lowered his gaze, adjusting his robe's sleeves as he spoke languidly. "What?" Qin Sun found himself momentarily puzzled. "It is lonely at great heights. One is susceptible to the cold." Gu Zhao remarked lightly. "What on earth are you talking about?" Qin Sun was thoroughly confused. "Illness." Gu Zhao frowned slightly, as if recalling her address to him. The patient was not something he had uttered himself. He finished the last sip of tea in his cup and slowly rose. Qin Sun stared blankly at his retreating figure, utterly bewildered. "I did not hear anything. Gudarun, how is it that I am no longer the one who understands you best? What exactly have you been up to behind my back?" Qin Sun's expression betrayed a hint of annoyance. The man's silhouette grew solemn, merging with the dusk behind the rain curtain. "Why not go and inquire? The 3 physicians have already gone. Your presence would not be amiss. Joining in the excitement is worthwhile, lest you squander your stipend from the Imperial Medical Institution." The man's smile was tinged with cool indifference. "You." Qin Sun, exasperated, hastily drained his cup of tea, unfurling his oiled paper umbrella to chase after him. "It is time to bring resolution to the matters of the Ministry of Revenue. The Crown Prince has been living too comfortably of late." The man gazed pensively at the heavy clouds on the horizon, his voice suddenly growing colder. "Understood, understood." Qin Sun, still holding the exquisite fruits from the listening rain tower, replied while munching. The 2 figures gradually faded into the dimming rain. At this moment, before the gates of the Su residence, 3 physicians converged. The physicians exchanged glances, surprised. "Good day, Master Liang." "Greetings, Master Gao." "Master Chun." They bowed repeatedly, greeting one another, but their expressions shifted slightly as they noted the identical medical boxes they all carried. How fortuitous. They collectively gazed at the sign of the Su residence. "What exactly is this significant matter?" "Miss, 3 physicians have arrived at the residence." And Ruo, observing Su Ling, who was sneezing and coughing in bed, felt a twinge of sympathy. "Ah, please come in for tea." Su Ling instinctively responded. Only halfway through her words did she realize something was amiss. "Wait, who has arrived?" "Who?" Su Ling sat up, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "The physicians, Master Liang, Master Gao, and Master Chun." And Ruo answered truthfully. "Why are there so many? Don't the physicians from the Imperial Medical Institution charge?" Su Ling's expression was one of shock. The maidservant was at a loss, saying, "I do not know, but it is said that His Majesty sent one, the 3rd Prince sent another, and the esteemed Wei from the Hanlin Academy also sent one." And Ruo replied earnestly. Su Ling rubbed her slightly red nose and, clutching her pillow, suddenly sank into the covers, her head spinning. "What is going on? Do they think they are playing mahjong? 3 short of 1? And Ruo was somewhat at a loss. The young lady often uttered phrases she could not comprehend. "Please, let them in." Su Ling buried her head in the blankets, despairingly exclaiming. She wished to convey that all she needed was to rest. Why summon physicians for a mere cold? Yet the physicians clearly did not share this sentiment. As esteemed elders of the Imperial Medical Institution, they had not been assigned such a significant task in a long while. Master Liang, diligent as ever, knelt beside Su Ling. Su Ling was filled with trepidation and quickly straightened her posture. And Ruo, recalling that she was merely clad in her undergarments. Hastily approached and pressed her back down without uttering a word. 3 esteemed physicians took turns examining Su Ling's pulse, each bearing an expression of utmost seriousness. Yet, despite their earnestness, they ultimately concluded that she merely suffered from a common cold. Although the Su family's young lady possessed a somewhat chilly constitution, she was generally in good health. It appeared that she had simply caught a chill. The physicians exchanged glances, beginning to doubt their own assessments. If it were truly just a cold, why would the heads of various families be so concerned? Thus, what should have been a swift diagnosis turned into a prolonged deliberation, lasting a full half-hour, during which Su Ling nearly drifted off to sleep. In a half-dream state, she sensed that the room had grown dim, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with the solemn faces of the physicians. Startled, she felt as though she had returned to the moment of her demise, which jolted her back to full awareness, even causing a twinge of pain in her ribs. There's no need for such concern, esteemed sirs. I am genuinely afflicted by nothing more than a cold, she asserted. Look at the medicine I brewed myself. Honeysuckle, forsythia, and banlan gin. It's quite effective. No need for further examination. My wrist is about to be worn raw. Su Ling took a deep breath and continued. The physicians were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of contrition. Stop. Su Ling preemptively interrupted their impending remarks, handing them her concoction. Kulme, taste it and see if it truly is an anti-inflammatory and lung-clearing remedy. Once you have sampled it, you may return to your slumber as the hour grows late, and I shan't impose upon you further. The physicians, stunned, accepted the bowl she offered, bringing it to their noses for a careful sniff. Dr. Liang, displaying a hint of surprise, took a silver spoon handed over by a maid and sampled the brew. As the bitterness of the medicine dissolved on his tongue, his expression shifted from bewilderment to astonishment, even tinged with a hint of joy. He exchanged a complex glance with Su Ling. Her assertion was indeed correct. It was a remarkable remedy for clearing the lungs and reducing inflammation. However, the physicians were still somewhat hesitant. After all, the primary ingredient of this formula was intended for dispelling heat, and applying it to the young lady's condition seemed rather excessive. How could Miss Su possibly have knowledge of such a prescription? Yet, the accuracy of the ingredients and their proportion suggested that only someone with profound medical expertise could have devised it. Dr. Liang did not believe that the household physician of the Su family possessed such capabilities. It seemed implausible. Su Ling yaonet dismissibly. Is that truly so difficult to fathom? Dr. Chun and Dr. Gao, noticing Liang's grave demeanor, also became curious about the concoction and took turns sampling it. After tasting, their expressions morphed into one of astonishment, their minds racing with wonder. To discern the specific contents of this recipe, they tasted again. Even after the initial sampling, their astonishment did not wane. Beyond the 3 primary ingredients, the brew contained auxiliary herbs that soothed the interior and alleviated symptoms, a testament to the ingenuity of the formulation. After the trio of physicians repeatedly tasted the potion, it was nearly depleted. Su Ling's expression was complex. She was well aware of the bitterness of the medicine, and observing the physician's composed demeanor filled her with genuine admiration. As they reached for another bowl, she panicked. Are you all becoming addicted? This is for the patient. Limited supply. If you wish for more, brew your own. She snatched the remaining bowl from the table, glaring at them. The physicians finally snapped back to reality, their initial embarrassment fading as they learned that Su Ling intended to provide them with a recipe, their expressions brightening with excitement, momentarily forgetting their original purpose for visiting. Excellent, they eagerly exclaimed. Su Ling reclined on the couch, accepting the paper and brush from a maid, and swiftly penned the specifics of the prescription in a flowing script. After reviewing it, the physicians were momentarily speechless, marveling at her brilliance, before cautiously asking, might we inquire, Miss Su, where did you acquire this formula? I am eager to learn from your expertise. Su Ling sneezed, downing the remainder of her medicine with a furrowed brow, biting into a candied fruit, and then returned to her resting position. With a languid expression, she mumbled, I wrote it. The physicians exchanged incredulous glances. Surely you jest, doctor, Liang said with a forced smile, finding it difficult to gauge the intentions of the young lady before him. You are but a child, likely unaware of the intricacies of medicine. How could you possibly compose such an intricate formula? Su Ling closed her eyes, recalling her studies in traditional Chinese medicine. Let me ask you this. When cold pathogens invade the body, causing lung qi to stagnate and resulting in chills and fever. What pulse can one discern? The physicians hesitated, momentarily caught off guard. After some time, Dr. Liang instinctively responded, "It is likely an invasion of wind pathogens with internal coldness, or perhaps accompanied by insufficient qi and blood." Correct, but also incorrect. Su Ling gently massaged her temples. It is indeed an invasion of wind. But the key issue lies in the excess of cold and the stagnation of qi. My constitution is weak, and the pathogens have penetrated my lung defenses, causing sore throat and dry mouth. It appears to be a cold, yet it is actually cold wrapped in heat. How should we treat this accordingly? The physicians exchanged glances, feeling as though they had been transported back to the rigorous selection examinations of the Imperial Medical Institute, a sense of apprehension creeping in. One should use warming and dispersing methods to resolve the exterior and warm the lungs while benefiting qi. Incorrect. Su Ling opened her eyes, studying the three men before her. If it were merely a cold, that would suffice. However, if the cold envelopes heat, the approach must differ. One must address both the exterior and interior, employing both warming and dispersing techniques to clear the lungs and dispel cold, while also alleviating the wind and resolving heat. Otherwise, using only one method would lead us astray. The physicians listened intently as Su Ling fervently imparted her knowledge. This formula, while primarily anti-inflammatory, also contains warming elements. Thus, it is suitable for the condition. You have studied traditional Chinese medicine for many years. Surely, you understand what I am articulating. Seeing that the physicians remained silent, Su Ling sighed, raising her head. For wind heat, one should use Ban Lan Jin, Shuang Huang Lian, and Yin Xiao. For wind cold, employ Qing Hao, Chai Hu, and Gan Chao. For cold, enveloping heat, utilize honeysuckle, forsythia, and bitter apricot kernels. Do I need to teach you all this? The physicians suddenly comprehended, gazing at her in astonishment. Their expressions a mix of shock and reverence, frozen in place. They were not unable to understand. Rather, they were too intimidated to speak. The three physicians, revered figures in the Imperial Medical Institute, felt as though they had been enlightened by her words. As practitioners of medicine, you must learn to look beyond the surface and grasp the essence. Do not confine yourselves to the rigid doctrines of ancient texts. Flexibility is essential for effective diagnosis and treatment. Su Ling's voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with fatigue. Dr. Gao, his expression one of utmost respect, approached with a cup of tea, offering it to her with deference. "Please have a sip." Su Ling, unreserved, accepted the cup and drank deeply before lying back down, pulling the covers over herself. "All right, I am weary. We can discuss any further questions next time. Now go home, wash up, and rest." She turned over, dismissing them. The physicians, poised to speak, hesitated upon witnessing Su Ling's dismissive demeanor, ultimately refraining from voicing their thoughts, allowing their astonishment to linger. As they exited the courtyard, they exchanged glances that reflected their bewilderment. What Su Ling had just articulated was not merely professional. It was profoundly insightful. Without years of immersion in the study of medicine, she could not have articulated such wisdom. Could it be that the young lady of the Su family was, in fact, a medical prodigy? Yet she was undeniably just a child. The physicians grappled with their complex emotions, struggling to accept this revelation. Unlike their initial perception of the situation as trivial, their expressions now bore a solemnity as they pondered the profound impact of Su Ling's words, to look beyond the surface and grasp the essence. They fell into deep contemplation. Upon returning to the Imperial Medical Bureau, Qin Sun found that it was already quite late. He noticed that the three elderly officials who had visited the Su residence had returned as well, gathered together in earnest discussion. Curiosity piqued. He approached to observe what they were studying. It appeared to be a perplexing case that had eluded diagnosis for some time. He jested, "So, you've returned from the Su residence? How is Miss Su faring?" No one acknowledged him. Frowning slightly, Qin Sun stepped closer, intending to speak again. When he overheard physician Liang remark, "I still cannot determine the cause. Perhaps we should consult Miss Su for her insights on this case." Momentarily taken aback, Qin Sun then observed the other two physicians nodding vigorously in agreement, their faces displaying utmost reverence. When had Miss Su become a consultant for the Imperial Medical Bureau? It was rather sudden. Chapter 176. The Third Prince. 1. Su Ling had taken a considerable rest at home, yet she had not been idle. Recently cultivated fungi were thriving, and after filtering the culture solution, Su Ling mixed it with vegetable oil and separated it, leaving the water beneath. After adding charcoal powder, she washed it with vinegar and distilled water, filtering and purifying it repeatedly, followed by a prolonged period of anticipation. Although she endeavored to maintain sterile conditions akin to modern practices, doubts lingered in her heart. The circumstances here were exceedingly primitive, and she was uncertain of her success. Fortunately, the waiting period was not overly agonizing, since learning that the emperor wished her to accompany him on the spring hunt. She had returned to subtly inquire with Enruo if she had made any grand claims. Enruo appeared somewhat embarrassed, stammering at the last polo match. Didn't T. Lu Xiaonyang say that Miss looked like she was skilled at such things? To which Miss Su had agreed, thus. Su Ling raised an eyebrow. It seemed there was indeed such a scene in the original narrative. During the polo match, Jiang Huai had been playing, winning a stroke of good fortune. While Lu Sixian was spectating, she had pointed out Su Ling, remarking to others, "You all say that the Jiang family girl is exceptionally graceful. I believe our eldest daughter is not lacking." Lu Sixian turned to Su Ling and said, "Eldest sister must have played with such things in her youth, right?" Lu Sixian's intent was to subtly remind everyone that this daughter from the main branch of their household, having come from humble origins, was unacquainted with the arts, and played only crude games, thus aiming to humiliate her. However, the original protagonist failed to perceive the underlying meaning and felt rather pleased with this attention. After all, she was being praised publicly. Thus, she seized the opportunity, raising her chin proudly and declaring, "Indeed, however, polo is not my greatest strength. My true prowess lies in archery." Given that the polo field did not allow for live demonstrations of archery, her assertion left others unable to ascertain its veracity, even if they had their suspicions. In truth, it was not only they who were complicit in the silence. The original protagonist was also quite anxious, for she had never even ridden a horse, let alone practiced archery. Nevertheless, her boastful claims spread throughout the capital with an unstoppable momentum, becoming a source of amusement for many. This tale eventually reached the emperor's ears. Unaware of the context, he did not perceive it as a jest, which led him to desire her participation in the spring hunt. Su Ling found this quite troublesome. Why could she not inhabit the role of a quiet young lady instead, feeling compelled to tidy up the mess daily? However, having uttered such words, there was no recanting. Should she perform poorly during the spring hunt, she might be branded with the disgrace of deceiving the emperor. Su Ling wished for her own survival. Thus she began training in archery under the guise of strengthening her body. She was naturally steady-handed and accurate, so archery posed no issue. However, her physique lacked strength, preventing her from wielding a powerful bow. Consequently, she had the household create a weight resembling a dumbbell, which she lifted daily. The household staff observed their young lady grimacing as she hoisted the weight, utterly bewildered, yet none dared to voice their confusion. Observing Su Ling fierce demeanor, Enruo furrowed her brow and tentatively called out, "Miss H.M.?" Su Ling turned, holding the weight aloft, raising an eyebrow. Enruo's gaze was fixed on the solid weight in Su Ling's hand, swallowing hard. The weight looked quite heavy. If it were to fall, the consequences could be dire. "It's nothing," Enruo stammered. "Miss, you are formidable." Chapter 177. The Third Prince 2. After that day, as practice. It happened to coincide with the day to check the results of the fungal cultures. Su Ling walked back to her room, feeling somewhat anxious. In the modern era, cultivating such things was relatively easy, but now, in this ancient context, she was uncertain of her success. If she could not even accomplish this simplest first step, the prospect of cultivating more complex antibiotics in the future would be entirely out of reach. Su Ling glodde hergaze in Hanlin Academy, dismissing everyone from the room before entering her inner chamber. Approaching the table where the small porcelain dishes were placed, she scrutinized them closely. 1, 2, 3. She did not see the results she had hoped for, and as she was about to give up, she suddenly noticed one culture dish that bore only an outer ring. The central area, where penicillin should have been, was devoid of any bacterial incursion. She had extracted the staphylococcus from herself during a recent illness, and now, facing this penicillin, the once rampant potency had been utterly diminished, daring not to invade the surrounding area. Success! A spark of joy flickered in Su Ling's eyes as she smiled broadly. In the past, she had never felt such elation upon achieving successful results in her experiments. The discovery of penicillin in this era represented a leap across millennia. If the timeline within this narrative were indeed accurate, who knew how many lives could be saved? Next came the task of repeated purification and refinement. This crude method was still far from being suitable for human application. Su Ling diligently resumed her experiments within the household, working meticulously day after day. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded within the capital, stirring the previously calm atmosphere. The crown prince faced severe punishment from the emperor, being confined within the eastern palace for a month. Having held the position of heir apparent for many years, the crown prince had not always adhered to decorum. Nonetheless, the emperor had consistently shielded the crown prince's dignity, never publicly penalizing him. Yet this time, he was said to have erupted in furious wrath, igniting a conflagration in the imperial study that no one could quell. As a result, the populace of the capital found themselves in a state of trepidation, and those aligned with the crown prince were compelled to tread carefully, living in constant fear. The precise reasons for the crown prince's punishment had not been disclosed, yet Su Ling vaguely recalled the narrative's events. It stemmed from the emperor granting the crown prince authority over the Ministry of Revenue, intending to familiarize him with court affairs. However, the crown prince had misused this power to investigate the third prince's private accounts, uncovering a discrepancy. He dispatched individuals to scrutinize the matter, even overstepping his bounds. The crown prince discovered that the third prince had maintained a private army, which prompted him to report this matter to the emperor, asserting that the third prince harbored treasonous intentions and conspired with military forces. In the crown prince's mind, this represented an excellent opportunity to undermine the third prince, for the weight of the word treason was well understood by all within the court and among the populace. However, unbeknownst to the crown prince, the private army he uncovered was, in fact, one the emperor had discreetly authorized the third prince to maintain. This unit consisted of veteran soldiers, lacking any combat capability, as the emperor had merely ensured that the third prince provided for their basic needs, effectively supporting their retirement. The reason behind this arrangement lay in the third prince's mother, Consort Hui, who hailed from a military family, while his father had once been the illustrious General Wei Bei. Chapter 178. The Third Prince 3. The emperor held a deep affection for Consort Hui, and during her lifetime, she had enjoyed abundant favor, along with a maternal family, who shared in the glory. However, the good times were short-lived. The Hui Fei, frail in constitution, remained weak after giving birth to the third prince and eventually passed away in the depths of winter within the palace. Following her demise, the family of General Wei Bei began to subtly decline, for they had only one cherished daughter. With Hui Fei's passing, the couple's hopes and dreams were buried alongside her. Living in such a gloomy state inevitably led to mistakes. Soon, General Wei Bei faced accusations regarding military funds from the Liu family, who held influence in the court. Despite the emperor's reluctance, he could not openly favor General Wei Bei due to the compelling evidence against him. Nevertheless, he granted them considerable leniency, allowing the couple to retire peacefully to their homeland. The Liu family, being aligned with the empress, had long been rumored to have visited Hui Fei frequently, providing her with medicinal supplies during her illness, leading some to speculate whether her death was somehow connected to the empress. Yet, despite the reasoning, no tangible proof existed, and thus the court dismissed such whispers, with no one daring to speak of it privately. The emperor, feeling guilty about Hui Fei's passing, showed the third prince exceptional favor, granting almost every request he made, save for the title of heir apparent. The veterans secretly supported by the third prince were once the elite soldiers who returned with General Wei Bei after his last battle. With the couple's retirement, these seasoned soldiers, no longer young and vigorous, had no path forward without reorganization. The emperor, unable to bear this, discreetly instructed the third prince to maintain these soldiers as a form of tribute to Hui Fei's spirit. However, this act of kindness, if brought to light, would surely lead to accusations of bias against the emperor. Thus, it remained a closely guarded secret for many years, until the crown prince's targeting of the third prince exposed this hidden matter, reopening old wounds and leading to accusations of treason, publicly shaming the emperor. Naturally, the emperor's fury was not solely due to this. He was also incensed by the crown prince's ingratitude. Despite already holding the title of heir apparent, the crown prince relentlessly pursued the other princes, showing no mercy and seeking to undermine the third prince at every turn. Consequently, the emperor expressed his discontent in the imperial study, remarking that the crown prince had disregarded the virtues of compassion and propriety. In the past, he had overlooked their conflicts. But now he could not tolerate the crown prince's overreach and malicious intent, urging him to reflect on the qualities befitting an heir apparent. Thus, the crown prince was sent back to the Eastern Palace in disgrace and stripped of his authority over the Ministry of Revenue. Yet, he remained resentful, unable to comprehend why he was being reprimanded for the third prince's misdeeds. Under this perceived injustice, his envy gradually spiraled out of control, prompting him to resort to increasingly unscrupulous measures against the third prince. Chapter 179. The Third Prince. For the palace was rife with intrigue, making it difficult for anyone to discern the truth. For years, the third prince had covertly undermined the crown prince, believing that the empress was responsible for his mother's death. He meticulously plotted revenge, hoping to bring the entire Liu family to ruin. However, upon hearing the gossip regarding the crown prince's confinement, Su Ling shook her head slowly. The empress was indeed a tragic figure, bearing the blame for others' misdeeds. Huifei was not killed by the empress. The emperor, while appearing benevolent towards the Wei family, was, in fact, the greatest architect of their downfall. It seemed that a different mastermind was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. The political landscape was fraught with layers of deception, as this individual manipulated both hatred and greed, watching from afar as the two sides engaged in a bitter struggle. All while the southern Zhao dynasty crumbled, Su Ling gazed at the porcelain dish in her hands, her expression darkening momentarily. She lifted her gaze to the distant horizon, where the colors of dusk faded, clouds swirling in the sky, and a few scattered stars flickered like the light in her eyes. The boundary between day and night blurred, and she could not help but recall the deep, inscrutable eyes of that person. Those eyes were always so profound, leaving one unable to fathom their depths. His life mirrored the twilight, perched on the edge of danger and tranquility, wielding great power, yet teetering on the brink of disaster. Surely, a person like him must lead a burdensome existence. Did he not feel fear? As night fell, enveloping the remnants of dusk, Su Ling shook her head and smiled, realizing she had once again meddled unnecessarily. With the successful refinement of penicillin, Su Ling found no respite. The three esteemed physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau, since receiving her guidance, had become exceedingly diligent, visiting the Su residence almost daily under the pretense of seeking her expertise. Su Ling was unbothered by their visits, but in Ruo felt uneasy, fearing that others in the capital would perceive her as a fragile invalid, laboring under the scrutiny of the physicians. One day, while practicing archery at home, Su Ling heard someone announcing her arrival. Without a second thought, she knew it must be the three esteemed gentlemen. Setting down her bow, she dismounted and washed her hands before returning to the inner chamber. Within, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil. Although the attendants had served tea, no one paid attention to it. Instead, they clutched a ledger, engaged in an animated discussion that hinted at a disagreement. This is a century-old conundrum for the Imperial Medical Bureau. Are you not overestimating this young girl? Qin Sun remarked, observing the three physicians who were treating the matter with utmost seriousness. He had grown increasingly curious after hearing their praises of Su Ling's abilities, and thus had accompanied them today. However, their exaggerated demeanor struck him as absurd. Physician Qin, you are unaware. Liang Taisher began, but suddenly noticed a flash of feminine color at the doorway. His expression shifted, and he quickly rose, speaking with a hint of reverence. Miss Su, you have returned. Su Ling entered the inner chamber and was surprised to find 4 individuals present. She scanned the man in white attire, and her gaze landed on his jade bone fan. Physician Qin? She inquired tentatively. Qin Sun was about to introduce himself, but abruptly fell silent. He was taken aback. They had never met face to face. So how could she recognize him? Ah, did Minister Gu not inform you? Not only am I a skilled physician, but I also possess the ability to foresee events. Su Ling remarked, observing his incredulous expression and smiling lightly as she casually delivered her statement. Chapter 180. Yielding to her, 1. Qin Sun felt a twinge of annoyance. He did not believe in her claims of foresight. It must have been Minister Gu who divulged everything. How could Gu Zhao reveal so much to her while maintaining his composure in front of him? Clearly, he harbored affection for her. Faced with Su Ling's radiant smile, Qin Sun dared not express his true feelings and could only awkwardly smile in return, muttering, I see. Since you claim to be a skilled physician, let us examine this case before us. Qin Sun scrutinized the young girl, whose age barely reached 15 or 16, with a hint of skepticism as he snatched the ledger from Liang Taishi's hands and presented it to her. Liang Taishi appeared displeased with Qin Sun's attitude. Yet accustomed to his ways, he refrained from comment. The three physicians turned their eyes toward Su Ling, eagerly anticipating a satisfactory response from her. This was the Imperial Medical Bureau's century-old dilemma, an ailment that had stumped all. In truth, Liang Taishi and his colleagues held little hope that Su Ling would provide a solution, for this was a perplexing condition that had eluded the minds of many. They had only come to seek her insights after noticing her unusual perspective on illnesses during their last encounter. However, they felt a sense of uncertainty in their hearts. This was merely a young girl of barely a decade and a half. She likely could not even read the simplest medical text fluently. What could they genuinely expect from her? "Miss Su, do you understand what ailment this is?" Dr. Liang inquired tentatively as Su Ling took the case file. Intermittent chills, high fever, sweating, cough, aversion to food, chest and abdominal pain, ineffective treatments. Su Ling slowly read the words on the case file and suddenly raised her gaze, asking, "Where does the patient reside?" Dr. Liang was taken aback for a moment and replied, "Shih City." "Are there many mosquitoes?" After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Liang nodded. "The climate here is indeed hotter, resulting in a greater prevalence of mosquitoes than in the capital. It must be malaria," Su Ling stated softly as she set the case file down. The room erupted in astonishment. "Miss Su knows about malaria?" Qin Sun could not suppress the surprise in his eyes and asked incredulously. Historical records indicate that only ailments deemed untreatable by conventional medicine were classified as malaria, thus it rarely appeared in medical texts. Therefore, apart from seasoned physicians, few were familiar with the term. Yet, Su Ling had immediately diagnosed the patient with malaria, which was truly astonishing. "May I ask how you arrived at this conclusion?" "Misu?" Qin Sun inquired, his demeanor growing more serious as he closed his fan. Su Ling lowered her gaze slightly, glancing at the case file, and said, "Malaria is related to mosquito bites. If the esteemed gentlemen are interested, it would be prudent to investigate the recent cases in Shih City. They will surely discover that the incidence of malaria there far exceeds that of other regions." "Mosquito bites can transmit malaria?" Su Ling's assertion sounded utterly ludicrous to the physicians present. Nevertheless, they exchanged glances. For earlier investigations conducted by the Imperial Medical Bureau had aligned with what Su Ling had just stated. "How can you be so certain it is related to mosquito bites? Do you have evidence?" Qin Sun furrowed his brow. Su Ling raised her gaze to meet his, saying, "The crucial matter is not to identify the cause of this illness, but to seek a remedy. Mosquitoes are merely the vector. If this illness is not controlled, what use is it to identify the source of infection?" Qin Sun was momentarily taken aback. The other physicians also appeared somewhat disheartened. Su Ling's words rang true. Even if they discerned the connection between the illness and mosquitoes, it was futile to eradicate all the mosquitoes in Shih City. "So, is there no solution?" Dr. Chun murmured in disappointment. "There is." In the ensuing silence, Su Ling placed the case file on the table, her voice resonant and confident. The physicians raised their eyes, and the room fell into an intense stillness. "This matter cannot be taken lightly." Qin Sun observed her closely for a moment and slowly replied, "Matters of life and death are no trivial matter." Although Su Ling's voice was soft, her gaze bore an indomitable strength. "What method does Miss Su propose?" "Artemisinin," Su Ling replied, lowering her gaze slightly. In her time, the extraction of artemisinin had become a beacon of hope, saving countless lives. However, extracting artemisinin requires modern high-tech processes, which are not easily accomplished. Fortunately, she had produced ethers, and, aside from organic solvents, the extraction process could be simplified using methods akin to steam distillation, making it feasible. Thus, even if the efficacy could not match that of modern techniques, it would undoubtedly yield some results. Artemisinin? There are records of people consuming the juice of Artemisia in ancient texts, but Qin Sun's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again. While it may be effective for some, it cannot be said to have a significant impact. This illness is severe, and if its duration is prolonged, the consequences could be immeasurable. That is due to insufficient concentration. How much artemisinin can water extract? Su Ling countered, raising her gaze to him. Qin Sun paused momentarily, realizing, not using water, could it be oil? Correct, Su Ling replied with a smile. Oil can indeed be used, but not ordinary oil. In fact, It can also be steamed to extract the effective components. How do you know all this? Qin Sun was taken aback, astonished beyond words. Talent, Su Ling replied with a subtle smile, appearing nonchalant. Her words seemed improbable, yet Qin Sun found himself inexplicably trusting her gaze. In that moment, he saw not a mere girl of 15 or 16, but a seasoned physician who had saved countless lives. His doubts began to dissolve, replaced by a strong premonition that she might indeed be a miraculous healer. Yet, where did this ability originate? Why do you look at me like that? Aside from treating malaria, I can also cure the ailments afflicting Lord Gu and your family. Rather than questioning me, you would do better to persuade Lord Gu to let me examine him, Su Ling remarked, casting a side glance at Qin Sun. What did you just say? Qin Sun asked incredulously. Though he knew she was the one who prescribed the remedy, for Jean he could not fathom how she could casually claim to treat the chronic affliction that had eluded solutions for centuries. Believe it or not, Su Ling replied dismissively. Lounging in her chair, Qin Sun's expression grew complex. After several of them left the Su residence, Qin Sun headed towards the Gu residence to examine Gu Zhao's pulse. Gu Zhao, aware of Qin Sun's visit to the Su residence, observed the seriousness on his face and smirked. What? Has the authority of the miracle healer been challenged? Jean for once. Qin Sun addressed him with such seriousness. Gu Zhao raised his eyes to see Qin Sun deep in thought, then said earnestly, a wise person knows the times. Perhaps you should yield to that, Miss Su. He was acutely aware of the heavy burden he bore. In the face of deep-seated enmity, discussing anything seemed utterly unworthy. Yet, this was a matter of life and death, not a trifling matter. While he himself might not wish to live a few more years, he still desired for another to have that chance. Over the years, he had tried countless methods to no avail, having exhausted every remedy with no observable results. Now that a glimmer of hope had finally emerged, how could he not seize it firmly? Do you not value your own life, ancestral heritage? Qin Sun exclaimed in frustration. The idea of marrying someone to nurture as a delicate flower in his residence was merely a small matter. Why was he so adamantly opposed? He could not comprehend why. When both were unmarried, there was an issue. It was both pleasing to the eyes and a means to prolong life. Not to mention the occasional sharing of medical knowledge. What a splendid idea. A benefaction to society that would accumulate merit. Gu Zhao paused slightly, but did not respond. Qin Sun, gritting his teeth behind him, raised his voice in a threatening manner. If you don't marry her, I will. The man maintained his indifferent demeanor, his voice devoid of emotion as he replied, as you wish. It was utterly futile to discuss matters with him. He was as obstinate as a stubborn log. Chapter 183. Yielding to her for don't go. Qin Sun pleaded, clutching the jade fan as he followed him into the main hall, his expression tinged with urgency. You, of all people, have treated her differently, yet you refuse to marry her. Are you not intentionally leaving a debt of romance? You give her hope only to bring her disappointment. This is not right, Gu Darren. It tarnishes your good name in the capital. Gu Zhao's brow furrowed slightly as he finally turned to ask, when have I treated her differently? If you have not, how does she know who I am? Did you not tell her? Qin Sun raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing that he had seen through everything. Gu Zhao's frown deepened as he met Qin Sun's playful smile, his dark eyes growing increasingly somber. When have I? Suddenly, his expression shifted. Looking at Qin Sun with a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, he murmured, someone is coming. Qin Sun immediately wiped the playful expression from his face, becoming serious in an instant as he tucked away the jade fan and moved behind the screen in the hall, concealing himself. Outside, soft footsteps were heard, and after a moment, they approached the door, lightly knocking a few times, accompanied by a low, anxious call. Gu Darren, it's me, Qi Xiao. I implore you to grant me an audience. The outer hall was dimly lit. Gu Zhao glanced at the screen before turning to open the door. Gu Darren. As soon as he opened it, Qi Xiao knelt before him, a pleading look on his face. Please, Gu Darren, save my master. You have always been most insightful. I beseech you to devise a way to rescue the Crown Prince. Qi Xiao was a trusted guard close to the Crown Prince, usually by his side. Today, he had likely managed to escape the restrictions of the Eastern Palace, sent by the Crown Prince to seek assistance. Gu Zhao's robe was forcefully tugged by Qi Xiao, yet he remained unmoved, his expression inscrutable under the moonlight as he calmly instructed, come in and speak. Once Qi Xiao entered the hall, Gu Zhao personally poured him tea before speaking softly. I had previously advised the Crown Prince, yet he did not heed my counsel. Gu Zhao appeared anxious, looking at Gu Zhao and saying, "The Crown Prince now realizes he was impulsive before, which is why he understands your foresight. Please, Gu Darren, focus on finding a solution for the Crown Prince. I am indeed a subordinate of the Crown Prince and will fulfill my duty. However, given the current situation, the Emperor's wrath has not yet subsided. We must refrain from any actions. Everyone should exercise restraint. The Crown Prince should remain calm and patient within the Eastern Palace. After a month, once the storm has passed, all will be well," Gu Zhao stated, his demeanor serene as he spoke. Gu Zhao's face showed clear disappointment. "Is that all? What do you propose?" Gu Zhao asked, glancing at him. Gu Zhao, biting his teeth in indignation, replied, "The third prince has clearly set this trap to draw the Crown Prince into his schemes. Even if the Crown Prince remains silent, should we not ensure this villain faces consequences?" Gu Zhao paused for a moment, as if weighing his words, then slowly said, "Let's not trouble the Crown Prince with such trivial matters. If you are dissatisfied, vent your frustrations if you must, but remember, do not leave any traces or evidence." "Understood. I shall ensure the Crown Prince receives word of your advice to remain in the Eastern Palace. Such insidious and dark deeds shall be handled by our subordinates. And this time, the third prince shall learn the weight of his actions and understand who truly holds sway over the future of Nanzhao." Chapter 184. Spring Hunt 1. The third prince has long acted with impunity before the throne. It is indeed time he learned the rules of propriety. Though Gu Zhao's voice was flat, it carried an undercurrent of coldness. Gu Zhao, feeling he had gained Gu Zhao's approval, straightened his expression and replied resolutely, "I will not disappoint the Crown Prince or you, Gu Darren." After imparting the details to Gu Zhao, he departed quietly from the Gu residence. The figure concealed behind the screen gradually revealed himself, a smirk playing on his lips. "Gu Darren, are you not concerned that the Crown Prince may summon Gu Zhao in the future and discover your covert arrangements from tonight?" The tall, elegant man settled into the grand chair, his dark blue robe cascading over the mahogany, accentuating his chilling and refined aura. "He will not live to see that day," Gu Zhao replied, lightly clearing his throat before taking a sip of tea, speaking nonchalantly. Qin Sun paused, raising an eyebrow indeed. "Dr. Qin has taken your pulse. It is best you return home early. I won't see you out," Gu Zhao said blandly. "Are you trying to rush me off? Are you feeling guilty?" Qin Sun teased, settling beside him. As the evening breeze chilled the air, Gu Zhao, irritated by the cold, coughed a few times before taking a deep breath. "Will you leave or not? I simply do not understand why you refuse to compromise despite your condition. It is not as if you are an important person." Qin Sun frowned deeply, offering him a cup of tea. Suddenly, as if his own words had awakened him, he stared at Gu Zhao's dark brows and asked, "You do not wish for her to be implicated, do you? The young lady from the Su family has a bright future ahead. Why should she be dragged down by someone burdened with illness?" The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a fleeting self-deprecating smile on Gu Zhao's lips before he coldly replied, "You are overthinking it." Qin Sun pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "I see now. I understand." "What do you understand?" Gu Zhao frowned. Qin Sun smiled, remaining silent, which only fueled Gu Zhao's irritation. "Gu Darren's thoughts are profound and not for us to fathom," Qin Sun remarked with a knowing smile. "But they say you have a heart for someone. How could such an entanglement not matter?" Before Gu Zhao could fully express his displeasure, Qin Sun swiftly exited the hall, casually calling back, "I see nothing, know nothing. I know nothing at all. Remember to take Miss Su's medicine, Gu Darren." Gu Zhao gritted his teeth slightly behind him. The moonlight spilled across the man's profile, his features sharp and austere, while the flickering candlelight cast shadows that contrasted starkly with the hint of warmth gracing his face, revealing a touch of humanity amidst his cold demeanor. Perhaps he was indeed angered. The Imperial Medical Office had been particularly busy these days. Recently, several physicians returned from the Su residence, and Su Ling had assigned them a considerable amount of work. Qin Sun's tasks were especially demanding, as Su Ling had provided him with an intriguing method, instructing him to follow the steps meticulously to extract substances from the sweet wormwood. She referred to this substance as artemisinin. Though he was reluctant to be directed by a child, the gravity of treating ailments was no trifling matter. Coupled with the desire to learn, he naturally complied with her instructions. Su Ling's method was quite novel and rather interesting. He was eager to try it. After distributing her tasks, she found herself with much more leisure time. During this process, she unexpectedly discovered that Qin Sun was exceptionally talented. As a person from ancient times, he was able to successfully conduct modern experiments under her sparse instructions, which was indeed a rarity. It was no wonder that Gu Zhao chose such an individual as a helper. In Chapter 185, titled Spring Hunt 2, with the aim of nurturing a new generation, Su Ling assigned increasingly more tasks to Qin Sun, nearly transforming the Thai hospital into a second laboratory, while she herself grew more relaxed, spending her days either practicing archery or strengthening her physique. Before she knew it, the day of the spring hunt arrived. The night before, when Qin Sun came to her residence to collect artemisinin, he kindly reminded her, "Do not offend Princess Qinghe tomorrow. That woman is ruthless and capable of anything." Su Ling responded with a calm demeanor, chuckling, "What is meant to be will be. If it is fate, I cannot escape it. It is all Gu Darren's fault. Don't you agree? If it weren't for him, a minor character like me wouldn't even attract the attention of Her Highness." Su Ling pondered for a moment, then sighed. In ancient times, there were demons that brought calamity to the nation. Today, Gu Darren endangers my life. Shouldn't he be held accountable? Endanger your life? Qin Sun looked at her in shock, astonished by her serious tone. He does not kill me, yet I may perish because of him. Su Ling continued to shake her head and sigh. Qin Sun was momentarily speechless. Can you be reasonable? You were the one who got entangled with Jean he initially. What do you understand? Su Ling raised an eyebrow. There is a connection between Gu Darren and me. Even if I do not take the initiative, we will inevitably become involved. It would be unwise to confront the princess unprepared. Qin Sun's lips twitched. Although he sensed some mystery between this woman and Jean, her audacious words were at times intolerable even for him. After a pause, he asked, "Where does your confidence stem from? Where does my confidence come from?" Su Ling raised an eyebrow and replied, "If he does not seek my help for his ailment, he is destined to die. If he wishes to survive, should he not cling to me sooner rather than later? He intended for this young lady of the Su family to diagnose Jean He, but to have Jean He cling to her?" Reflecting on the man's dark brows from that evening, a chill ran down Qin Sun's spine as he complexly remarked, "He might rather die. That is where you misunderstand. I have tasted the sweetness of a forcibly bent fruit." Qin Sun finally comprehended that this young lady from the Su family was indeed the most extraordinary woman in Nanzhao. The spring hunt took place as scheduled at the foot of Changming Mountain in the western suburbs of the capital. The weather was splendid after the rain, presenting a lush green landscape. In mid-spring, the air already carried hints of summer's warmth as the sun shone unabashedly upon the plains. Numerous young nobles rode past, kicking up clouds of dust beneath their horses' hooves. Traditionally, the spring hunt involved trials before the actual hunting, with the top performers receiving generous rewards and accolades from the emperor, laying a solid foundation for their future endeavors in court and on the battlefield. As Su Ling scanned the young nobles preparing for the event, she found few who stood out, which left her feeling a bit bored. She turned back to the banquet to enjoy some melon seeds. Just as she was getting into it, someone patted her shoulder. "You actually came?" She turned around to find Jiang Huai looking surprised. Today, Jiang Huai was dressed in a dark red robe adorned with ink patterns, golden threads outlining the collar. Her hair was simply tied up in a high ponytail, and her brows conveyed a hint of heroism. Currently, she was looking at Su Ling with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. "Could it be that what you said the other day was true? You really learned to ride and shoot?" "Learn what?" Su Ling spat out a sunflower seed shell and rolled her eyes at Jiang Huai, showing her calloused hands. Jiang Huai clearly did not expect her to speak so freely, staring for a moment before glancing at her outstretched hand. That hand, which once belonged to a delicate young lady, had indeed developed calluses, indicating that she had been putting in considerable effort recently. One had to admit, she was quite harsh on herself. Jiang Huai gasped, looking at her in confusion. "But weren't you the one who said you could?" Before Jiang Huai could finish, Su Ling interrupted her. "Sister, reputation is a double-edged sword. You cannot believe everything you hear." Su Ling took a sip of tea and sighed softly. What was true in the past may not hold in the present. Jiang Huai looked at this seemingly delicate young lady with a complex expression. Was it her illusion? Or did this woman exude an aura akin to that of a gang leader? In Chapter 186, titled Spring Hunt 3, regardless of the past or present. "Now that you are here, let us have some fun together." Jiang Huai unceremoniously pulled her up and led her towards the stables, bringing forth a chestnut horse for her. Urging it on, Su Ling, slightly dazed, found herself led to the horse. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Huai was already mounted, her expression one of someone eager to gallop across the grassland. Su Ling paused for a moment, still holding half a handful of sunflower seeds. Many onlookers cast curious glances in their direction. Jiang Huai was known for her boldness, yet the delicate girl beside her seemed out of place in the horse racing arena. This appeared to be the eldest daughter of the Su family, granted a special pardon by the emperor to join the spring hunt, likely just here to join the excitement. Though she looked good, would such a fragile girl not be frightened to tears at the sight of galloping horses? People whispered among themselves. It was said that this Su family young lady was no ordinary character. Previously, she was rumored to be lacking in decorum, but had unexpectedly triumphed at the Gu Zhao banquet, marking her as a remarkable figure. However, before they could discuss further, the seemingly frail girl effortlessly grabbed a rein and skillfully mounted the horse, displaying a bold and graceful demeanor. Jiang Huai, initially worried she might be afraid, was poised to assist when she heard Su Ling shout, and in an instant, both horse and rider sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Huai froze for a moment before recalling to chase after her, exclaiming, "Slow down. You can't ride like that. What did you say?" The wind rushed past Su Ling's ears, muffling Jiang Huai's voice, yet she felt exhilarated by the breeze against her face. The scenery whizzed by, gifting her a sense of wondrous freedom. It took Jiang Huai considerable effort to catch up, and, riding alongside her, she shouted, "Can you even ride?" Su Ling beamed, her expression somewhat innocent. "I really don't know how." Jiang Huai's brows nearly twisted into a knot. "You don't know how to ride, yet you're up here? Truly a reckless girl." Not only Jiang Huai was astonished, even the onlookers at the horse racing venue gaped in disbelief. The young chestnut horse, unrestrained, frolicked across the field. If it had been anyone else, being thrust onto such a fast-moving horse would have instilled fear. If one succumbed to fear, mishaps were inevitable, resulting in falls and injuries. Yet, while the bystanders watched with bated breath, the Su family young lady laughed radiantly, her demeanor bright and unafraid. This young lady from the Su family was indeed remarkable, quite wild. "Slow down. You need to control it." Jiang Huai struggled to speak, demonstrating as she went. Had she known the girl was such a daredevil, she would have never let her take this risk today. Su Ling mimicked her actions, attempting to rein in the horse. The well-trained chestnut horse responded to the reins, gradually slowing down. A smile graced Su Ling's face as she exclaimed, "So that's how it works. You're amazing, Jiang Huai." The girl wore a genuine smile, her almond-shaped eyes shining with admiration for Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Although many praised her for her gallant spirit, she was aware that many disapproved of her wild demeanor. "Are you not afraid?" Jiang Huai asked her, observing closely. "What is there to fear?" Su Ling chuckled softly, murmuring to herself, "It's even less thrilling than a roller coaster." Jiang Huai was about to teach her more horse riding techniques when suddenly he spotted a group of people approaching in the distance. Upon recognizing a woman in splendid attire at the center of the group, his expression changed abruptly, and he urgently whispered to Su Ling, "Rein in." Su Ling pulled the reins, and her horse obediently halted. She tidied her hair, tousled by the wind, and glanced up to see a lady clad in a bright orange peony palace gown standing before them, her phoenix eyes accentuated by delicate vermilion eyeliner, lending her gaze a piercing sharpness. Jiang Huai had already dismounted and bowed to the lady. "I pay my respects to Her Highness, the Crown Princess." The Crown Princess Qinghe regarded Su Ling from a lofty position, her voice languid yet laced with coldness as she finally spoke. "So, the young lady of the Su family has also arrived. I am grateful for His Majesty's favor." Su Ling replied with a composed smile, maintaining her dignity. "Your brother is fond of you, but since you are here for the spring hunt, you must possess some skills. I shall observe how proficient a woman claiming to excel in riding and archery truly is. Do not disgrace your family." The Crown Princess's tone was sharp, tinged with mockery. "I dare not," Su Ling replied, lowering her gaze with a smile. Noticing Su Ling's restraint, the Crown Princess let out a cold huff. "Su Ling, I shall watch closely. Do not let me down." With that, she waved her sleeve and turned away with an unfriendly demeanor. After a moment, Jiang Huai frowned and remarked, "Why did you have to offend her? Of all people, it had to be the Crown Princess. Everyone in the capital knows her ruthless methods. If she truly harbored ill intentions, what would you do?" Could she openly kill me? Su Ling mounted her horse, responding, "This is the spring hunt. If she were truly set against me, she wouldn't dare take my life before the emperor." Su Ling considered that the crown princess would surely have some trepidation towards the emperor, especially since they bore no genuine enmity, merely a matter concerning Gu Zhao. Surely, a royal princess would not seek her life over a man. Su Ling mused on this, yet failed to notice Jiang Huai's continued solemnity, as if she were on the verge of speaking, but held back. Meanwhile, the drums for the spring hunt began to sound, and the surrounding guards gradually gathered towards the center. The time had come. The spring hunt was about to commence. The two of them rode back to their seats. The long table was made of broad rosewood, shrouded in bright yellow curtains that shielded them from the glaring sunlight. At the table sat the emperor, whose expression bore a hint of gloom. Since the incident in the Eastern Palace, his mood had remained clouded, causing unease among the officials, who spoke with extreme caution, fearing to provoke his ire. Thus, the atmosphere of this year's spring hunt was decidedly more somber than in previous years, with everyone lowering their heads and holding their breaths. Afraid to speak, the emperor surveyed the assembly, stroking his beard before declaring, "Let us begin once everyone has arrived. I wish to see your progress this year." After the crowd acknowledged, the spring hunt commenced with a command from the chief commander. The first event was a static target competition, typically involving long-range shooting to test accuracy, serving as a prelude to the following hunts. Fortunately, the young scions performed admirably, gradually easing the emperor's somber demeanor. Jiang Huai participated alongside the young men in the static target event, demonstrating skills that rivaled those of her male counterparts, ultimately scoring consistently in the top 10, tying for first place with the son of the left-wing commander. A smile finally graced the emperor's face as he remarked, "The daughters of Nanzhao truly do not lag behind the men." The crown princess, Qinghe, responded with a smile. "Indeed, I must say, the daughter of the Jiang family is quite impressive. However, let's not forget, there is not only the Jiang family daughter present today." With a knowing glance towards Su Ling, she added, "Isn't there also a young lady from the Su family?" Upon her mention, the emperor suddenly recalled that Su Ling had also been invited, saying, "Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. I have heard that the young lady of the Su family is skilled in riding and archery. It is a pity she did not participate in today's competition." Su Ling rose from her seat, smiling, "My humble skills are hardly worthy of mention, Your Majesty. It would be best not to elevate my modest abilities." The crowd turned to look at her. Although they had glimpsed her from a distance, they could only discern a delicate silhouette and had not seen her features clearly. Previously, rumors had circulated about her being rather plain, leaving many curious as to how she could have garnered such a reputation. Standing before them, the young woman wore a gown of aquamarine silk, a warm jade necklace adorning her alabaster neck. As their gazes traveled upward, they were met with a face as delicate as a palm-sized flower. Her complexion was fair and tender, with brows like distant mountains and amber eyes that sparkled with clarity. Her nose was straight, and her lips were full and tinted a soft peach, blooming like vibrant flower petals. Even in pale hues, her extraordinary beauty could not be concealed. Though still youthful and carrying a hint of innocence, this very quality rendered her even more captivating. The young noblemen were momentarily entranced, unable to divert their gazes from her. This was hardly the plainness that had been described. Rather, it was an unparalleled beauty. The crown princess Qinghe, witnessing the attention focused on Su Ling, felt a surge of irritation, her expression darkening as she broke the silence with a cold laugh. "Your Majesty need not lament for Miss Su, since she possesses such skills. I am willing to offer her a chance." "Oh." The emperor turned to Qinghe, intrigued. "What? Does Qinghe wish to join the competition today?" "Indeed. I find myself in the mood today and wish to meet the young lady of the Su family. I hope for your Majesty's approval," the crown princess replied. The emperor, twirling his jade ring, chuckled lightly. Qinghe was known for her exceptional riding and archery skills, but had seldom showcased them publicly. Today, her competitive spirit was aroused, piquing the emperor's anticipation. Though he was aware of Qinghe's subtle rivalry with Su Ling, such a competition was merely for amusement and posed no real harm. How can my little aunt, so adept in riding and archery, now bully the daughter of the Su family? The third prince leaned his chin on his hand, his peach blossom eyes carrying an ambiguous smile. "Your Highness, you misunderstand. I merely wish to meet the young lady of the Su family. How could that be considered bullying?" The crown princess's smile was gentle, yet her gaze was sharp revealing a hint of cruelty. "Do be careful, young lady of the Su family," remarked Xiao Rongshuan, appearing somewhat helpless as he turned to Su Ling, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "My little aunt has never tasted defeat on the racetrack." Su Ling returned the smile, her expression calm. "Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness." The crown princess raised her chin slightly, her eyes gleaming with a commanding aura as she surveyed the crowd, seemingly contemplating who would serve as the judge. Those who met her gaze quickly lowered their heads, unwilling to make eye contact. A look of disdain flickered in Qinghe's eyes as her gaze landed on a man dressed in a deep indigo robe, who bore a refined demeanor. He sat quietly at the edge of the gathering, seemingly disinterested in the proceedings, sipping his tea leisurely. The elegant way he held the teacup, along with his composed posture, created an aura that set him apart, drawing attention while simultaneously deterring intrusion. After a mere glance, the crown princess found it impossible to look away. The once somber and sharp eyes gradually softened with a smile as she spoke. "Lord Gu, might I request your presence as the arbiter for this contest?" Gu Zhao rose calmly, responding with a respectful nod, his demeanor composed as he said, "As your highness commands." The young scions in the audience exchanged glances filled with anticipation, for it was evident to discerning minds that this move by Princess Qinghe was intended to embarrass Miss Su in front of Lord Gu. It was common knowledge that Princess Qinghe harbored affections for him. However, there had also been whispers recently suggesting that Miss Su shared a particularly close bond with Lord Gu, one that was quite unusual. Lord Gu was renowned as one of the finest young men in the capital, known for his gentle and dignified nature, and it was not surprising that many noble women harbored secret affections for him, including the likes of Su Ling. Yet, it was a rare sight to witness two women competing for the favor of one man. Though this was merely a contest, the crowd could not help but indulge in their own speculations as they eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. As Gu Zhao approached, Princess Qinghe lifted her chin slightly, casting a cold smile at Su Ling. "Since everything is set, let us commence. Miss Su, I shall go first. I trust you do not mind?" Su Ling replied with a smile, "Of course not." Princess Qinghe ceased her words, gracefully mounted her steed, and with an elegant demeanor, took hold of the powerful bow resting on the rack. Gasps of admiration arose from the onlookers. Although the bow was not overly heavy, it was remarkable for a woman to wield it with such ease, especially one as delicate as the princess. The horse galloped beneath her as she smoothly drew an arrow, aimed at the distant target, and shot. The arrow soared through the air, striking the bullseye from several dozen meters away. The crowd held their breath, eyes fixed on the arrow's trajectory, and it landed squarely in the center of the target. How impressive! Such accuracy is rarely seen, even among men. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd before a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. The emperor, a hint of admiration gracing his features, clasped his hands and smiled, declaring, "Princess Qinghe's archery remains as exceptional as ever. My royal niece is indeed a heroine among women, and she has not let her skills languish over the years. Truly commendable." Princess Qinghe's lips curled in a brief smile before she reined in her horse beside Su Ling, dismounting to survey her from a superior position. "Your Majesty overstates my abilities. I do not dare accept such flattery. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Su family has boasted of her prowess in archery. I am merely curious to witness the extent of her skills." Though the princess's words seemed playful, her tone carried a sharpness that sent a chill through the onlookers. Following her gaze, they found Su Ling standing composedly, her expression devoid of the fear they had anticipated. Confusion spread among them. After all, Princess Qinghe had achieved a perfect score, and regardless of Su Ling's talents, it would likely only result in a tie. Moreover, hitting the bullseye was a considerable challenge, a feat the princess had mastered through years of practice, while Miss Su appeared too delicate to even draw the bow, let alone shoot with confidence. Xiao Rongshuan rested his chin on his hand, observing the scene with a hint of amusement in his peach blossom eyes. "Your Highness, it seems today is not favorable for Miss Su. Given the current circumstances, is defeat not inevitable?" Beside him, the guard Xuechong, aware of his master's unique regard for Miss Su, expressed a tinge of regret at his lord's expression. Xiao Rongshuan, however, maintained his gaze on the young lady's calm demeanor, reminiscent of her radiant presence at the Huazhao banquet, drawing a subtle smile upon his lips. "I believe it may not be as certain as you think." I am curious to see what surprises this young lady may unveil. Let us simply observe." He chuckled softly, captivated by her audacious spirit. Meanwhile, Su Ling approached the bow rack, where a guard on duty presented her with the 6-power bow, inquiring softly, "Miss Su, can you handle the 6-power?" Princess Qinghe, witnessing her stand by the bow rack, scoffed. "I have practiced archery since childhood, able to wield the 8-power bow. Scarcely are there any women in the entire southern Zhao capable of this feat. Miss Su, with her delicate frame, might struggle to even steady the 6-power bow. Even if her aim is true, the outcome is clear." Su Ling furrowed her brow at the bow rack and suddenly rolled up her sleeves. While many expected her to select the 6-power bow, she unexpectedly shifted her focus. Reaching for the 8-power bow, she slowly shook her head, then confidently grasped the 10-power bow. The crowd was left dumbfounded. The 10-power bow was a challenge even for many robust men. How could she possibly manage it, let alone shoot accurately? Just as their thoughts began to solidify, they watched in disbelief as the young woman effortlessly lifted the 10-power bow and gave it a slight shake. "Not too heavy. It's lighter than I expected," she remarked to herself, leaving the onlookers astonished. Princess Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically. How could she lift the 10-power bow? Jiang Huai, seated nearby, seemed to contemplate the situation. Su Ling's calloused hands were a testament to her rigorous training. She appeared to be a carefree girl, yet there was a fierce determination in her eyes. Her grandfather had once said that decisive individuals, when committed to a goal, would exert every effort to achieve it. Destined for greatness. While she seemed like a fragile woman, she was unlike any other in southern Zhao. The crowd bore complex expressions, each harboring their own thoughts. But only Princess Qinghe's piercing gaze bore down on Su Ling, a flash of hatred and malice erupting in an instant. She had underestimated her. Su Ling was indeed prepared. Yet, even with such skill, did Su Ling possess the means to counter her? To triumph over her was a mere fantasy. Princess Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at a waiting maid, discreetly signaling her. The maid, understanding the princess's intent, stealthily melted into the crowd. As Su Ling grasped the 10-power bow under the astonished stares of the onlookers, she mounted her horse. Though handling the 10-power bow was no trivial feat, the pain from her previously blistered hands was now a distant concern. Having lingered in this era for so long, no one had truly ignited her fighting spirit. The women of the household and the children at the academy were, in her eyes, mere victims of a feudal society, consumed by superficial concerns of beauty, status, and men. Yet, Princess Qinghe stirred a mischievous impulse within her, reminiscent of childhood. Being the favored princess of the emperor, she ought to have shown restraint, yet. Su Ling's gaze flickered toward the man standing silently nearby, his demeanor fair and impartial. He was the object of Princess Qinghe's affections, and her blatant attempts to undermine Su Ling were intended to display her prowess before him. For reasons unknown, Su Ling felt a slight resistance to granting her that satisfaction. Perhaps out of disdain, perhaps out of mischief, who could tell? Her gaze wandered, and just as she thought he would remain aloof, he unexpectedly lifted his eyes to meet hers. His gaze was deep and unfathomable, rich with a dark hue that concealed unspoken emotions. In that moment, Su Ling felt a jolt of surprise, sensing a hint of disapproval in his usually unchanging expression. It was as if he were cautioning her. A cool and strange ripple washed over her, reminiscent of a gentle breeze across the sea. She was taken aback, astonished that he, of all people, would take an interest in her affairs, though she had no idea whose side he was on. She had always found him difficult to decipher. A barely perceptible sigh escaped her lips, accompanied by a faint smile that hinted at an unspoken amusement. Yet, her grip on the powerful bow in her hands tightened. The steed beneath her galloped forward, and in an instant she raised her bow, aligning it with the distant target, standing still. Holding her breath, she focused intently, but just as the arrow was about to be released, a discordant and violent rush of wind shattered the stillness around her. The piercing cry of a bird disrupted the serenity of the crowd, as a fierce sea eagle, with grayish-white feathers adorned with brown spots, burst forth from the throng. Its sharp talons glinted ominously, betraying a hint of bloodlust. Chapter 192, Challenge 4, with a shrill cry. The eagle spread its expansive wings, a gust of wind swirling around it, exuding a menacing intent. Gasps erupted from the gathered crowd. bewildered by the sudden appearance of this creature. Xiao Rongshuan's eyes darkened momentarily. He recognized the eagle as one that Princess Qinghe had secretly raised for years after acquiring it in the western regions. Such a majestic bird was rare, and the princess had cherished it dearly, training it to respond solely to her commands, particularly as a weapon against those she deemed undesirable. Its talons had tasted much blood. Stealing a glance at the emperor's expression, Xiao Rongshuan noted the slight furrow of his brow and the uncertainty in his eyes, indicating he too was unaware of this creature's origins. Suddenly, Princess Qinghe's voice rang out amidst the chaos, exclaiming, "Heavens, where did this monster come from?" Her face was a portrait of panic. The surrounding attendants swiftly encircled her, their expressions grave, declaring, "Protect the princess." This action distanced themselves from the eagle entirely. The esteemed princess had resorted to such underhanded tactics. Xiao Rongshuan's gaze darkened as he looked towards the woman in the center. The eagle's intent to attack was sharp. Now, just a few feet from Su Ling furrowing her brow, Su Ling tightened her grip on the reins, bending down to evade. The eagle's swift, razor-sharp talons narrowly grazed her hair, dislodging the begonia hairpin she wore. The vibrant begonia blossoms shattered as they fell, their petals drifting down like crimson raindrops upon the verdant grass, a striking contrast to the lush greenery. Holding the reins firmly, Su Ling deftly dodged the oncoming fierce attacks. Though unscathed, her vision was thoroughly disoriented. In such tumult, hitting the target with her arrow seemed an almost impossible feat. She raised her gaze towards the princess, shielded by layers of guards. The princess's chin was slightly raised, her demeanor as unyielding as ever, her lips curled into a cold, enigmatic smile that bore a hint of mocking amusement. Su Ling let out a cold laugh, wondering if she should feel honored to receive such attention from the princess. With her bow tightly gripped, she turned her gaze back to the approaching eagle. It charged towards her, and with a swift motion, she released her bowstring. The eagle screeched, veering sharply in the air, shedding a few brown tail feathers in its wake. However, the wind had loosened the hairpin from her hair, leaving it precariously poised atop her dark locks. Without hesitation, she plucked the pin from her hair and bit down on it, her flowing black hair billowing like silk in the wind, shimmering under the light. Her face, already pale, appeared even more luminous against her raven hair, captivating the onlookers. The sudden turn of events jolted the emperor into action as he belatedly commanded the guards. "What are you waiting for? Go save her." The guards rushed towards the fray, but it seemed too late. The eagle, enraged by Su Ling's defiance, fixed its piercing gaze upon her, readying for another assault. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, but just as it prepared to swoop down and strike at her, they witnessed Su Ling bending low on her steed, an unyielding ferocity glimmering in her eyes as she swiftly readied her bow, aiming directly at the eagle. Chapter 193, Challenge 5. With an overwhelming ferocity, the eagle dove towards her, its wings stirring a tempestuous wind. The gusts distorted the shadows of the nearby trees, infused with raw, unbridled power. The beast descended, embodying pure predatory instinct, its claws gleaming ominously in the sunlight, exuding an aura of unstoppable rage. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the eagle's enormous size and fearsome presence sent the nearby young nobles scurrying from their seats, some too frightened even to watch, retreating in pale-faced terror at the prospect of collateral damage. Qin Sun, accompanying Gu Zhao as the physician, sat near the table, his heart racing for Su Ling as he observed the unfolding chaos. The jade fan in his hand slowly enveloped him, concealing the sharp blade hidden within. Lifting his gaze, he noticed the adjudicator standing calmly amidst the turmoil. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Sun took note of the man's composed demeanor, realizing that perhaps there was no cause for alarm. If the esteemed official remained unfazed, it was likely that he too need not intervene. With a silent eye roll, Qin Sun acknowledged the contradictions of men. The woman in the arena, her long hair dancing in the wind, directed her bow towards the eagle. Her usually bright and youthful amber eyes now reflected an intensity akin to a fierce predator revealing its sharp fangs. The eagle, undeterred, bore down on her with lethal intent, its powerful assault poised to strike. Many young nobles nearby shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. A few braver souls dared to peek, only to see that the woman showed no signs of fear, instead adopting a stance that mirrored the eagle's aggression. Jiang Huai, anxiously standing outside the fray, prepared to leap over the barrier when he suddenly saw her draw an arrow. Was she truly intending to? The confusion on her face gradually transformed into a focused determination. Her eyes locked on a Su Ling time seemed to freeze as Su Ling, without a moment's hesitation, knocked an arrow, facing the eagle's fierce attack head-on. The arrow sliced through the air with unstoppable force, shattering the stillness of the sky. The piercing sound of the wind echoed through the crowd as expressions of astonishment spread. Princess Qinghe, who had been observing from the sidelines, abruptly turned, her countenance one of disbelief. The man standing to the side of the arena lowered his gaze, a fleeting smile gracing his lips as he concealed the glint of a weapon beneath his robe. The panicked young nobles, expecting to witness the woman being thrown from her horse in a bloody spectacle, were instead met with the sight of her arrow piercing the eagle's vital point, pinning the beast to the target. The creature froze in shock, its eyes wide with fury, but as its pupils gradually lost their luster, the vibrant brown feathers that once gleamed with vitality dulled, losing their luster. The woman dismounted gracefully, brushing her hands together before removing the pin from her mouth, deftly redoing her hair without a hint of disarray. Breaking the silence, she glanced at the target, a hint of regret in her voice as she remarked, "I only scored an 8. Then, turning to Princess Qinghe, she added with a teasing smile, "This round, Your Highness, you have triumphed over me." Chapter 194. The first move, 1. This contest was originally planned for 3 rounds, with a victor determined by 2 wins. In this first round, Princess Qinghe had emerged victorious. Yet Su Ling felt no sense of loss. The sea eagle was the king of birds, said to be a rare predator among 100,000. And this specimen was of exceptional quality, majestic and striking, undoubtedly a treasure worth its weight in gold. Su Ling raised her gaze towards the princess, offering an innocent smile. In the crowd, she caught sight of Princess Qinghe's expression, nearly contorted in frustration. The princess gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her composure before the audience. Her long, crimson nails dug deeply into her palm, trembling with a desperate intensity, as if the pressure might draw blood. Her phoenix-like eyes were aflame, the fiery hue obscured by an overwhelming wrath, coupled with an intense hatred. This hawk, her beloved, had been nurtured for years under her care, and yet it was slain by a single arrow from Su Ling. How dare she? This hawk was of exceptional quality, a rarity in the world. Yet the young lady of the Su family had the audacity to kill it? A voice from among the noble youths at the banquet broke the stunned silence. Su Ling feigned surprise, lifting her gaze to ask, "Is this the hawk?" The illustrious god of 10,000 eagles could not evade even the arrow of a mere woman. The crowd remained in disbelief, momentarily taken aback, while the noble youth who had spoken was rendered speechless by her retort. Xiao Rongshuan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he sipped his tea, observing the woman in the center, and he let out a soft sigh. Truly formidable. Princess Qinghe's countenance grew increasingly grim. Yet, before she could unleash her fury, Su Ling turned to the emperor, her demeanor humble. "I was unaware of the exceptional nature of this beast. I merely feared its ferocity might disturb your majesty's peace. Hence I resorted to this desperate measure. I hope your majesty will not take offense." The emperor waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is there to blame? As long as you are unharmed, it matters not. This hawk, no matter how formidable, is ultimately just a reckless beast. Its demise is of little consequence." He glanced at Su Ling, noticing her slightly disheveled hair, and asked, "Are you unharmed?" "Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I am quite well," Su Ling replied with a faint smile. "You are indeed brave," the emperor remarked after scrutinizing her for a moment before returning his smile. "I was merely afraid for my life. That hawk was too ferocious. It was quite terrifying to behold," Su Ling replied, shaking her head as if in afterthought. The emperor chuckled. "You are to compete in 3 rounds. There are still 2 rounds remaining. Do you have the courage to continue?" "I dare, but my accuracy pales in comparison to that of Her Highness, Princess Qinghe. I hope she will not let me lose too disgracefully," Su Ling said, casting a sidelong glance at Princess Qinghe, her expression a blend of amusement and challenge. The princess's face turned a ghastly shade, her eyes betraying a murderous rage, the hatred within her capable of inflicting harm. meeting Su Ling's mischievous gaze. The fury within her was nearly uncontrollable. She wished nothing more than to see her crushed to pieces. "What troubles you, Qinghe?" the emperor inquired, noticing her silence and frowning slightly. Suppressing her rage, Princess Qinghe managed a smile, her voice laced with an unmistakable chill. "Brother, I am quite well. I was merely pondering what skills I must showcase to surpass such a formidable opponent as Miss Su." Chapter 195. The First Strike, 2. The emperor paused, then laughed. "It is indeed rare to find someone who captures your attention so. Indeed, it is the first time in many years I have encountered such an intriguing rival." Princess Qinghe emphasized the word intriguing with a biting tone, her eyes frosted with disdain, sending shivers through those around her. The emperor, well aware of Qinghe's temperamental nature, recognized that she harbored some resentment towards Su Ling since the Flower Festival banquet. It was natural for her to seek an opportunity to assert her superiority. Thus, he refrained from further comment and simply said, "Then continue your competition and let us see who is truly superior." "Sister obeys," Princess Qinghe replied, her lips curling into a slight, cold smile. "Please, Your Highness," Su Ling said, her demeanor polite and graceful. Princess Qinghe cast a glance at her, and for a fleeting moment, the hatred in her eyes seemed to dissipate, replaced by a gaze of pity, as though looking at a corpse. "Su Ling, no matter how skilled you are, you remain merely the daughter of a subject. Should I desire your life, who would dare allow you to see another dawn?" She mounted her steed, seizing the longbow resting nearby, her presence radiating an icy, lethal energy. If she dared to pierce her cherished pet with an arrow, then she could just as easily target Su Ling's heart. With a cold laugh, she tightened her grip on the bow. Xiao Rongshuan furrowed his brow, acutely aware of Princess Qinghe's vindictive and impulsive nature. Over the years, she had occupied a position of privilege in the court, often indulged by the emperor. No one had ever dared to defy her wishes. Now that Su Ling had killed her beloved creature with an arrow, how could she possibly let this transgression go unpunished? He silently observed as Princess Qinghe approached the designated archery position. She drew the bowstring, aiming at the 70-meter target, seemingly preparing to shoot. Everything appeared to proceed as normal, yet a sense of unease flickered within him. As Princess Qinghe fitted the arrow onto the powerful bow, preparing to release it, he slowly exhaled in relief. "Your Highness," suddenly, Xuechong beside him exclaimed, drawing his attention back. The noble youths in the field expressed shock, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment and confusion. Xiao Rongshuan raised his gaze, his eyes widening. Everything seemed to be proceeding as expected. However, Princess Qinghe's horse did not halt. As she held the longbow, she passed the 70-meter target, then the 80-meter target, the 90-meter target, finally stopping before the 100-meter target. The 100-meter target was typically neglected due to its distance. During a spring hunt, no one chose to compete at such a range. Opting for the 100-meter target was a personal challenge, and nothing particularly remarkable. Yet, when Su Ling stepped back from the field, she found herself standing within the 100-meter range. At that moment, should Princess Qinghe shoot from afar, Su Ling would be directly in the path of the arrow. A chilling smile suddenly graced Princess Qinghe's lips as her steed crossed into the 100-meter range. She drew the bowstring taut, the long arrow suddenly released, hurtling towards Su Ling. The onlookers were stunned by the rapid turn of events, unable to react in the brief moment that followed. Xiao Rongshuan abruptly set down his cup and stood up. Su Ling had been lost in thought, gazing at the evening sky, when a cry from the crowd snapped her back to reality. She turned just in time to see the deadly arrow speeding towards her, imbued with lethal intent. Chapter 196. The First Strike, 3. Su Ling's pupils dilated. She understood the nature of the princess, yet she could hardly believe that she would dare to take her life in front of so many. Clearly, she had grown accustomed to the rule of law, not realizing that in this feudal era, many acted without reason, emboldened by power and privilege, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, viewing the lives of others as mere trifles. The arrow was shot with full force. Su Ling had no time to evade completely, and she focused on avoiding a fatal blow. With no time for further reaction, she shifted her body slightly, intent on preserving her life. Surely, she thought, she wouldn't die. It would merely be a penetrating wound, a little painful at worst. Steeling herself, she closed her eyes, lips pressed tightly together, adopting an expression of resignation. A sudden, jarring sound disrupted her thoughts, causing her to frown. Before she could process it, she heard the tearing of fabric across her arm. Instead of the anticipated pain in her chest, a searing sensation shot through her arm. Su Ling winked. In the next moment, she was yanked forcefully aside, rolling onto the grassy ground. Jiang Huai's anxious and irate voice reached her ears. "Are you all right?" Su Ling was momentarily stunned, her mind filled with confusion, even neglecting the injury on her arm. How could this be? The arrow had been aimed directly at her heart, yet Jiang Huai intervened just in time, and the princess seemed intent on merely injuring her arm. Amidst her shock, a familiar, slightly hoarse voice pierced through her thoughts. "Congratulations, Your Highness, for hitting the bullseye." Gu Zhao maintained a respectful demeanor, suppressing the slight disarray in her breath, her voice deep and steady as was her usual calm composure. Princess Qinghe, upon witnessing Su Ling's merely injured arm, had already displayed a look of astonishment. Now, upon learning that she had struck the bullseye, her surprise intensified. She had clearly aimed for the heart. Though directed at the target, hitting a 6 would have been remarkable. How could she possibly achieve a perfect 10? Princess Qinghe was bewildered, questioning whether her eyes had deceived her, or if the arrow had inexplicably altered its course mid-flight. If it were the latter, how could such a thing occur on this clear, windless day? What nonsense is this? Princess Qinghe, still in disbelief, was suddenly met with a booming voice from the seat of authority, laden with reproach. The emperor's expression was grave, his eyes shadowed with discontent as he slammed his hand on the long table, his tone tinged with anger. He was aware of Princess Qinghe's resentment towards Su Ling, but had only anticipated a minor reprimand. He never expected her to wish for the girl's life. Although he did not harbor deep concern for the Su family's offspring, it was common knowledge that the eldest daughter of the Su family, though brought from the countryside, was a cherished treasure of the Su Yunting couple. Should anything happen to Su Ling today, who could predict the reckless actions that might ensue from that hot-headed individual? What would the court and the people think? "I have truly spoiled you, allowing such folly," he continued. "Competitions are meant for sparring, not for causing harm. As a dignified princess, how can you treat lives as mere trifles?" The emperor's words were heavy with reproach, his brows drawn together in evident anger. Princess Qinghe bit her lip, casting a resentful glance at Su Ling. Today's events had not only failed to threaten her life, but had also resulted in the emperor's reprimand. Truly a case of losing more than she gained. However, with the emperor's expression so dark, she dared not act out further. She forced a smile, her voice strained. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I merely wished to challenge the 100-meter target and did not intend to harm Miss Su. I feel quite remorseful." With that, she turned to Su Ling and inquired, "Is Miss Su injured?" Su Ling stood, clutching her arm, blood seeping through her fingers, a stark contrast against her fair skin, an unsettling sight. She met Princess Qinghe's imposing gaze with a faint smile and replied, "Your Highness possesses exceptional archery skills. I nearly thought my life was forfeit." Princess Qinghe's expression shifted slightly as she turned to the emperor. "Your Majesty, I truly did not mean it. I feel quite pained to have harmed such a delicate person as Miss Su. If she is upset..." She glanced around, finally retrieving a long arrow, holding it with a feigned sincerity. "Then allow me to injure myself, as a form of apology to Miss Su." Su Ling regarded her in silence, her eyes glinting with a subtle amusement, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Noticing that Su Ling did not obstruct her, Princess Qinghe gritted her teeth, her hand raising the cold arrow, only for it to be halted mid-air, gripped by another. A low, steady voice interrupted, "Your Highness, do not act impulsively. Your life is far too precious." The emperor, perched above, added sternly, "Do not continue this foolishness. Is one injury not enough? What childishness is this?" Only then did Princess Qinghe slowly lower her hand, wearing a semblance of grievance, as if she had been wronged. Yet, when she glanced at Su Ling, a hint of triumph gleamed in her eyes. The rouge at the corners of her eyes softened her previously cold demeanor, becoming gentler. When gazing at Su Ling, it was as if she were silently asserting her dominance, unable to contain her inner delight. Indeed, as she had anticipated, injuring this woman was of little consequence. After all, she was merely a subject's daughter. The emperor's reprimand was inconsequential. Qinghe still stood by her side, did she not? Su Ling, however, remained indifferent to her provocation. She wished for Princess Qinghe not to truly harm herself, given the latter's temperament. If today, as arrow had struck her, rumors would surely spread throughout the capital that Su Ling, the daughter of the Su family, bore a grudge over a mere accident caused by the princess, further jeopardizing the already precarious position of the Su family. Her gaze shifted toward the man grasping the cold arrow. Though his expression appeared normal, a slight crease formed on his brow, and his complexion paled, as if he were restraining something. Su Ling narrowed her eyes, contemplating. Enough of this commotion, attendants. Assist Miss Su to rest properly. I too am fatigued. We shall hunt in the woods this afternoon, the emperor declared with a furrowed brow. The assembly responded accordingly. The emperor cast a glance at Su Ling, his tone softening slightly. Do not harbor resentment. Qinghe is simply thoughtless, as she has always been. She did not act with malice today. Do not hold it against her. How considerate of her not to act with malice. Su Ling thought darkly, her expression cheerful, though her heart seethed with frustration. Yet, for the sake of survival, she could only maintain her smile. After a moment, she raised her face, her demeanor gracious. I appreciate your majesty's understanding. The emperor seemed relieved, expressing, you are quite understanding. Today's incident was an unfortunate accident, not worth holding a grudge. Upon our return to the capital, I will ensure that Qinghe properly apologizes to you. Princess Qinghe, still reluctant, was forced to suppress her emotions after receiving a cold glare from the emperor and begrudgingly acquiesced. Very well. With the emperor's command, the assembly dispersed. Accompanied by Jiang Huai, Su Ling returned to her tent. Jiang Huai lowered the curtain behind her and poured her a cup of tea, then turned to her with a frown. You truly startled me. I was aware that Princess Qinghe harbored a malicious heart, yet I did not expect her to act so brazenly in public. You must be cautious. She may hold a grudge against you from now on. You were aware? Indeed, Jiang Huai's eyes darkened slightly. Many lives have been lost under Princess Qinghe's command. Let me share a secret, but do not speak of it. He glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot, leaning closer to Su Ling. There was once a noble woman, her father an official of modest rank, yet a veteran in the court. This woman admired Lord Gu and sent him a sachet. When Princess Qinghe learned of this, within 3 days, the woman was dead. While the public believed she was abducted by bandits and took her own life to protect her honor, whispers in the court suggest she was taken to Ninyun Palace to serve as a concubine for Princess Qinghe as favorites. Jiang Huai's brow furrowed deeper as he recounted the tale. Su Ling raised her gaze, suppressing her disgust and murmuring, such heartlessness truly exists. And what of that woman's parents? They were filled with rage, but could not find their daughter's body, unaware of her fate, unable to gather evidence against the princess. They could only endure in silence, suffering the humiliation of their daughter's disappearance. Not long after, they both fell ill and passed away. Jiang Huai expressed with a touch of sorrow, they were loving parents. Having a daughter in their old age was a rare blessing, and then such a tragedy unfolded. Day after day, they were consumed by grief, unaware of their daughter's fate, and when they sought an audience with the princess, they were met with closed doors. They could only endure the indignity until they could bear it no longer. Su Ling sighed softly. Feudal rule is truly a curse. In the face of powerful nobles, notions of justice and fairness are but jokes. Dignity is trampled upon without the slightest chance of resistance, leaving one no choice but to endure humiliation in order to survive. The woman suffered this misfortune due to Lord Gu. Could he not have interceded on her behalf? Su Ling smiled faintly and inquired. The truth of the matter remains uncertain. I have merely heard rumors and am unaware of the specifics. Jiang Huai raised his eyes to meet the woman's somewhat indifferent gaze, momentarily taken aback, and said, You do not truly harbor feelings for Lord Gu, do you? Su Ling refrained from answering directly, instead countering, If he were merely such a man, would he truly be worthy of my admiration? Chapter 199. Injury 2. Jiang Huai paused, perplexed by the sudden indignation reflected in the woman's expression. His intention was to offer her a word of caution, yet rather than display fear, she began to defend another. Enough. A hint of irritation swelled within Su Ling as she waved her hand dismissively and lowered her head to examine her injury. It was then that Jiang Huai noticed the corner of her garment had been thoroughly soaked in blood, causing him to panic slightly. I recall, there is a physician accompanying us. I will fetch him for you. No need, Su Ling interrupted. halting his movement as she retrieved a small medicine pouch she had carried. Inside the sealed porcelain vial was the purified alcohol she had prepared. She slowly peeled back the blood-soaked fabric. Jiang Huai was momentarily stunned, his breath catching as he beheld the sight. Su Ling, with her delicate porcelain-like form and skin as pale and luminous as snow, appeared unhurt. He had assumed she had merely scraped her skin, but the injury was far more profound than he had anticipated. Su Ling maintained an expressionless demeanor. Although the wound was not shallow, it was not grave either. After disinfecting it with alcohol and resting for a few days, it would likely heal. She uncorked the vial, and a potent scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Gritting her teeth and taking a deep breath, she poured the alcohol slowly over the wound. You! Jiang Huai did not expect her to be so forthright, his eyes widening in shock. Su Ling grimaced in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, yet she remained silent, thoroughly soaking the wound with the liquid in her hand. Damn! Su Ling cursed under her breath. She would eventually need to incapacitate the princess and inflict a few wounds upon her, pouring alcohol over them so she could truly understand the pain. Jiang Huai, observing her expression, felt both amused and exasperated. You should not attend the hunt this afternoon. Rest properly in the tent. I cannot, Su Ling replied decisively. If all of you go, the princess will take advantage of the absence of witnesses and easily do something to me. Jiang Huai's expression shifted, becoming more serious as he nodded in agreement. She undoubtedly will not miss any opportunity to trouble you. Not just trouble. Su Ling's mind conjured the image of the princess, bow in hand, aiming directly at her heart. Her gaze hardened, and her voice turned icy. She clearly seeks my life. Jiang Huai paused, then sighed. She was reprimanded by the emperor this morning. It is unlikely she will act so brazenly this afternoon. At least from now on, you should be safe. Not necessarily, Su Ling replied, a faint, cold smile gracing her lips as her voice softened. As if suddenly recalling something, she asked, what are the rules for the afternoon hunt? The spring hunt's rules dictate that every creature hunted is assigned a score, serving as a basis for competition among the noble youths. However, the black bear typically garners the most points, making it a customary standard that those who hunt black bears take the lead. Yet, due to the bear's fierce nature, most noble youths flee upon encountering one. Jiang Huai envisioned the scene of the noble youths fleeing in panic and chuckled. Hunting bears. The black bears in these woods have hibernated all winter and are undoubtedly famished. It would indeed be wise to keep our distance. Su Ling chuckled in agreement. Indeed. Hence, every year a large rack of ribs is used as bait. In recent years, some noble youths have shown a modicum of courage, but in previous years, during one spring hunt, upon seeing a black bear, they scattered in terror, leaving the bear to feast on the ribs without any attempt to shoot. It is truly laughable. Jiang Huai's tone carried a hint of mockery. Su Ling nodded thoughtfully. Before she could respond, a sudden noise from outside caught her attention. Frowning slightly, she raised her eyes toward the entrance and inquired, who is it? Miss Su, I am a subordinate of Physician Qin. He has sent over some wound medicine for you. Expressing gratitude for your medicinal prescription, the man outside reported. After pondering for a moment, Su Ling recalled the pale visage of the man. She abruptly stood, rummaged through her medicine pouch for the honey she had prepared earlier, and handed it to the messenger, saying it would be impolite to accept without offering something in return. Please deliver this to Lord Gu as my thanks. This is... The messenger gazed curiously at the pieces of honey wrapped in oil paper in his hands, inspecting them for some time. It is for soothing coughs, Su Ling replied lightly. Thank you, Miss Su, the guard acknowledged as he left her tent, only to find it peculiar later. Miss Su is rather remarkable. Although this wound medicine was taken from Lord Gu, Physician Qin emphasized sending it in his name, and he consented. How did Miss Su deduce this? Inside the tent, Gu Zhao leaned on the table, his veins bulging from exertion. His breath was erratic, and he coughed deeply, feeling pain in his chest and a metallic taste in his throat, switching out handkerchiefs repeatedly. Qin Sun, grasping a jade fan, was visibly anxious and began to murmur, why do you insist on meddling in this? You could have simply told me earlier and if you had come, she would have died. Gu Zhao interjected, taking a deep breath, his brow furrowed. Qin Sun fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. He was too far away. By the time he acted, the arrow would have already pierced the girl's heart. That being said, it's not my place to say, but Lord Gu, you generally avoid entanglements. Why are you playing the savior today? Qin Sun raised an eyebrow. Gu Zhao did not respond, coughing heavily. Fine, King Sun sighed, pouring him a cup of tea. I shan't pry any further. To repay her for the medicinal prescription, Gu Zhao's voice was hoarse from coughing, tinged with fatigue. Qin Sun rubbed his temples. So be it. Saving her life is a form of gratitude. Sending her wound medicine is also a form of gratitude. What will be next? A vow of devotion? Just don't offer it in his name. It was all a matter of gratitude, he believed. Footsteps echoed from outside as a servant entered, carrying a bundle of honey-wrapped sugar cubes. Lord Gu, Physician Qin, this is what Miss Su sent over, claiming it is effective for soothing coughs. Soothing cough. Qin Sun took a cube, unwrapped it, and sniffed it carefully. His eyes sparkled with surprise. Eat it. It should be harmless. Qin Sun tossed a piece to Gu Zhao. Sugar? How could sugar soothe a cough? Gu Zhao frowned. Oh, just try it and see. I told you she is quite talented, yet you didn't believe me. Experience it for yourself, Qin Sun urged. Gu Zhao glanced at the sugar, hesitating momentarily before ultimately placing it in his mouth. The cool, sweet flavor indeed provided some relief to the itch in his throat. See? I told you the young lady is quite impressive, Qin Sun remarked, opening his jade fan with a smirk. Suddenly, he paused as a thought crossed his mind. Wait a moment. Only he knew about Gu Jin's situation, where exertion would lead him to cough violently. However, Qin Sun's expression shifted, tinged with unease. How did she know you were coughing? Chapter 201. Wounded for, perhaps it was merely a coincidence, Gu Zhao replied nonchalantly. Qin Sun cast a skeptical glance at him, and after a moment asked, You didn't tell anyone such a secret, did you? I did not. Gu Zhao's brow furrowed slightly as he took a deep breath. All right, you didn't? Qin Sun clearly remained unconvinced, responding dismissively as if to placate a child. Gu Zhao clenched his teeth slightly. As afternoon descended, a resounding horn echoed from outside. A gentle breeze wafted through the grassland, with sunlight breaking through the clouds above, although the rain had fallen a few days prior. Leaving a few scattered droplets glistening on the grass, the ground felt heavy underfoot. Armored guards formed an orderly row around the grassy field, with the front guard holding a crimson flag, their demeanor solemn as they awaited the commencement of the hunt. Miss Su, are you truly going to partake in a hunt? The emperor furrowed his brow, directing his inquiry at the woman before him. Your Majesty, I am unoccupied, merely nursing a small injury. It is a rare opportunity, and I do not wish to miss this hunt, Su Ling replied. Then that is well. Do take care, for otherwise your father will undoubtedly seek retribution from me upon his return, the emperor jested. Your Majesty, you jest, Su Ling replied with a gentle smile, her eyes lowered. The emperor nodded and waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. The guards began to organize themselves on the grassland, and the young scions of noble families lined up in succession, their gear in order as they prepared to advance towards the forest. Princess Qinghe sat astride her horse, casting a cold, mocking glance at Su Ling. This woman possessed some wit, realizing that remaining in the camp would surely spell her doom. Yet did she truly believe that following the hunt would guarantee her safety? Qinghe smiled faintly, then slowly raised her gaze to the bait resting on the nearby cart. Her eyes narrowing, she exchanged a knowing look with her confidant, who understood the silent cue and quietly retreated into the crowd. Princess Qinghe turned back, lightly gripping the whip in her hand, her gaze fixed on Su Ling not far away. Hatred spread gradually in her eyes, a chilling smile curling her lips, laced with a hint of bloodlust. Were it not for today, she would not have wished death upon this daughter of the Su family. But seeing her demeanor today ignited a deep-seated animosity within Qinghe. She would ensure that this day marked Su Ling's demise. Even if she did not perish, she would render her a cripple, unable to seek life or death. Since she could not kill her overtly, then an accident would suffice. After all, the outcome would remain unchanged. The main force proceeded with great momentum into the depths of the forest, with the young scions displaying their skills, capturing various intriguing creatures along the way. The journey remained relatively stable, with no unforeseen incidents. Upon reaching a clearing, which had been used in past years to lure black bears, the atmosphere shifted. The initial joviality among the young nobility gradually waned, and they became increasingly quiet. This area, situated at the forest's heart, was shrouded in shadow, the towering trees blocking out the sunlight, leaving only a chill in the air. A cold wind rustled through the forest, sweeping along the ground and stirring up the fallen branches and leaves. Chapter 202. Counterattack. 1. The further they ventured into the forest, the quieter it became, prompting the group to grow increasingly vigilant. No one dared to speak, the only sound being the crunch of dry twigs beneath the hooves of their horses. The occasional chilling cry of a monkey was enough to send shivers down their spines. A few timid souls began to inch closer to the center of the group, and the once grand assembly grew smaller, each individual seeming to seek warmth from one another. The leading commander raised a hand, signaling for the group to halt, and turned to report to the emperor, "Your Majesty, we are nearing the baiting position." The emperor nodded and said, "Let everyone disperse and prepare for the hunt. The one who captures a black bear shall receive the highest reward in this spring hunt." The group remained still, a sense of unease settling over them in this foreboding place, and they were reluctant to move. The commander frowned and bellowed in a deep voice, "Why are you not dispersing quickly? Is this the extent of your skills you brag about daily?" Only then did the group hastily scatter, though many still bore expressions of fear. While the spring hunt was protected by guards, there had been numerous fatalities in previous years due to hunting black bears. Who could guarantee their own luck? Although these noble youths had grown up learning archery, they had seldom faced such grand spectacles, and thus, anxiety gripped their hearts. The emperor's expression darkened as he remarked, "Are you all so frightened by a mere hunt? If this is how you behave, what will happen when we take to the battlefield? Will you all turn into cowards?" Hearing the emperor's authoritative voice, the group quickly resumed their tasks. Moving swiftly to position themselves around the clearing, their heads bowed in silence, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath. Observing their distribution, the emperor nodded, saying, "That will suffice. Place the bait." "Yes," the guards responded, heading toward the cart holding the bait. However, as one approached, he seemed to notice something writhing beneath the black cloth. Could it be that the bait had come to life? He was startled, drawing his sword to slice through the fabric, only to be met with the sight of dark green scales emerging before him. In stunned silence, he watched as a long, sinuous tongue suddenly darted out from beneath the black cloth, accompanied by a pair of gleaming, terrifying eyes. The guard was taken aback, his sword slipping from his grasp as his legs weakened, paralyzed by fear, forgetting even to flee. It was a giant python. The crowd gasped, having never seen such a creature, and panic spread as they retreated. "Get away from there!" the leading guard shouted, his expression tense. Yet the guard's gaze was fixated solely on the enormous serpent, oblivious to any command, paralyzed by terror. The massive python narrowed its pupils and slowly opened its cavernous maw, evoking dread in all who beheld it. At that critical moment, Xiao Rongshuan suddenly drew his long arrow and aimed directly at the python. His companion, Xuechong, observed in mild surprise, noting the unusual intensity in his lord today. Such matters usually did not concern him. With a darkening gaze, Xiao Rongshuan tightened the bowstring, releasing the arrow with precision, striking the creature's left eye. The giant python recoiled slightly, and the nearby guards seized the opportunity to escape, temporarily evading danger. Chapter 203. Counterattack 2. After dodging several arrows, the wounded python finally withdrew from beneath the black cloth, hastily retreating. Only then did the group exhale in relief. How could there be a giant python here? It was truly terrifying. Indeed, it must have been drawn here by the bait. They murmured, suddenly realizing the situation. Since the giant python had come for the bait, then, at this moment, a guard boldly drew his sword and lifted the black covering. As expected, the spot where the bait had been placed was now nothing but a pool of blood, devoid of any remnants of the ribs, clearly indicating that the python had consumed it entirely. The guard, at a loss, turned to the commander, seeking guidance. The commander's expression shifted slightly. With the situation as it was, they were already deep within the forest, leaving them with no other options. At this point, the only course was to use the remaining blood scent of the ribs to attract the black bears from the woods. He ordered the black curtain to be lifted. The blood left behind was substantial. A gust of wind rose in the forest, carrying the rich scent of blood deeper into the woods. The privileged offspring of noble families found the scent of blood somewhat unsettling, causing some to cover their noses and blanch in color. Among the crowd, a few young ladies remained unperturbed. The eldest princess wore an expression akin to frost, yet a flicker of undeniable excitement flashed in her eyes upon sensing the blood. Jiang Huai, accustomed to the gruesome sights from a young age while hunting with his father, was unsurprised. However, the onlookers were astonished to observe that the delicate girl, merely 15 or 16 years of age, maintained her composure. Many a noble youth, wishing to display their gallantry before her, felt their confidence wane, realizing they were less steady than she, and thus questioned their ability to protect her. Su Ling, however, had no time to ponder the thoughts of those around her. She simply gazed at the blood pooling atop the long cart, intrigued. It was curious. A giant python could not have appeared without warning. It must have been orchestrated by human hands. No one else would commit such an act. So what was her intention? Su Ling lowered her gaze to the item clasped in her palm, gently pinching it, her eyes gradually clearing. Ultimately, a smile broke upon her lips. The eldest princess caught this fleeting smile, her heart filled with a mix of surprise and derision. To still be able to smile was indeed a sign of a carefree spirit. She scoffed, anticipating that soon enough, Su Ling would no longer find amusement in her circumstances. The scent of blood receded deeper into the woods, while the distant sound of cracking branches echoed ominously. Tension gripped the faces of the onlookers as they retreated to relatively safe positions. Yet none could predict from which direction the black bear would charge. As anguished cries of birds and beasts filled the air, startled fowl flapped their wings and fled the forest. Heavy footsteps began to reverberate, amplifying the atmosphere of peril. A wild roar pierced the silence, followed by a rapid crescendo of footfalls. The crowd, now somber, concealed themselves among the trees, utilizing the heavy dew on the foliage to mask their forms. The black bear approached from the southwest, soon appearing before them, its massive and fearsome presence charging towards the blood on the cart. Yet upon arrival, it found only a puddle of blood and ultimately pounced at nothing. Seemingly irked, the black bear let out a fierce roar, rising up and rampaging through the forest. The spectators had drawn their bows, prepared to attack, but the bear, having gone hungry all winter, was now driven by primal instincts, its ferocity intimidating and speed unprecedented, making it nearly impossible to target. Suddenly, the bear froze for an instant, as if it had caught a whiff of a different, vibrant scent of blood. Its glossy black eyes rose, filled with a savage hunger, and locked onto a woman's figure amidst the chaos. The crowd, noticing the bear's stillness, readied their arrows for a strike. Yet in the next moment, it let out a roar and charged directly at Su Ling, intent on carnage.